și unui vrâncea. Merge în gurea și cu ce mergea, mări se bărbire, ei se sfătuire, pe la pozesoare, ca să mi-l omoare pe cel moldovan. Că-i mai ortoman. Cura nu mai tace, iarba nu mai place, curiești bun negare, drăguță mioare.
Greetings, esports fans, and welcome back to the playoffs for PGL Wallachia Season 3 continue.
Nothing to say.
He's in, Toronto, Tokyo. He's going to try and start this off, get there in the midst of it all, but he did it 1 second too soon. They're still in there, agents on the ground. Loronov's able to get the pickup on it. So now with this, Lorinov might be able to fight back. They look towards Nothing to Say. They kill him off through the Wukongs. Lorinov does go down, but he's going to be back for round 2. Park tries to jump in onto Nightfall, but Nightfall gets away with the Glimmer. Lorinov. He's wondering if he can still stand his ground against these guys.
Doesn't look like it.
He can't. He's dead. And in they go. Nothing to Say.
He jumps in.
He's able to get the mantra off. Look for the Wukong spot, but the global silence is there. They're trying to force Nothing to Say back to safety, but Lorinov's on top of him. He'll fall. Shiro's out. This game's over. GG's called. Aurora will take this game 1.
Off the planet.
I'm going to make the jump.
Gets the cleanse off.
We'll get the disruption off as well here, giving him a bit of a chance. They're going to turn with the he's still alive here.
He's still alive.
The global will come out now, but now Nightfall's in trouble. Put the beacon, he's trapped in the Serpent Wood.
His teammate.
He's trapped in the Serpent, so he'll get the blink off in time, but it doesn't matter. Oh dear.
A devastating fight. Rex in jeopardy.
Yep, Nightfall focusing the objectives for now. Nothing to Say is going to try and step up, but Nightfall's able to blink away. They turn with the Starbreak hit on towards Nothing to Say. Chains onto the 2 cores. Going to try and be into them, but now the Solar Guardian coming in. Shiro's going to try and get out, the Abyssal Blade's in. Shiro gets caught. He's gone.
That's the Rapier.
Rapier on the floor. Is going to come in with a jump, tries to focus Malady, but Malady's able to get the global silence off. They look towards Radano, put the Manta, but he's gone.
He's gone.
The blast comes in, they have to try and TP out Lol. Is he going to get away? He will. But Rue left behind. Gaimin Gladiators as they clean up the 3 of them and they lose nothing themselves.
Jump from Watson.
Can they burst Radahn? They're in with the Hex straight away. The Lotus gets dropped down on him. They're to force him to safety. Now he's ready to
Tofu.
the Dragon Bomb. He just tears out. Tofu goes down, and now Spirit can push on for more.
Watson's BKB.
I mean, she's getting
He's
kited.
gotta run.
Yeah, he knows he can't commit for the fight. They have to start backing off, but Collapse. He's in with the burst strike onto the two, and then Quinn will pop the BKB, trying to turn towards Collapse, but Collapse is up in the air with the Yules. Radahn cleans up Malady. Gaimin, they have to keep running, but Collapse, he's going to keep chasing. They find Quinn. Burst strike's there. Quinn's gone. Triple kill for Radahn. Radahn still, of course, having the Aegis here for a minute and a half. In fact, he jumps in aggressively back up towards Watson, but Watson's able to force himself away. Turns, takes him out the one. Jump forward on the back line. Watson, he's cleaning up, gets the triple kill. Now they can look towards Radahn, but Radahn got the BKB. He turns to Quinn, crits him up.
Watson trying to stick on the target. Collapses came back. It's 5 heroes on Spirit.
And 3 buybacks from Spirit to try and make this work. They get the jump back in on towards Watson, but he keeps his distance, looks allowed, but Radahn finds the gap. Watson falling low, but again, Watson able to force away. He brings down Radahn, surely the life steal. He's staying alive here.
How is he still alive?
They couldn't quite finish Radahn. He survives. GG is called. Spirit, they'll close this game up.
Coming in onto the techies, another Nightmare save. Saberlight just gets melted by XM. Nisha now on the run. They've already lost a second member as Boxy has to buy back into the game. Big Meatball surprise destroys Ame as the Sonic Wave reserved again just for Nisha, who ends up getting away successfully. XXS. The bombs are going to help him out a little bit. Here's Vicky, already at half HP, but it gets the Avalanche combo again. Ultra kill for him. You spotted. Meatball. Lifted into the air. Deafening Blast to follow. Echo Stomp as well. Look at how much damage they have from afar. Nice Nightmare dodging so much damage. But the Cataclysm, a triple kill. As Ame now on the run, he's still going to end up dying. Holy shit. That was disgusting. XXS, okay. Oh, the Arena with the double spear. Down goes Mickey. What a connection from Xtreme. XXS getting stunned up, getting controlled. He gets it off and then dies right after. That's the Aegis, though. As Ame is taken out, that is not good. That is a dieback. No way to get back in this game. As XM holding his ground, usually not a good sign if you're a sniper. Buys back in the game. Mega Creeps are there for Liquid. And this is the end of Xtreme in the upper bracket. Doraccio self-stun incoming. There it is. And Amar pops the BKB. He wants to finish the job. He wants to take out the Doraccio. He'll get it successfully. Whitemon looks to be next on the list. That is the second death now. They will trade out Malrine, though, as Soxa attempting to TP out, but he'll be lasered to death. 33 with a late Burrow Strike, trying to get off the epicenter. He does, but I think he's just going to die here, but the Grave comes out to save him. Crit and Amar just barely get away. Amar, very low HP right now. They're going to lose Soxa to start things out. A huge Ravage from 33. Amar extremely low. Another life break comes. Dead shot to follow from Crit on the sideline. BZM and Doraccio are super low. Doraccio, that hasn't infested in 3 seconds, has to rage and try to fight his way out of this. They will take out Skeeter. They will take out Amar. Is going to get Abyssal. He's going to get stunned by life break. And 33 has to use Ravage. He's already super low. Abyssal Blade used by Malrine as well. There is the Infest to keep the Watermelon Man alive. But they're going to lose BZM. He's up front as if he's a strength hero. What in God's name is going on here? 2 dead, they buy back, but that is a dead Tidehunter.
Soxa in a good position to use the ult and fly onto Tide.
Yeah, they're going to jump in. They get the stun onto the Tidehunter. Here comes the Wheel of Wonder with 33 jumping in as well. He still has his Roar. There's the Ravage going off. He's broken on Skeeter, but he's just going to walk it off. BZM stuck inside the Sprout. And this is not looking good for Tundra. They have lost 3 now. As the Aegis already claimed the unicycle away to GG.
Greetings, esports fans, and welcome back to beautiful Bucharest for the penultimate day of PGL Wallachia Season 3. I'm going to be your host today. I'm Richard Lewis. Very nice to meet you all. Hope you're looking forward to some Dota with us. And joining us in the studio, we've got some analysts. One second. I'm contractually obliged to read this. We've got Clinton Fear-Loomis, who is an American analyst, caster, and retired Dota player from Medford, Oregon. He is one of
Medford. Yeah. Good place. Great pizza.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
This is
really
important.
Yeah, my bad.
He is one of the most storied Dota players and is widely regarded as one of the greatest players to emerge from the North American region. His versatility and ability to play every position have enabled him to remain at the forefront of the competitive scene for many years.
Hello, Richard. That is me. That is correct.
Why do you look so upset when he's describing you?
And joining him, we have the CEO of Fart Studios, Jenkins.
Yeah, and you know, it was great to play with you, Fear. By the way, I did actually play on Fart Studios. I am the CEO of this prestigious company.
But you did not have pizza from Medford.
I've had the pizza from
no, you have not. No.
Jimmy's Pizza is my favorite place in Medford.
Does not exist.
Yeah, it doesn't exist.
Old Jimmy. Rest in peace.
We'll get into the Oregon Pizza Trail in just a moment. But why don't we talk about yesterday? All the insane results that we had.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was an interesting day, to say the least. Liquid, I didn't expect that, coming out swinging against Xtreme Gaming.
Oh, yeah.
Xtreme Gaming looked so good, but them able to pick up that one was very, very impressive for me. And I think Mickey is just one of those players that whenever Liquid's looking good, he's like turning up. And I really do feel like Mickey has been the one that needed to turn up, and he has been.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously down in the lower bracket, crazy things happening as well. I mean, first of all, just even by virtue of Spirit being down there, it's already a hairy time for anyone down there.
Yeah, maybe just because Falcons is back. Like, they're looking really good. They beat Tundra, they beat Spirit, so maybe this is the return of the bird.
I think it's the return of the bird. I also think it's the return of the Gladiators in a way. I mean, it's unfortunate for them because the two series that they lost, it was 2-1, 2-1.
Oh, I see.
And they were very close games as well. The lower bracket is looking quite devastating. I mean,
it's brutal.
Listen, I'm a big fan of Aurora. You know my feelings towards Nightfall. I think this he's probably my favorite Dota player to watch right now. But to go up against Tundra is a very unfortunate circumstance for them to be in. They are going to have to really rise to the occasion because the Falcons series yesterday, it was a giga close.
Yeah.
Like, there was a 69-minute game here.
Yeah,
there was indeed a 69-minute game. And I think right now the competition is just like so close with all these teams. Like, all the games are pretty much going the distance. They're long games. They're very close. And it's nice to see a lot of these teams that were struggling, they're now competing with like the Spirits and Tundras of the world. So I don't know how much of it is Spirit and Tundra are just like looking worse. They're in the lower bracket, or are teams just getting better? Like, it's really hard to say.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some teams kind of emerge. They came in, we were a bit uncertain about where they were and where they were going to go. We'll obviously talk about Team Liquid at some point. They definitely have been kind of, growing into the tournament and getting the wins. Great performance from them yesterday. But why don't we check in with the meta? Let's do our little meta update and talk about, which heroes have kind of been popular, which players are doing well. I think this is kind of important as we're in a letter patch, and it kind of tells the tale of the tournament. So I know you've got something for us.
Yeah, I mean, you do, right, Jenkins?
Yeah, let's load up the
thank you, Jenkins.
image.69.jpg if we can, real quick. With the meta report with Fear Darkness 69. Let's go.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So this is basically just the hero pools that these players are having. And we've been talking about players like Toronto Tokyo, how insane his hero pool has been throughout this tournament. And he has played so many heroes, which is very unusual when you come into the scene and you're changing positions, right?
Yeah.
From position 5, well, I guess even from 2 to 5, now to 3. And he is just playing the most heroes of anyone, and he's playing them at a very high level as well.
Yeah.
It's not just like he's losing every game, right, and finding a new hero to play. He's just busting out new heroes and getting wins on them. Like the offlane Ember, I think he was the first to do it.
Yeah, and it doesn't feel like he's, they're experimenting and they're trying to figure out like, oh, what can he play?
Yeah.
He is legitimately being he's being pivoted at the last second to play the Ember offlane, which is like, it's just good that he can play that, or he's being picked Magnus in a game where they get a free Magnus. It's like, oh, can he play it? It's like he is situationally being given the heroes. It's not even like they're experimenting. He legitimately is just a good offlaner.
Yeah. And it's not just that there's players, you know, playing all these heroes and everything. We're seeing some very effective performances. I think we've got the average kill stat coming out here as well.
Yeah, I mean, typically speaking, if you are at the higher end of getting kills and just the general population, you are winning games, right?
Yeah.
So we're kind of looking at some of the players that are getting the most kills on the map right now. We see Nisha, Mickey, back in prime form here. XM, we have Ame. I mean, Watson, rest in peace. Unfortunately, he won't be playing anymore. But all these players are having really standout performances.
Yeah. I mean, look, this is what I mean when I was talking about Liquid. It was such a devastating performance kind of last night against Xtreme Gaming. Yeah. So, like, really clinical in how they closed out the game. But, like, you think about where they were when they played Aurora, for instance, and Aurora could have knocked them down into that lower bracket, probably should have done. It was very, very close. But this is what I mean about Liquid kind of growing into the tournament and their big players that we saw on that graphic starting to turn up and have big performances.
Yeah, I mean, I wish I knew exactly what it was that made Liquid tick like this. This is just something that in the Dota sphere, like, everyone understands. You see Liquid in a tiebreaker, you don't think like, wow, this team's going to get through the tiebreaker or get knocked out, get through and like get knocked out in the first round or something like that after the tiebreaker. You're like, this is a team that's going to, if they get through, they're going to get stronger and they're going to win the entire thing. And that's exactly how I feel about Liquid, is that even though the Aurora series was close, they get even stronger against when they're playing against Xtreme. They win that series, and they're going to be even stronger for the upper bracket finals as well.
Well, just before we go to the schedule, did you have something you wanted to bring up to the table when you were talking about your?
Yeah, I got. I don't have a graphic, but
Okay,
officially, every team left now still has a TI winner on it because Gaimin Gladiators is out. So every team, including the team panel, congratulations on that TI win, Fear, $20,000. It was
Thank
really.
you.
And index funds, good for you. Yeah, markets have been great this year.
His chain costs more than that.
Market's not been great.
No, it hasn't actually. We won't get into why. Let's take a look at the schedule. This is what we got coming at you today. Working our way backwards. Obviously, TBD will be playing themselves. Always love that matchup. That'll be happening at the end of the day. Liquid versus Falcons is just crazy within the context of this tournament. Falcons, another team that have been getting better steadily as the tournament began. Obviously, we saw them getting blown out by Spirit at the front end of it. Then we've got Tundra Esports taking on Aurora Gaming. But to start us off, down in the lower bracket, tournament life on the line, our favorites Xtreme versus arguably tournament favorites Team Spirit. Let's start by talking about Xtreme Gaming and why we've liked them so much. I'm sure if you're a regular viewer, you'll hear some repetition of the talking points, but the point does still stand. Xtreme Gaming have been hugely entertaining, unique in how they approach games. They've had some incredible pop-off performances, very interesting drafts. It's everything you could want from a Dota team.
Yeah, I think this team in particular has just like perfected like the art of playing 4 Protect 1. Like they have Ame almost every single game. He's playing the hardest carry you can possibly think of for the match. A lot of Terrorblades, a lot of Nature's Prophets. Hopefully he can add DK or something to that list. That hero's coming up. And then they just play lots of team fight around it. They want to play around every single objective. They don't do anything super fancy, I feel. But what they do is really good. They're really good at what they do, rather. And the only player I will say is maybe XM has a bit of a unique hero pool. And I guess Xinqiu too.
Xinqiu, yeah, and XM. And they actually have a lot of overlap between their heroes, which is kind of funny. We saw the double jungle Veno. They've jungled Veno from the mid lane, and they've jungled Veno from the 4 position. Like I find this team is very interesting to watch, and I can only imagine being a captain trying to draft against them, especially now that they have Zhao 8 backing them up.
Absolutely. Well, why don't we take a look at some of the first-time heroes as well, because this is another aspect of what they do. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, so in a second we'll see Spirit's first-time heroes. Just to be clear to everybody, what this means is it was the first time that these heroes were picked in the tournament. This is like half of the heroes in the meta. Like XG, legitimately, this team is willing to set the meta. And I think that is so interesting. I mean, of course, they played first, so the first 5 you can kind of, discount.
Disregard,
But the rest of them, when we look at Spirits, you will see what a normal team's first-time heroes looks like. Right? It's like comical, the difference. Like XG, genuinely is not afraid to pick something for the first time. We'll maybe see it today, we maybe won't, but to me, it just speaks to their confidence. And maybe this is a Zhao 8 thing, maybe this is Ame, maybe this is Xingqiu being bored and wanting to put these like weird heroes into the draft. But whatever it is, it makes them quite devastating to draft against.
Yeah, and we saw Undying on the Undying, which is kind of a unique thing. Obviously, they picked that into Falcons when they anticipated strength heroes, but they've also done this thing where they're utilizing, you know, how you can pick somebody up and put them in the tombstone if a fight's going kind of bad and buy themselves some extra reset time. I mean, Undying's just been very, very versatile, and he's kind of doing some unique things from that support position.
Yeah, he pulled out the Bane yesterday too, right? So he plays Bane, Elder Titan, Undying, and then on top of that, he plays all the normal stuff too, right?
Yeah.
So it's like really cool to have a player like this who's willing to just have his own interpretation on the meta, and I definitely respect him for that one. And I think in this matchup too, some of those pocket pick position 5s can be really good, especially if you're willing to pick some earlier flex picks and you do have that later pick, support pick. Having that hero pool can be very beneficial.
I mean, and for context, we have seen people ban out the Elder Titan against them out of just respect because, you know, they don't want to deal with it or whatever. I think the player that does make the team tick overall, though, I appreciate the 4 Protect 1. I think it's Xingqiu. I think when he is on a hero that he can have high impact with and play a little bit greedy with, I think that's when Xtreme are at their best.
Yeah, I mean, he pulled out the techies yesterday, right? We've seen Ancient Apparition, he'll play the Faceless Void, like he was the first to do that. And this is just how Xingqiu is, no matter what team he's on. I remember there was a meta where he was doing the Monkey King courier sniping thing, where like, this is not even Dota, right? Like, this guy just looks for ways to completely break the game. It's very difficult to play against. But I will say, on the flip side, Rue, he's been playing this Keeper of the Light. And some of the teams that are experimenting with this hero, this is also something that breaks the game, right? It's like you can pick these crazy combos with it. You can have this global presence because he can TP anywhere. You can TP anybody to you. We're playing with that facet.
I think a lot of players and teams can learn from Gaimin Gladiators because they were the best Coddle team. Like, every time they picked Coddle, they destroyed the game to the point where it had to get banned. And unfortunately, Gaimin didn't have another strategy like that to replicate, but that hero's still in the game. And you can kind of look back at teams, even though they're eliminated, some of the great things that they did that you can bring into the meta. And that's one of them for sure. And I think Xingqiu, for better or worse, is one of those players who's going to play for himself. I remember yesterday he had the lineup where he was playing versus Liquid, and he was Mirana, and he had a Nature's Prophet, and he had a Sniper, and he went first item Ags instead of support items, right? And it was utterly useless, right? So he's just the type of player he is. He's always going to play for himself, sometimes not always the best.
Yeah, that's just one of those things. Like, sometimes the meta is kind of weird for the 4, where it's kind of like being a greedy 4 can kind of be the optimal way to play, and then sometimes play for your team, it's kind of the optimal way to play. So it is kind of weird, but certainly Xingqiu, he very much prizes the greedy style. He likes to play for himself. Let's talk about the mid matchup. We can use that as a way to segue into talking about team spirit. I know you wanted to highlight this one.
Yeah, I think just generally yesterday, what we saw in the series was that mid and the rotations to mid were going to be really prioritized, and there's some really interesting heroes for both sides here. XM pulled out the OD for the very first time to, I think it was to beat DK in the mid lane. You know, Lara also will play to dominate the lane sometimes with the Monkey King, with the Viper.
He played Huskar the other day.
He played Huskar the other day, yeah, and he did very well on the Huskar, which we were not necessarily expecting. Both of these players will do the jungle Veno, so they also know how to dodge the lane if there is a toxic lane matchup that they're dealing into. So it's just going to be a really interesting game series from the mid lane perspective, because I think both supports on both sides are going to be focusing a lot on going to the runes and fighting the mid lane. Even the carry and the off laner will probably see rotating towards mid. And then I beg the question, like, what are these two players going to pick if they both know how to completely dodge the lane and go jungle, but also they both prioritize dumping on the lane?
These are dishonest mid players.
These are possibly the two most dishonest mid players in the entire tournament.
Yes.
I mean, tell me about Lau, because obviously we talked about him a little bit with the Huskar, and you said, you know, you'd seen him play it once before in a competitive setting, and they lost that one. I think it was in Bangkok. So, I mean, what have you made of his development as a player?
I mean, I think ever since he joined Team Spirit, there was a lot of criticism behind his play, and a lot of it was rightfully so. But he proved that he can improve and very quickly and went on to win a TI. And I think that's just the type of player he is. Because, yeah, in Bangkok, his Huskar was laughable. He had like 10 deaths. He lost to a team that was definitely worse than them at the time. It did not look like something that should have happened. And since then, he's put in the reps, he's played the pubs, and his Huskar looked like one of the best Huskars. Like, I didn't see any mistakes that came from him. It was a flawless game. So he's just the type of player that maybe he's put into a new situation, but he will find a way to just become really good really quickly and be able to master just about anything.
I agree with you on the take that, like, Huskar is no longer the type of hero that will just dumpster the lane and then snowball in the game is really easy. It's not like that anymore. Like with the Aghanim Scepter and the facet that's dealing percentage HP damage, this is actually a good late game hero.
Yeah,
so I mean, you need to know how to scale. You need to know how to not die.
Yes. Yeah, I was just gonna say, it's not the Huskar of old where you win the lane and then you
Game's
take
over.
barracks at 20 minutes.
It's much more difficult than that in a way.
Yeah, and you can see when it's the right game for a Huskar, it does very, very well, as you would expect. Those are the stats. I mean, overall with Spirit, not just highlighting LOL, I'm still very surprised that Falcons were able to manhandle them and knock them down to the lower bracket in the fashion they did. They looked so good at Dream League. So I wanted to ask you if there was any kind of, if you had any insight in kind of whether that was just a bad day at the office. I mean, Falcons are always going to be contenders, it feels like, no matter where they're at form-wise. But what went wrong in that series? Is it something that might persist in this series?
To be honest, I think Falcons in general is just the type of team that when they beat you, it can kind of look like they're manhandling you just because of the types of heroes that they play and like how oppressive they are on the map. I will say on the flip side, usually Spirit is the type of team that feels a lot more resilient in the late game. Like they always have this mentality where there's something that they can do to win the game. I do question some of the heroes that they picked in that series. Like they were being a little experimental. Like they had Slark, which they were trying versus the Lifestealer carry. They had the Sven, which they were trying to play into a tri-core lineup. So I think there are adjustments that Spirit can make in the draft for sure. But those games still at least went to like 40 something minutes. So it wasn't too bad.
That's fair. I mean, overall as well, I think there's only so much you can really say about Spirit. It's like, they're not maybe doing anything as crazy as Xtreme when it comes to drafts and their approach to the game, but this is just a very solid team that understand every little intricacy and facet. They draft really well. They've got fantastically talented individuals. So it's kind of like, how much more can you realistically say about their approach to the game? I don't think we're going to see anything insane come out of them today. I don't think they need to do that.
The only thing I want to see them change a little bit is have more confidence in their Magnus. This is a hero that they give away a lot.
Oh, yeah.
They don't pick it themselves. And
it's weird.
You have Yatoro or Radon on your team. Magnus empowers literally his play style. Yep. And this is something that can definitely just get them more wins. And it's a collapse Magnus. Like, this guy is incredibly good at the hero. And if he was... I just don't know what it is. Is it a confidence problem? Do they think the hero's bad?
The enemy team has a 28% chance to win if you get this hero. This is a first phase pick.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And you have collapse on your team. You won 2 TIs with this.
I think it might be one of the most successful heroes here, certainly in terms of how much it's actually I think it is at the tournament.
He's picking Sand King over Magnus.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with this take. I remember that they had the opportunity to first pick it in one of those games, and they didn't. They gave it away. Yeah, that was that felt like a little bit too many mind games going on, which can happen when you like over prepare for a series. Maybe just more instinct, just trust the gut here.
Yeah. We can talk a little bit as well about Arme. I think that's important just before we get into the draft. As you said, playing with this full Protect 1 style. Also as well, they're both doing the same thing.
It's because Yatoro's a big fan of Arme.
Yeah, just always copy him.
You know that he's going to copy him, yeah.
Like it shows in their hero pool too, right? Like the overlap is pretty big. And I will say the overlap is majority meta heroes right now. I think the only ones that are kind of meta that they're both not sharing is the Nature's Prophet, because Yatoro just doesn't really want to play that hero. I've seen him play it before. He can play it. This is a player that can play anything, so maybe he will play it this time around, but we'll have to see how the bans will be, because these two players are playing the same heroes. Does that mean a lot of them are going to get banned out? Are they going to pick in the first phase? Really comes down to strategy, and I think Magnus is going to be a big part of this series if it gets through.
And obviously the two carries that we've really seen a lot of this tournament, it's the PA and it's the Terrorblade, and after that it's kind of a bit of a drop off in terms of success. So we'll see if that factors into the draft, which is about to begin now.
Yeah, I'd be pretty shocked if it wasn't at least one of PA or Terrorblade makes it through.
They're 100% going to see a MAG, a PA, or a Terrorblade between these two teams.
So if you're Xtreme, you probably leave both and then get whichever is left. Or is it worth giving Spirit their MAG? I mean,
does Spirit even want their MAG?
That's where the question comes in, is like, how much do you think that they've pivoted on their drafting style in a day? Okay, yeah, it's not worth the risk, honestly.
Yeah. No, that's fair, but it feels a lot better to have the enemy ban MAG than you ban it yourself. So I'm okay with that. And so PA, Terrorblade, they're out, and Magnus. So I said one of those three would definitely get through, but that is
the other one.
Not going to happen. So one of the more normal.
Gonna have to update your Wikipedia entry.
Yep.
Well, I mean, this isn't North American Dota, so.
True. You did call that Husk guy yesterday. That's terrible. So well done. GG, I guess.
So now the question to me is, does Spirit want to play normal Dota, or do they want to go with one of the Voldemort type heroes that's always banned, which is, will they take the Tinker? This is the one that is always first phase banned. Abaddon is also a consideration if they're just going for OP stuff, but
Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, they can go for Nature's Prophet and run it on
Dazzle. It's banned. Oh, okay.
Yeah, out of all of the ones that have been typically banned, it's just the Tinker left, I want to say.
I feel like you probably craft a draft around either Tinker or they banned.
I feel like NP is just like the best pick here, because all the other carries were banned. Like I mentioned earlier, the top 3 hardest carries right now are TB, PA, and NP. I think in that order. So, or maybe you can argue between TB and PA, but this is the next one on the list. So I think just getting it into the game is going to be something that, sure, Yatoro hasn't played it yet, but he can play. I've seen him play it before. He just doesn't favor it. But I think he realizes he wants to outscale this team, and this is, to bring the word back, a dog shit hero.
Yeah, okay.
It is back, yeah.
There's so lots of interesting stuff happening in the first phase. A good call on the MP. The ban on the Primal Beast is... I respect that ban. I mean, this is, like, in my opinion, one of the hardest counters to the NP in the game. You just trample out of the trees. This is a huge problem for him. You can catch him on the side lanes. Even when you get a BKB on NP, a Primal Beast ult goes through the BKB, so you can always catch him. But then the Marcy comes out, which of course we say is a dog shit hero, 11% win rate. However, this historically, I would have to check the stats right now, but this was like for a very long time top 3 matchups in the game against NP. There is just nothing that you can do to a BKB basher Marcy in a fight when you're split pushing on waves. Like if this hero catches you, you are dead. There's nothing that you can really do. However, this matchup was very favored for Marcy when NP wasn't a universal hero. So now you can build items like Hurricane Pike, which you would do before, but you wouldn't get as much damage from it. This is going to help you against Marcy. You can get items like Butterfly. This wouldn't give you damage before. It would help you against Marcy, but now it does give you damage. So I'm not entirely sure how this matchup works, but I respect that Xtreme is like, okay, you want to pick NP first? We're going to pick a bad hero, but it's one of the hardest counters in the game.
I will add on to that as well, just because it is Xtreme Gaming. They have Jin Q. There is a possibility this is
a 4.
Yeah, position 4 that plays like a carry. So that just adds additional skill. Unfortunately, last time he did not. If they were to play it, I mean, I actually watched that game where he played the Marcy. He was going support items. And I was a little disappointed to see that.
Well, yeah, we even made that point, didn't we?
Yeah.
When we were talking about it, we were saying, like, obviously, we want Jin Q to play greedy. That's what we want.
Absolutely. I want to see him go armlet, BKB, whatever it might be, and just get in there. Silencer picked up. I mean, I think this Silencer pick is just doesn't really... It's gotten to the point where you don't even need to counter anything with Global. It's just like so strong in the laning stage. The Global is just a bonus. It'll always do something in the fights. So this hero is just strong right now, just generally speaking.
Yeah, I do agree with that. But I will say if you decide to run the 4 Nature's Prophet against Silencer, he is not good at dealing with the treant. Like, what is he going to sit there and right-click it? So this is definitely where you're incentivized to, like, okay, Rue, you fine with the Natures? He's like, yep, give it to me, you know? Especially because it's there's a Marcy on the enemy team. So playing the NP as a core feels a little bit risky.
5 seconds remaining.
What heroes would you want to play versus the Marcy then as a core? Because I feel like a lot of heroes have that problem. I mean, I know Terrorblade like destroys the Marcy. We saw that one. Anyone that can man fight the Marcy back, like Troll has been good historically versus Marcy, but these are, yeah, I just mentioned a Troll, so
yeah,
not sure if that is
I mean,
worth
as a
it.
core, if Marcy's a core, then you definitely just want some sort of BKB piercing disable. Like, this destroys her. So I like the idea of the Elder Titan, the Earth Splitter. You just throw it on the fight, and she's going to get hit by that. Like, you know exactly where she's going to go. She sticks on a target and does not stop until he's dead. So the ETs are really nice here. Also, Deny picks it from Undyne.
Yeah, I mean, I see your point for sure, but I think this carry NP is just so strong right now, even though it has bad matchups. It can buy its way out of the problem, I want to say, just by being so incredibly farmed.
Not a bad point. Like, honestly, the fact that he's universal is just crazy. Like, the fact that you gain damage from a Hurricane Pike and you were already going for this before when you didn't on Natures is, ooh, they go for the Storm Lifestealer.
All right,
That's
a statement. And that just kind of shows you we are going to get Xingqiu Marcy now.
Yeah.
Unless Xtreme are doing something really weird with this draft. But more than likely, we have the Lifestealer as the carry. Storm mid, position 5 Silencer.
What's the temperature check with the Lifestealer? Because we were really kind of unimpressed after the nerfs at the
lukewarm.
start of the tournament. Yeah. Still lukewarm.
That's how I feel. And yeah, I mean, Dyrachyo tried playing it twice. One of his best heroes yesterday. Didn't win either of those games. And this is funny. They picked Tide into Lifestealer because this is also the age-old debate, kind of like the TB versus Abaddon. Who's better, the Tide or the Lifestealer in this matchup? I've seen it go both ways.
So there's a few options here for Spirit. I kind of like the idea of the Nature's carry against Lifestealer. I'm fairly sure this is a Nature's favored matchup, but maybe it's like what you said, Fear, where you can buy your way out of kind of any problem. Tiny carry against Lifestealer. Definitely Lifestealer favored, right?
Yeah, 100%.
So maybe you want to run the Laurel mid Tiny because we've talked about this before. Tiny has always functioned as like a Storm counter mid. You have hard lockdown for him. It's pretty easy to gank him with supports as well.
No, I agree for sure here. I think in this situation, you are playing versus Storm Lifestealer. This is why they picked it though, because they were expecting the carry NP. This just gives Lifestealer a free way to get on top of the NP. So maybe in the one-on-one matchup, it's not good for Lifestealer, but he has 2v1 now, essentially.
Zip and Fast Bomb is awesome.
Yeah, it's a really good combo. Throw the global behind it. However, their whole lineup is based around that right now entirely.
Yes.
Like, you go in there and Fest Bomb, press global, depending how farmed Xingqiu and what
Marcy
item
jumps
he
in
goes
as well
for,
with the global,
like,
yeah.
You've got to kill heroes.
Yeah, what could they have as the last pick that's going to give them maybe a bit more control?
I mean, it's going to be the offlaners, but like Tide's taken, Mars has been taken, Darkseer. I've been a little unimpressed with a lot of the offlaners right now.
Centaur's the remaining one, but every time we see it, it loses.
Yes, it's not had a great win rate.
I mean, Primal's even banned in this one, which would have been great. I don't think it's just Sand King, I guess. That's like...
There is the offlane Void if we want to go way back to the start of the tournament. But XXS has not played it.
It's okay. It's interesting, actually, because if Lifestealer has cooldown reduction on Rage, that
could be good. Yeah,
that could actually be very interesting. So there's some decent options, but they'll get to see more before they make their pick here. They do have to decide right now, what do we want to do with the Tiny? What do we want to do with the Nature's Prophet? Because this pick is going to determine whether these are cores or one of them's a support.
Yeah, like they could still Slark against Lifestealer. They've done it before. It's a good matchup. Ursa against Lifestealer as well is pretty good.
Yeah, he likes these heroes.
But, you know, then I beg the question, why pick it? Well, I guess you pick the Tide because if there's many options for the carry. They go for Morphling. Okay.
So we will have a support Nature's Prophet, it does look like, or a support Tiny, which I think it doesn't make sense. I'd rather do tiny mid
You can
in
see
P4.
the morph win rate as well. It's not having a great time at this tournament.
Yes, but I will add a caveat to that. This is going to be a Radon Morphling. He does not just jam the hero into the draft because he's a specialist. He is a specialist, but he picks his hero very strategically.
And it's his first time playing it.
Yeah, exactly. He knows when it's a good morph game. Or there's a lot of morph players that just like, you know, I just want to play morph because morph's my best hero, and if it's not good morph patch, you lose games. So that is a very interesting pick. I think you now are looking at Enigma. Enigma sounds really, really good. Does XXS like to dabble in the Enigma?
He definitely does.
Marcy Enigma lane. Your first morphling.
It sounds so good.
It sounds like the best possible pick. They have no cancel. I guess Earth Splitter can cancel Black Hole through BKB, but
It's such a long.
it's hard.
Yeah, that's a hard one to do.
I mean, I just say that because Enigma's the worst matchup in the game for morphling, besides maybe Doom. That's the other one that's arguable, but they banned that one out.
Yeah, they took that away. Kind of telegraphed it.
For sure here, so I'd be a little surprised if it's not Enigma. It could be like a Beastmaster too. Morph does not like playing versus summoned units.
I do really like the idea of a black hole here, though. I think
It makes their team fight great, right?
Absolutely.
It's more of a, is he gonna step to the plate and play the hero, or does he want to be with more comfort?
You know, Centaur actually has a good win rate against Morphling. I hate to say it.
Wow.
Oh, cool.
Is it cool?
Yeah, it is.
Good question.
This is the.
I mean, we've only seen it once before. That was Seb that picked that, right?
This is Morphling's worst offlane matchup on Dota Buff. So now, of course, this is pubs, but this is over millions of pubs. So if you can ever catch Morphling with a Blink Call Blade Mail.
Lots of morphs sitting at 250 HP, max agility.
It's true, but he does so much damage that even if you do Strength Morph, you will kill yourself before you
It's not going to happen. This is Radon. He is going to not sit at max agility. This is the secret of being a good Morphling. When you're in a matchup where you're playing versus Axe or something, you don't go all agility. You actually have, 1,500 to 2k HP. So when he does jump you, you don't die. You get the shard eventually, and then you can toggle it while called.
I do like the idea of Axe Marcy, though, like with the fast hit where you can jump Axe onto the target and then he can call. Like, this sounds really cool.
This just seemed like an unnecessary risk for me. They could have went for a big team fight ultimate in the Nigma, also dumpstered the lane. But this one is, you can dumpster lane even harder potentially. But if it doesn't work, your lineup is incredibly single target here. And that is not how Xtreme has typically been playing. I think that's my only gripe here, is like, they normally play with a massive team fight, and Axe is not a big team fighter, neither is Marcy.
I respect it. All right, they got another Infest Bomb as well with the Axe.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think this is cool. I do think, though, that if I'm an Axe, I'm not a huge fan of playing against Elder Titan, to be quite honest. Like, this hero just punches you on the first wave. It can go both ways, where, like, if ET gets a little bit out of position, you can Battle Hunger him, jump on him with the Marcy. But if he's playing with his core, it can be rough.
I'll bring our commentators in. Obviously, I believe Owen is there. There he is. Yeah. You know a thing or two about Axe?
Do I? I mean, I like him. I think he's a lot of fun. I'm super excited to see it. I don't know if it's good. I think you guys are kind of right. Maybe there's other options that would make more sense. It's a bit risky, but I do like a risk. So I'm looking forward to see if it plays out.
Risk versus heavy team fight. I don't know. This definitely looks like one of those setups for Radon. He's got like the ET, he's got a great supporting cast, tons of team fights. So I think like Fear said, it's an unnecessary risk perhaps, but let's see if like the Marcy Axe can trip him up.
Well, looking forward to having you call this one. We'll see you on the other side, guys.
Thank you very much, Richard. And slow morning for me. Of course, I did cast quite a famous player making quite a good Axe play.
That is pretty true.
At a TI, so I'm there now, Richard.
He's got it.
I'm familiar with this hero. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, game one. Coming in here between Xtreme Gaming and Spirit. Looking forward to see what Axe is able to do. We're just not seeing a lot of people go with it. Would you say the panel's pretty bang on with the theory crafting of why XXS wants to do it here? What was sort of your comments on why XG go for this as their last pick?
I think there's just that interesting thing about Axe versus Morphling throughout the game. You can always get this kind of catch if the Morphling's not ready for it, but it's Radon. So he tends to be pretty quick with his morph. I think the interesting concept is with the Marcy, like they were finishing up there. Jenkins was talking about it. The pick-me-up then you can get the Axe into position in laning phase, which almost he never can. Axe nearly almost never can get in position for a call in lane. Maybe this could add an extra element. And I have to say this as well. I was actually telling myself last night and this morning, I have not gotten to cast an ET game at this tournament.
I've got a few picks.
Hell yeah,
it's coming in
go.
now.
And
how is the ET game? And Miposhka, he's given us some good ET showings in the past, right?
I still think this hero's, I mean, I'm going to say this hero's amazing always, sorry, because I'm a ET nerd, but I actually think there's a lot of untapped potential still with deconstruction. I'm glad to see that he goes for it. This can really destroy a lane if you get it as well. Just sticking on top of a hero, minusing their armor, minusing their magic resistance. Allows you to play from distance as well, easier. I love it. When you're playing with Tiny, when you're playing with like Nature's Prophet, or you have anybody that can contribute extra spells from a distance, all you really need to do is throw your spirit on a target. And it reduces that magic resistance from a distance, and then the Tiny Condo comes out, and it's devastating how much damage it can do, so... Looking forward to
because the radius of natural order, you do have to be pretty close.
It's it's like 350 or 400.
Sure. So like at the moment, he's within XXS.
Yep.
Like, obviously hasn't got it skilled at the moment, but yeah.
Sure.
So. Yeah, that does add up to some pretty big reductions.
Yeah. My favorites are always like Tiny, Gyro, Storm are the three big ones that you can see with ET really thrive off of it. So we'll see how the lanes end up going down if Miposhka can't secure that lane. How XXS is able to do versus Radon. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this game in particular. These two teams sometimes can be a bit slow in certain aspects in terms of how aggressive they can be early on. They like to play for the later stages of the game, but I think we're in for quite a bit of aggression this time around.
Yeah, there should be a lot of battling.
Yeah, I think that XG has set themselves up to look for multiple different plays, either with Infest Bombs, Axe Infest Bombs, Marcy Slight Infest Bombs with like the throwing heroes in. While for the side of Spirit, they have great ways to counter-initiate and also a very good aggressive lineup with tons of team fight.
And you sort of agree with the panel that this was a pretty smart strategical position to get the last pick morph. Like it looks like a good layout to get the morph in for Radon.
I mean, sure, you have to deal with the global at some points, but you naturally itemize versus that. And you have that great matchup versus Lifesteal in particular. And Dying,
it's first blood.
Down.
I have a collapse on the top lane. They catch the silencer underneath his tower. And yeah, I mean, look at it as well, just to sort of remind the viewers, this is his most played in competitive.
This is by far his.
It is his most played hero in competitive. It is the Radon Morphling.
Looking forward to see what it can do this game too, because I've seen a lot of Morphlings falter at this tournament.
Yes.
In particular versus, I think that's why they also banned out the Mars, because XXS actually showed that the Mars is like the Morphling hard counter, because as the game progresses, you itemize for like a Hex, Refresher, and there's just way too much control for that Morph to deal with. So we saw those last two targeted bans at XXS because they needed that off lane.
And like, you know, talk about the strategical Morphling pick. I'm looking at the last times they picked it. Within the last 9 months, he's played it 12 times and won 10 of the games. So very, very good calls at sort of saying when it's going to be a good Morph game. He doesn't miss really Radon.
Yeah, and absolutely versus Lifestealer, right? Like that's one of those dream counter matchups since you can just turn into him, use his rage against him in a lot of situations. Rue, we'll have to TP.
He's out of that.
There's no stuns. Could definitely see a lot of TPs come into play. He's going to come back.
I was going to say, they might just get Undyne. Same time, though, Jinkyu's able to get in onto Miposhka, so Xtreme will get the kill down there. Undyne will be fine. I mean, for now, he's still kind of caught in a bit of an awkward spot where we'll be able to hold him back. Free up the lane to continue to just be the sort of 1v1 between Collapse.
We'll have to take a bit of a walk.
And Shira. Yeah, it is. I mean, down bottom as well. Like, will Radon ever get caught low HP, or is that just not going to happen?
It doesn't feel like it should happen.
It's just super hard. Unless you get some sort of jump over the tree line.
Even then, he should get the shift off. It's not that fast that the Marcy lands on you.
Yeah,
these players are
so
quick with their shift. He's even got the 2 points in shift early on just in case of things. So
yeah.
He will have that prepared. And the other thing too is like he is a super high armor hero, which is what is really interesting to me about this matchup. Where Jenkins was saying Axe has a really good game overall versus it. Battle Hunger is gonna do nothing in the laning phase versus something like Morphling.
Just look at the top lane Armate. He's also having a pretty easy time, right?
Yeah.
There's not going to be any chance really than killing him. Sure, killing the silencer, but killing the lifestealer now at this point in the lane. Until we start seeing the rotations, Armate should be pretty safe.
Yeah, it is a like looking at 4 of the heroes on the side of Spirit, it looks like a very good Lifestealer game, right? Yeah. Versus the ET, Tiny, NP, and Tide, it can be very nice. It's just that Morphling that has that standout matchup versus him. But the Tide versus the Lifestealer matchup also, it's about the fact that Tide can always get away in the lane, because it's very hard for a Lifestealer to really push a Tide out of lane. They might get it now, though. Collapse is dropping low. With the Blood Grenade. They should have.
Good push for the kill there, Armen and Undying. This is pretty big, isn't it? Armen's getting really nice free farm top, getting the chance to take down Collapse.
He did eat some heavy harass there. He's just going to eat his Fairy Fire. Just be able to get that sustain back up. But a good kill to get. -1. Tide definitely does not like losing int. One of those, any of those strength heroes really in particular. Even if it's just 1 now at this point, it is annoying. Mid lane, seeing XM having a bit of an advantage at the moment versus Laurel. But this Tiny pick, it's one of those really good ones versus the Storm as the game can progress. Always have the combo, and I'm always going to try to factor in the ET. That extra damage that you get from the Aura can be pretty potent. XM has hit 6 already, so can't really go for a potential play too early on in the mid lane with a Nature's Prophet. But they're going to start to pressure top tower. This is early. The Blightstone, or sorry, the Orb of Blight. Why'd they change this name? The Orb of Blight to hit
all
the
these
tower.
orbs.
And looks like they're just going to abandon the bottom lane. So Axe is just going to jungle. Jin-Q is going to start making rotations around, looking for runes. That's a nice thing that XXS can always do. Is even though he didn't get to pressure the Morphling ideally like he probably wanted to, he can just jungle. Catch waves, pull them into neutrals, maximize. Speaking of maximizing, Storm goes to jungle, Jin-Q goes to mid. So, yeah, XG just really looking to get that stable farm in this laning phase.
They're getting a lot of value out of this.
Yeah, it's almost 6. There it is. Very early on.
And who sort of turns up to do something about XXS whilst he's in this sort of phase of farming? Are we going to see attempts from Tiny?
It would have to be Laurel, yeah.
Yeah.
Tends to be that mid laner. Looks like he might start making that rotation over top. They'll find Undyne. Collapse gets that kill. And it looks like XXS might get brought down.
Yeah, they want to go for him here. Bringing Lal over with the rotation.
Gets the call off, and he actually just dunks him.
Oh my goodness.
Radon?
Oh, what is that with the tip?
He's got it.
Oh no.
No way.
Oh no. that brings me back to memories of when the Axe walked up and got Duracho on his Deucer. Yeah.
Wait, was that XXS as well?
It might have actually. Was that XXS that got the?
We casted that game.
Yeah.
It was Berlin. I can't remember.
Dude, I'm gonna look that up. Oh,
check it out.
Oh.
Wait, how much? Was he really shifted that low? Oh.
It didn't look like he, but he must have been just under the threshold.
Oh no,
oh. Well, happens once.
Well, the Axe pick already paying off.
Absolutely.
Instantly.
Just for content value. Okay. Well, we'll see that again. He was on what?
300,
260. Yeah.
270.
270. Takes him out.
It literally, what, 272? So it was 3 damage extra on the threshold.
He did the fresh, it was just there. Oh my goodness. Well, a bit of a wake-up call there for Radon in the morning. Yep. You know, it's early.
Good morning,
of the day. Good morning. You know, breakfast is only just kicking in.
It's a pretty painful slip-up, though. A pretty massive one, in fact.
Yeah, because I mean, they were just about to set up and get the kill against XXS.
XM.
They don't.
Gets noticed.
He's got enough mana to get down to low ground. Good stomp. Jin-Q trying to pull him back to safety here with a dispose and the rebound, and he'll do it. Jin-Q bailing XM out of what looked to be guaranteed death. Undyne will be left behind. Maposhka will finish that off, but yeah, good saves coming in as Jin-Q gets XM back to safety.
And that is that kill bottom though is actually absolutely massive. Right? They shift
really
3 heroes.
Yeah.
He gets the kill, and now he can start swinging to mid because he got a huge burst. He's top net worth as this Axe.
There we go, XXS. Wow. My goodness.
Not often do you see that. Last time was, yeah, it was about 2 years ago, right? Did you find
What year was Berlin?
It was 2 years. It's been about 2 years now.
Yeah, I'm finding it. Was it XXS?
It was April 2023. Man, I don't remember who did it though. Oh well.
Yeah, I'll find it.
You'll find it. Thank you. Rue looks like he's showing the build. He's going to rush the Orchid. We'll see if he actually does commit for that versus the Lifestealer versus the Storm. Definitely can make sense for it. And it's going to be a Blade Mail rush for XXS, which is an interesting approach. Rather than going just for a blink, he wants to have more... I mean, it's not really an interesting approach. It's just more that he wants to get away with more greed rather than needing that blink. He also already has an initiator on his team. 2 of them, in fact. He has the Pick Me Up, plus he has the Storm, so it probably feels like he can delay on the blink a little more because they already have active playmakers. Very nice start here for the side of XG.
I think I found the game. It wasn't XXS, but it was Spirit. It was Collapse.
Oh, it was. You're right. That's right.
It was Collapse. Right. Collapse was the one
that actually does
getting to do the dunking here, and now his teammate's the one getting dunked.
Speaking
and maybe
of dunking,
maybe again.
Nope, he already missed it.
Oh, okay. Never mind. They'll get the kill anyway. But indeed, yeah, Spirit were doing the dunking last time. This time it was Spirit getting dunked. And these comical situations early on, and these heroes. The 2 heroes that can be caught vulnerable to it. Morphling with the shifting and Medusa with that low HP.
Gotta be honest though, watching the Medusa get dunked was much more satisfying. As much as I dislike Morphling, I definitely disliked Medusa.
Yeah, that was in the meta, right, where the Medusa was so obnoxious.
Yes, that was the unkillable Medusa with the new Lotuses just being added as well, and everyone was going Arcane Boots. Yeah, it was filthy. Laurel, looks like they're trying to set up onto him on the mid lane. No global available just yet. Miposhka's there for the counter initiate too. He's not going to go for it. Early days, but a very good start for the side of XG. The Marcy as well, we're seeing Xingqiu being active. 2-0 already. He's been able to find good pickups of kills. He's got the boots, the bracers. He's ready to go for some scaling.
And this is the thing, right? As we've seen, Marcy hasn't been too hot, but if there is someone that you would trust on him, you would put Xingqiu pretty high up the list.
Absolutely. Probably one of the highest, in fact. I think he's one of those few players that if he busts out a new hero, I'll always give it the, the chance. I know we saw him do the techies in particular yesterday. It looked really good. I don't believe they won the game, but either way, it did still look really cool.
Yeah.
And yes, we do see that he lost.
But he only had one attempt. You know, one game, that's whatever. If he wins this one, he's going to have a 50% win rate. It's pretty good.
True.
Quick math. So, see if Xingqiu's able to do it. So far, looking so good here for the early game of Xtreme. 2K lead. And XXS, he is on track to smash these timing. I mean, it is still the same, right? You get the blame, you go for the blink next.
Absolutely.
And you just start running around the map looking to kill people and chop some heads off.
You could definitely kill quite a bit of these heroes. And the other thing about the axe that we did need, I mean, I didn't want to mention until now because I was waiting for like these blinks and what to build up, but he's playing versus Tidehunter, right? So Berserker's Call, phenomenal versus Tide, Kraken, or whatever you want to call it. Is it called Blubber now? I think it is. The Blubber.
The Blubber.
Strong Dispel does not work on Berserker's Call. So can get that catch and can look to burst this target if they throw everything onto him during a call too.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Really the majority of the difference in the net worth is because of that offlane at the moment. We saw Xingqiu get a little bit of an advantage over the 4 position, and XXS also having that net worth advantage over the Tide. That's literally the gold lead at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, this is just super fun. We're going to see this rotation come in with the smoke.
Global's up. They've got a shield rune on XM.
They are looking towards a Tide that has Ravage at the ready.
Not the easiest one to just chase out here. He's got backup. They've got counter initiation. Rue?
Maybe they'll settle for Rue. They will. They're going to go for him, but Rue's got backup. The global silence popped down, so XM's going to be able to look to finish off Rue. See if they can get out in return. Undyne, he'll die. So it ends up just being sort of the support trade.
I think you're fine with that.
You're fine. They had to use global silence to make that play happen on Xtreme. So yeah, Spirit's chilled. They still get the safety to clean up their stacks here for Collapse and Radan.
Collapse is going to adapt early on already. We see the build being queued up. He's going for Yules. Not only just versus global, but versus the Axe too. This is a very value Yules game that Collapse can actually go for here. And love that he's got, I mean, it's Vlad's is very good, but it's even better with Morph. We did see a weird Midas one the other day with a Morphling, but Radan will also thrive whenever he's playing around that Tidehunter.
Yeah, no, I mean, getting the Yules online, as you say, it's the best solution to an Axe that's getting out of control. It just completely wrecks him if you don't get caught in the cool and you're just able to send him up every time he tries to catch.
Yep. And you can play around global in some instances as well. Yeah, definitely a very good choice if he's...
Yeah, I like that if he commits for that.
Nice and early. Blink is complete. XXS can look to start making a lot happen. He's also about to be level 12, so
he's going to get the wisdom,
dunk is going to be online. Stop. Did enough burst? Not quite. You can see that extra magic damage, though, from the natural order start to ramp up. And let's see where XXS looks to go. Do they want to constantly wait for global? I feel like you don't always have to wait for the global to make every single one of the jumps now at this point, since he's got this so early on. They probably will anticipate that he has it, though, because of him getting that kill bottom. As Laurel also does have his blink finished up, so pretty good timing from him.
Yeah, they're going to see him under the lane ward now, so they'll have full info that XXS has this Blink Blade Mail running around the map. Look at the top tower.
They're going to TP to set up for bottom. Miposhka looking to protect Laurel. They're actually going to swing to perhaps get a kill on XXS. Like you said, they have that ward there.
Yeah,
they had placed. They're ready for the Tormentor play.
And he's a big value kill. XXS is going to get the jump first onto Miposhka. Global as well. They'll get the kill.
Here.
Does Collapse want to set something up in return? They've got the Avalanche on towards XXS. Collapse still with the Ravage at the ready. There it is. Rue coming in as well with the backup. Jump forward from Radan, brings in the burst, cleans up the double. XG still trying to fight this.
They got to get out of here.
But yeah, they've not got anything really left in the tank.
They're going to lose on Dyne as well.
Lars got the Avalanche set up. I mean, they were ready for it. That ward right just sets this all up, gives them the info they need. They know that XXS is going to be positioned aggressively, trying to find something there. He goes for it. You know, this is XXS making the jump, but they were fully prepared for it. And great cleanup, right? Radan slides in. He gets the double.
Honestly, Miposhka just baiting them completely, right? He's probably like, I'm going to walk first, not you. I'm going to check for the vision. And they're able to just fully counter-initiate. Miposhka will get gifted the shard for his sacrifice.
No, see again.
Completely ready, swinging 5 heroes over in an instant.
Yeah, completely prepared for this. And good sort of holding back there from Collapse. Make sure that the Ravage only comes out when he knows he's going to have maximum impact. And Radan's close enough to clean up kills whilst they're caught by the Ravage stun.
Yeah, he gets the double.
Yeah.
Puts them both up. And that is pretty much the Manta now finished up after getting those kills. Spirit making a slight mistake in the laning phase, dying to success, but now things are looking nice for them. Across the board, all 3 cores farming, supports as well, because they've been gifted a free shard. And I think Rue, believe he's about to have his Orchid done as well, which can be very nice early on in the game here.
Success. Just not going to find anyone quite yet around the mid. Lyle staying hidden whilst XM pressures the tower.
Well, no global at the ready. And they're not going to look to push this tower. I feel like anytime Ravage is up, the team fights are going to look pretty impossible for the side of XG right now. And for most of the game, really, until they do get BKBs online, it does feel like one of those trump cards that Spirit will always have to just win the fight. Because the team fight is pretty much fully reliant on the Axe getting a big call. There's not really other team fight that they have besides global coverage. It's a lot of coverage for Spirit to, yeah, just have so many different spells to be able to cover those team fights coming from the ET, the Tiny, and the Tidehunter. Ame does have Radiance, so his timing is still very good on it.
Yeah, he's getting good space.
The issue is just that, yeah, that core-to-core matchup, right, versus the Morphling.
Should find Rue here.
Ame will get the kill. He gets the last hit.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
XXS. See if he wants to get out again. Or if it's, I mean, is it just going to be a case of him now going back to just hitting the creeps and trying to get the BKB before he starts running around?
Unless he sees a good opportunity, yeah. I think the BKBs are the big timer that XG is going to want on, honestly, on a majority of their heroes.
Spirit, they can be a bit more active. They feel strong around Radan right now.
Jin-Q. Set up on bottom. Jin-Q is, oh, he just got hit by that ult. He's actually shown that he pivoted his build. He had Solar Crest queued up initially. He also wants to just get a BKB to be able to commit with his force versus that Ravage Collapse found in the river.
He's a tough one to kill, and he does have Ravage.
He's got back up.
Jump, Lol. In with the combo, they use the Ravage to lock down until the Infest comes in, though. Arme able to provide XM that extra bit of HP to allow XM to get out. The call comes in. They dunk them both down.
What a bait.
Very nicely done there from the reactions of Xtreme. Zed Arme coming in clutch, making sure that they don't even lose XM.
That was insane. Just gets that insane healing off onto him right before any of the combo comes out fully. Up to 230 bonus HP now on this Lifestealer.
There we see again.
You can see Collapse was kind of hesitant on it, but Ame just so quick. Gets the rage off during the avalanche and then gets inside his buddy and saves him there.
Yeah, gives him that chance to get out. And as you say, XXS, when he sees an opportunity like that, he'll go for it, and he doesn't miss. Gets the 2 of them with the dunks. Very nice counterplay from Xtreme.
A lot of counterplay that can come out from both sides. This is going to be one of those games that trades those cooldowns, but XG will take that all day. If they can win a fight versus Ravage, it's actually massive. Did not expect them to be able to do that with the positioning. But they had all 5 swinging over. And that's going to accelerate that BKB. I mean, XXS, he literally only had 1,000 gold before that
Yeah,
fight.
before that fight, pretty
He's at
much.
3K now.
Yeah.
So.
And once the BKB's online, if he goes for the BKB blink call, nothing to stop that, right? He's got you caught.
Mid lane, XM looking for the Orchid play.
Xingqiu.
Can he bail him out?
That's a good bail.
Oh my goodness, Xingqiu.
I mean, XM's even ready to go back in. Gonna zip forward, look to pick up the illusion rune. He's gonna get caught by the dead in the water. Can he survive long enough to get out of this? He can. He's away again and again. XXS is in with the call. Don't gets the kills.
XXS.
He's always there.
The difference maker in this game.
I mean, he might even get more if they can chase this down. Okay, Stomp will catch onto XXS, so we'll slow down his potential to chase.
Hey, this axe pick absolutely working so far.
Yeah.
If he doesn't get that call on the left side there, they probably will be able to follow up onto XM, but he catches them before they can follow up with any spells.
Yeah, it's crazy stuff. And that's pretty much going to get given the full BKB.
Yep.
And just a combo really between the two of them, right? There's a Spirit trying to make a play, and then we have his Xingqiu coming with the clutch saves, and XXS coming in with the clutch jumps, now down bottom. They'll try for collapse. He's a bit beefier, and we'll be able to TP out after the call is used. But yeah, in these kind of grouped up team fights, Spirit, they've got to be more prepared and aware that this Axe is going to be watching them and waiting.
Hey, the difference maker in this game is this Axe and Marcy lane.
Is the Axe? Yeah,
this off lane is actually absolutely owning. Xingqiu, 3-1 and 4, has saved 2 buddies, set up for kills, and he's close to BKB as well. He's going to be able to scale. Almost level 12 online for him. I thought Roche was going to tumble through, but it was looking close for Roche
around
to
the
come in and
timing.
just smack all of them too, by the way. Synderen would have definitely yelled, Roshan! But no, not the case this time. And there it is, 21 minutes. Super early to have this finished on an Axe, level 15 as well. Is he the second highest level in the game? Yeah, he's the second highest level in the game with the 2 carries. Winning the fights versus Ravage. It's going to be back up from Collapse now. He is showing himself. They've got Global available.
They're on their way. Xtreme.
Miposhka.
Collapse, as we're seeing, he's the tougher kill.
They can chase him for a while, though.
Yeah, the 3 of them. He'll buy a bit of safety with the Yules. He's going to try and run this off. The Dispose is there, drags him back into the rest of the Unleash. Xingqiu finishes the job.
These moves are hitting. And they didn't have to use Global. They had to use just a lot of the Marcy mana, but they still got Global for the next move, Laurel.
XM, yeah, ready to start going on to Lyle. We've got the TP out, though. Nothing in range to stop it.
Use the pull. Good awareness there from Laurel.
I think start hitting the tier 2 down bottom.
Is that the full SNY finished up? Oh, he's actually gone Manta. All right, he switched it up. I saw him. It was debating between the two. Probably because he saw the Orchid from the Nature's Prophet wants to have this.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, with this rush from root.
Yep. Starting to get these items to deal with the Orchid. So, Brew, I mean, he went for the risk of going this more aggressive route, which we've seen some of the Nature's Prophet go more of just supporting cast items for the team. Drums, Solar Crest, a couple other of these. Or Vessel in particular. He's gone full Orchid, and now they're starting to get the items to counter it already.
Yeah, pretty much all cores are going to have the answers.
Yeah.
And there wasn't really a window where he was able to make much happen with it, right? There was that attempt in the mid, and they didn't even get the kill. They weren't able to finish off XM, so the timing not quite working out as much as Rue would have hoped for.
Yeah, I think this is probably one of the faster games I've seen XG play in particular. Look at the moves that they're making again. Radon, he's spotted.
And maybe all it needed was XXS on his Axe. They get the call, they get the kill.
I don't know, this Marcy Axe combo actually looks really nice.
And they'll be doing this again, I think, Xtreme.
I think so as well. Especially if you can get a Global slotted in there as well. It does feel very nice. But overall, just these two. 6-1 and 4 on the Axe. Xingqiu, 4-1 and 5.
Yeah.
Making all the right moves.
I mean, maybe just across the whole tournament and the other teams, this is what Marcy's been missing. Just always needed the Axe. That was the solution, and then bam, the 2 heroes can pop off.
I mean, perhaps. This hero, as we said, has been struggling, but
yeah, looking
definitely
great
not this game. And Xingqiu did, of course, get the Brigand's Blade. He's already queuing up his full progression, too. Versus that Morphling, Revenant's Brooch. Super good versus Morph. And yeah, the BKBs are now done. So they had one fight where the Ravage looked good for Spirit. Then the second fight, XG was actually able to win them without BKBs. Now they have BKBs to address it. So much harder for Collapse to find an opportunity to get that Ravage off now. Yeah, XG in a very comfy spot now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And I guess this is the good thing as well. XXS with all this armor he's getting from the Coat of Blood.
It adds up.
That doesn't count as base armor, right? So that's not getting reduced by the percentage of natural order.
It's all plus armor.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hard for AT to stand on top of Axe anyway.
That is true. He's probably going to die.
Yeah. Collapse. Another one. XG's starting to run away with this.
They really are. And look at this as well. XX's ready to go pretty deep. He's going to find Mapochka.
He's got
Stops
a
the
regen.
TP. Another one here for Xtreme. They can look to push on and finish off the tier 2 tower if they want to as well. They're starting to run away with the game. 8K lead at 25 minutes.
They're even going to probably get this tier 2. The Glyph is going to be forced. Spirit, where do you go from here? Laurel just unable to really find the opportunities. He tried to get this combo play on the Storm, but that's the last play that they tried, and it got countered. Satanic is finished. Jotaro still decently farmed, at least with some survivability here versus the Axe now, but between him and the counterpart, quite a big separation.
And what do you make of this as well? Because I've seen some mixed opinions. Arme, he's prioritizing the Ags pretty early on. You know, something that I think when the patch came out, people were like, oh, it's nerfed, doesn't disarm anymore. But we are still seeing some of the carry players still like to get it, you know, not super late in the build. They bump it up.
I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I think the fact that you can like play around jumping out of something like Sprout or jumping like even just this distance to close the gap is pretty nice.
Sure.
And just the cooldown. I think that's the other big one.
Absolutely.
20 seconds.
It's very low.
It's insane. You can get usually 2, maybe even a third one off inside of a fight. So.
And you're doing a bit more damage, right? Because the attack rate, I think it used to be like 1.25. Now it's every 1 second. So
it does 1 more attack now.
Yes, basically over the whole.
It used to do
duration,
4. It does 5 now.
Yeah. No, I can definitely see it just kind of making its way to this point in the build, right, where you've got your Radiance, you've got your Manta, you're ahead, you can afford to get the Aghanim's third item.
He might still not do it. Right? Like,
sure,
he's still probably debating if there's another item that's better, but now they're playing into Aegis. Spirit was able to sneak that one during the Tormentor. That's exchange that we've seen a couple times from teams. XM, Infested, has a shield rune. Looks like Xingqiu wants to have another follow-up, so he's actually going to go the Blink Dagger route rather than going for the Revenants first. Makes sense with his Axe and his Storm. Wants to be able to catch up to them.
Like Sam.
Looking for Radahn.
He's going to get the opening onto Radahn. Didn't quite have the rest of them in range to come in with a rebound or a call.
They're scaring them though. You can see the way that Spirit's postured after that. Even that slight little poke, they're like, uh-oh. Not wanting to step up too far into their own jungle now at this point. No blink on Collapse. Their initiation, yeah, it's scary because Laurel, he doesn't want to be the first to go in a lot of situations. They're going to go for a play though. They see Marcy, so they saw Xingqiu. This does not look like an easy move to make versus the Global as well.
It's difficult, but they're in a position where they've got to try, right?
Yep.
10k down.
XM. He's going to walk into them. There's that Global.
I mean, and they don't even touch his HP. He's got the shield rune.
Can they set it up with the Yules?
Nah, he's out of that.
He's got BKB just in case, too.
They're still going to try for something because now they know the Global is used. They look for Xingqiu beyond the tower. They've got him in the Sprout.
His quelling was cooldown.
He's going to still be able to jump out the side. A few seconds left on the BKB.
I mean, he's speedy.
It's enough for him to run.
He is way too speedy.
Radahn still not able to close the gap even with the waveform. Xingqiu's fine. He's out.
All because they got the Tormentor just before and he got the Shard. Because he gets the rebound movement speed when he uses it. And he just hit 15. So moving insanely fast from that rebound. Able to disengage. I think he cut the wrong tree on the Sprout, actually, it was. But either way, he gets himself out. They'll get the tower.
Yeah, and even more maneuverability now. They've got the blink on Xingqiu. On the side of Spirit, they've got the blink done on Collapse.
A hard on XXS.
Yeah, one of the quicker was 28 minutes in. This Axe is stacked. And talk about the fast timings. The Aghanims is now finished. So, yeah, nice and early this game. 28 minutes in. Aghanim's Lifestealer online.
They're very durable with the builds that they've gone for. The Axe with all this extra armor, like you mentioned before, he's 29 armor.
Yep.
His Lifestealer now with 3,000 HP and an extra way to save his allies, too, with this Infest. The damage from Spirit might not fully be there. I mean, Radahn, he's going to be able to do some, but he's got more of a defensive route. So, yeah, they're very tanky on the side of XG. They're going to try to hit now the Global's down. They have Ravage.
Let's see what they can do. XG seem pretty ready for this.
Yeah, they're resetting. 20 seconds till Global. They want to be the ones to make the move.
Spirit want to try and go before that 20 seconds is up. They're going to dodge each other for now. They've got their eyes down the mid lane here, XG. does give Spirit the potential chance to get the wraparound. They're going to see the courier, so Spirit could strike them from the back here.
Global in 8, XM.
They're going to go for it. In with the jump, look for the burst, they got the Ravage, they'll get XXS is in with the counterplay though, it's a solid call. Army in as well, Spirit, they had to try and split. They run away with the BKBs, but Lal still going to get chased down. XXS finds the dunk. Now they can turn back in for more. Over to the side, Undyne will get dealt with the splitters down onto Xingqiu and Arme, but Arme still fighting strong. XXS with another dunk gets the double, and he's not done yet. Call over towards Rue. Rue dunked as well, triple kill. Oh my goodness, Maposhia able to TP out before he gets his head chopped off as well.
Yutaro does get a trade kill at the least on Xingqiu. Can he get himself out?
Yeah, 3 for 3 so far. You know, Radahn, he'll take this.
Not bad, all things considered. He didn't even die the once. Even though the call was right on top of him, he's able to withstand because of that Satanic.
Definitely kind of the emotional damage from everyone's getting dunked.
Oh, yeah.
XXS getting the triple dunk off, getting a lot of coat of blood.
Look at his armor. He's going to get to some incredibly high levels here.
Oh, and he's going for the good build as well. Refresher next.
Oh, you liked? Okay.
I like the double cool.
I like the eventual super late game where you get the Ags and you get the Shard and how much you can actually do with it, dishing out all these battle hungers. Because when you have this much armor and you're applying these hungers to people, it gets crazy. Of course, that's the Shard, but the Aghanims is also crazy versus something like Morphling because it's attack damage percentage reduction. But Spirit, I think you'll be pretty okay with that, right? Because Radahn gets the trade cleanup kill on 3.
Exactly right. He's cleaning up some stuff. I mean, as we're saying, it's going to be massively on Radahn to carry this one. As the rest of his cores start to drift behind.
I mean, truly a 4 protect 1 at this point now.
But this is one of the heroes to do it on, and he's done it many a time before. Radahn on the morph.
Boschka, Gale Guard, Solar Crest. Literally takes 0 damage.
Could have invested, joined for the ride, you know. See where the TP goes.
That is what you would have done.
Just
that is definitely what you would have done.
All right, we're TPing out. Let's see where we're going.
Yeah, very good. Well, very nice play from Spirit when they're at that deficit, getting that flank wraparound, getting on top of XM, tripping him up.
Bashing out on Arme.
Now looking more about that actual counter build versus the Morphling. Because as we did see there, his damage is pretty weak on the lifestealer.
Yeah, it takes time.
It takes quite a long time. Now he's got that extra form of lockdown at the least.
There we go, Spirit.
Smoke again. Are they actually going to smoke on XC? Do they have one? They're going to jump.
XXS!
Oh.
He's in with the call onto the 2 of them. Can't save Xingqiu. We'll see XM coming with the backup as they lock down Lal. Lal gets taken out. Now they turn towards Collapse. XXS's BKB about to come to an end. Radahn turning into the lifestealer, trying to use it with the rage to go towards Arme, but the call's there. Controls Radahn for now. They're trying to look towards XXS. Radahn doing quite a lot of damage. Collapse, he's in with the Ravage. They're bringing XXS down low. Radahn, it's a huge kill.
He jumps inside the Tide. He's getting brought back. He cancels it.
The Collapse will fall, but Radahn still with good potential in this fight because XM, he's pretty much out of mana. He'll put the BKB now. Momentarily, a bash will hold Radahn back, but he's still ready to zip forward, look towards XM, and get a double kill. Double here for Radahn.
He just picked up the butterfly right before that fight, and he can show that he can actually fight versus everybody.
He's doing it. He is there's no question about it. This Morphling in these fights, I mean, we saw the XXS for all his farm, for all his HP, for all his armor.
There's no damage.
Radahn can kill him.
Yep. This build is actually perfect that he's gone for here. The Manta, the Satanic, and now into the Butterfly. Now Ame's probably feeling awkward because he's gone for the Aghanims build. He's got the Basher. Now he needs an element to be able to deal with this Morphling, who has 60 armor himself.
I mean, yeah, we'll see again. XXS, it's a solid call onto the 2 of them. They're very quickly able to kill off Lal, but Radahn kind of goes unanswered.
He's completely uncontested.
And we'll see at this point, you know, XXS dies pretty dramatically quickly. The Yules is there from Collapse, making sure that the core doesn't do too much with the spins. And then, yeah, Collapse ready to go back in. Perfect Ravage there. Sets up for Radahn to get the job done.
Honestly, I'm not feeling the potency of this Aghanims that much right now.
You know, there's been a bit of skepticism online on whether the Ags is still it or not, and especially when it's coming out this early in a build on the Lifestealer.
Now his damage just looks very underwhelming, and now he might need MKB, but also the Revenant's Brooch at some point because this Morphling has like 60 armor, and now the Morphling actually has Revenant's Brooch himself, so...
And smoke up again. I mean, Radahn's like, let's keep going, boys.
Yeah, he's uncontested. With the Butterfly build, they don't have a great way to kill him unless they 100 to 0 him inside that call. And as we've seen, they can't quite do it. Amp damage now on Radahn, too.
Yeah, we saw what he did without an amp damage.
It's success.
I mean, it's such a good opening to this game. But now that even him, with as sort of a good of a start as he had, he's starting to feel the pain of Spirit.
Radahn is looking to dive.
He wants to go for this, and he goes. And look at the damage. Just completely annihilates the axe, blows up the silencer.
He's just gonna, I mean, he looks like he wants to continue.
He's tempted.
He actually wants it. They're
oh
too
no,
far,
he's holding back. A little bit of mercy from Radahn.
Yeah, he knows his power spike right now.
Yep. As I said, sort of statistically and historically, they only kind of crack out the Radahn morph when they know it's going to be this crazy potential. And yeah, Radahn's showing exactly how good it is in his hands in this 5th pick position.
He's level 25.
Yep.
Already at this point now. That they just don't have damage for him now. Just very quickly how it turns, just him able to get that butterfly timing right before that fight. Next G.
Yeah, what are they going to do?
He's posing the question to them. Glyph gets forced, he'll back away.
Who deals with the morph now?
It's got to be Ame getting that next item, but even then, they're starting to fall behind on that damage for him. He's got the backup supporting cast to just buff him up. Ravage is at the ready, and now they're going to get a Roche too.
Xtreme not in a position to get here.
And not having the damage yet. How do they kill this Morphling now? Versus the Satanic. XinQ's gone for the Blink build that we mentioned before because he wanted to have the follow-up for his team, but they have a massive Morphling issue even without the Aegis. How close is Ame to having that MKB? He's getting closer.
It does just the timings do just feel underwhelming now in comparison to what Radahn's been able to build up.
And I like that XXS is pivoting though. I feel like you can't go for Refresher anymore. You need to get a Hex. You need to get as much lockdown as possible to attempt for Radahn because it's all about him. It's all about taking out the
because if you kill Radahn, Xtreme's absolutely got the chance to clean up a team.
Oh, absolutely. It is all Radahn
has
really.
to die.
Radahn just has a lot of stuns with him that are supporting him to make him look this incredible.
Yeah.
But if you can take the Morphling out, you do have a path to success. It's just, yeah. Versus this Satanic, versus this build he's gone for. Hard to see.
I very likely could be looking to just go straight for the base again with this Aegis.
I feel like they absolutely can. They have wards in great position too. They see mid lane. I think they just saw the silencer, so they can absolutely look to walk it down mid. Shield rune as well on Laurel. MKB's finished.
Okay. But
gotta hit hard, but now there's a full Scotty, so even more to go through. He did spend his gold.
They have to just sort of somehow catch Radahn in like a blink call whilst he's not shifting and then have Ame in position to take him down. It's just a lot of kind of stars that need to align that haven't so far.
I mean, the question is too, is even if they get the call, if they could throw everything onto him, is it really going to be fully enough too versus the Satanic? If he gets the pre-Satanic off as they jump, he lives.
Yep. And it has to be with this BKB call as we're seeing because the rest of his team have ways to disrupt the Axe's initiation.
Turns into Lifestealer, has the rage. Ame, you don't want to fight into
Ame's got to be careful. He doesn't win that fight.
Shiva's finished for Collapse for this fight too, and they have a Hex on Rue. Hex on XM.
All right. One of the ways they can maybe set up onto Radahn, but again, with the rage, can't touch it.
Are dying.
They're gonna make the jump now. And with the Hex, the pullback, that's him gone the first time. Can they do it a second time? Already collapsing, trying to make sure that XXS can't get the freedom to blink in. And that will give the opportunity for
XinQ wants to fight.
Radahn to get out. I mean, he does, but does he? That is the question.
The call gets hit by the Spirit, cancels the blink.
Yeah, good effort sort of between Miposhka and Collapse to just make sure that XXS could not get any sort of chance to blink back in on Radahn.
Well, they can get him the once with the combo, but now he's aware that that Hex is there. He's going to back up, maybe look for that Linken's that he can build. He's pretty close to having, well, he'll be pretty close to having it finished once he backs up and farms for a moment. XG, I feel like they want to go out and try to fight, but it's not an easy one to do.
No, look at that. They just fight on. Ame just walks straight down the lane.
100 seconds. He has no backup.
Oh.
Well, that's not the way that they wanted to do it.
At least it's the best of 3.
True.
Xtreme. We do best of 3s across the board here, and I mean, that's what they'll be thinking of.
I can understand why he wants to do so, but he's far from his team. Like, they ideally probably want to look for something because they're getting stuck inside the base.
Yes,
but not like
like
that.
they know that the
Not
invis
like
is.
that.
They know that the blade's there on Lyle, right?
Yeah.
It's a rough one there for Marmon.
He's all their damage, down for 60 seconds, we're done.
Just not okay. They get the call.
He's already shifted up to 5k HP.
He's got a lot of HP. The global comes out. They're bringing him relatively low, but he should be able to still fight on.
He's alive.
And indeed he can. They don't even really get that close to killing him. Radan's fine.
That's game. Radon, even though he gets dunked in the laning phase, shows
Yeah,
that
oh,
this is
yeah.
the Morphling game.
That was a long time ago
for
now.
him to carry.
And indeed, there it is. GG's call. Game 1
Very
goes to Spirit. Goes to Radan. I mean, yeah, you might dunk him at the start, but he'll be dunking on you by the end of the game when he's on his morph. Yeah, like XXS started the show, but at the end of it all, Radan was definitely the main act.
That is very true.
Yeah.
Yeah, that bottom lane, they did super well in that early game, in majority of the game, and then yes, I feel like it was like, what, 17 minutes onwards when Spirit started to getting those big commanding fights, especially when they got the wraparound. When they caught that mid on the Storm, yeah, it was pretty immaculate. And the timing, the biggest one really was the timing of the butterfly when it came out, because it came out on the courier as that mid fight was happening, and then you could just see he could stand his ground versus everybody. They couldn't hit him.
Honestly, when you see a game like that as well, you've only got to imagine that next time around, if we ever see the 5th pick morph come in from Spirit, at that point you're like, oh, they know that this is probably going their way, because Radan, once again, he knows when to pick it, and he certainly knows how to play it. Crushes the game. Team Spirit will take game 1.
Indeed, and it was looking good for a time for XG. There was some good moments that we're going to highlight at various points in this breakdown, but ultimately that morph got online, and once it did, that was it. It was just game over.
To quote the great Clinton, what's your last name?
Doesn't matter.
To quote the great Fear Darkness 69, Radan can always carry a game from behind. Everybody's hyping up Satanic.
That wasn't what I said, but it was close to it.
I couldn't remember it. But, basically, Radan, he knows how to play his Morphling. He's a master. He's an expert. He took this game on his back. He's playing against the Axe. Yeah, maybe he got dunked from full HP. Maybe that's a bit emasculating, Richard.
I wouldn't know anything about being a master.
It happens.
I'm an alpha or a sigma or whatever.
The fights in this game were interesting. Speaking of sigma males, because they were always very back and forth, depending on, if he could get the rage off on Ame, and Collapse has to make this decision. Okay, we're going to just ravage the Storm, but because he gets the rage off, then it means that he's able to jump into the Storm and save him. So the fights were very determined by these little micro decisions, and eventually Team Spirit just did what they do best, which is they outplayed in the mid to late game in these team fights.
Yeah, that is exactly what happened in this game. And the early game, it did go as well as it could have for the Axe. Like, it looked really like this hero could be good. However, this is yet again another game where the team that has the harder carry and the team fight prevailing in the end, because you can get like 10 pickoffs in a row, which Xtreme did get, by the way. Tide kept dying on the side lanes. They're killing Nature's Prophet over and over again. Even Maposhka was dying. At some point, Radon was even getting picked off as well. But the moment it got to like that 30-40 minute mark where they just grouped up as a team, it feels like you're just out of gas at that point with Xtreme Gaming's lineup, even though your early game was immaculate.
I even think Spirit might have made this look a bit more at risk than they had to. I think there was just lots of times they just had people like pushing out a side lane and just showing, and the Storm Infest Bomb combo would pick up a kill, and then they couldn't team fight for a while.
Yeah, to be fair though, it is Axe Storm with the Silencer, Global Silence, and an Infest Bomb in either of these two heroes. So if there is a game to just never show on waves and get, and either just the game is really boring or you are showing on waves and you're dying nonstop, like it's this one. This is the most pick-off intense draft that you can pretty much theory craft for.
Look at this Axe. You think he's on the winning team with a score like that.
Sure.
And that's just unfortunately the state of the hero. He's very good at one particular thing, but that one particular thing oftentimes won't scale to the late game. Once you get BKB, Satanics, Sage and Yasha's, all those 11 kills are like within the first 20 minutes of this game, right? He's not very good in the late game, unfortunately, and you got to be good in the late game to win these games. We see time and time again, these games go 45 plus minutes almost every single time.
Yeah, I know it's interesting because the way that you would play the late game axe on the previous patch was with Bloodstone. You would increase the AoE of your call, and then you would get ags. You would put like all the battle hungers, right? Like this was the idea. Like there was a late game build that's viable on him. And to be honest, I feel like the ags is still viable. Like he could have gone to ags Octarine. Maybe not Gleipnir, because that's the thing that would increase your AoE. Like the Bloodstone made too much sense before. It would give you the spell lifesteal, so you would be tanky, and it would give you the AoE. But maybe the Ags is still fine. So that way he can actually take the 11 kills he has and translate it into a strong late game hero. He bought a heart. He was just tanky. That's it.
Yeah.
That's not enough.
Yeah. Well, look, let's look at how it started. There were some fun moments here. There was this from Xtreme Gaming in about 6-7 minutes.
I'll let Clinton handle this one.
Oh, you wanted me to react to this? Wow.
That's exactly what I was hoping for. Thank you, Fear.
Yeah, no problem. There you go.
I love that he TP's out afterwards. Two heroes
No,
just
that's what
whacking
makes
away
it
at him.
Chad. That's what makes it a Chad play. It's like they went down there, like, oh, we'll kill this axe. He's been cutting waves all this time. Let's go down there. And it's like you've come down here with that HP. Like,
Yeah. There's just
bye.
Yeah, that was good. I mean, it happens. Every Morphling player gets one, I think, even if you're Radon.
Yeah, and we can actually just highlight these two players as well, right? At this point in the game. Look how farmed he is at 15 minutes. Blink Dagger, Blade Mail. It's absurd how big that guy is, but Tide is also a big guy too, and he's got some big team fight ultimates, and I think that's when this game really started to turn. If you are snowballing on Axe, it does feel like that one death you have is like just stops your progression almost entirely. It didn't this game, but it was pretty massive what happened here. Like, you go in, you want to kill the Elder Titan, you use all that net worth to do so, you use Global Silence, sure, you get that Elder Titan, but as a result, you now are losing your streak that you have, your top net worth in the game. The Ravage comes out, that hits multiple heroes, not just one, like Axe Call. You bring more heroes to this fight as well, and as a result of this, not only do you get 3 kills, but guess what? It's 15 minutes in the game. Tormentor is up. If you want to win with Xtreme lineup like this, you have to win that fight, get the Tormentor, and then maybe you can snowball this game. But I believe losing that one fight there was incredibly bad for Xtreme's chances.
That's like the key component to this. Like, that Torm is so important now. Like, it's the worst time to lose a team fight just before you go and get it. So there were some other parts of this, the way that it broke down over the course of the game, that we can take a look at.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot of fights that we saw in the highlight reel, but this is one to me that really encapsulates how the entire game felt, where you have a Storm jumping in, immediately dying, even though he's the one being infest bombed, and then XXS gets a triple dunk on 3 heroes in the middle of the fight. Ame's trying his best, dude. He is whacking away the entire time, but Radon is just doing way too much damage. So this is just how the whole game was going. It was pretty much both teams going back and forth, kill after kill, depending on who pressed the right buttons. But in the end, I think if there's one team that you don't want to be playing this sort of Dota against, it's Team Spirit. They're the best team in the world at clutching a game that's close like this.
Yeah, and I guess we kind of go back to draft. We did look at the Enigma option, and you said that, you know, it's a hero he plays.
Yeah, I mean, I think they win this game if they pick Enigma, quite honestly, because they just needed that little extra team fight. Imagine a black hole on Morphling as Storm goes in instead of like this call. At eventually a point, you can just buy a shard on him too, and he was pre-pressing Satanic. He can right-click during it, so bit of a blunder, I would say, but I think it is just getting to the point where if you don't have enough team fight, how are you going to play the late game?
Yeah,
it's too hard.
Yeah, I feel like we've said that a lot over the course of the tournament. So, well, we will see if Xtreme can course correct. We're going to take a quick break. Not a break. What even is one of those?
You're thinking about
Breakfast?
Brexit.
No, I'm thinking about breakfast. That's what's happening.
Okay, fair
Big guys, you know. Anyway, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we will get into the second game of the series. We'll see you then.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
bănaș cu oilii, bată-mi de câinii, că ai lăsat oilii și-ai plecat cu fetelii. Și-ai plecat cu fetelii, și-ai plecat cu fetelii. Eu m-am pornit după oi, du-du-du-du-du-du. M-am întâlnit cu iepuroi, du-du-du-du-du-du. Pune cale iepuroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Oi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Di văzut nu le-am văzut, di văzcuțe le-am văzut.
All right, welcome back. No time for pleasantries. The draft is starting. So I'll start with you, Clinton. We saw that kind of bit of a weird Hail Mary with the Axe pick and what have you. Didn't work out. We do know Xtreme love to do extreme types of drafts. So do you think there's anything here? Remember, tournament life on the line.
I think they need to switch up the Marcy pick, because maybe that put them in a situation where they felt like they had to a certain hero pool. I mean, I will say that Axe Marcy looked really cool on the map.
It did.
Made a lot of plays. However, it just, these single target heroes, you can't have too many of them in one draft. And I think Axe and Marcy, I consider Axe a single target hero because how often does he hit
jump
more
on
than
guy.
one hero with that ability? So yeah, I want to see not picking Marcy. That's a good start. Get more team fight in your lineup. If you can, allow Ame to get the better carry-to-carry matchup, but it was impossible that game, right? They flexed around like a Tiny and a Nature's Prophet to get Radon that last pick Morphling.
I agree. I mean, I'm going to be honest. I don't feel like the Marcy was necessary for the cool plays from the Axe come mid-game. And in the laning stage, he just cut wave on Axe, and he got Giga farmed. And the solo kill that he got 1 versus 3 on Radon was not from a Marcy at all. Like, this hero could have been a Wyvern or something. Jin-Q could have scaled better.
Just a couple of interesting things right out the gate. Spirit of Ban Magnus again, which we highlighted in the pre-show, but also they've took away that Veno jungle option, which we've seen Xtreme Gaming utilize.
I like that. I mean, the Magnus makes sense. It's because they're not first pick, so they for some reason value this for other teams, but not for themselves. I think today we would see a change in that, actually. So if they do get first pick, I think they'll probably let the Magnus through if we go to a game 3. But the Veno also, Xtreme just lost game 1, back up against the wall. You know they're thinking of doing something cheesy and switching up the meta. And this is just about the most meta switching thing that you can possibly imagine.
It's very sad, isn't it, to see Jungle Veno with 66% win rate?
Yeah.
Not great.
It's interesting, for sure. I mean, it's a hero we probably won't see a lot just because of like how it can dodge certain matchups. I mean, I think the argument for the Veno versus Huskar, which was kind of nice, is like, why not just jungle and have the same net worth as Huskar instead of going into the Huskar lane and getting owned?
Yeah, that's
right?
completely
so,
fair.
Like, it does make sense in that situation. So either way, we're not going to see it this game. We're also not going to see a lot of the heroes from the carry position that are strong, but we did get to see some new carries, and I think that's what we're going to see a lot in this matchup in particular. And I think this does benefit Yatoro because both these guys do have really big hero pools, don't get me wrong, but I feel like Yatoro has the biggest carry pool of any carry player in Dota.
And there we go, the
Forbidden Dazzle.
The Forbidden Dazzle.
Yeah,
it's there, it's through.
So
and
this
you can't jungle Veno.
No. Yeah, what do you do against it, I guess? The puck has worked. Question is, do you have to pick it here? Do you think that Xtreme is going to second phase ban it? I mean, the other OP hero that's left, Tinker, is still available. Also Darkseer. And they go with neither.
That's an interesting response. Is it a defensive tool because this Dazzle, he throws a projection on you, and typically you just die? Is this like you pick a support, at least you can press your ultimate, and then he can't kill you?
He can't hit you, yeah.
Which, might as well just buy a Ghost Scepter, I suppose, but I don't know. Murta is a good hero, but yeah, seeing heroes like Tinker in the pool not being picked, or potentially that Puck, that is one of the better mid lane matchups, is a little bit strange for sure.
I mean, I don't mind it just because I feel like if you're going to let Dazzle through, you have to have some sort of response. And I do feel like the supports, yeah, there goes the Puck. It's really the only hero that we've seen lane against the Dazzle and be fine. But I think like Dazzle will get a lot of net worth through using the Nalthor projection and killing supports. Like first he kills the mid laner, and then the mid laner goes in jungles or does something else, and then he starts killing the supports. So I like the idea of having like at least a couple of heroes in the game that Dazzle can't just kill, you know, because then you can put those heroes in front of him, like farm in a lane against him, for example.
It's not too many of them though.
There's very few.
There's Dark Willow, I guess. Just supports just hide. I mean, that's how stupid this hero is.
That you have to hide.
If your initial response is like, I need a button that makes me untargetable to even play versus hero, but perhaps that is indeed what you have to do. Xtreme Gaming realized, even though they dealt with the Tide in the laning stage, even the mid game, just in the late game, having this Ravage is so beneficial. They're just going to ban it out, which leaves Tinker still in the pool, by the way. A hero that often teams, or many teams rather, will ban in the first phase religiously. Do they take it? I know Miposhka can play it.
I'm just thinking about the Tinker Dazzle matchup. Like, what if you're Tinker? Do you really care about the Nalthor projection? I mean, you're not a hero that can like jump the backline and kill the Dazzle, but also you're going to build Grieve so you can dispel the Dazzle Q. But that's a late item that you get. However, you can save your team from the Dazzle, but it's like burst save, and then Dazzle can just keep hitting them with an Nalthor projection forever.
Just a classic Jakiro. They're just going to ignore it. What would be disgusting, though, is I'm going to still talk about Tinker. I thought they might pick it. But Dazzle and Tinker on the same team
is crazy.
Yeah, that's just like crazy ball-up lineup with amount of heals and sustain. It could be too much damage reduction in heals to get through. So.
That's when you make Yutaro play Muerta carry, and then you pick AA.
Yeah.
To counter the double healing strat. They can get Darkseer plus Jakiro, by the way, on Spirit. So I feel like also if you're Xtreme, you're considering, do you force this as one of your picks to just block it? Because there's no way you don't take Darkseer or Jakiro, right? If it's open to you in second phase.
Yeah, I think you definitely do. Yeah, that's a good point. We're seeing a lot of these heroes like Darkseer, Dazzle, Tinker. They're all in the pool. We're not used to seeing any of these in the pool. And that's because these TB and PAs are like having to be banned in the first phase.
Has Undyne played the Tinker?
I don't think he's touched it yet, has he?
Yeah.
Nope. Poshka has not played Tinker.
Okay.
And neither has Undyne. Neither of these teams has actually had it, but how much, I'd have to do more research, which would take more time. How available has it been to be picked, you know what I mean? And they block pick the AA, so you don't even have that option.
Yep.
That makes me wonder, like, I know AA is kind of a good hero. I know that Xinqiu does like this hero. He's good on it. But
he's the guy that kind of
brought it
to everyone's attention.
But he did pick it in a game where there was like versus Tinker, it was versus a Dawnbreaker. It was stopping healing, right? In this game, neither of these heroes buy healing items or have a heal.
I guess it's just a block for the pivot, which is interesting. I mean, it's good with Mars for sure. Like you have a ton of burst between the Mars Arena Sphere and the AA spells.
Well, it just makes you wonder, right? Because like AA has not been in the meta for so long. Even when teams were picking Alchemist, nobody picked an AA. Is AA at a point where this hero is just good enough by itself? That's kind of crazy because this hero has been out of the meta for some time.
Yeah.
I
love to see it though.
I love the Riki. Honestly, this is Dazzle's 4th worst matchup in Dota right now. And it makes sense. It's a hero that can prevent an Nalthor projection. You find him in the jungle, put the smoke cloud down. You can disjoint the Q with the Riki jump. Yep, Fear.
I have a question for you, Jenkins. Where do you want to see this Riki?
Carry.
Okay, so just, it's not a mid counter then. I guess not. He'd probably get dumpstered.
Yeah, melee hero versus Dazzle sounds like a ripping pepperonis.
So this Riki carry, I've experimented it with myself. They have buffed the Exterminator facet, which makes you do 450% more damage on your tricks of the trade to creeps only. However, with each creep you kill, it reduces its cooldown by 0.75 seconds, which is the buff, right? So you can rush Ags on this hero now, and you farm a wave, and it'll be up for the next wave, whereas before, the cooldown was just too long. So you farm much faster with this. However, you are still a Riki at the end of the day. I learned that one as well. This hero's scaling, it caps off at a point. It's very strong. It can get to its power timing a little bit quicker. It's not the end-all be-all carry of the patch, though, that's for sure. And that's why we haven't really seen it.
And against a Tiny, I don't think you're scaling that well as Riki.
No.
I think Tiny is more than happy with the high armor he has. Although the Tiny armor did get nerfed. So maybe the matchup's a little different, but I would say this is Tiny favored. So now Spirit has to draft a hero that is simultaneously good against Dazzle mid and gives them some edge in the Tiny matchup as well. Because late game, I think Xtreme has it right now.
Yeah, we didn't even cover Centaur. Don't think we're the biggest fans.
No,
of
I don't think so. I think there's a reason that we dodged.
It was a 25% win rate, just in case you missed it.
Yeah.
That's where he's at so far.
Against Mars, too, is interesting because you just can't Centaur ulti out of the arena. You know, it's... I guess the idea behind the Centaur is you Centaur ult in to jump the Dazzle and get him when he's doing the null projection.
I mean, that's their whole strategy screams, we're bum rushing this Dazzle.
We're countering Dazzle, yeah.
This is literally a blitz strategy. They're just going to go in and try and not blitz from Liquid.
I do love a good bum rush stat. You haven't seen it, Strat. You haven't seen one of those yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is their
You have to, though, right? We've seen the Dazzle just be so oppressive and dominate.
You can't leave him uncountered.
Yeah.
This is the experimentation game. Like, we'll try playing versus Dazzle. We'll see if this works.
I just think Xtreme's response to it has been excellent. It's so hard to bum rush into an AA ult, a Mars arena, Tiny AoE stun. Like, there's so much AoE if you're going to group up, and then the AA ult to guarantee that if you do jump us, it's, you know, ride or die. Like, you're dying or we're dying. And with AA, like, usually you're the one that goes down.
Yep.
Interesting, though, from both sides. This is a completely opposite draft. This is what happens when one of these, like, forbidden heroes makes it through. The whole game becomes about them.
Put some respect on Undying's Undying. And Elder Titan. And Silencer.
Medusa ban, that's just against the AA, I suppose.
I mean, Medusa is quite good versus AA. That makes sense. They don't believe that Radon will play this Riki.
I think it's a Laurel Riki.
Yeah.
I mean, he does play it. Like, Laurel went through a phase.
This mid matchup seems unplayable, is the word I will use.
Yeah.
Sure, you can maybe tricks of the trade to get some distance, but I dare to say Dazzle can just get level 6 and run you down regardless, because it doesn't give you that much distance.
No. I mean, if only there was like a courier strat where you could blink strike to the courier or something like that.
Yeah.
It's just not.
But at the same time, the Xtreme don't believe a Riki carry is going to win them the game. So they're banning win conditions here. And I agree. Carry Riki does not scale very hard. Once your tricks of the trade, like shenanigans, runs out, that's pretty much most all your damage. So if you can survive that in the early game, you're going to need more damage. You're going to need the Centaur to get to a point where he's doing lots of damage. It's very tanky, but as you mentioned, you're playing versus AA. That becomes more difficult, especially with a Bone Chill facet. Yeah, Bone something.
And now there's a BH as well. So the Riki is even more solved. So you definitely cannot rely on this hero as like a win condition for the game. Maybe he'll snowball, but you're probably better doing that from the mid lane. So likely we're looking for a Radon hero.
Are you really going to feed this Riki to the wolves? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know if you can do this.
It's a tough spot. It's a really tough spot.
I just don't know if you can put Riki mid.
So what's a mid that gives them win condition and counters Dazzle mid lane?
Counters Dazzle? I mean,
can lane against Dazzle.
Lena? No, they're doing it.
Okay, so Riki is being
to the wolves.
To the wolves you go.
To the wolves it is.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe he has the quickest fingers in the world and is going to dodge every single poison with tricks of the trade.
Yeah.
But you still lose this matchup just with the heal bombs.
But the Sven also ties in with what you were saying about the bum rush.
He's a bum rusher.
Yeah. Because you just pop your steroid run at them. So they have to execute that.
I mean, this is a cool game. I love that it's just one idea versus the polar opposite. Like, both teams know exactly what's going to happen in this game, and it's just going to come down to who can execute it better. We will see if it is a cardinal sin to let Dazzle through and spend an entire draft.
It has been
hard
so
countering
far.
it.
It has been so far. Especially because the ban was the NP, right? That's what they prioritized.
Yeah, they
instead.
banned NP.
So, don't know about that one.
Yeah, I also don't know about that one. It's very interesting. This really was trying to solve Dazzle. Will it work? I don't know. It does not look very promising from where I'm sitting here.
Yeah, I think honestly, if Spirit wins this, it's because they're just the superior team. Like they're just gonna play better. Because I look at Xtreme's draft and they have one of the most overpowered heroes in the game. Enemy lineup has something to kill the most overpowered hero in the game, but then they have 4 other heroes to defend it.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree with that one. I think this mid matchup is going to be so critical for the success of Spirit. Otherwise, it has to be one of those games where Radon just manages to just put his team on his back with an overly farmed Sven, and they do have to kill this Dazzle. If they can't get on top of him, it's GG.
Do you think that they planned the whole time to put the Riki mid, and like maybe there's just something that we're not understanding about this matchup?
There has to be. I mean, if there's like, yeah, the way I see this is like, you're not going to carry late game with Riki. It's not going to happen.
Yeah.
So they think this is a good mid matchup. I'm not seeing the vision, but I would love to see it. Like, if there's something I'm missing, this is what makes Dota a beautiful game. Like, sometimes there's a small, minute thing that you're not really thinking of that makes it look amazing.
Well, maybe that's something Slacks on the sidelines can ask.
Sure can. Thank you so much, folks. Yes, let us talk about that mid-Riki. Super excited to see it. Is this the answer to Dazzle that everyone's been missing? Tell me everything about it.
For Dazzle, he's good against Mars. He can backstab him, hit him from behind. Why he's good against Dazzle?
You tell me. I mean, yeah.
Against Mars.
Oh, okay. But why is he going mid then on the Riki?
Because it's good, good hero, better for mid, I guess.
Okay. Can dodge maybe with the stuff, you know?
Yes.
You tell me. I should be telling you. This is all right. But why not just ban Dazzle? You know?
Oh, I don't know. We can't play a lot of good heroes, and we decided maybe we can try to play against Dazzle this time.
Well, your team just got first blood. Any words for them?
We got first blood.
Yeah, you got them.
Oh, we got. Oh, very nice.
Very nice. So let's go to our very nice casters as well.
Yeah, very nice indeed.
Very nice.
They get that first blood secured and goes the way of Radon.
It was Radon.
So yeah, let's have a look. So
Off start.
mid-Riki. Let's see what he can do.
And we looked at the stats, right? Me and you were bringing it up. He's been playing it a decent amount, especially versus Dazzle in a lot of games. So
yes.
Hasn't had the best of success versus it. I believe he lost 3 out of the 4 games versus that Dazzle, but looks like he's got an idea about it. And, I mean, XM, he actually plays really nicely with the branch there. Laurel dodging that extra attack to spread the poison. Drops a branch, then he gets eaten by XM, but either way, dodges that attack. Nicely done.
Let's see what he's able to do. As you said,
all the last hits there, he's hit level 2.
Okay.
Is he committing on him? It looks like he's going to try.
It's risky. Oh, it was a good try, but he doesn't succeed. XM survives. Lal falls.
Well, that's the lane.
Oh, no.
Hey, Dazzle, we're all right. Like, no, I'm just kidding. But honestly, this hero is pretty ridiculous. We'll see what else Laurel can do with it, but that is a painful death. He tries to commit for the kill because he hits the 2 first, but
you gotta
under
try
the tower, XM has that bonus armor.
Yeah.
It makes the difference there.
But yeah, as you say, he's tried it a few times last week. It's not been too hot. But what I will say is when you look at his competitive profile, he's played it 8 times in professional, and he's never lost with it.
Ooh.
So Lala's never lost when he's got Riki in a professional game.
Cool. And he's, so let's look at the overall thing of the game, right? Not just about the Dazzle. There's ways to get in and out of arena, right? If you have vision, to be able to jump to a hero. That, of course, we will have to emphasize about. Actually, oh, it's Victory Feast. Just kidding. We have to talk about the vision thing with Bloodsport because he went Victory Feast. All right, so that's going to be the case. So Laurel should be able to play around that at some times. And just, it's all about getting into the backline. Victory Feast with Tiny, right?
Nah, dude.
What else?
The smoke screen shard, right?
You can't target allies?
If you put it on the Dazzle during the Nothel projection, the main body, does that mean the Nothel projection can also not target himself?
I would imagine so, yes.
So
it's probably something along that
could
lines.
be kind of hype. Top lane.
Big damage.
Ame's dead.
We see a lot of aggression coming out from these two. And we did see, so other things, I know we talked a lot about the Riki, talked a lot about the Dazzle. looking at the grand scheme of things for Spirit, they did get, I mean, my two favorite supports in the current patch at the moment. The two best range support casts. As long as they have frontliners, these two feel like they have insane impact in games, and they do have good frontliners. They have a Sven with the stun with Warcry, the Centaur as well, and even a Ricky who's going to scout, so I've seen Miposhka do incredible things, perhaps even carry early games on this Jakiro.
And what's your vibe right now with the Centaur? Because we're seeing sort of like, not the greatest results, but some teams, they really love to pull it out.
I think if you can see something like a fragile mid laner, that's where the Stampede can be super useful, right? Like, yes, there's a Mars that can cause issues because of that Arena of Blood. It's been one of the best counters versus Centaur. But yeah, I think there's still some untapped potential from this hero. Because if you look at their lineup, like, if they can just get on top of this Dazzle, get on top of the AA, it can cause some big problems for the side of Xtreme.
There's been good stuff in the lane so far from Collapse, getting that early bit of action, and 11 for 7 against the 7 and 5 that Arme's been able to pick up himself.
I also can't. I can't remember every single one of the bans before, but sometimes it ends up being the case where a lot of the other, a lot of offlaners have been getting banned, right? Magnus is banned a lot of games, if not all games. Mars gets picked or banned. Yeah, most of them just get taken out. So Centaur just kind of fits the mold. If like the Tide, the Mars, and all these others do get taken away.
And looking at the mid, you know, sure he died, but we've definitely seen heroes suffer much more against a Dazzle, right? Lal's actually getting something out of this lane.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Just something, though. XM is getting a huge benefit out of that early kill that he was able to get, and continuing to get those poisons. He's not going to be able to... He's not even trying to go for the dodge, actually. I'm trying to watch if he looks to use the tricks of the trade to dodge the poison, but it hasn't been the case a couple times here.
Yeah, I guess more so just saving it for the CS and just
dodge
to stop
the
him
last
from
hit.
Exactly, getting refreshed on him.
That's what I've been seeing. Yeah, he's just been securing a lot of these range creeps in particular. Now it looks like he's going to start dragging the wave, so not wanting to play honestly in the lane, which is definitely appropriate. I think we've seen, they were mentioning on the panel, a lot of dishonest mid-heroes lately.
But yeah, I think outside of the death in the matchup, you know, Lal definitely showing sort of what his plan is against this mid-Dazzle and how he wants to play the game.
Jinkyu wants to start dragging waves as well. They've been unable to pressure Radon in the laning phase because he got that first blood and because he's had a Jakiro behind him. So it looks like they're just trying to manipulate things since they're double melee versus Jakiro Sven.
XM should be able to swing across and get a free kill if he wants. There he comes.
Oh, one more hit. Undyne will take it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Glad to be seeing more AA as well, right? I think this hero was dead for so long. We saw maybe one game a tournament, if that, in most situations. But now we're seeing it so much versus all these strength tanky cores. Being able to have this bone chill just it actually seems quite nice. And being able to amplify your cores. Gotta say, I've been liking it a lot more. So that strength reduction, it sure adds up in those fights.
And they're considering whether they can try and kill Collapse.
Does have 650 HP, Ame. Can't quite close that gap. Boska in the mid lane, they're looking to surround XM early. He has hit 6 already.
It's not an easy kill to go for.
They've got 3 here.
And he's got backup. It's a good silence to open things up into the smoke screen. Can they kill him in time? They can.
XXX actually TP's over to try to assist, but a great surround play.
Yeah, they get him throughout the durations of the silence. Doesn't get the chance to get the Nothel projection off. It's a big kill.
Their whole concept of their draft, like the panel was talking about, it's about getting on top of that Dazzle. And here in the laning phase, even though Laurel dies the once, things are evened out for him. Great dive play. And they recognize now that Yatoro can just be... I'm going to keep saying Yatoro, but Radon can be left alone after his start. He is dominating the bottom lane. Collapse. Dodge the stun. He's got a stick. And he's got a Lotus. He's okay even if they keep going.
And he's got backup, Rue. Yep. Ready to rejoin him on this top lane.
Yatoro is gigantic, Owen. Look at the farming. I don't think he's missed the last hit. I've been trying to keep tabs of it. Maybe he's missed like 1 or 2. But I think that's actually it. I'm pretty sure he's gotten almost all of them here.
That's actually pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's only had what,
free farm.
3 denied away from him.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, outside of that, it's been pretty much perfect. And
he's gonna hit 6 very soon. He can start working on Ancients if he'd like to very early on. He's got the Morbid Mask. And they can move around. So we're seeing the Poshka sneaking toward the shrine.
On the side, we will have Jinkyu getting caught. Spirit, we're ready for him sneaking around.
So XG, we did see them have an advantage after the laning phase last time. This time, it's all on Spirit.
Yeah, and I think, you have to look at this mid and say,
Success.
They're going to try and dive in here. A good dodge of the spear there by Radon.
On point.
TPs are coming in. He'll drop the arena, and that will be enough to get him out. So he's able to turn, maybe with the help of Arme and Jinkyu. The 4 of them turning up. They want to punish Radon. Is he actually going to be able to run away from this?
He's pig poling. He's speedy.
The Shuriken?
It's enough.
Will finish the job, but he nearly gets out. Tell you what it does, though. It does give the time for Miposhka to TP away.
It's 4 heroes to rotate for that. I mean, XXS needs that bailout or likely is going to end up going down.
And you get this bit, the Ricky pick, it's absolutely worked right.
Yep.
You know, 8 minutes into the game, many players would absolutely kill, you know, mid players would kill to have a hero they can take mid against the Dazzle and have the same farm as the Dazzle at 8 minutes in after the lane.
And I'm pretty sure you are absolutely onto something, because when I'm looking at Laurel's builds, especially versus the Dazzles, he's been going for that shard almost immediately. He goes Defusal into the shard to counter the self-save.
At least that's how it should work, right? You put the smoke screen on the Dazzle, even if he's already not projected, he won't be able to use Grave on himself, so it's much easier to kill him.
Really curious to see how that's going to go down. Laurel, Xingqiu tries to go for a bit of a snipe there. Can't quite finish him off. Oh, he's going to have to keep track of that track versus the Ricky as well, too, since it can prove to be problematic for him as Undyne steps up.
Yeah, a little bit of an easy one there for Radon.
They land the spear. They can. Dazzle's coming in.
Okay, see if Radon can get out of this. He's got Stampede coming in from
and
Collapse.
Trying to set up on top, but they can't.
Yeah, Almost going to be safe under the tower. So they're trying to push on bottom to see if they can chase the kill. Spear won't connect. Shuriken's in. Blood grenade. They're trying, but the dead shot comes out on a Xingqiu. Miposhka and Rue can turn. Look to threaten the bounty onto XM, trying to heal him up, but Xingqiu will fall. The arena's going to get dropped. Only catches onto Miposhka. He's still got a nice path to play with, so they're not even really killing him that quickly. Finally, they'll get him with the rest of XM's damage output during the Noffle projection. But Lyle's got his eyes on him.
It's into a shield rune.
Yeah, it's hard to go for that.
Yeah, can't quite do it.
But they didn't get Radon. Radon gets out safely. They're just getting the 2 supports. And again, it is taking quite a lot of effort from Xtreme to try and force these plays.
Yeah, they're having to pop these ults pretty much every single time just for the supports as Radon able to farm those Ancients. He doesn't have to go back. He's got the extra sustain. A lot of space for Collapse, too.
Yep.
He's just been kind of chilling in the top lane at 2-0, going down the Blade Mail route this time. Very tanky front line that we're going to see Spirit be able to pose to protect those backline casters, especially with this type of start. Well, how's the levels looking on Undyne and Xingqiu? Still not quite level 6. Bottle finds a haste rune. They have this ward of XM, but he still has his shield rune, so hard for them to fully contest. Looks like he'll just take the big creeps at the least. And he'll finish off the rest because they've got Miposhka here. Xingqiu. Just giving information.
It's looking to be a pretty respectable diffusal blade timing on Lyle this game.
And it's a space-making mid laner for a Sven who's getting a very free start. A big difference between Yatoro and Ame at the moment here, 1,500.
And this is the thing as well, because what would you say the outlook looks like for the Tiny carry in this game? Is it an easy game? Are there a lot of issues for a Tiny down the line?
There's a lot of control. A ton of disable. There's also the miss rate, of course, that can be very annoying from the smoke screen, so I'm not sure for this Tiny. Yes, he's survivable, because he's got the extra armor versus the Ricky and the Sven, but Sven is one of those heroes that goes through that type of armor in a lot of situations just from overwhelming damage. Yeah, Spirits Spirit with this early game feeling quite comfortable. XG starting to get some momentum though, getting the tower here. Starting to open up the map for XXS, playing around him with XM. And it all is truly about that Dazzle Ags timing, but they've done a good job of slowing it down. I've seen a lot of games where it comes out at the like 12 to 13 minute mark. Still might be the case, but Laurel is matching the farm. As you said, the Diffusal, it's finished already. Oh, another thing about the Diffu, actually, this game, since he's playing versus, I mean, yes, it's good versus Dazzle just for damage, but he's playing versus 2 strength cores. Little bits of mana burn can be quite pesky.
XXS is looking at him bottom, but not easy to really go for a setup.
Yeah, without the blink, very difficult. Laurel low mana, he'll back away. Six has been hit. Looks like they want to use that AA Blast, potentially to look for one of those very tanky cores. They've got Stampede available though, so they have to make it happen clean. Why is that disengaged? Definitely will be there.
Finding Collapse would be pretty nice.
Dude, I quite like seeing Pig Pole actually. It's really good to get between camps for farming. I've been seeing a couple of these cores doing it.
Collapse.
Just because mobility is important.
They're going to have eyes on him here. But Collapse knows it. We'll see how sort of trigger happy he's going to be with the Stampede if more show.
Ame trying to get the angle.
With the Avalanche. The Poison Touch Hex, but the Stampede is there. Good spear. Pushes him back into the Ice Blast.
4 heroes committed. Looks like they're going to end up losing something out of it. Mid tower. They've got a TP to react. They don't want to lose that. They get the kill. They force Stampede. Doesn't look like they can hang on to this tower, though. Undyne all by himself. He doesn't know where the Riki is. Yeah, can't step up. The sentry now shows.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Hello. He's looking for these solo opportunities.
I don't know, I'm kind of liking the way that I'm seeing this Riki. Like you said, Spirit, it's
playing
a
it very well.
comfort hero for them too. So gives tons of information. It's annoying, and it lets Yatoro, it's Radon, just do his jungle thing as the Sven. And he is having that clear separation between him and the Tiny.
As I say, you know, Lal on the Riki has never lost a professional game on it.
Is Blink done for XXS? It is. Looks like XG, I would imagine they want to kick the pace up. It's under a ward. The smoke completely caught there, so Spirit will be very prepared for it. A lot of stacks being made there from Eposhka. He sees the bounty. And now they see XXS, so they already were very aware of that smoke. Laro still
get the
gonna
jump.
get caught.
Catch him with the spear.
What a jump from XXS.
Blow him up with the Ice Blast. We're trying to see if they can take him in return, but he's going to have heals coming in from XM on the low ground. And Spirit know they can't push on to try and finish the job. So Lyle gets caught.
What a catch. XXS just confidently jumping in. Laurel, they were very aware of the smoke movement too. Still gets caught under it.
Radon. It's going to get gone on a bit by the Nothel projection. XXS is in with the arena.
Ice pad.
They're going to turn. The Shallow Grave's going to be there buying XXS some time. We'll get the spear on towards Radon. They're able to kill the Sven. XXS will die in return. But getting the big kill there, Xtreme. They get a third one. Collapse turns up. Should be able to run down Undyne here with the Stampede. Lal gets the last touch here to take the AA down. But yeah, XXS, even though he dies, he's making some good, aggressive moves. Sets up for them to take Radon out the game.
What is this fight recap? Oh, there we go. Look at the dazzle damage. That's all I was waiting to see. The Nothel projection, he had the front line to be able to just dish out the deeps. And there it is. 3,400. Radon just dies super fast, even though he's a tanky Sven. Those weave stacks really started to add up. A great play, XXS, just having the confidence to just jump forward there.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as soon as Radon steps up, right, the comms have been made that they can make this play. They've still got the arena. As low HP as he is, he doesn't matter. He knows he can get in, get the arena off, and get his job done. Dies at the end of it, but absolutely worth it there from XXS.
Almost actually doesn't die because of the victory feast heal that he gets from getting the kill.
Bottom.
Collapses in.
He's able to get the stop on the two of them. A lovely ice path to follow things up.
Perfect execution.
Yeah, Collapse with the setup. Eposhka with the follow-up.
And XXS get himself out. He's got the blink. He should. Can Q.
Rolls in with the chase.
Fusels up.
Now Q. It's going to get caught as well.
What a jump from Collapse. Perfectly catching the back two heroes. Follow up with the ice path. And it's around that big timing, too. It's Tormentor. AA's respawning in 5.
XXS?
No ice blast. XXS maybe doing some sneaky play here.
I mean, he's got arena in a second.
Oh, just kidding.
Did they see the blink animation?
I think they did. I think they maybe actually got vision of him for a second.
Nah, he's out of there. He's getting back up, though. I mean...
They don't have AA Blast.
Sure, even with the freedom of XM here. Yeah, they can't get over for this.
Can't make it in time.
So Shah going to go the way of Eposhka. Scan's been hit, but yeah, Xtreme can't head over in time to try and contest this. And yeah, talking about the shard, Lyle's going to have his for the next one. So we'll see how much this messes for the Dazzle, and if indeed it does stop him from being able to use his Nothel projection to grave himself, which it should.
I mean, even if it's not for the Dazzle, in that situation in mid, right, there would have been no grave that would have been put out from the Mars too.
Absolutely.
So definitely has multiple different benefits.
Yeah, it's going to get a lot harder for XM to find these clutch graves.
We're done. Going to clean up these stacks. Gets himself another stack as well. BKB soon on the horizon. XM, though, with this Aghanims, it's finished. It was finished after that last fight in particular.
Yeah, it's the big power spike, right?
It's all going to be about positioning, right? If they can get on top of this Dazzle, and that's all we said is Spirit's Trap, what it's about, is finding the Dazzle and bursting him. Ame
wants to finish the tower off.
He'll get it.
He'll get it. They don't want to jump him. Not in this position. So Jinky trying to scout out the back lines. They'll swing around towards the bottom. They've got their eyes towards Collapse, maybe. XXS, we'll see if he wants to go for the jump.
Blink, blink.
It's already out.
Got to track for some information. But all of Spirit in the area. An attempted dust and a sentry. It's not going to find Xingqiu. Ame's starting to beat on the tower here.
Well, with the jump, they get the smoke screen. They're in with the damage, but indeed with the shard smoke screen, nothing XM could do.
No grave available. Can't target your allies.
Yep.
That's nice, especially with the Atos combo that we see with Rui. Just keep him inside of it.
Yeah,
There's no way to bring him out.
It's super strong against the Dazzle. And just for the morale, you know, just the feeling that you can't save your teammate. They're getting in here with the arena. They're going to try and blow up Collapse. Ice Blast to follow up. Be able to get the Stampede off. The Nautical projection should push him over the edge, and indeed it will. But can XM actually get out? He's going to get jumped to return.
Deleted.
He can't. He dies for this. Undyne, successful TP out will save him.
This concept is definitely working. I don't know. This Ricky.
The Ricky is it's big brain. I mean, we heard what from Silent, right? They wanted to sort of test this. They were like, we left the Dazzle in. We want to try and beat it. So far, definitely looking like one of the better approaches against this Dazzle, which has been quite the terror in many of the mid lane.
That was a scary jump from XXS. I mean, if Michposhka's a little quicker, they could have probably gone for the Mars there. I was like, he's got no backup. Just goes for a blind spear. Big fight from Spirit. I don't think, I mean, now XG knows though, right? Now they're like, okay, there's a Ricky Shard. We've got to be very careful how we set up for those type of pushes.
Yeah, they can't just sort of have Ame hitting the tower. Ward down, spot Xingqiu.
Another catch.
Not one that you expect. And super value. That was in the last second of the Observer Ward being up. So, Spirit making that one work.
He's just going to rush Disperser. Disperser Aghanims.
Sure.
Whichever one he wants to get first definitely looks like it has a lot of value. Aghanims allows him to be a little more protected since he could jump inside of his allies, but see which one he does want to fully go for. But Don, BKB's finished. Spirit getting a good chunk of momentum with their team fights here. XG, arena down for 10 seconds. Feels like they're very reliant on getting a big arena to take those team fights now. And XXS.
It's going to show. TP's coming in.
Headshot scout. Miposhka.
They can definitely mess with him.
Ooh, they expected the TP behind the tree.
Yeah, played for sort of the high risk, high reward. Just throwing it out there.
Instant smoke. They've got everything at the ready. BKB God Strength. Let's see if XG is ready themselves. There's a Force Staff on XM, so already starting to get items to be prepared for that shard play. Of course, can't use it on allies, but can use it on yourself when you're under that smoke screen. 4 heroes posed in mid. Spirit looking for the angle. Both teams playing around that vision for a second. Smoke counter one there from XG.
Radiant are scanning.
How close is Ame on his items here? He's pivoting, by the way, so rather than going for that silver edge that we see pretty much every game, he's just going for SNY next. Wants to deal with the insane amount of lockdown that's coming up from the side of Spirit. SNY into BKB is going to be the choice from him.
And a very necessary item as well coming out from Xingqiu, right? The Boots of Bearing could be one of those ways to try and get people out the smoke screen. Of course, they still got stuns and Atos.
Yeah, exactly. But it's an attempt,
it's
right?
something that might save you sometimes.
At least it's something that'll... Yeah, because there's Warcry, there's Stampede, there's so many different elements that Spirit has to close the gap, so I can definitely understand why he wants to go this route. See if it ends up paying off, though. This ward that Spirit placed, it does scout XM in the jungle. And I believe they see Ame also, so they have great information to go for this jump on Spirit.
And Ame's still a very high value kill. He's got a lot of farm on the Tiny. He's able to be quick with the Avalanche.
Larl, they get the Force Staff off.
They're getting a lot of reactions coming in. Drop the Atos down as well as the Ice Path from Markiplier onto Ame, but he'll be able to walk it off.
All of XG's shifting down. Spirit, they'll respect it. The sentry ward placed there. They did get information that that ward was placed from Spirit, so immediately able to disengage. Xingqiu. We'll have to back away. Are they actually going to look to sneak this? This is a bit of a risky play here if they do want to try to hit the Roche. They're going to look for a fight first. Not able to find any catch, though. Their ward was dewarded that they had in the jungle that was spotting the Dazzle. Gold has equalized. XM close to that next big item also, after having Force finish, the Blink soon, one of those core items on the Dazzle that we see. Collapse still positioned bottom, doesn't have any buddies with him though.
Yeah, they're not too close to be able to connect on this.
Both teams starting to shift themselves towards bottom. Tormentor is going to be spawning again shortly. Well, not that shortly, but in a couple minutes. Blink picked up. So Yatoro, Radon, he's got follow-up. So now they've got Blink Centaur, Blink Sven, multiple different avenues to be able to jump into backlines. But Blink also finished on Dazzle. So ways to counter away. Yeah, everyone's starting to make their way bottom. The two carries still top. Collapse is tracked.
They're looking at it. I mean, do they want to drop everything onto the Centaur? They're going to try.
They're going to try it.
And with the opening.
He's got backup.
And with the Ice Blast, we'll get the Stampede off, but the damage should be enough to push him over the threshold. They'll get the kill.
And this Nothel projection with this arena is actually pretty insane.
Yeah, you can't run from it.
Yeah, you're just stuck inside with it. They're minusing your armor more and more, and you're getting rebuked. Now, it's actually XG who's going to look for the Roche. They've got the sustain with it, with the Dazzle.
I mean, Radan's pretty strong with this Blink BKB. Hasn't quite got the level 18, so it's just the level 2 God Strength, but he can still fight. He gets a good jump. He's in.
It's on the right target.
See what he can find. He'll look towards Arme. They have the opening here. Shallow Grave will come in from it. They'll try and force him to safety, but with the BKB, Radan's going to continue to chase him down.
They can't finish him.
He's going to survive.
That's God Strength. That's BKB used. A lot committed here from this side of Spirit.
We'll push him away from the pit.
XXS.
It's getting silence. He's gone.
He didn't get the BKB off.
Oh. Yeah, he had it ready to go.
Yeah, it just gets chain stunned. A gem now picked up there from Team Spirit. That was XM's illusion, right? That they jumped on initially, so it was a little awkward at the start there from Spirit.
And Spirit will take that right. It stops XG from getting the Roche pit.
He's just dead to Laurel.
Smoke screen out. Nothing to be done. Nothing to save him with.
He's so... I've seen a couple of these deaths from Ame. When
That's the same spot he died at the end of last game,
Literally the same exact spot
That's
as
a
the
dangerous spot for Ame.
Just gets caught. Waiting
That's
for the fight recap to show it.
Yeah.
Yeah, look, Laurel did. Yeah, he just went there very low HP.
That's it. That's his money for the full Ag's done.
Less than 900 HP. Laurel able to turn it. Pops the Greater Healing Lotus and turns it.
And Roche moves to the top spot. They could just take the Roche for themselves, Spirit.
God Strength is still down, but they can start to hit it.
Yeah, they can do it without it.
I mean, Tiny's dead for 15 seconds.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to throw an Ice Blast, which they do have available on the side of XG. Because they should be very aware that this is happening. He's gonna toss it. But they're healthy.
Yeah, they're not going to mind too much about the connection of that. There's no one else nearby from Xtreme.
Man, that's such a huge kill that he's able to find on Ame.
They needed Ame alive.
He can't save him. He tries, but
can't save him. The Shard smoke screen doing wonders this game for Lal.
Up top two, Undyne. Collapse has found him. He's got Force Staff, he's got Ghost Scepter. But he's going down. Look at Rue giving it to Collapse. He could have dead shot and taken the kill, but he gives it to his core. Team player.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Okay, I need to go the Axe. I prefer it. And I was saying the Disperser is a bit more risky. The Aghanim's, at least he can play where he can just jump inside of people and join them inside the arena. Feels nice to commit. More of a natural build.
Radiant's middle tower
Can still go for the Disperser and the Nullifier or whatever he wants to afterwards. Just Collapse. Setting up bottom. He's the one who's carrying the gem for the team.
I mean, they're looking for Lal.
They're all connecting on the side of Spirit.
So they can set up for him. They've got the dust down. The opening X, but here's Radon jumping in from the side. He'll get caught by the spear. Lal.
Laurel's still in trouble.
Trick to the trade. Xingqiu's trying to chase him down. They've got the connection though with the ice buff on him. Xingqiu. Lal will live. Xingqiu will fall, and Radon can run XM out of the fight and finish him off as well. Blinks over towards Undyne. They get a third kill as a team, and they lose nothing themselves there, Spirit.
And it's around the Tormentor timing as well. So perfect setup from them. Baiting Laurel.
They really wanted to get Lal. They got close.
The save though. He gets the jump away. I believe the Solar Crest comes out. Maybe a Lotus as well to pump him up with some HP. Didn't actually quite get to see if it was one of those. Either way, a huge fight for Spirit. Super prepared. They were getting the flank wraparound before it was even being set up there from the side of XG. See it again. I mean, look at them all positioned on the south side. I mean, Ame's not near his team here either, so this is a fight that XG's trying to do without their carry, and Spirit's just got everybody in time. I guess it was just a stick. Right, it was just a magic wand that ends up pumping up that extra HP for Laurel plus that Solar Crest.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
Huge kills.
Radiant are scanning.
God Strength going to be back up in 20 seconds too.
Tower is under attack.
I don't know if this Dazzle answer is now. Could definitely see other teams potentially think about it. The Riki is really incredible in terms of just being able to prevent those saves from the Dazzle. I mean, it is a lot about those.
They're going to try and fight this.
Radon, God Strength cooldown still.
They'll look to just blow up, collapse again. This time, the arena is going to have to be dropped as well. So they can, as we're seeing multiple times, they'll throw everything down onto the Centaur to kill collapse.
But it's always just the Centaur in most of these situations.
Yeah, everyone else always gets away.
Yeah. But that was a gem, so it's a high value kill this time.
True,
right?
yeah, for sure. It still feels good for Xtreme to get that sort of opportunity.
It's really good when they're playing with Bounty and versus Riki that they can take away a gem. And speaking of that gem, Laurel gets the smoke down.
He's able to jump away. I mean, it's pretty tanky, and he's got Radon by his side. Radon's in! Straight out towards XXS. The Grave will come out. XXS able to back off with the help from XM.
But Laurel dodges that move. The attempted gank there from XG. Radon, God Strength used, still tracked. Can't look for another play. They're actually pinging bottom. Since he's still tracked, maybe expecting him to go down here, but he's got buddies swinging over. Are they going to jump him here? Miposhka is very close. Ice Path cooldown for 3 seconds.
So look to Radon. That's the jump from Laurel. The silence backs off as well, giving Radon the space to back away. Ice Blast is going to get whiffed.
He tried for it there. Now the projection was also even casted, so that's going to be on cooldown for... I mean, why is this cooldown so low also? Jeez, this item. This ability. Spirit, getting a lot of farm on the supports is something I'm also keeping track of. Rue, very close to that Dream Aghanims that we talk about so often on the Muerto, one of the best ones. He's going to have it pretty much finished up too, so he's going to contribute a lot into these fights as well. Into that Mars arena, that extra control. They're going to smoke. God Strength's up in 20 seconds. Age is still for 40. Blink and that Harpoon on Radon to stick on targets. Is XG going to be ready for this move? XXS is a very value kill, as we said, that gem. He'll be able to get away. Still going to look for something, though. 20 seconds on Aegis. Look at the line that they've drawn. They have that ward on the cliff side. I think it saw the Mars for a second. Spirit really trying to get something out of it. They don't have their Riki with them just yet. Laurel. Now spotted from Jinkyu. So now it could be XG the ones that look to make the move themselves. As the smoke expires, they see them on the ward.
And they could find something here, maybe.
Spirit will back away. Jinkyu trying to get the track off.
He's keeping tabs on Laurel.
I mean, Laurel might actually have to go for something to get rid of this track. Nope. Yep, sorry, yep, he's got the disperser.
He's got it done now.
He's got something to be able to dispel it.
Yeah,
so that's going to be very nice.
There's your answer.
Yep.
Yeah. So now Jinkyu is not going to really have those opportunities to sort of set things up onto him. It's going to really take more aggressive plays, really from the cores of XG, right? You've got to look at Arme or XXS being the ones that are getting in there.
This disperser has so many different value things that it can get off, right? Even the poison touch in some situations can be devastating if they remove that off of the initial go, but yeah, the track is one of those big ones. And the mobility. XG looking to strike.
They really want to try and find some sort of action, really to get Arme involved, right? Because
he's not getting involved at all.
That's the thing, right? The farm's great, but you look at the KDA 0, 3, and 3. You compare that to what Radon's been able to involve himself in 3, 2, and 6. They've just not been able to find those fights for Arme, despite the very impressive amount of farm that he does have on the Tiny.
He's keeping exactly up with this Sven.
He is,
and he's got the Revenant's Brooch now too, so that's why they want to get him involved versus the War Cry and the heavy armor. He's got that way to pierce through it. Laurel finds an amp damage. But limited vision that we see Spirit able to play with since they lost that gem earlier. XG's just been able to control it for the last few moments. Ame. There's that gem. BKB's popped.
Okay.
That's an early BKB. You wanted to get the catch. 90 seconds, they won't have it.
Yeah, that's
a pretty big
that's
deal.
rough. I mean,
Yes, bleed for me.
Spirit. If they take the fight now, XXS might be limited in what he can offer.
Only the supports on the side of Spirit do have detection at the moment. Both teams, I mean, it's kind of like these mirror movements that's coming out from both teams. They're trying to fight on their own accord. How's XM doing on the Octarine? He's getting closer and closer. Not really changing his build too much from the standard. Not really adapting to the Riki besides just that 4-staff. I was wondering if maybe he does queue something else up to try to be able to play versus it, but looks like, yeah, just going to be full standard build. Ame's pivoted, right? Ame did adapt a bit with his build. Now he's going to go back to more of a standard, going for the Silver Edge afterwards. $20 seconds, so XG will get time to get their BKB back up. Looks like Spirit didn't want to push forward too hard into it. Do see top. You saw XM for a second. They have this ward bottom, so it's all about when they can get a fight with this information. So starting to set up. But XG also going to set up themselves, backing away. Laurel, the spear off the mark.
They'll get the smoke screen down, but they've caught him with the Hex.
They've got him.
It's a big one to find. Money goes the way of Undyne.
It's a big kill streak that they're able to stop there from Laurel. Unfortunate it doesn't go to a core, but nonetheless. Yeah, this gem is really opening up a lot for them to control. Getting these extra kills. Every single time Arena goes down, it feels like they've been able to find at least something. Spirit, though, with those BKBs used, with that Arena used, gonna look for a strike again themselves, just looking to play around those cooldowns. But XG, very split up again here to make sure they don't get caught.
Yeah, respecting the fact that Spirit do have this likelihood of making moves, even though they're down their mid. Ame did show bottom.
He did.
See if he's able to play his way out of this.
They're on top of him.
He's got the BKB. He's going to try and stand his ground, go for the TP here. Anything to stop it through it? There isn't. So Ame's away.
Yeah, no BKB piercing disables this game until they maybe get a basher on somebody, but the only one who can really do it is the Riki, I'd imagine. And now Roche. It's going to be what they set up for, but that is a BKB on Ame. So Spirit, they're going to prepare for this fight.
Radon very ready to go. With BKB and God Strength ready to press.
Spirit was able to play some vision up here too that's not been taken out from that gem. So they have some information here. This ward is scouting quite a bit here. Believe it sees Undyne and it caught a glimpse of Undyne. Or XM and Undyne. Smoke.
Let's see if Xtreme's ready for this one.
45-second BKB cooldown for Ame.
And they're backing off a bit, Xtreme.
Radon. Start at the mid tower. Glyph gets forced. Undyne, the AA.
They'll find him.
Easy kill.
Same time, they're split. They're looking for XM. Collapse.
They're right on top of him.
They went straight up there to see if anyone was finding on this top side. And they find the big one.
That's just with the two of them. Oh, they can either look for a fight or just go for that Roche. Now 75 seconds, no dazzle.
That's a long time. That was a big catch and a smart one to go for. You know, not putting all their resources in on killing an AA, making sure they had someone sweeping top to try and make that play as well.
Like really cool kind of split play that they went for there with that one ward that they had, right? The one ward they had on that north side near the Wandering Whirl River area. It did not get taken out from the gem, and now Roche dying fast. Xinkyu, can he do some type of
he might go for the force play.
Steal, right?
He's going to try it.
There's an ice path to cover, though.
Let's see if he does it.
Muska's going to throw the ice path down.
Come on, Xinkyu.
It's too...
Nah, he doesn't want to do it. Or does he? Nah, he's not going to force himself in.
Maybe if he had the AA blast
sooner.
Jump in mid, Ame. We'll find a catch.
But can he get out? He's got the BKB.
No TP available.
No, that. So they're going to try and chase this. Collapse in with a Who Stomp, but it's going to force the BKB out from XXS. So Xtreme, they'll get their heroes out.
Two BKBs used again.
And just killing them away, so that's all they get with it.
Spirit.
Because now, yeah, Spirit can push on with the Aegis on Radahn, and the idea that these BKBs aren't going to be there for Xtreme to try and respond. So these tier 2s could be under threat.
Yeah, God's Strength is going to be on cooldown for a bit here, but yeah, those BKBs being on cooldown is... I mean, they need those BKBs so badly to be able to prevent these chain stuns that are coming out from Spirit.
Yeah.
Tower top. There's no glyph. They forced it earlier.
Because again, just with how close the numbers are and how good the farm is on Armate, they just haven't really been able to find many opportunities at all to get their Tiny involved in the action.
It feels like it really is for them. It's a 4 Protect 1 fully, but for Spirit, it feels like they are scaling on multiple different fronts with Laurel having this big farm, the Centaur as well, and even the supporting cast. Yep. Feels like they do quite a bit more than the Bounty and the AA at these points, just in terms of control and team fight. Laurel is pivoting his build a little bit. Usually he waits to get this for quite some time on the Riki, but can absolutely understand why when he's playing versus the Mars.
Xingqiu showing bottom.
Easy kill. Level 25's been hit. Radahn, he takes the stun instead of going for the damage. It does provide you damage in a way, right, with your Vanquisher.
Yep.
So
extension to the 30% bonus, really, basically, for an extra second.
I actually kind of like this. I don't know. I like when I see people vary in some of these talent choices.
Yeah, makes these sort of plays easier to do, right, where you're not having to commit the God Strength.
Yeah.
You know, you can hold back on it because you're going to have that good damage anyway around the stuns. We'll see what...
Ooh.
Okay.
Nice blast.
They've got the backup. Miposhka will try and get out, but Arme will be able to finish him. Turn towards Radahn. They'll take him out the once. They clean up Collapse.
That's a big catch from Arme.
Very nice. Can they do it a second time round? Radahn's going to get the blink off. He's going to try and turn with the God Strength for the BKB. Looking towards Arme. Dust is out. He's got the stun. Radahn. Shallow Grave's about to come to an end. Radahn, can he finish up the kill? He can't. Arme forced back to safety. They keep the Tiny alive, and now they can look to maybe get back in. With the Hex off. Onto Radahn.
Do they have the follow-up? No blink.
They're trying to close in on him. Should be able to get the blink off here. So Radahn will make it out of there, but good saves from Xtreme. And this is the thing, right? We are seeing when he's in position, he does have the power. He is massive on the Tiny.
So much just about vision, really. Just being able to have that high ground ward. He sees that they were isolated for a second there, and he can jump. It allows XM to actually play his hero. A couple of these fights, XM hasn't been able to do that with the Nothel. This time he can, and now Radahn, they get a successful scan on him.
I mean, can these heroes mess with him, though? Just the three of them. It's I guess with the Ice Blast.
They probably need a little more.
Yeah.
The three of them.
And even if they did get him, they're probably going to lose lives themselves if they go for the play there. They could look for something easier here around the mid.
Off the mark with the spear.
And Rue.
Still is going to take out.
Isha Bright. Yeah, he's going.
Where is he?
Is he? It's close.
It's close, actually. The Glimmer might have been enough,
that honestly might have done it. Yeah, it was close. They get him out of there. Whew. It's a close one there for Root. They're still sticking around here, Xtreme. They're ready to go again.
XXS.
Oh, they're going to go onto Collapse, but the BKB's there. XXS also popping his BKB. He'll jump the arena now. Onto the two of them. Collapse is able to break out with the remainder of his BKB. The space is there for Arme to take the tower. Lal jumps in. Big hits coming in, though, from Arme. That's half of Lal's HP. Yeah, Lal has to jump away. They'll put the Stampede now.
Radahn's here.
He's ready to go. Looks straight over towards Arme, trying to cut down the Tiny. Could he do it in time? Arme's going to get the chance to run. Arme will live. Radahn turns his efforts back.
Stomp on the back.
XXS Collapse in with the two-man Who Stomp. Ice Path to follow up onto Undying. They kill off the AA. Arme TP's out along with XM, but the supports will get left behind.
Xingqiu.
Another stun to fly from Radahn. They get the 3 kills. They don't get the 2 bigger ones, but they're still able to very much push back Xtreme. As Xtreme got the tier 2.
A little overzealous on the side of Xtreme that time. Diving forward with the Mars Arena, not catching, not knowing where the Sven is either. His God Strength's coming back up, and he just waits to be able to jump in for that perfect moment. And then Collapse gets the follow-up on the back line.
Yeah. I mean, we're still seeing very much like how tanky Arme is, right?
Really
we're having Radahn go fully out onto the Tiny, but time is there for Arme to get away, be able to get forced to safety.
But all the other heroes just continue to struggle in both
they could die very easily to Radahn.
Radahn with a little clever blink dodge play there on the poison touch. Bottom tower looks like it's going to fall to the catapult, but they're getting the push going. 25 seconds, no Mars.
Yeah, they don't want to use the buybacks, of course, on Xtreme.
When the Mars comes back up, God Strength's pretty much back for Radahn as well. Okay. Just a range Rex. He'll back away with that. I think Xingqiu is able to take the gem during all that situation, by the way. He just sent his courier toward mid and was able to grab it. But yeah, we see here, the initial go, it's just not great. Like, the BKB still active for Collapse. XXS isn't able to land that spear onto Miposhka, and from there, it's a big hit that comes out from the Tiny.
Indeed, that's half his health with one hit from Arme to
But it's all patience from Yatoro. You hear that God strength, and then boom, he goes for the jump.
And just there was a moment there, was kind of one hit away from killing Arme.
Yep.
But good saves coming in.
If the dead shot, I think, connected from Rue, they probably will be able to kill. But I think Rue was aiming to catch the Dazzle in the back with the dead shot, perhaps.
Yeah, Collapse doing a lot as well. You know, if they don't succeed on killing him, he will be ready to hover around the edge of the team fight and find those opportunities to get back in and enable his team to chase down those additional kills at the end of the attempt.
Gleipnir's done, so it gives him a little extra from the AA. Xingqiu hasn't gotten too much extra progression, but I just see two big ones coming out for the side of Spirit. Level 20 on Jakiro, level 20 on Muerta. 2 dead shot charges with the Aghanims and longer ice paths, so more and more control that they're starting to get in their draft.
Yeah, and Miposhka, you know, he's not too far away from being able to treat himself to the Wind Waker.
That is actually true, yeah. His Yules did end up saving his life there.
Yeah.
He is 8-4-12. You know, we did mention how he's been having some spectacular Jakiro games. This is definitely another one of them. Starting to get a pretty commanding lead now at this point in terms of golden experience. 7 levels ahead on top of that 12K gold lead. And they've bought themselves a secondary gem now. So Laurel, he's going to be carrying down in the front lines. And soon to have Nullifier also. So these defensive items that we've seen from the supports, they're going to have more answers for. Tormentor. They have a ward on top of it. So are they going to send the AA Blast? They are. Miposhka gets put in the cart. Luru, is he going to get so lucky to survive with the Glimmer?
I think he's dead, right?
I think the Glimmer might even...
Is he going to save him?
No, he's dead. But Miposhka probably gets saved from the cart because he was taking that extra damage.
Yeah.
Predicting play there from Collapse. Protecting his buddy. He can only protect one, though. Sorry, Rue. Not this time. Shift now toward top.
How does it work if you get refreshed? Can you cart 2 people at the same time? Or does it just override the first one?
I actually have never seen... I believe you can only do one. I've never seen double cart, so I think it's just one, but I've never seen this, so... This cart can be incredibly impactful because the concept around XG's draft is blowing up that one target inside the arena, right? He could just completely counter that.
Because this is the thing, well, as long as Collapse is BKB, right, if he picks someone up, he can take them out of the arena, right?
Yep.
It takes them through the wall.
Yep.
So indeed, could be massive saves coming in from Collapse with the workhorse.
Yeah, cool build. Haven't gotten to see it as much lately. We don't get to see as much Centaur.
Yeah, I think it was just what the 4 games, and I think only has won the once this tournament.
Which was one XXS, if I'm not mistaken. He had that explosive Centaur performance.
Yeah, he did have a great one.
Yeah,
so they, Xtreme themselves, they know how good the Centaur can be. They definitely respect their hero. Aradan, he's ready to treat himself to his next time. He's pretty stacked.
He's gonna have to look to replace stuff soon.
Harpoon out.
Oh, okay. I mean, these Butterflies, I feel like Butterflies actually gone up in how good it is lately because nobody's buying MKB.
Yeah, who wants to buy an MKB?
Nobody wants to anymore.
No.
Everyone wants Revenant's Brooch. Ame. Arcane Rune. We saw how much... Yes, it was a Morphling Butterfly in that last game, of course, but we saw how much the Butterfly was able to do. Nobody could stand toe-to-toe with you.
Yeah, it's just so good against Tiny.
Yeah.
Having that little bit of evasion.
No boots means he does have to rely on Swift Blink, but they have a lot of control. Jump.
Success.
It's on Collapse.
Gonna try and make a move for this. See what they can get here. They'll get the spear over towards him. Collapse able to BKB get out of this, and Arme just gets cleaned up in the middle of the fight. They can't save him this time. He is dead for 100 seconds.
They tried to go for the really tanky target, I guess because he has the Ags and they can't go on anybody else, but...
And because they have been getting away with that play earlier through the game, right? They've been able to...
The jump, Collapse, he brings him in.
Another one, there we go. And he goes on the cart.
That was cool. Brings him in, then blinks forward to allow Radon to get those extra hits. 80 seconds, no Tiny.
Yeah, he's 1,500 gold short of the buyback, Arme.
Explosive damage from Radon. Lift gets popped. But they can look to probably continue here.
They can get quite a bit from this.
At least they can go 2 sets, and then they can, if they want, back up for that Roche, since it is up. Buyback comes out, Undying.
All right. They still might stick around anyway just to see if they can force out the potential buyback. At least, you know, they're not going to be 100% that he doesn't have the money on Tiny. So they want to keep pushing. See what happens with this.
Looks like they're going to stick around. Laurel, jump.
They're getting the space for this. They've got the rain tracks. Collapse.
Tiny soon respawning. They're going to give respect to that. They'll back up for the rush. Bottom tower, in the meantime, did take a hefty beating. It was a double or triple creep wave that actually did have coming in with double catapult.
And XXS does now have the refresher, so can make some pretty crazy plays with the double hexes, double arenas.
The execution is much harder for him to do, but it's going to have to be pretty much perfect for him to have a chance now in these upcoming fights.
It is, and it really feels like they have to be so careful about having Ame at the front of the fights, right? They
he has to
need
join
his
later.
damage.
I feel like he can't be one of the ones to join first.
Nah, he can't be the first to go.
A blast, go connect, Roche is already gone.
Oh, XXS, he's in. He does get the spear off on towards Lal. They'll kill Lal off.
BKB, refresher.
Collapse. He's going to look to try and take Radahn potentially out of this, or no, maybe they're going to stick around and just look to turn and kill XXS. He'll get graved for now. He'll get the second arena out. He's going to try and run. He will live. Turns with the spear. XXS gets away with this. Now Ame pulls himself in over towards Collapse. Radahn going to run over towards the back lines. Looking to extend the Stampede as well, coming into play from Collapse. They're using it then to retreat. Ame, Avalanche onto the boat for them, trying to get him with a hit on towards Radahn, but the card's out. Now Collapse takes Radahn back in on top of Xingqiu. The bounty hunter falls.
XXS looking to jump again.
He gets another hex. Onto Collapse, but the fear. He's through with the Agnim's dead shot, catches onto XXS, pushes him back. It's another buyback coming out here. Both teams using just the one support buyback for this. Xingqiu's coming out towards the end.
XXS barely surviving the victory feast heal. Actually ends up keeping him alive, I think, right at the end there when he gets the last hit.
He's doing what he can here, XXS. Making some big, heavy moves.
That was crazy.
Try and set up the fight.
They will be able to get Laurel, but they don't end up cleaning up Radahn. And they do end up having to use a buyback, but so does Vru. But the Aegis, it was claimed, so Radahn does have that one out there ready. So many different... So you have to...
Yep.
I mean, Ame needs to join late, but he also needs to just be very wary of this Wind Waker now finished from Miposhka and the cart. It's just so many different elements that they have to get through. Is that a beacon?
Oh, there we go.
He dropped his BKB.
I need to grab the Aegis, right? He'd already pressed it, right?
He's looking at the smile. He's like, oh, thank goodness.
He had to put something on the ground to grab it.
I was wondering what he had dropped for a second, too, but he picked up the banner instead.
And he did the math. That's probably the least valuable item, right?
No, the banner. What do you mean? He doesn't need to have a banner.
He's got the banner. Oh, yeah, you're right. Sorry, I could have kept that in. He didn't want to let him have anything, Radahn. And he doesn't. He gets to keep it all.
I mean, the cheese, right? He's probably just like spam clicking, so you just got all three of them.
Yeah, we'll see him. Yeah, he was thinking about it. I was going to ask you about that because he had the Moonshot queued up, but he has now gone back for the Axe. Oh no, now he's gone back for the Moonshot. I mean, is the Aghanim Sven just that bad nowadays that you're buying it after the Moonshot?
I'm just seeing nobody buy it.
Yeah. And he'll get it eventually, especially if this game continues with how much money he's picking up. But yeah, once you get the Moonshot first, Radahn.
Both are fine. I mean, both can be quite good in this game, especially. So.
Yeah, you can understand why the attack speed is going to be favorable now. Just wants to be able to just blow up these heroes with the God Strength.
Yeah, he's already been eviscerating them. Why not add a little bit more to it?
And massive levels as well, level 28.
51 minutes. Getting to this late game, he eats the Moonshard.
And we sort of, we're seeing the potential from Ame's Tiny kind of in that one fight, right? Other than that, it's been very hard still for Ame to get the opportunity to clean up these kills.
Yeah, it just still feels the execution is so much harder from the side of XG to get those type of catches because they only really have one catch. They only have one control that comes from XXS.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got Refresher, but it feels like it's all up to him to get that dream setup while Spirit just have coverage of so many different plethoras of stuns from either the Centaur, the Ice Pass, the Sven. Yeah, everybody's got extra disables.
Yeah, and just the constant smoke screens here and there.
They are
being
problematic.
Spammed out.
Yeah.
6-second duration, 11-second cooldown. Multiple in the fights. You got to make sure that that initial jump from XXS is pretty perfect.
And most of, almost all the damage, honestly, XXS did quite a bit there, but yeah, Ame is going to have to be able to deal out so much damage in these next few fights.
Yeah, if Ame's not in a position, if they're not able to sort of set the fights up so Ame can get the hits in, they're just not killing these heroes.
I don't blame him for queuing this up on Ame.
Yep.
Queuing up the Swift Blink next, because he needs to be able to get into the fight faster than just waltzing in with Silver Edge. Might need both of them.
Yeah, I imagine he'll also get rid of the Harpoon to hold the Swift Blink.
Definitely feels like it.
Yeah, I think he will.
I just want him to
sell
have
it.
the instant jump when the instant jump happens.
If he sells
no
it, does he have the money?
hesitation.
This is the question. Does he sell it to have the money, or do you try and hover the buyback? Because again, he's spending up.
Anyway,
yeah.
So. Not sure. It's going to be up to him.
I know he has to sort of take these risks. 52 minutes in, 16k lead here for Spirit.
Brew, full BKB for him too. Yeah, the scaling just, it feels like it's growing more and more for Spirit, while for XG, they're passing their timings, it feels like, to be able to really hold on to this game. Radon, Aegis still, 30 seconds. Yeah, Brew has had a very good time on this Muerta, as we've seen throughout this tournament. 0-6 this game, but either way, he's been doing his job. And there's the blink.
Yeah, he's going to spend up. Yep. So
sold the harpoon.
Oh, no, he kept the harpoon.
Oh, he kept the harpoon. Okay. Either way, you can he needs this, right? He needs to have the instant follow-up for the Mars Arena. But that does mean he's all in.
And no buyback.
They're just farming the map. Up to 21k lead. Radon might actually be able to get the Aghanims. Might be able to get that Ags as well as having that Moon Shard for the next fight prepared. Incredible amounts of farm from him. Collapse also. They're all just hitting creeps for now. Knowing that XG is scared to come outside and fight. Laurel is saving his gold, so he does have buyback. What's that buyback status actually looking like? 3 of the heroes on the side of Spirit have it. Only 2 on the side of XG at the moment. Numbers are absolutely going to be there for Spirit. Look at the ward coverage they've got as well too, so they'll be able to see if XG does come outside of the space.
Yeah, it's tough.
It really is. 25 has been hit now too for Laurel, so he can get that dispel off with the tricks. Multiple different dispels for him. And even Miposhka will be treating himself to farming some Ancients.
That's not right.
Oh, they're chilling here, Spirit.
They truly are.
They know how much of a tough position they've got XG held in right now.
XG has this ward on the outside on the right, but going for collapse, not something you want to do as
They're
collapse
thinking about, I mean, they're coming out.
Okay, they have a ward here. Do they go for Miposhka? Or are they going to actually try for
They're going to try.
They're going to try for
They
it.
get the opening Hex. Ice Blast. Arme's in with the damage. That'll do it.
Able to break that. Lincoln's there. Nicely done there from Jinkyu.
It's good play. It's good play, but what can they do with this 100 seconds? They got to go for more.
Got to chase for more. Yeah. They do have a secondary arena, so they can look for that next target.
Yeah, big items on XM. He's got that, yeah, nullifier done.
Spirit definitely getting punished a little bit there for being completely split up, but the question is now for XG is if they can get another move out of it.
Yeah, can
60
they go
seconds,
for anything else?
no Centaur. Roche,
Yeah,
we're going to see in about 20 seconds how long till it does respawn.
sure.
Ooh, and an amp damage does spawn in the top lane. 25's been hit for XXS. We saw 26 was actually hit there for XM, so the weave, I mean, the longer duration team fights could actually start being pretty good for the side of XG if XM is able to survive. But just such explosive jump from both sides. There's the Aghanims.
Yeah, Radon's pretty much done. The only other thing he could treat himself to is really Refresher.
Yep.
But literally slotted up and very close to level 30.
And we're getting closer and closer toward those tier 5s. 3.5 minutes.
We're probably going to get some.
Don't say that. Every time we say that, we
That's true. Xtreme stepping outside of the base. Remember, if any sort of fight goes wrong, Arme does not have buyback.
Yep. How close is he? He's actually getting pretty close, right? He's 900
still
away.
1,000 gold.
So
needs a kill or two.
Almost everyone has buyback except for Ame. Laurel with an amp damage here.
Popping the God Strength. Ready for the fight. They're going to get the jump on Jinkyu.
Instantly dead. And he still does not have his buyback. 300 gold away from it. He's dead for a long time since he used his in the previous fight. Roche.
I mean, they might not try and do anything with that because they just want to hold on and wait for this Roshan Team Spirit.
So it's... I can never do the math. What is it, like 30 seconds, 40 seconds that it says on the little timer thing? I don't know. Whatever. I'm so bad at telling the time on this thing.
Yeah, I think that's
It's about 30, right?
It's going to be very
20
soon.
to 30 seconds. So it's going to be back up pretty soon, which means there's going to be no Jin-Q, which it's their scouting element to be able to get the jumps.
Yeah, he was sort of the potential to steal last time. Didn't go for it, of course. But
oh, it's actually on quite fast. Yeah, it was about 20 seconds, right?
It's going.
Oh, I like this camera. This is nice. Okay, take it
nice and close.
Take it easy. There we go.
All right, here we have it. Roshan.
And well, bam!
Yeah. They're toying around with the idea of just trying to finish this Rax. XXS is going to drop the arena.
Oh, cart.
He's going to get it onto the turn. He's ready with the refresher as well for the second round. The Wind Waker will be there to allow Radahn to get broken out of the combo. Now with the Stampede and the BKBs, they do manage to retreat.
The Pushka.
He gets left behind. Good effort, though, there from XXS to try and catch the two of them. Does manage to, but they don't quite have the damage follow-up there to blow them up.
They drop the gem now, and they see that the Rosh is up. So Miposhka, he'd actually swung his courier over with that gem that we're seeing a lot of teams doing.
They'll back
now
up
they
for
scout,
this.
and they can back up for it. But they do lose their Jakiro. I believe he was carrying the other gem too, so Undyne was at least able to claim that one out of the kill that they did. But that was a big commitment. That was a refresher from XXS. So for the next fight, they don't have it ready if it is around the Rosh. They're probably just going to have to sack it.
Yeah, I think Roshan, they just have to let go Spirit's way.
They did get time to get these buybacks, so I think everybody in the game is
getting
about
close.
To have that buyback.
Yeah.
So we could have that 10 on 10.
We're going to get some crazy stuff.
Yeah.
This game's getting pretty wild. And of course, XG, you know, they're trying to hold on here.
They're looking for the potential jump.
Ame, he'll show himself.
This is bold without an arena.
They've got the God Strength. Who's stopped to set up on Ame? Radahn makes the jump over towards it. The smoke screen's down. Can they get him out of here? They get the grave off. But
He's
Ame,
still stuck.
He's going down.
A bold attempt without arena. Shot will also connect on the 3 in the back line. Laurel wants to chase.
Could definitely be the chance for Spirit to try and force out that tiny buyback if they want to. We'll see where they want to go, because Roshan's still there. They could still just settle for that and take the kill as it is.
I guess they're trying to make like a heads-up move. They're probably like, oh, Spirit won't expect this. We don't have arenas ready. If we can catch them split up on these. But it's such a risky play.
With Tiny, with Ame at the front like that.
And it's when Roche is up too, so it's just a super risky play that they go for there. But maybe feeling like they had to. Either way. They do force Miposhka's buyback, but they do lose Ame. 60 seconds.
There he goes, taking what refresher shard.
There you go. Radahn doesn't have to buy it if he's
He
just
doesn't.
For free.
He has got everything he could dream for right now in this event.
We're about to get it. 6 seconds. So neutral items. Is Spirit going to look to clean up those camps?
We'll see if XG's able to get some Madstone themselves.
Looks like they're just going to push. They just want to get that melee Rex first.
40 seconds, no Tiny. Dahn's in.
He'll just put him in the cart to be safe. And back it up. Now it's neutral time. See what they get. Radahn, I mean, Spider Legs definitely look pretty value when you've got no boots if he wants to do something like that. Or he can get the fleet-footed plus something else. We'll have to see which choices he goes for once they get those neutrals. Well, XXS, let's see what they're able to get. He's starting to farm this right side. They get the scan off on top of him. Maybe expecting a lot of heroes on that side there, though.
Then back to the high ground for Xtreme. As Jin-Q.
Level 30 has been hit, by the way, from Radahn.
Yeah, he's pretty much, he's completed the game.
Yep.
Radiant are scanning.
Completed the tutorial, the campaign, everything has been done.
100% completion here from Radahn.
Miposhka buys a blink after he uses his buyback, so he has a way to play in and out of that arena, perhaps. See what they're able to find. I mean, you see, any chance they get, Undyne like flies outside the base, immediately tries to get some farm going for them. They're all trying to acquire these Mad Stones.
Very scary one here for Xtreme. And just the question is, yeah, how does Ame sort of like accelerate this build to the next step now? He's getting the money, but what can you where can you really go at this point with the Tiny? Does it have to be considering the MKB because of the butterfly?
I actually was gonna say I think it is still the MKB,
yeah.
But it's awkward with his build. Like, what do you want to get rid of really? Is it still just the harpoon?
I think it's probably the harpoon, right? Harpoon
SNY is
MKB
2 value in most situations to get rid of, so
I think that kind of has to be the one to switch out.
He's queuing up the refresher, so
okay.
It feels like
just has to have what double BKB ready for the fights.
I guess so, yeah. Timeless Minotaur Horn for Rue.
All right, let's see what Radahn wants to go for. He's got his options. Probably just Magic Lamp, right?
Either, yeah, I think Magic Lamp or you just keep the Mindbreaker.
Magic Lamp Titanic sounds pretty good.
Magic Lamp, yep.
Yeah.
It's very good whenever it's about a lineup that's about popping one single target. Magic Lamp, I think, is one of the better neutral items at that tier 5. And he gets, Titanic, so
yeah.
Status resist and extra damage.
Yeah, and the XPM enchantment can be really nice for some of these heroes. Fosher's going to have that with him. Try and catch up in the levels.
It's level 25 now. That dual breath range starts to be pretty ridiculous pretty fast once you get these levels up.
That's 30k leader here against
Growing
Xtreme.
and growing. Minotaur Horn also for Laurel. Spider Legs for Collapse.
Always in. Done. Ready to see what they do.
Banners down.
XXS in with a jump. Gonna try and go for this, but the BKB Zara Ice Blast comes in, does connect onto Radahn. XXS incredibly tanky as the second arena off and misses the second spear. Collapse has been able to take Radahn out of the fight here with the cart. He's ready to try and bring him back in. Arme has to run with the remainder of this BKB. He'll get the avalanche off, can create the distance. They'll turn, get Shadow Poison ahead, back onto Radahn.
That is their double go, though. That is both of the arenas. Even though XSS is super durable, they don't get a kill out of it.
Spirit, with this knowledge, they can step back up. Radahn. Let's get jumped by Arme, but now they turn straight over towards Arme. Radahn does fall the once, but he's going to be back for round 2 here off the back of the Aegis. Avalanche from Arme catching on to him, but the BKB is at the ready. Radahn can run back to safety. I mean, XXS is going to try and chase, because they're to protect him. They're looking towards Radahn, but Collapse picks Radahn up. He's ready to bring him back in. Jumps in, Who Stop onto Arme. Radahn has the damage, cuts Arme down. He's gone for 100. XXS to die. They'll triple buyback.
Patience from Spirit, resetting the fight over and over again, waiting for that one opportunity that they see Arme. They can bring him down in an instant.
Yeah, get the 3 buybacks out of them. Team Spirit themselves, they did use the 1 buyback for Lal to keep the pressure up, but obviously the bigger damage consistently being done to that of Xtreme.
Just trade of cooldowns, right? You see that Refresher Shard coming into play there from Radahn. Now he's going to buy in his own Refresher Orb, so he's got that secondary BKB for the next fight also.
Yeah, he really does have everything.
Yeah, and this card is doing so much work, really, from Collapse, just being able to pull him in and out of fights.
Yeah, it's just that extra sort of layer to the fights that XG have to have in mind, that Collapse is just making it so difficult for them to find clean efforts to go.
I mean, it essentially feels like Radahn almost has like 3 BKBs because of that, right? Because he can just get pulled out of the arena an extra time because of it. I actually think Collapse might even go. I see he's got S and Y queued up, but I wouldn't blame him to go for Refresher himself, too. Get a secondary BKB plus Workhorse plus everything could work really nicely with Radahn, too.
I mean, the thing is...
So much gold, though. So
Workhorse is already... It's relatively low cooldown, right? So highly likely you get a couple off in the fights like this.
I was just saying more for like the secondary BKB, because then he can bypass the arena in order to grab his ally.
Jinkyu.
Rue.
Risky stuff here from Xtreme. There are a few deaths away from losing this game. They've got to play it perfectly now.
Now on the high ground too, you could still see that they're pretty terrifying in terms of just like these ice vortexes and leaves starting to stack up. But as soon as they leave that high ground protection, that's when Spirit's able to really capitalize and just kill them all. Level 27 for Miposhka. The Wise is kicking in.
So again, yeah, but Arme with his options.
What's he thinking?
Harpoon was out, Lincoln's was in.
Okay.
And then Kunap just trying to get some evasion online from himself next.
It is very difficult for him to itemize. Refresher's about to be back up for Radahn. They're probably waiting for that before they look to go for this next strike.
Does mean Refresher's there for XXS.
Yes, his is back up, but they don't have buyback on the 2 main cores. They have one on the Dazzle, but not on the 2 frontliners.
It's just XXS and Radahn have to jump the same target. Sorry, no, XXS and Arme. And ideally Radahn, but Radahn's going to put the BKB.
He's just committing for the Megas.
He's one more hit, he'll get it. So the Mega Creeps are out, Radahn backs up.
The first Superman stun that we've seen, and he'll back away.
And quite a while as well. When was the last time I saw one of those on a stand?
That was the first time he's casted it, though.
Yeah, but I think ever, right? Nobody buys the Ags, but in a game like this where Radahn could buy everything, it was the ultimate last thing, okay, other than the Refresher up that he bought for his build, but indeed, we're getting to see it here today. He's got a lot of money on top of that. I mean, he's getting you can still buy moon shards for your teammates, right?
Yep. You can also buy the gems for your poor little supporters who want some extra items.
I wasn't thinking about the supporters. I was thinking about maybe getting treating Laurel to a moon shard.
Laurel, treat Rue. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Rue is more of a spellcaster at these builds. Yeah. The new 4. Well, I say the new, but the Muertas of this time don't go for the scaling anymore. They go for just constant control in team fights. XG is getting outside the base. Looking for a potential collapse.
Ooh,
Lincoln's.
That's the BKB here.
Lincoln's protects him versus that Hex.
So pretty impressive that XG are able to get out of the base like this when they're 42k behind.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a very cool move that they're able to sneak out there, not spotted by anybody from Spirit. What other neutrals are going to get claimed here?
See what XM's able to get. What's he going to be going with?
I mean, Book of the Dead looks like the best, unless you want some type of like weird positioning thing for Fallen Sky. They're probably discussing it.
Yeah,
and yeah, it's just going to be Book of the Dead. It works nice with his heal, right? With the Shadow Wave.
True.
It's not massive.
And they just need anything that he can get to try and relieve the pressure of these mega creeps.
Very, very true.
Try and get some of the waves pushed back in their favor.
An audacious Book of the Dead now also for XXS, so yeah, lots of Book of the Deads.
Spirit. They can look to wait out their next Roche if they want to. A couple of minutes until we see that.
Yep. They've got all the information. The Megas are always going to be pushing. I think I mentioned this yesterday too. Yep. We probably don't have a staff for this, but maybe at some point I do want to hear from somebody. Like I feel like this tournament or this patch currently, I'm not seeing teams able to recover versus Megas very well. Just seems much harder than before.
Fourth Book of the Dead, right?
Wait, how many in total in the game?
They got 4 Book of the Deads here.
Okay, so just like you said, defending versus those Megas seems to be the end-all be-all for them. Well, for the side of Spirit, Minotaur Horns to be able to disengage out of the arena seems to be their priority.
Oh, nice. Yatoro's doing it as well. He's been a bro.
Is he?
Yeah, he's buying a moonshot for his mate. Nice.
Did he already buy one for? I think he already maybe bought one for Laura, and I didn't notice. Because Laura already.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, he did, because he would have had the money. Okay, so this is actually the money to buy another one. You said, well, he's giving that to Rue? Well, mate.
Sure. I mean, why not? Whatever.
Actually, he switched up again. He wanted the MKB, but his courier just got sniped. Did have the Demon Edge on.
I mean, we did feel like he needed it a while ago.
Yeah, no Demon Edge for 3.5 minutes.
He's going to be delaying that one. 46,000 gold lead. Continues to just grow and grow and grow. And as the time ticks by, it just gets better and better for Miposhka, right? He's like, I'm level 28, getting close to level 30 on this Jakiro too. All these things do start to add up.
Playing it very safely, Team Spirit. No need to risk this.
How's the buyback status looking? They might look to go...
Well, before these 2 minutes are up,
I think
try and punish the buybacks.
Minutes. Maybe if they get a Roche... Well, it actually looks like it's going to be a very quick spawn. If they can get a Roche and then force it afterwards, that's probably going to be the call for
It's going to be pretty tight, though. Like, there likely will be the chance for Xtreme to rely on these buybacks again. Obviously, a little short on the money on Arme. Still needs 1,600.
True. And he might not actually have enough, because he might actually feel like he needs the MKB
or just
to
spend
swap it out,
up.
and then he doesn't have the gold, so yeah.
And either way, they are going to have the chance to hold again with the buybacks, I think. I don't see Spirit rushing this last minute.
I like how no one's been doing Tormentor in this game, too, after like the first 2.
Yeah, it's kind of been chilling there, right?
It's just like chilling. It's just been there. Like,
how many people haven't got their shards? How's the shards looking?
I think everyone but Rue has it, right?
Yeah, on the side of Spirit, that's true.
Dazzle doesn't have one either.
Okay, just, yeah, missing a shard on both sides. And Dazzle,
Dazzle's is actually pretty big, too, to be honest with you. But I guess he hasn't really been getting jumped in most of these scenarios anyway, so it doesn't actually have to have that cast while disables. But it doesn't increase your healing by a whatever. He wants the bigger item. He's got the rapier queued. Don't blame him.
But I think we're done. Okay, it's on the courier. I was going to say, he dropped the Roshan banner down by the low sword, but he was getting it picked up by his courier instead.
Aghanim's for Miposhka, as you said.
It's got smoke as well.
Scale. Is there going to be a different choice?
Yeah, we're getting that chance to re-roll your tier 5s.
What do they want?
Probably still wants the magic lamp, honestly. And we're done.
Got his choice.
Nice, take a Stygian. All right, all in on the damage. Love it. And I like this, taking the boundless. I was thinking about this before.
Oh, the attack range.
When you're in the cart, right, you're getting driven around.
Cool.
Having that extra bit of attack range when you're in the back of the workhorse cart can be very nice as the Sven.
Oh, that's going to be weird to look at. This Sven's going to have insane attack range.
Yep.
He's switching the build, too.
Okay, what we got?
He's going for the Daedalus now.
Oh, what was that? Revenant's broke out, Daedalus in.
Daedalus in, so he wants this raw damage.
Yeah, makes sense.
Especially
now he's got the Stygian.
Yep.
Exactly, yeah. More all in on the physical. Seems pretty good. 4 Minotaur Horns. So yeah, 4 Minotaur Horns
It's so good versus
against
Mars.
4 Book of the Deads.
Yeah, it's so good versus Mars, though, right? Playing
Which
with this
wins?
Minotaur Horn. Well, the team with the Mega Creeps is looking
They're
pretty
probably in the better spot. Yeah, I'd agree with that. 48k advantage still here for Spirit.
good. Looking to strike. Buybacks are back available.
They're going to have them. Pretty much everyone's going to have them, yeah. Just waiting for the posture to get that final 100 or so gold.
He'll have it right up this bottom wave. The dual breath will finish off the creep wave.
I could be pretty crazy.
Here come the Megas. This could just be a full commit base also that Spirit can go for with this Stygian Deso.
I mean, he's 20 more seconds here on Arme, and he can get his MKB. Oh, they're looking at the jump potential. They get the dead shot in.
Minotaur Horn popped. By the way,
what's he going to sell to get the MKB, you reckon? Do you get rid of the brooch to get the MKB on the Tiny?
Probably? I don't know. I'm not sure anymore at this point. I mean, we've been seeing him changing up the build so much.
And he's going to have to make that decision soon because the courier's back up so he can get access to Demon Edge. He's going to make the jump.
They're in. Laurel?
Straight away, look for him. Collapse is going to be able to pick him up in the cart and get him out of there. XXS to fall. They turn towards Arme. The Grave comes out. Can they bail Arme out of this one? Collapse is in. Who stopped connects?
3-man dead shot.
Arme's still alive. He will get back to the fountain. Now they can maybe turn back towards Collapse. Refresh the spot from XXS. Gets the second arena down. Spear over towards him. They'll take Collapse out. Did cost them the 2 buybacks there from both XXS and Undyne to fight back.
Radon.
Well, they'll get the Hex from XXS on towards him, but running out of spells to throw down on Radon. Xingqiu pushing forward Arme as well. Lal still very low.
He still has a secondary BKB God Strength. He did pop the refresher.
God eyes him in the God. Radon straight back in on them. He gets the sun out of the 2 of them. Turns towards Undyne. Takes the AA out. Kills off Xingqiu. Xingqiu will buy back immediately. Off the projection holding him back. Arme's back in. Smoke screens down. Arme's just dead.
Deleted.
Triple kill for Radon. Arme's still got the buyback. He'll use his now. Ice Path from Miposhka. Connects on towards XXS. The silence there causing issues for XM. As he's caught outside of the base, XM will fall. He immediately buys back. XXS, though, he's gone for good. No further buybacks available for him. It's 3 versus 5. Spirit, the H is exposed, and they've done it. GG is called. Team Spirit take the game, and with that, the series 2-0 against Xtreme.
Took them 75 minutes.
It took a while.
See that playing versus this Dazzle still wasn't the easiest thing in the world for them, but they did have an advantage during almost the entirety of this game. Great plays, and yeah, have to give a lot of credit to Laurel. Just great plays and a great counter versus this Dazzle. So many fights, unable to get these Graves off on the front lines, and Ame definitely struggling in this game.
Yeah, it was a tough one. Again, he was keeping up in the farm, but just not able to get anywhere close to being able to match what Radon could do on his Sven in terms of impact in these later plays.
Really cool itemization too, right? The cart, you could see the concept, the Spirit, they started to understand. XG just looking to pop one target and Collapse comes in clutch too.
A really smart approach from Team Spirit. And going to show, they didn't need to be scared of the Dazzle. They let it through, and they absolutely deal with it. Lal continues his flawless professional performances with Ricky. Never lost a competitive game with it. There we go, Spirit. The series is there, 2-0.
Yeah, you can see the disappointment on Xtreme's faces there. Obviously lost to a very good Spirit team that executed an excellent strat against them. And, commiserations. Xtreme gave us a lot of great moments, memories over the course of this tournament. But today, they were just outdrafted, I want to say, and out-conceptualized. I feel like Team Spirit really did something that might rear its head again if the Dazzle does get through later in the tournament.
Yeah, it was definitely very interesting. I had to test it myself as well, because one of the interesting things about this Dazzle Nothel projection is it cannot have consumable items in it. Meaning, when you do get level 6, it doesn't carry the dust. So you have to dust them ahead of time. So later on, we did see Laurel just kind of sit back. He still had a bit of a rough laning stage, of course, but it allowed him to not die after the laning stage. Normally you see the Dazzle diving you like crazy and just you're under tier 2s and you get killed. And the really cool thing was the shard, though. That was the whole reason why they picked this hero versus the Dazzle. You can no longer grave your main hero or anyone else for that matter. And that's a major part of what makes this hero function.
I do have to say, my good friend Jen Colloid, I wasn't happy with the Bounty Hunter. I was kind of we hyped up Xingqiu at the start of the series and talked about all of his non-conventional heroes he likes to pick and how he build greedy, and instead he picked a Bounty Hunter and he built support items and had 0 impact.
Yeah, that's the thing. He is a player that's worth hyping up. No matter what team he's on, he will usually scale to be a core. He will play heroes that have good scaling, and to be honest, BH does have good scaling. It's just that there are a few different types of builds that you could do on this hero. The one that is more popular these days is this support build, particularly I think because you just want to stay alive in the fights and get off as many tracks as possible, because it does now give the damage amplification. So staying alive has a lot of value, whether it's gold or giving damage amp to your team. But I think this team usually relies on Jin-Q having standout performances. And when he's on a hero like BH, which we just haven't really seen work in other series either, then they just don't look like the same team.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like Bounty Hunter doesn't fit in the meta very well. He wants to like do these small skirmishes. He wants to just play the map, and it feels like these team fighters are just makes him useless. Like he ends the game here on the Bounty Hunter 1 in 12, right? Like not a Jin-Q score you're used to seeing. He has 9,000 hero damage. You have to keep in mind 9k hero damage in like a 70-minute game.
That was the third highest in the game. Faru.
Yeah. Okay. Hero damage?
Yes.
Oh yeah, he's sitting at 44,000. Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, a lot of heroes are sitting at 40k, 45k. But yeah, I guess with the new aghanims on this hero, you can just keep throwing those dead shots to get 2 charges, etc.
I just wanted to point out, just in case people were a little bit confused, because like you see the Yatoro pop off or whatever, or we're talking about Lal. It's like,
I mean, Yatoro did have 71k.
That's why Rue's the MVP for that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, it honestly, that surprises me as well. When you said that, I was like, oh, really?
Yeah,
I had to look at it, because you play Muerta, the new version of Muerta, to be a disabler, right? You're a team fighter, you're for the pickoffs. It's about the utility, and yet she's doing damage. I mean, he had an Octarine core, Gleipnir, Sheep, Ags, BKB. None of these things do damage. Gleipnir doesn't really do damage. This is a utility item. It's a disable item, and still he's doing damage. I mean, you can see why teams are valuing this hero so highly, and Spirit probably values it the most out of any other team.
Yeah, well, look, we can talk a little bit about the tail of the tape of the game. We highlighted the bum rush strat, as Clinton was calling it. That's now your patent.
Yeah, you're the bum rusher, Clinton.
Yeah, you are the king of the bum rushers. But it happened on quite early in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 70-something minute game, so I think everybody forgot that this happened. But once again, another one of these games where everybody goes mid. This is very important in the Dazzle versus Ricky matchup, because we literally saw Dazzle take down Ricky solo earlier. So they needed to bum rush him from minute 1, and they continue this for about 70 minutes into the game, to the point where Dazzle's not even a problem anymore.
Well, bum rushing his way into the broadcast is Sir Action Slacks. He's going to be interviewing Lal right now.
Absolutely. Yep. I am here with Mr. Laurel. Laurel, how much do you remember of the first game of this series? Do you remember anything about that one?
First game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember. Some fun shit happens in game when we try to kill Axe and he kill my morph and he TP out. I feel like that's very sad. Yeah. If when Storm run and kill my offlaner and I run, I don't kill offlaner, and I feel like it's bad, I guess. Yeah, and like all game was maybe a little bit unlucky. Every time we jump, they like good react, have good like this silencer, this Axe, like incredible impact, but morph happens. Just sometimes morph happens, he take double damage, kill Axe, kill Rax, and kill Roche, and game over. That's all.
Absolutely. Sometimes luck, no contest to skill, right? So you guys were able to pull that one out. So yeah, sometimes morph happens. That's a good t-shirt. You should, make sure that you get that copywritten. All right, let's talk about the big game though. Oh, that was a long game too. Were you expecting it to be that long?
I mean, when we saw like enemy draft, yeah, because like this team Xtreme, they always like try to, maybe against us, they always try to play late game, take course, like, and try to farm a lot and maybe not do a lot in game, like smokes.
Sure.
Yeah, they just farm, maybe react. So we expect this. So we have good heroes and like we just play. That's all. Nothing else.
Now, isn't it a little painful to be playing a Ricky in such a long game? Like, Ricky's kind of a fun one in the early and the mid. Towards the end, is it kind of a slog, or were you still having a good time?
I mean, I just watch how Sven and my team kill enemies. I just use smoke screen, maybe sometimes disperser, nullifier, and just watch. And when game comes long, you just don't have damage, probably. Sure. You need more items, but you have like BKB, disperser, nullifier. You cannot buy like rapier or something like this. You need this Octarine to have smoke screen against Dazzle. So you just like, you play around your smoke screen, because they have low timing BKB, and it's hard to play against Ricky.
Absolutely. Now, Silent was being very secretive about the Ricky versus Dazzle matchup. He didn't want to tell me anything about it. Dazzle, of course, takes you out first.
I just play stupid.
Oh, okay. So that wasn't the pick.
Yeah, I mean, I just play stupid. If I play like good, he has first spell on first wave, I like outplay him, but I try to kill him, and it's my mistake. If I play more like safely, I try to like kill him. But if I play safe, he cannot kill me because we play in Scream, and I also try to kill Dazzle and die again on first blood, and this happens on official. But anyway, like when I call my supports to kill him, it's like easy to kill. You have smoke screen, he cannot do anything. And when you buy shard, like it's easy to play. Like my team carry me, all what I need, use smoke screen on enemy, and that's all. Easy to play.
All right. Well, did you guys know that the interaction between the Centaur cart and your Sven was going to be so prominent in that game? Was that part of the strat, or did it just kind of happen? Because it was hilarious to watch.
I mean, it's like happens. We just feel Centaur good hero. Like they have Mars, we need some good stun. Like we pick Centaur, and clubs also say it's good hero. I win pubs, so let's try, because not many offlaners right now in meta. Like it's free. Mars, Tidehunter. If it's banned, so you don't have like heroes. And you just pick stun, good hero, and he do impact. But Sven, we thinking about. Probably, I don't remember Duza or Sven, but they probably ban Duza, don't remember. Yeah, and we pick Sven because we need stun. We have Muerta, we have Ricky, and Jakira no stun. So we need more stuns in shade, and like Sven good with Ricky, so you use smoke screen, he jump, insta-kill. It's not like with Duza, he need very slow damage. Like Sven, it's burst and easy to play. When kill heroes just 2-1 punch, all that, you just watch, okay, it's good hero.
Well, thank you so much for all the information, Laurel. That was really, really informative, and I appreciate you giving us a little bit of insight. So thanks a lot for your time, and we'll head over to our panel to see what they thought about Laurel's insane jabbering.
Yeah, what's an insane jabber?
Don't throw like that.
Yeah, what even is that?
That's not a good way to throw.
Yeah, no.
What a TI.
Did you like his insane jabber?
I liked it. I thought he was
a fan.
He was very revealing about the strategies, I guess.
Actually, yeah.
I mean, everyone's going to break down that game and figure it out anyway, I guess. You know, the Ricky mid against Dazzle has fear covered. The fact that you can't dust him, the fact that you have the Aghanim Shard, smoke screen, like all of these things really add up to quite an interesting counter. It still went to 70-something minutes, so I don't know if it's worth it to do that. But if you're going to let the Dazzle through,
I mean,
this is a strat.
At least we know it can be beat. It was on a 75% win rate. I think that was the highest in the tournament. So, you know, they've overcome a hurdle there for sure, Spirit. But now let's talk about the carry-to-carry comparison. I know we wanted to focus in on that. Obviously, we had a Sven and we had a Tiny in the game.
Yeah, I mean, whenever we see Xtreme play Spirit, always want to see Ame and Yatoro match up together. And it was around 41 minutes. Their net worths are very, very similar, as you can see. Very, very close. I mean, hero damage, too. These are two of the best carry players in the world. They have very similar styles. But there has to be a point in the game where it'll tip one way or the other, and I think this was it for sure. You do manage to get this team fight or collapse. He does get his BKB off. You are initiating early on, but it is really Radon who is very patient in this fight. He'll come in a little bit later when necessary. And it feels like this when I'm watching Spirit games in general. He's always like finding the perfect way to salvage a fight, because you could have easily been on Radon like, you guys use your BKB on Ricky, you're low HP, we have no BKBs, let's just back up and wait for your cooldowns. But he's very, his IQ for team fighting is really high. So he's like, okay, they use this, okay, now I can go. And this was the moment where you do lose multiple heroes here, and it feels like Team Spirit are taking commanding lead.
Yeah, and then a little bit later on as well, we've got another example.
Yeah, pretty much the same thing, but I just wanted to highlight the bottom right item in both of the inventories here.
Absolutely.
Revenant's Brooch, something that makes the carry-to-carry matchup very interesting going late game, where those decisions in the team fights do matter a lot, because of this item, you have mixed damage. A lot of carries in Dota, historically speaking, they all gained a ton of armor into the late game. This is one of the things that helps them scale. But basically, whoever gets the jump, whoever plays the team fights correctly, will have enough damage to kill a carry. There's no situation where, you know, it's like a PA versus a Terrorblade or something, and the PA doesn't have enough damage. Well, PA is a different story. But for this hero, Sven, like normally he'd be countered by something like a Tiny, but you can see how much damage he's doing in the late game, because a large percentage of it is magical damage now.
Yeah. Well, I think it's crazy that such a cheap item is still in people's inventories that late in the game.
Yeah, honestly, this is one huge signal that this item is too overpowered. You got a 3,000 gold item. It's late game. People are sitting with like 10 to 15,000 gold in their inventory, buying moon shards, Aghanim scepters that they don't even want. And yet this is the one that's still in their inventory, being swapped in and out for a refresher orb. Like, this item is way too good right now.
Yeah. Anyway, thanks a lot for your thoughts, guys. We'll see Team Spirit a little bit later. Once again, commiserations to Xtreme. And coming up next, we've got our favorite. It's going to be Aurora taking on Tundra. Make sure you don't miss it.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
All right, welcome back. We got another banger series coming up. It's going to be Aurora versus Tundra. And us here in the studio, we've been loving talking about Aurora. They've got everything we want in a team. They've got highly skilled individuals. They've got tilt, friction in the personalities. They are drafting immensely well. But on top of that, they have this almost unique choke potential. If there's a way to lose a game, they sometimes can find it. We saw that certainly in the series against Team Liquid. So let's just talk about this team. They've been brilliantly entertaining this tournament.
Yeah.
You want me to go ahead? Yeah, no,
go
I
first.
love these guys. They're very fun to watch. You know, they of course have TI winner Toronto Tokyo on the team. They have some Chimera esports players. Lornoff, I think he carried Chimera throughout all of Dream League.
Sure.
So you know, Panto and Lornoff look extremely good together. And then of course, they have Nightfall.
Yes.
They have Nightfall. It's just a question of how meticulous is he playing? How cautious is he playing, Fear?
Well, we'll see. But this series, he's not, or the previous series, he wasn't playing super cautious. He, however, was playing very smart. And you'll see here, it's 7 minutes into the game. What happens at the 7-minute mark?
I believe that'd be the Wisdom Shrine.
Absolutely. And he is looking at that on his screen, and he is participating in the game here. And this is something we love to see from him. He is TPing to his off lane to secure the Wisdom Shrine for his team here. And we talked about before, I want to see him just participate more in the fights, be a bit more aggressive as well. And he definitely did it in this game. And there's not the only moment in time where he did make more aggressive plays like this as well. He did have a game here too as well where he bought a Blink Dagger on DK, right? We saw the Sven game he played, didn't buy a Blink Dagger. He bought it very early on. He pings it to his support, Panto. He's like, let's go, get a smoke. And they go smoke with this Blink Dagger right away. And if you remember this game, this is the game versus Tidebound, which they absolutely destroyed. And Nightfall looked like an amazing carry player. And it's because of small things like these. He's participating early on in these fights, getting a Blink Dagger, being an initiator for his team, showing up for Wisdom Rune fights and stuff like that, instead of just being a little more not so present in the fights here. So I want to see more of this Nightfall, right? Where he's just being incredibly active on the map and being aggressive.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting about that as well is we had a PA game and we were like, well, he's very good on the PA. What else has he got in his arsenal? It looked to be not a lot of much, and then he pulled out that DK and played flawlessly with it.
Yeah, we were looking for the +1 hero, and they've got it. And I think if you ban both of these heroes, the PA and the DK, then what you're doing is you're letting through something like a Dazzle, a Tinker, and you're really risking getting owned by another one of the players. And then also maybe Nightfall has something else that he's been cooking up.
Yeah. We can also talk a little bit about Toronto Tokyo. We've already highlighted at the start of the day, this is the individual that has played the most heroes in the hero pool in this new off lane that he's learning. And some of it's been high impact and some of it not quite so much, but versatile, absolutely.
Yeah, he's had some really good games. I feel like the game where he pulled out a Magnus just because his team needed it and played incredibly well on it was the most impressive one for me. He has played Dawnbreakers as well, where you're just like, where does he have time to practice all these heroes, you know? He just recently switched to position 3, but he seems to have a good grasp on most all the offlaners right now, which is very impressive.
Yeah, the Dazzle's important too, because this is, you know, we talked about banning Nightfall's heroes. If you leave something like a Dazzle in, you are not only playing against a mid Dazzle potential, but the offlane Dazzle, and he popped off with it as well. So you got to be careful with this team.
And obviously you can see his opposite number there, 33. Doesn't need any introductions. You know, just one of the best to ever do it.
Yeah, I mean, the discussion we were having at Dream League about 33 is we were talking about best offlaners of all time, and we were like, oh, you know, Collapse, like ATF is entering into the picture now. And with 33, somebody brought him up. And we're like, wait a minute, does he go into the captain's category or does he go into the offlane category? And honestly, a bit of both. Like he exists in both. Like he is, I think people view him so highly as a captain, as a guy that put this dream team together multiple times. People doubted it and he proved them wrong. That we forget that in terms of being an extremely high skill offlaner, he can put games on his shoulders and hard carry.
And it's still crazy to me that he walked away from Liquid to be where he's at now.
And look where he is.
Yep.
Top tier team.
I mean, the way I always look at it is some of these players, you know, especially him, he's won TI on 2 different teams.
Yep.
Maybe he wants to go for the hat trick here. 3 TIs on 3 different teams. You got to set new records. It used to be all about winning 2 TIs, but that's been done too many. That's boring now. Yeah, that's boring now. So we got to find a new way to impress.
The one way to prove in a 5-man game that it was you. Win on 3 separate teams.
Oh, this is cool.
Let's make it absolutely clear I'm the best.
Yeah, fair enough.
A Night Stalker getting through.
Yeah, that got through last night.
Yeah.
And Tundra lost with it, surprisingly. So, and the other game we saw as well, this Night Stalker hero, we talk about being so good, but I'm pretty sure this hero is losing. most of its games that it does get picked up.
Yeah, I think it said 60% win rate there on the screen. I didn't quite catch it, but
early on in the
as of
tournament,
last
though,
week.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, speaking of TI winners, Mira played this, but it was against Heroic in the group stage. So it's been a long time since the hero that Mira has played it, and the reason for that, and he's only played it once, and the reason for that is because it's always banned.
Mm-hmm. I think it might be one of the. It's certainly up there. It could be the most banned. I think there was 88.
I think,
overall.
yeah, I think it is. Maybe one hero has like surpassed it. Maybe like the PA or something like that at this point.
Dazzle, Night Stalker, or I think those two are banned the most. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, maybe.
Either way.
Or maybe it was Magnus. Maybe it was Magnus. That's these three are all in contention, though, big time.
Okay, so I want to talk about this. This is interesting. They lost twice last night on Tundra with Lifestealer. First phase, which also broke Duracio's 100% win rate on first phase carry. And they're going back for it again. So they think Lifestealer was not the problem last night.
What do you think?
I am I feel like there's some evidence there suggesting that this may be.
You are a data-driven guy, which, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. This is interesting to see. I think if they lose this one, sure, try it one more time, but there's no way you go back to it
to
for
be
a fourth
fair,
time.
He did get last pick Huskard in the 70-minute game. I mean, not that it really matters. That game also went to 70 minutes. Anytime a game goes to 70 minutes, I'm like, can we really pull stats from it? I like when a team...
But have we seen a Lifestealer win a game
quickly?
It feels...
At all, period.
It feels like he gets pretty kited in fights, and he just doesn't do that much damage. That's how it can feel. If you're not against like some big buff strength guy, and maybe part of the reason behind that is that he's not a hero that really likes to build Revenant's Brooch. And a lot of the carries are either doing an insane amount of damage because of what they are, like PA, or they buy Revenant's Brooch, and so they do an insane amount of damage, whereas Lifestealer does not.
Yeah, he doesn't really benefit too much off the Revenant's Brooch because he is percentage-based damage after all, and that doesn't proc on the magic damage. So, yeah, we'll have to see here. But then overall, I think this is comfort for sure, because when I see a Night Stalker, I'm not like, give me Lifestealer, because I personally think playing Lifestealer into Night Stalker is a little annoying, because anything that can silence you makes you have to buy like a BKB.
Yeah.
And that's not an item you particularly want to buy on this hero.
So, and it's ground silence, so you can't just get like a Satanic, you can't just get a Manta style, like you legitimately have to build a BKB at some point.
Or hope there's a clutch force staff or something that can reposition your hero.
Yeah.
But yeah, Warlock will come out. Very standard.
A lot of the time this hero is picked to partly to ensure that you're going to win the lane. Lifestealer will probably do that on his own. So this means there's a mix of they're block picking it from Aurora, so they can't play it. Panto really likes to play this hero. And then also the team fighting. The level 6 timing on Warlock is incredible when you have this, what is it called? The book. The Grimoire.
The Grimoire.
And Whitemon is like one of the most impressive Warlocks of the tournament.
So what about DK versus Lifestealer? This used to be a pretty comfortable matchup for the Lifestealer. You are a strength hero. But the Frost Dragon.
But the Frost Dragon does not go through BKB is the one thing.
That is correct.
So,
but when the BKB is out, let's say the lifesteal is halved, essentially, right? So that still could be a tool, and it is. Only reason I'm bringing it up because it is a Nightfall hero. I feel like it's a hero that he plays really well. We've seen him do well on it. The PA's banned.
It's 100% worth trying. There's also like if he wants to just go less new meta, I guess like you can go for the Ursa, but I'm not sure how the Ursa Lifestealer matchup goes these days. I imagine still Ursa favored, but
it's definitely Ursa favored.
I know there's like when he had the disarm on the Ags, people would argue like Lifestealer can be good against Ursa. He doesn't have that anymore. Of course, there's Radiance Burn, which is causing you to miss. Ursa doesn't like that very much, but still, it's like so much overwhelming physical damage and burst with the silencer as well. I feel like you're more than happy.
Just a stat for you as well, Jenkins. Whitemon's played Warlock once and lost with it.
I see. What a pathetic Warlock player he is. Thank you, Richard.
He's been too busy playing
Ringmaster
and having fun.
Yeah.
His Ringmaster, he actually went for the unicycle yesterday, which is...
That looked fun.
Yeah, that did look really fun.
Then he lost.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well,
we got that iconic call from like Suns fan as well, I think.
Yeah, that facet is not good.
Yeah.
Truly not. But yeah. I'm very curious because we did see, like, in the last series, a Morphling versus a Lifestealer seemed like an unplayable matchup. It's always been a hard counter. You get just a free BKB, essentially. Ooh.
Okay.
Why?
I was thinking the same thing.
It's like, normally I see this hero and there's a clear reason why.
Yep, yet to win at the tournament.
Yeah. All right, let's break it down a bit, okay?
Okay.
Is it Soxa playing it?
Aurora Gaming.
No.
Okay, no, it's not Soxa playing it.
It's
All right.
33 playing it.
It might be 33 playing it, yeah. Well, I will say against Tidehunter, the hero has a good win rate because Tide cannot crack and shell any of the damage that DP is doing. You just run at him. He has to ravage you. Feels bad. You can still kill him with DP. Ooh, that makes it a little rough too. I'm not so sure you want to lane against the Morphling silencer with the DP, but you don't want to put it mid either. I mean, you have a Tusk, so you're probably fine. But yeah, lots of heroes that are susceptible to being run down with DP. Like if he can have a solid game and get some items and not just die and burst, then I do think that the hero does a good amount of damage to these heroes on Aurora.
And the other why, now that I see this pick come out, is maybe they were expecting potentially a DK coming out. And this Tusk DP lane might be very difficult to deal with. So kind of forcing a new hero. And we all know that all these players can play Morphling. But I feel like there's a very few players that can make Morphling work. And Radon is definitely one of them. I'm not sure, like, Nightfall, he can play the hero. It's a good game for it. The lane isn't super easy, I don't want to say. I feel like in general, like, laning with a Morph can be a bit difficult, especially if you can have a lot of pressure on you applied by this Death Prophet. So it's good for the game, but I'm just wondering, has he practiced this recently? Does this fit the style that Aurora wants to play? They'll make that sacrifice just to get the best hero in the game.
Aurora Gaming.
We always have to ask this question when Tundra has last pick. BZM Invoker.
BZM Invoker.
Is it coming?
I mean, that's the beauty of the DP. It could be a mid or an offlaner, right?
Yeah.
That they pick, so we don't know for certain.
BZM Death Prophet. Is it coming?
We have to ask the question.
Yep.
33 acts. Is it coming?
There's not good setup for the Invoker in the side lanes anyway, so it's maybe not so good. But it's always hyped to see him pick that. Yeah, I mean, they could go Enigma.
Nope.
Oh, no, they can't. It's banned.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was thinking that myself. Like,
Psych.
A lot of the good heroes, I think they're just going to pick a mid here for good old BZM. He has a very big hero pool as well. Morph is actually one of his heroes, so he probably knows what's good against Morph, being a Morph player himself. I mean, it used to be like these Pango's banned. That was one of the classics.
Yeah.
Like, if you can get a Diffusal hero mid that can play high tempo, not many of those anymore from the mid line. I think it's just Pango who buys Diffusal.
I mean, Lina is El Clasico, but it's just I feel
it could work. Yeah.
I feel like they're gonna lack like a little bit of disable. They need some stunner.
Well, Aurora luckily does get a ban here into pick, so they probably know what's good versus Morph. And they have to pick first. They're going to ban the DK. They're just going to pick Sniper.
Okay.
Right out the gate there.
Well, now there are two problems to solve. It's the Morphling and the Sniper. So is there a hero that solves both?
It was probably Storm or Pango, but those are gone. Some unfortunate bans working against them, but that's also like the beauty of that pick, right? You can use the enemy bans against them. I mean, I'm thinking, honestly, out of the options you mentioned, maybe it is the Lina.
Yeah, you can't Puck, not into Sniper. Puck would have been good otherwise. Well, maybe not against the silences, but they need the disable.
This is a problem whenever I see a Sniper. It's like, what do you pick for a Sniper? You have two choices. You either try to beat him in lane, which I think is impossible.
Yep.
Or you find a hero that can lose in lane really badly and get on top of him.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
So maybe you do just pick the Ember Spirit or something, and
I mean, Ember's
who cares?
Yeah, I was gonna say Ember's been just incredibly solid. It's got good combat mechanics.
Just rotate the Tusk early on or something.
Yeah, sure. I like that idea. I mean, the Ember against there's a ton of magic damage on Aurora right now. Mage Slayer would do a lot of work.
Other than that, there's like some really cool pocket pick that might come out. Tiny. I mean, you get on top of them.
That's good.
Thing.
Yeah, that is. It will be the first time BZM has actually played the Tiny in this tournament, which is shocking because BZM is such an exceptional Tiny player.
Well, they're thinking about it.
Will he play Tiny? Okay.
Okay, yeah.
They're talking about something else. But no, it makes sense. I mean, Tiny is a hero. Like, I understand Morph really likes turning into Tiny, stealing AVULUS. This is really strong for sure. But on the flip side, also, if you can jump the Morph and toss Ava him before he can get the stat Morph off, you can kill him if he's sitting really low agility. At the very least, this pick is for the sniper. You can toss him back into lane and reposition him. I mean, Sniper never likes this. Like, the ways you beat snipers, you jump him or you reposition him. They went for both, right? Tiny does both.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tundra came into this one with a very predetermined strategy. They just picked Lifestealer. They picked the DP Tusk without really seeing too much. And they have an idea of how this game is going to go and how they want to play. I'm very curious to see how it goes out here. Whereas Aurora, they just counterpicked 1-1, I feel like, in the matchup, as you often will do as first pick. So really just, to me, it comes down to, is this Nightfall Morphling paired with a Sniper going to be good enough? I think it should be, as long as the Tide and Night Stalker have a decent game.
Yeah, I agree with that. I haven't been sold on the Lifestealer, Jenkins. Just haven't at all, really.
Same.
Yeah, I do think Tundra picking it is a little different. And I understand the series last night. I get it. That didn't go so well. But I think Falcons is looking really good. And that also won 3 games. So I do believe in Tundra's Lifestealer, if I believe in any Lifestealer.
Okay. I haven't got the Warlock as well, of course. You know, decent.
Yeah, Whitemon Warlock. Once again, also losing. But, you know, in Dream League, he was like...
I mean,
it's one game.
This game is all about the Death Prophet for me.
Yeah.
Like, will this Death Prophet have some, like, impact in this game?
Well, look, we'll go to the sidelines with Sir Action Sucks.
Thank you so much. Everything's a sideline compared to your line, Richard Lewis. Fantastic. I am here with Mr. Moon Meander from Team Tundra. Moon, Death Prophet, 0% win rate at this tournament. 4 picks, I believe. Only one coach in the entire tournament would have the cojones to bring her out. Why are we seeing her now?
It's Neta's idea, I guess.
Okay, so you blame him.
I'm not blaming him, you know.
I'm just saying, if you lose, that was you saying it was his idea, not my idea.
No, well, basically what I'm trying to say is you missed 100% of the shots you don't take. You know, you cannot be successful without failing. So either you're going to fail or we're going to win. But no matter what, we learn.
Okay, so you have zero confidence. For what I'm reading is you said do something else. Neta said, I want to play Death Prophet, and you're like, you guys are boned. Is that what we're saying right here?
No, I'm saying it is what it is.
What it is?
Play Dota, guys.
Okay, this is all right. No worries. Let's talk about the team kind of aura right now. After last night, you know, that was quite a night. You guys are coming in as one of the earlier series today. The boys rested up. They were good to go, or what was that like?
Yeah, yesterday was very late, and usually when the games go late, we have a bunch of early birds in this team. So the later the game goes, the worse we play. Yeah.
But that means that you guys will be ready to roll today. You guys are ready to get that worm.
Yeah, we are ready to slay some Aurora gamers, yeah.
Okay, that's good. Do you ever think about, you know, who you're actually facing off against as like how are they vibing? They don't even have a coach, bro. You coming in here, they're coachless. What do you think about that?
Coaches are a scam. Nobody needs this.
Okay, that's not what we're going to say on the interview. I think coaches... Let's just get you out of here before you ruin your career anymore, Moon. I love you. I want you to keep that job going. Let's go to our caster. Get us out of here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sax, Moon, for that one. And yeah, it's all going to be eyes on this Death Prophet. See what 33 can do with it. We know he likes the hero. He's found a chance to get it into the draft here today against Aurora. I mean, talk about these 2 drafts. What do you want to sort of talk about first? What's standing out to you, Fog?
Well, I think Fury's touching on it the most is just the Nightfall Morphling, right? We just saw Radon play it to pretty much perfection when he's playing versus that Lifestealer with a similar, well, not the same supporting cast, but he has a Tidehunter on his team, so they'd have that big timing that he can go for with a big fight. But yeah, Tundra, ideally looking to set tempo. That's exactly what it feels like with this type of draft, with a tiny mid, with a DP Tusk in the off lane. And let's see how much they can look to shut down Nightfall.
Yeah.
Got to be looking at that lane. It can be a bit of a weak lane. Silencer has gotten stronger, as we've said a couple times with the glaives nowadays that you can trade with, but versus Tusk, it's scary. You get caught once, you're dead. It's not one of those that you effectively want to trade versus as a Silencer in a lot of situations.
Yeah, talking about the Nightfall morph, similar to Radon in the sense that for Nightfall, it's also his most played hero in competitive. That's the one he likes to bring out the most, but hasn't done it in a while. It's been 3 months since we last saw Nightfall find an opportunity to bring his Morphling out here with the team. So yeah, let's see what he's got ready for us today.
2-for-2 exchange. We see the Spirit Collector has been chosen, so he's looking to do as much damage as possible and snowball in a way with this. I love this fast. It looks so funny. I love seeing the little heroes getting caught inside of the exorcism, and you just see them bringing him, you know, striking them back with them. Yeah, it just looks really goofy. And it's something that I mean, this is dating back to old Tundra, that they did like to play. You remember when Soxa and 33 used to do the Death Prophet plus Monkey King? I mean, we're going back 3 years, of course, but they used to run this duo quite often to be able to apply pressure onto the safe lane. So let's see if they can do that, because that is the... It does feel like it's the concept that they want to do.
Yeah, and eyes on what's going to go down in the mid. BZM getting this tiny against the sniper. Checking his record, pretty impressive so far. He's in competitive. He's on a 7-game win streak right now on Tiny over the last couple of months. So he's been doing very well.
That's really cool, because I think they're saying this is the first time he's played at this tournament, right?
Correct. The last game he played was 25 days ago, so about a month ago. But then he had sort of like a whole month where he was playing, 7 games in a row. Well, not in a row, but the 7 times they picked him Tiny in a row, he won every single one of them.
Yeah, and overall in this game, right, like, he's going to be a super active playmaker, and for Lornoff, it's more about just lane dominance. So let's see if that lane dominance does end up working, because when I do look at Aurora, the playmaking is pretty limited on their draft, right? Their mid laner is kind of a farmer, their safe lane's a farmer, and the Tidehunter is very limited in terms of time that he can pressure, because Ravage's cooldown, so... We'll have to see if the lane ends up being that advantageous for the sniper, because right now it looks like BZM's handling his own very nicely these first few waves. Tundra does their creep pull top. I'll mention it again. They get like the half pull off, so they denied a full wave. Nightfall tried to match the same, but he couldn't. So positioning for the lane, it's going to be in a really good spot for Tundra to put aggression on. Early moves from Panto just to be able to secure the rune, in particular Nightfall. They're going to look to beat on him again here every time he steps up. Toronto Tokyo also taking a fair bit of damage down bottom.
That's a lot of harassment coming out with the Fatal Bonds.
Yeah, Whitemon's been one of the best, I think, that we've been able to see on the Warlock. I think not so much at this tournament, maybe, but as they were mentioning his stats also from it previously, he has been looking very strong on it. And it's a lane that Duracho should absolutely free farm in, playing versus that Night Stalker and the Tide. But Tide also is usually able to get his trade farm versus Nakes.
I mean, would you imagine as well in this current meta that for the carry players, do you think Warlock's kind of their favorite hero to lane with? Because it's
Jakiro or Warlock.
Jakiro, if you got one of those as a carry player in this patch, you're like, oh my goodness, I can hit the creeps, have an easy lane.
Toronto Tokyo
diving in for him.
Going down here. They've got the wounds. It gets dispelled instantly from the blubber, but it's actually top. They get the kill first.
They'll still get the one down bottom, so a couple of kills picked up straight away here from Tundra.
And Soxa actually is able to survive with 30 HP. Might look for a suicide play to be able to return back to the lane. It looks like that is going to be the case to those neutrals. Lanes right now for Tundra, looking pretty solid. 7 denies on the Tiny, 4 on the Nakes, or on the Lifesteer. I'm going to keep saying Nakes, but 5 on the Death Prophet. So lanes start here looking very nice. BZM even finding an Observer Ward too.
Yeah, Lonoff was trying to deny it, but just couldn't stop BZM from timing that last hit in.
Did Duracho get the last hit? He did not get the last hit on the kill, so it doesn't get that extra HP that you get from getting it. That's 33. He's standing his own here. This looks like there's a rotation to the mid lane. This might catch him off guard.
Absolutely, this is quite an early move to make. Lornoff is just not really going to be able to deal with.
He's looking pretty dead. There's a blood grenade as well if they even needed it, but they don't.
Yeah, good move from just one that hard to sort of read that move coming in right as a sniper at 4 minutes in.
And hard to
in that position.
And hard to really take advantage of the move too. It's like you see the Death Prophets alone, but it's a Death Prophet. So the siphons, there's not really much you can do to be able to make that aggressive move.
Yeah, definitely one of those offlaners that's going to give Saxa a lot of freedom to make moves elsewhere. 3 kills here so far from Tundra. Mira. Hovering around the mid, but a bit more difficult for him to get in on top of BZM.
Fall. Got shards if they want to force that waveform. Now that he uses it, not going to look for the play. Does put the second point in waveform. I've seen different approaches from 2 different Morphlings now. Radon actually put the second point in the attribute shift when he was playing versus the Axe lane.
And so what is sort of the build-up that you like to see from the offlane DP? Are you building auras or are you getting this Atos?
I would imagine it's the Atos as the ward.
Oh my goodness.
Soxa with that ward placed down. It's going to get instantly dewarded, but it gets work already.
That still very much hurts getting sniped like that by the Tusk.
What a play.
They'll try. They really want to go for BZM mid.
Toss
and a TP.
And a TP right after the void.
That'll do it. BZM's perfectly safe. Back to base.
Heads up awareness. Yeah, I think the Atos looks great this game versus the Morphling. So if he does want to go that route, I can actually check what we saw from 33 at least doing it, because I think he's been doing it in quite a bit of his pubs.
He's having a great time, Top. Top CS right now here on the offlane Death Prophet.
A lot of souls already. He's got 5 spirits collected from these kills in the laning phase. I mean, that first exorcism was going to be pretty potent. How does 0% win rate? That's very interesting. We have not gotten into catch one ourselves at all.
No, we're none of the games that we casted, no. We didn't get to see any DP. We'll see how he does here today.
Sometimes the lacking of the hero is just that you can't stick on targets with exorcisms. They do have the Tiny and the Tusk to keep them on top. Low enough again. There's 2 supports.
They're straining on towards the tower. TPs are going to be coming in for him, but the Avalanches are ready. They kill Laurenov.
Ento also.
They're going to get him on top of this. Mira, can he strike back on any of them?
I mean, Mira
he
also.
Can't. They've got the toss. And Mira, can he just run from this one? They're going to have Shard and Snowball up in a second. Mira's going to try and turn to get the wall up, but Whiteman's perfectly fine. Shards and Snowball up in a second. They close in. They're killing off the Night Stalker. They get all 3 of them around the mid. This is a painful start for Aurora.
8 spirits collected on 33. That first exorcism is going to be insane. 7-0 already. They TP in. BZM actually very patient, waiting for the TP to finish before he throws the avalanche. Picture perfect connection coming up from Tundra.
And so to sort of clarify again with the DP, so basically with these hero spirits, they replace the regular spirits and they do what?
Bonus damage, right?
What, at first level, you're kind of looking between 88 and 94 rather than the base 64. Yes. So that's a significant amount more damage, especially when you've got this many built up early on. Yeah, that first exorcism's going to slap.
I'm looking forward to see when he pops. He's probably going to use it right away here as the Nightfall commits forward. There's a snowball.
Look at them coming out.
Look at them go.
Look at this Tide. It's spooky.
I mean, once he gets on top and the damage is going to be super high, is it enough?
Oh, it is!
The spirits!
Yes! The spirits of his dead teammates coming back to haunt him.
I love this ability. Oh, this facet's one of the funniest looking ones in the game. That's a big kill. Uses the TP. He's actually shown he's going to go boots of travel, so wants more mobility. But
I can't even tell. Some of these spirits, they look pretty crazy. Who's this one next to the Tide?
I'm trying to figure that out.
That's the silencer.
Is that silencer?
That's the silencer, but without his body, right?
It looked like kind of like Ringmaster, but yeah, he's missing his body. He just has the armor, it looked like there. As bottom also, Mira. They're going to drop the Golem.
I mean, why not? They're crushing it right now.
I mean, the Grimoire, it's so early. Level 7 about to be finished for Whitemon. This is the ideal start that Tundra wants to have with their draft. We set a tempo-based draft and getting pretty much, I mean, the best kind of start you can possibly ask for. Top tower's dead. Tidy's gotten enabled. Phase and Soul Ring's already online. Laurenov is actually making moves to try to fix things.
They've got to try and make some sort of play. On Tokyo, he has to ravage just to live. I mean, he might still die. Dracho's got the rage if he wants to dive in for this, and he will.
Him.
Gets in, gets the kill, and should be able to get out with the Infest if he needs to. Off he goes.
See ya. He's even got buddies next to him. They might just look to go back in.
Oh, they will.
They want the sniper.
They're going to look for a beautiful setup there with the toss. Sets up for the 2-man avalanche. And the Golem's still alive and punching.
They are smashing.
This is getting pretty nasty.
Nightfall, he joins in.
He gets one of them.
There's another avalanche. He is dead. A triple kill. He gets all the last hits. That's the highest feast I've seen at 9 minutes. 134 on the lifestealer.
Well, this is going from 0 to 100 pretty quick. We're only 9 minutes in.
Owen, what else is happening in the meantime? More spirits.
Yep, this is back up to 10.
33's got 10 more recollected.
Because how many spirits are actually in an exorcism? It's 10. It's so 10, every single spirit is going to be replaced with a hero spirit right now. And just really, BZM as well, knowing he can go for the toss away from them. Because he knows they're going to get the kills anyway. And the fact that Whitemon, he got a lot of damage done with this Golem. Getting it to still alive at the end of that ult from that earlier play when he dropped it on Mira.
That must be the most impactful early game Golem I've ever seen.
I think, yeah,
the full
it's
duration
so much damage.
is hitting people. 33,
wow.
He's switching the build because of these momentum kills he's getting. He goes Kaya, so all about his damage now because he's got all these spirits. Panto.
He's dead.
Another one for Duracho. Check the HP. Nom. Mira.
Oh, they're going to get him right. Oh, he is speedy. They get the toss. Mira trying to turn and hold them back.
Wait, so now he's got 12 spirits collected. So how does this work? I've actually never seen them have this many spirits.
Okay, it will consume 10 right, and then it'll just already have 2 being ready to build up the next one.
Does it keep the 2 or does it just consume it all anyway?
I imagine it should keep the 2.
I guess so. Right. This is crazy start. 16-3, 10 minutes in.
Yeah, this is one of the fastest starts we've had in any of the games.
They're breaking Aurora.
From anyone.
Golem's back up.
Yep.
Exorcism also at the ready if he wants to look for a setup. Saxa, they're hunting. This is an insane start.
Yeah.
I mean, Aurora, with the sniper, they want to win lanes, and it's just not been the case with the rotations that we saw from Saxa.
That's a BZM Tiny.
Yeah, he's pretty close. I mean, he's 800 for Blink already.
Again, just had that crazy track record so far. He's on a 7-game win streak on the Tiny in competitive.
Tower
We're certainly seeing why here with this performance.
Yeah.
It's crazy stuff. He's going to have a super quick blink.
It's such a good draft that can thrive on momentum. They've gotten all 3 towers already.
Sure.
Toronto.
I mean, there's backup here.
They're baiting him.
Ravage. So if they can finish him off, they can.
They will.
Well, the Assassinate coming in onto Saxa.
The turn. Here come the ghosts.
Exorcism's coming in.
It does consume them all.
Oh, so right.
Does that mean that he gets 12? Let's count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
He shouldn't, right? I think he should just get the 10.
So it just consumes it anyway. Toss back.
It's another one. Already starting to build up the count towards the next spirit.
This looks fun.
Quick, count the spirits. It's
I did, it's 10.
Yeah, it's only 10, yeah.
There is 2 Night Stalker spirits, though, which looks pretty funny. As tower, there's a... I mean, they already used their glyph, too, from the earlier dive, so this tower is dropping pretty fast.
We're 12 minutes in.
I mean, Toronto's like, I need to grab the creep wave, or we might lose this tower, but he steps up too far.
They're just going to drop the golem on him.
Global comes out. Is it going to save him?
They're going to throw the blood grenade down onto Toronto Tokyo. They've got the snowball in as well. Oh, Toronto Tokyo will live. They take out Saxa. They're going to try for Whitemon, but he already has the heal pumping.
Nightfall.
BZM has the blink, so they've got to watch out for these blink plays now from BZM.
It's not yet on him.
Okay, it's coming out. How close is it?
About
Here it is. Okay, now he's got it.
Nightfall. He is shifted in a comfortable amount of HP versus the Tiny at the moment, so not going to go for him. Fastest on this hero.
Yeah, he's...
Versus a sniper. So, looking for the next play. Very fragile heroes at this point versus such an early timing coming out from BZM. See where he looks to strike. 33. They can't make an aggressive.
It's just tough to go on with. He's got 3 maxed out spirit stuffings ready to go.
They can. I know they can't get the flank on him. They saw him anyway. They saw Mira trying to make the play.
Lorinov.
He's found again.
BZM's going to grab him.
No neutral deny for you as Whitemon gets the kill from the Imps. Drums being built from Whitemon. All about early game aggression. 8K lead. 13 minutes in. How many ghosts does he have again? He's up to 4. Can look to continue going for that push. 20 seconds till it's up, and there's still no tier 2 glyph for 20 seconds.
And once he gets to 12, right, that's when he'll really start to get to use all the spirits, gets up 17.
Yeah.
And that's when it starts to super crazy, right? When you got that many spirits of heroes flying around.
I mean, this hero, as much as this hero is a momentum, like tempo hero, the levels are crazy when Death Prophet is able to get a snowball, because it just works so well with your Witchcraft innate.
Toronto Tokyo.
Shows himself.
Uh-oh. Fortifying the creeps here to make sure the 33 can TP over. He'll pop the Ravage, but he's trapped in by the shards. He's surely going down. The ghosts are out.
Infest on 33.
I mean, fighting into this exorcism is pretty difficult.
Mirai.
He's going down as the avalanche from BZM catches again onto the 2 of them. Panto and Mira to fall.
Ben Moonmeander is pretty happy that he listened to 33 so far in this
game.
Yeah,
I think so again.
Because he
did seem too sure on it, but I think after this one.
I mean, BZM, he's got another toss back.
Yeah, BZM's just playing with them now.
This is crazy plays. Triple kill for him.
Wow.
Radiance soon online for the Lifestealer. Glyph was used again to try to hold the tower, but the Exorcism coming to a tail end.
My goodness. I mean, what Moon said as well, right, that his boys are kind of the early morning team.
Guys, yeah.
It is 1:30, but for gamers, that's early morning. True. And we're seeing how much Tundra pop off in that sort of position at that time.
It's 23 kills. They're well past
14 minutes.
1 kill a minute. 23-6. Aurora not even able to strike back so far here. We did see, of course, you know, Radon able to make a miraculous, like a pretty good comeback, but they were not this far behind by any means. And not into this aggressive of a draft either. So far, not able to utilize their global or their ravages really at all with the way that Tundra is just kind of running at them. Tier 2 claimed so early. 33's been, I'm just seeing him shuffle between builds. He's trying to decide which one he truly wants. He had EQ'd, he had Glimmer, Yules. I think he did decide on that Glimmer.
Aurora's going to try for a play.
So Tormentor, it's top since it's a Night Stalker. Does shift where its positioning is at that 15 minutes. Tundra, very well aware of it. Aurora.
I mean, yeah, they're looking to head up and join Toronto Tokyo, but there's no Ravage for 40 seconds.
It's already a Radiant. I mean, Ratio already has Radiance, too.
It's got to be one of the quicker ones.
Not an easy way to get on top of him, either. And they're going to have their ults for the fight. They haven't committed them on the Tormentor, so Exorcism's at the ready in 15 seconds.
Shot for Saxon.
Looking for a wraparound.
Here comes the night time, but they make the jump straight away towards Mira. Toronto Tokyo stepping up, the Golem's going to get dropped upon him. They'll use the global silence. Aurora trying their best to fight on towards the supports. They look towards Saxon. Saxon able to get the punch off.
Exorcism.
And the shards. They're in with the Exorcism. No, Saxon survives actually with a snowball. He's going to live thanks to the Shadow Word heal. Saxon survives. They've killed off the Tide, killed off the Sniper. Mira's trying to finish off this Tusk, but Saxon finally goes down, but the damage has been done. The Ghosts are chasing him. Uh-oh.
Okay.
He'll die to the neutrals, but it's effectively a team wipe. They just can't fight them. They try and enter into it around a time when they didn't quite have the Ravage. They didn't have everything.
They can't even get the connection on the global before the Chaotic Offering already dropped, too. They already got their spells off.
It took them just so long to kill the supports.
It really did.
They had to spend that whole fight chasing Saxa and Whitemon. They get them at the end, but by the time they've done so, everyone's dead.
Look at the Ghost damage. Almost 4,000 done from 33 in this fight.
Yeah,
insane.
And already up to seven more souls or spirits. 706 on 33. It's going to have Yules for the next fight. Yeah, good luck killing him.
A beautiful execution. Tundra just literally playing this game is even better than you could possibly imagine. 27 kills. It's insane how many kills they're getting.
70 minutes in. Roshan will be theirs.
Yeah, they can't get the like somehow they have to get some type of synergy with the ults, but at this deficit, they don't have damage now either. You see Nightfall tries to come in, as you said, they can't even kill the supports in time. The Chaotic was dropped before the fact, and yeah, at this point they are quite durable on these two. Pavis, Solar Crest pretty much done for Whitemon, and Saxa almost having a blink too. So these two supports have like what, 1,500 plus HP.
Yeah, they're
plus
crushing
defensive capabilities. And
BZM,
another one.
I'll grab another one there.
Godlike. The last pick tiny.
Dude, I said BZM's tiny. Kind of makes you wonder why they haven't sort of found a chance to get it out, you know, since, for 25 days. So that was the last time we saw it.
Very, very true.
Imagine it has been being banned out a few times.
They have deep vision again. Look at BZM, who's thinking about going for the blink play, the concussive grenade to protect Lorinov. Swiftly moving across the map, this deep vision that they've placed. I think they even saw Nightfall sneaking his way up here. The 33. He can just push out the top wave, and he has boots of travel to join his team. Crazy levels of farm that everybody's been able to find. The support's soon to surpass some of the cores.
They're going to set up on the Toronto. He is pretty tanky.
They're saving the punch and the toss.
And slowly but surely, they'll get themselves another one.
Desperate times for Aurora already at this point in the game.
I mean, this is definitely going to be one of the high amount of kills you've had, right? At 19 minutes in this tournament.
I think it's the absolute highest that I've seen. At least from one team.
Yeah, 29 kills.
It's just insane. Death Prophet just completely unanswered, too. 706 has the Essence Ring. They're going to try for 33, but Essence Ring, Yule's Glimmer, and he's got a Tusk behind him.
Nighttime will come out from Mira.
I mean, if they can't kill him here, then I don't know when they will.
That's the global as well. They're using a lot for this.
It looks way too deep now.
Has two very big cooldowns used.
Mira.
Doesn't really get them anything.
And Mira might still get caught. I mean, BZM.
He knows where he is. BZM, it doesn't miss. Snowball's coming in. Can they close any further?
Is it even worth chasing now?
I think they might just let him be. They're like, well, whatever. Hey, guess Courier.
I mean, BZM, it's worth chasing.
Okay, yeah, BZM wants
to. It's worth chasing.
Who are we kidding? BZM wants to continue to pad up his stat line.
Bottom, Toronto, it's just everywhere.
He's just dying to the Ghost. 31 kills.
I'm loving this. If you can get this many kills when you're playing with Death Prophet.
Yeah, it's just every single exorcism has been incredibly buffed up because of the amount of hero spirits he has.
They're essentially double, right? They're essentially double every single time. The damage that they're able to apply. Another catch.
Yeah, I don't know how much more of this they want to endure on Aurora.
They probably want to tap out soon.
20 minutes in, 32 kills by Tundra.
It's likely just Arax here. If they want to stick around. Do they actually want to stick around? Looks like they do. And Duracho even looking to drag the mid wave, pull it over. And no global, no Night Stalker ults. Looks like they're going for a last hurrah potentially to go for some type of smoke wraparound, but do they even have damage at this point? BCM has an amp damage for the jump.
He's in. The toss back on a Nightfall. Ravage will come out of the two of them, but the Golem's going to get dropped onto the three, and the Snowball comes in to keep them safe. The Fatal Bonds are down. They have to punch up onto Toronto Tokyo as he'll get left behind, trapped in the shards. He'll fall. They get back in with the combo on a Nightfall. They don't lose anything themselves again, Tundra.
GG.
Well, that was a game.
That was a beatdown.
That was a, oh my goodness.
I think the biggest beatdown I've seen of this tournament, actually.
Yeah, and
we've seen
coming this late on in the tournament as well, that is quite something there from Tundra.
All right, well, if 33 asks for the Death Prophet, I think you might want to give it to him. It was an old classic they used to run. I was mentioning it from back when old Tundra played their DP Monkey King kind of duo.
Yeah, he loves this era 33.
Yeah, they stopped him.
Yeah. Wow, that's a rough one there from Aurora and Tundra. Oh, well. well, that's game one. Again, how many kills are there? He had 34 kills, 21 minutes in. Forces out the GG. Wow, what speechless. Crazy stuff. Tundra, they dominate this game one.
Cool turbo, bro. I mean, you know it's bad when Owen's left speechless, right? Like,
yeah, he's usually pretty good at bullshitting, to be honest. Like,
what do you even do?
Oh, well, that was hype.
Yeah.
He's just like, no, that was.
Now, listen, let me tell you, though, they did have that Night Stalker first, but I don't know what we're going to do for this entire segment, honestly. It was just so horrendously one-sided. I got to say, it was brave of Aurora to kind of let it go on for as long as it did. I mean,
we thought we were going to get a 12-minute GG.
Yeah.
That is one sign of life, one sign of improvement since the Bet Boom days of Toronto Tokyo Nightfall.
Hold on, it's still early on. They still have time
to GG out at 12 minutes. You think it's going to get worse than that?
I mean, it could next game. Who knows? But
oh God.
But yeah, like Clinton, how did it go so bad so fast?
They lost every single lane. And this is kind of how like this type of lineup will function in general. Like if you're behind with a sniper and a morphling, what do you do on the map? Like we saw Ravage go off multiple times and there was no follow-up whatsoever. No. You have Global Silence, you have Dark Ascension, which doesn't do damage. Your damage is coming from Sniper and from Morphling. And they had no items in this game. The lanes are a disaster. This Tiny did a lot better than I expected as well mid lane. And then that was it. The game was just straight up over at this point because they have no way to kill any of these heroes.
I think when your Death Prophet can go Kaya Boots of Travel, this is the most luxurious game you've ever experienced.
Yeah.
What a treat it was for 33. I do not think that these would have been his item choices if this was a normal game. We are completely dominating the map, and we are going to continue dominating the map by just having raw damage and ability to show up to every single fight. I mean, the Death Prophet looked good. And
by the way, for the rest of this segment, what would be interesting is not having us on camera. I just want to see what's happening with Aurora. Like,
can we do that?
Yeah, is it possible to just film them for the entirety of this segment? Because I just can't imagine that they're not going to be like monstrously tilted after that. To be clear, this is the biggest stomp of the tournament so far, and it's probably not even for close.
Sure. It just lasted long because they let it last that long.
Yes.
But they knew it was over. The question is, like, what were they talking about for the 10 minutes or 15 minutes or 20 minutes of the game that they decided that the game was already over? Because they were having some sort of conversation. It may have been one-sided, but they were having a conversation.
I've been told, just had it in my ear, they immediately left the booth. They were just laters. Like, they were straight out of there. So
oh, no.
That's what Aurora did, yeah.
God, I love this team, though.
I know, you got to, haven't you?
They're just so entertaining.
And there it is. I mean, look, I don't know what we can glean about the Death Prophet in a game like that, but I mean, it's who we talked about before we went live. It's 33 doing his thing. You know, it was an incredible game he had.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think Jenkins was right when they saw the Tide. This is something that probably has been brewing for 33 and wanting to try it, or has tried it in its pubs and been very successful. This game just went a lot better than probably anyone on Tundra thought it would go. Like the Lifestealer, completely free lane, mid lane was free, and then there's quite a lot of devastation on that top lane as well. Just a very unfortunate game. I think you need to reel it back if you are Aurora on this one, but not a lot to really analyze on this one. They just got owned in every single lane. Maybe their drafting needs to be a bit more complete, because right now just sniper morph. What do you do if you start losing? Like, there's nothing you can do. And I think people have forgotten that when you do play heroes like Morphling, they're so slow. They can't show up to these early fights. And I think people also forgot how to play with Night Stalker. Whenever we see this hero, it just doesn't look good. And maybe because they don't get the chance to scrim it or play it very often, they forgot how to like build a strat around the hero.
Well, that takes it to a sub 50% win rate now at the tournament. So we can sort of highlight a little bit 33 versus Nightfall in the lane. I guess this is kind of explaining just how things worked out.
Yeah, essentially. So basically the laning stage is where Morph is the weakest. He gets exponentially stronger with every half level that he receives, because that is what his his innate allows him to do. So yeah, anyway, moving on from that, we're gonna just see maybe a couple clips here of like what happened in this game. And it's just like, you're really low HP and you're trying to just get as much farm as you can, but kind of like how in the last series, you just die sometimes. You need to morph down so you can heal back up. And you can see here, Soxa, he knew this morph was going to morph down. He just goes behind, instantly snipes him out of the map there. And then yet again, things happen. Like, you try to wait for him and get a kill. Soxa outplays him with a snowball. You have a level advantage on the Death Prophet. You try to do the Nightfall, but unfortunately the damage from the DP is underestimated. And that's 2 deaths immediately right away. And Jenkins?
Yeah, I just wanted to show when Tundra is ahead in a game, they kind of understand that tier 3 towers, tier 4 towers, they don't mean a thing when you have Tiny, when it's a pathetic little Dwarven sniper running away. They're going to keep diving you. They did not give a single chance for our boys on Aurora to come back in the game.
No, it was very, very brutal. Let's just not analyze it anymore. Let's just forget about that one. That's what Aurora have to do. So let's just go to a break. It'll be better afterwards, probably, or something.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
pace, dă-ți o ile încoace. Negruze voi, că e alba de noi. Și umbra de voi. Stăpânesc, cheamă și-un câine cel mai bărbătesc și cel mai prețesc. Că la pus de soare vreau să-mi de-o mare baciu și cu cel vrâncean.
All right, welcome back. We had a game. Tundra handed out a shellacking to Aurora, and now we're wondering if Aurora can reset their mental and get back into this series. Tournament life on the line, remember. Guys, so we just have to put that out of our minds. I don't think it teaches us anything about these teams. Certainly with Aurora, we already knew that was very much in the wheelhouse.
We've been waiting for that one.
Yes,
Yeah,
absolutely. But, you know, moving forward, obviously, we've talked about how, generally speaking, their drafts have been good. And maybe they were just a little bit too greedy, or they overthought it here because they knew their opponents were perhaps a little bit stronger than those they've played earlier in the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely agree with that. I think this also was a situation where Tundra came out with not so meta picks, right? Like they come out with like the Lycer, which kind of baits you and like, okay, let's get the Morphling. And then you see this DP and like, okay, maybe Sniper, that's good versus DP, right? Let's throw that into the mid lane. Then all of a sudden they also give you this first pick Night Stalker. You're like, okay, we haven't played this hero in a while. This is normally banned. And now you end up with a draft that's just kind of weird because you're playing versus non-meta picks that you just don't have a draft that really functions at all.
I'm not going to sit here and say the Night Stalker's overrated, okay? I want to put that out there.
Okay, what are you going to do?
However, I think that if you're going to first pick a Night Stalker, maybe there's a world where Gaimin Gladiators was right. You have to be able to also flex this into the offlane and not just shove it into the 4 position no matter what. Because every time we see it, it gets worked. It doesn't just lose, it gets destroyed. And the thing is, the meta has developed around Night Stalker not being in it for quite a few days now, like many, many matches being played. So the question is he even good in the meta anymore to the level that he was before?
It's a good question.
I think a lot of teams have forgotten how to play this hero the right way. It is not good with Silencer, in my opinion. I think if you do want to play Night Stalker, you do have to have this Warlock, Jakiro, and potentially a Tide.
And his Italian brother, Jakiro, occasionally comes out.
Me, a Jakiro. I think in general, you need more team fight with this hero for it to be good, because it is very much so just like a ganking hero that gives good vision. It's not going to provide much in the team fights. As we saw, every fight you went into, like, you just couldn't fight into this Night Stalker. You just died at every single hit.
Yeah, speaking of brothers, Mario Brothers, of course, it is good with some of the spirits as well. All right, like Storm Spirit, Ember Spirit, these heroes that can actually abuse the vision and jump the right targets. And that's the interesting thing that happens in Dota. When a hero is banned for so long that you forget that the entire drafts were actually based around abusing the strengths of that hero. And then when you just pick the hero, throw it in, and then there's nothing that's abusing the strengths, all of a sudden it looks terrible. And it's not. They just need to draft different.
That's a first phase Ursa. They didn't do that last time.
No, that is unique. And the lifestealer's gone as well. So,
oh, they get a, let's see, there's Magnus, Darkseer, but I don't know.
NP is available.
NP's available, yeah. Duraccio could take the NP, but I don't know if you want to give Magnus then take NP.
Abaddon is in the pool.
Abaddon as well. Oh yeah, 33's been rocking the Abaddon.
Abaddon?
There's a different hero? Is that the Italian?
I don't know. That's the normal one.
And they go for the Mag.
I don't know what Abaddon is.
I say it accidentally, but that's only because I've been like associating with NA people that call it that. It is Abaddon.
It is Abaddon, yeah.
He says his own name. Yeah, he goes Abaddon.
Yeah, he does.
When he gets picked.
Why'd you say it wrong? Yeah. Okay, anyway, Magnus was the choice here. They banned the Abaddon themselves. And it's going to be playing versus Enigma. This hero it can be played as a 5, a 4 in some cases, but mainly an offlaner.
Sure. Very strong as well.
It keeps getting second phase banned too. Like every time we call it, I was like, oh, they should pick Enigma. It's just not there. It gets banned.
You know who's really good at Magnus?
Duraccio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't think you're sad to play Magnus versus Enigma in the lane. You've got the built-in cleave. You have really high base damage, and that is typically what you struggle when you play versus Enigma is you have no way to either kill the Eidolons or your base damage is really low, so he gets every CS. You have a little bit of both here to do.
I will say, on the flip side, my good sir, Enigma can take your tower, and that will contest the Ancients. So if they can pick something that's also good at shoving in the lane and taking the tower, maybe that's the approach here, is that you just take away his farm after the laning stage.
I will say, my good sir, and
do an accent.
My whole voice is an accent.
Okay. Go ahead.
Oh, anyway, but moving on. If they pick like a CM or a Jakiro, I feel like they can defend their tower pretty easily, especially if they just bring one extra position 4. Could be the mid.
I haven't seen as much CM. It's mainly like been snaking, really.
But it's been good.
Yeah, it definitely has. It's got like a 71% win rate, I think, last time I looked at it.
Yeah, that facet is good, honestly. The one that gives you the shield when you use her Q. Like, her trading in lane is insane. It was already insane.
Yeah, so I wouldn't mind like they banned Jakiro themselves. But the reason I mentioned CM is Mag CM is quite a good lane. Lots of AoE spam.
Frostbite into skewer back.
Yeah, Frostbite skewer is amazing. It's a strong one. If they want to, they could also Warlock. If they want to cancel Black Hole. Because they already banned Silencer themselves,
Yeah,
right?
that does sound really good, actually.
Yeah.
I think if Aurora is letting Warlock through here, you kind of have to pick it to block it. Otherwise, I
agree, yeah.
Just making it so that Enigma does not have that option to scale and be that like late game presence, and it's like, oh, you have to play on the Eidolons. You have to snowball early and be this like creep hero. That sucks. Yeah, they had to block this.
Well, this time around, went from little team fight to Enigma Warlock as their first 2 picks. So they definitely solved the we didn't have enough team fight from game 1 problem. They're gonna now have to solve the we lost 3 lanes in 5 minutes problem.
That's a tough one to solve. Yeah, that's rough. I feel like that's a skill issue, but
yeah, you just GG. That's how you solve that one.
Yeah.
Well, they only got 1 more of those, so
correct.
Okay, I mean that's a solution to the black hole. The eventual lasso, like Enigma doesn't really want to get a Lincoln's.
Soxa is 4-0, 100% win rate on this hero.
Yep.
And he's like the only guy playing it. No one else is playing Bat Rider.
And Phoenix, we have seen them do this many times before, where they pick Magnus Phoenix, and then when Mag stacks and farms his own Ancients, this is when Phoenix can happily take and shove out the lane against the Eidolons.
And they're also like matching the team fight as well, right? Like you need to. So I think if you go Bat Rider CM, what I kind of mentioned, your team fight is not going to be matching theirs, which means any mistake makes you feel like you're in the back foot. We see them at time and time again. If you ever get behind, the other team has better scale and team fight. The games are hard. Now you have Mag Phoenix, so you are squared up on the team fight here versus Enigma Warlock.
Yeah, my mind goes to what's the Nightfall hero?
Oh no!
Oh god, that's not good.
Oh, that's not a good sign.
All right, let's
everyone calm down.
Let's chill, guys.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll try to justify it like we did earlier, which by the way didn't work out.
No, that was totally wrong.
That was not good.
But this time
with Enigma in lane, you can throw back into the Eidolons. This is a strong laning combo.
Yeah, that's right.
Is there anything else to the game after lane? I forget.
Yeah, that would be where you win or lose.
Ah, right. Okay.
Anything after the laning stage?
Yeah.
Aurora wouldn't know about that.
No, not after the last game.
Not this series, no.
But they want to find out. So maybe that's why they're going in for the
Okay,
Marcy.
also, this is an egg hitter. At least they have a hero to take the egg out. That's something.
This was not just a response to Tide.
There you go.
He just likes this hero.
33 just likes it, dude.
It's good against Tiny for kind of similar reasons. Like overwhelming, you can't burst DP, and then you...
But isn't there like a Tiny or DK in every game, but still nobody picks this hero?
Yeah,
There's always a strength tanky guy in every
Well, this
game.
is exactly why I think it looks like they're forcing it. I feel like 33 just had the idea of like, this is actually an underrated hero in this meta. Like these strength...
might be right.
These like tanky strength heroes, like it's a DP patch for sure. I mean, she was getting picked a lot at the start of the patch in pubs. Like it just fell off. It just got forgotten about. So I do think the Spirit Collector facet is genuinely good.
And the cool thing about this hero as well, it's always been a flex hero. It's just been bad, so nobody's really picking it. So this could be their mid.
Yeah, you can follow the Tiny. I guess that's a really nice thing too. DK, Tiny, the heroes that you're picking this against, they will flex between mid and safe lane, and you can move the DP to follow.
Well, let's see. They banned the Huskar. Do they want to try Sniper again? Or is that forbidden? Because this could easily be Tiny carry, Warlock, Nigma offlane with Marcy. They just need a mid. And Sniper, as I mentioned before, he is definitely very good versus Death Prophet. Any of these heroes that can just hold their ground and just kill the DP. I mean, Monkey King wouldn't be bad either, but the lane can be difficult.
I feel like you get Lorne off something comfortable.
Less Shrek.
Yeah, that is what I was looking at. I'm not sure. I think the Lesh DP matchup can go both ways.
Come on. You know what you want to suggest, Jenkins, for Lorinov?
The Storm?
There it is.
Yeah, well,
I think very bad versus DP.
Terrible game.
Not good against DP. It is a really good matchup against Bat, and I also feel like if I'm Magnus and I'm trying to go for a backline, if I'm trying to hit like a good RP, it's really annoying to have a Storm jump me. Also, the hero like farms waves all the time on the map, especially when you're not maxing Shockwave as a carry. You have to show on the waves, so I do think Storm is...
But what about BZM's hero? There's a hero you also want to see him play?
I believe that'd be the Invoker Fear. Let's see the Invoker versus Storm matchup between these two gentlemen here on the screen.
Well, if Jenkins said it, computer.
Let's get it going. Computer, load up BZM Invoker, please. They do have the pick out of phase, so...
Tundra Esports
Okay, well, we won't see the Storm.
Oh, okay. Well, fair enough.
All right, they banned it out, but we still might see the Invoker. Yeah. You have some options here. And they'll go Nature's Prophet. All right, so... Safe pick for mid lane. Is it their mid lane? We don't know. This could be their carry.
Good.
Mag could be mid. I would say Mag could be offlane, but 33 doesn't play that Magnus.
The Death Prophet makes things interesting, because I would suggest a DK here, but you can run the DP mid and then offlane Nature's Prophet. And the DK, I think you would lose pretty handedly to the DP. But then again, it feels like Dragon Knight just does not lose matchups these days.
For me, I just pick Terrorblade. Whatever, just jam it in the game. You got a lot of team fight. You kill DP, you kill NP.
Tiny mid, yeah, that sounds pretty good to me.
This Marcy needs some hard carrying.
It's not the greatest against Phoenix, but
you can't win them all, Jenkins.
Eventually, like, you can hit the egg, you manta kill the egg. Like, I've seen that one go both ways. It's just that it's not a game where they have like completely no damage for a TB.
Okay, then they can pick Medusa if you want everything.
Oh, that's an interesting suggestion. I get behind an old snake lady. Don't take that out of context.
I won't. I don't think they're real.
Snakes or ladies?
Snake ladies.
Oh, yeah.
So I think you're safe. I don't think you get cancelled for that one.
Okay.
We'll see.
So I want to see a really hard carry or a Leshrac. Or something that I go, wow, I didn't think of that. In a good way, not the bad way.
You want to have that in a good way. With Aurora, I feel like it's 50-50.
I'm already hating the Marcy pick, so I don't know.
But however, if there was a good Marcy game, I think this is one of them. If, big if, right?
And
there it
it's the
is.
DK.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, we tried.
It's stable. I mean, they have team fight this time. So it shouldn't be as completely devastating unless they just get outskilled in every lane like they did in the last one.
Yeah, I mean, I think their lineup's good. I think Lornoff, I believe he has a really bad win rate on this DK on this team.
20%.
20%. Yeah. That I would consider that really bad. So they're going back for something that has not really worked for them. They have a Marcy who has a 12% win rate, but maybe that's just what they needed to like prove the stats wrong. Play on hard mode, win this game, keep their tournament dreams alive here. But it's Dyrachyo Mag. I don't know, man. He's so good at this hero.
We could see the complete inverse of what we've seen in the past game, which is they just, they just do something crazy with not very good heroes. Who knows?
I think
they have to.
It's so hard to predict this team in their current form, to be honest. And I do think their draft is good. Like, if this wasn't Aurora, I would say, like, oh, yeah, this is, like, at least 50-50 for them. But
I'm just looking forward to seeing some, big black holes. Like, I just really want to see that from the team fight.
Yeah, I've definitely heard that one before from you. Nightfall on Tiny. Has he played Tiny before?
Yes, he has. That was the infamous game where they threw, remember?
Oh, the infamous one. Yeah,
Yes.
that was good. Well, that was Toronto Tokyo's fault. I'm
It was a 50-50
I'm a Nightfall stand
split.
on this one. Yeah, I'm on his
do we have to
side.
pick a side now? All right, I'm on Nightfall side.
You're on Nightfalls after watching the, yeah.
Yeah, I think
But Toronto Tokyo's the captain. It can never be his fault. That's the important thing here.
That is how it works.
fair.
Yeah.
That's why I always wanted to be a captain while playing carry.
Yeah.
Best of both worlds.
Yeah, makes sense. I mean, I think both these drafts are good. It just depends on how the lanes go. Like, this is the thing that you can't. They haven't drafted any better lanes. Like, the laning from last game, I think, was just getting outplayed. And I worry that the same thing's going to happen in a second game.
It's such a good Tundra draft. I can't go against it.
All right, well, thanks a lot, guys. It's now time for our contracted Sir Action Slacks Power Hour.
Absolutely, it's time for our interview. It's so good to see you, Moon. Moon, let's talk a little bit about this new meta you guys are forming, huh? Game 1, an absolute dumpster, and now Game 2, we're going to see the Death Prophet come out again. Are you worried people are going to start copying you if you guys win this game?
Nah, 0% wounded hero, guys.
Okay. Yeah. So, terrible hero. All right, how scared are you against this draft? Do you have to give yourself a percentage of your win percentage here going into it? What would you think?
Like 10%, I think. This game, they really adjusted well. They fixed their issues from last game. So, yeah, it's going to be a closer game for sure.
Wow, Moon, so honorable, so respectful to your opponents and everything overall. How you doing? Are you all right? What's this new Moon?
I'm just trolling. Their draft sucks ass.
Okay, thanks a lot. All right, well, no worries. I guess we can get into the game pretty soon. Let's just get in there. Thank you, Moon.
Oh, there we go. We had the honesty coming out there from Moon. We'll see how it's going to play out. Game 2. Hey, ready to go between Tundra and Aurora. We're getting some strong stuff. They get this Magnus through. First pick this time around. They're allowed to get it for Dyrachyo again here.
We saw him break. He was Alchemist levels of farm, I believe.
Yeah,
last
for yesterday, right? Yeah.
It was absolutely insane. He was almost, I think it was 5,000 ahead of the next hero, if I remember correctly. However, we do have a bit of a pivot coming out here. 33. It will not be the funny ghosts this time around. He's gone the morning ritual. He's looking to survive the burst.
Is that what it is about?
I believe so. Since he's playing versus a couple heroes that can just get on top of him and look to focus him, I would imagine that's what he's looking for.
Okay.
Not as easy of a lane probably either, where he can just bully something like a Morphling with the Tusk. So I guess that's what it would be. And maybe they're just thinking they're not going to get as many kills early on, but we shall see. Because yeah, their draft overall naturally just plays more of a farmy game, right? They have the Magnus, the NP. They can slow things down rather than just looking for those crazy kills that they got last game.
Yeah.
But yeah, let's see how Lornoff is able to do. We have seen him, he's done well in the early games, most of the games in the Dragon. It's just the later stages of the game. Some of his item builds too have been a bit interesting, we could say. The Moon Shard, I think we saw 2 or 3 times that ended up not really working out for him.
I think for Nightfall, pressure's also going to be on him. Did sort of one tiny game the other day, didn't go great. And in terms of what he's been practicing, he's played it 9 times in the last month. in his pubs. He only won 2 of those games.
Ooh, okay.
So win rate's not been too hot from him in pub and pro recently on the Tiny.
And he is playing, he's playing versus one of the hardest counters in the game in terms of it comes from the support role. It is a 5 position, but Phoenix has historically been devastating for Tinys to play versus. Both the egg, of course, just being able to him not being able to focus it at all, but the Sunray. And we do see Whitemon, he's gone for hotspot in this game. So another little bit of a pivot in terms of which facet he wants to get, being able to play backline with Sunray. It's really strong versus these tanky cores. Versus DK and Tiny, it starts to do an insane amount of damage.
Now let's see if they can put any pressure onto Dracho on this top lane.
Feels very difficult for them to do so. I mean, we have to also talk about the Marcy factor as well. They did want to have this combo with the Enigma, but this hero has been, I don't even know if struggling is the right word.
Let's gonna have the Tango regen.
Another Fire Spirit. Ooh. Should be all right. If he connected with the dive, it might be enough damage.
I think it would have been, but Amir's prepared. He has to salve Tangos. So be able to heal back up. But yeah, the Marcy, it's just almost sort of comically bad, right, the win rate on Marcy this tournament. I don't remember last time we sort of saw anything like this where a hero was picked so frequently. But really has just, you can see it there, 16 picks, only won 2 games.
And this isn't just a support Marcy, right? We've seen, I think,
we've seen in different roles, right?
4 carries. I can't remember exactly how many, but yeah, the hero just is running into a lot of difficulty.
But you can see why it's tempting to pick. Like the concept, right? The idea of this lane, it is one of the stronger Marcy pairings, right?
Yeah, it's similar to like the old school Tiny plus Enigma that we used to see, or Tusk Enigma. And just for some reason, the hero just feels like doesn't really do too much. And I mean, the couple reasons why is because I do feel like a lot of his abilities are kind of dead abilities.
Sure.
Right? Like Bodyguard feels kind of underwhelming in a lot of stages of the game. Dispose, you don't even level it. People get 1 point and then go stats in a lot of situations, so.
I'll see what they can do with it here.
Yeah.
Aurora. On the other side of the map, you sort of see 33 having another pretty easy entry into the game as the DP.
Slower. Definitely a slower one for him when he's playing versus Tiny and Warlock. He can't just go for constant kills with Saksa. He's not playing versus a weak laner like the Morphling in particular. Saksa, Blood Grenade plus the Shadow Word.
It's quite a lot of damage. They're gonna have him, Panther.
And top, I believe was that the Hellbear Thunderclap that ends up bringing down.
And look at this pressure coming in.
2 and 33.
They dive under the tower, they get both the kills on this bottom lane.
Much better, I mean, infinitely. More than infinitely better there from Aurora this time around. Their safe lane in particular having a good time. Mid, getting that farm. He hasn't died yet either because we did see that rotation that came from Sox in the last game that got the kill early on. And yeah, top. They don't get the kill, but they at least forced Dyrachyo back from that neutral deny.
Yeah, we'll see what's going on top.
I think it was a Hellbear, right?
Did he walk up and clap him?
Let's see. Wait, no, it was just actually
just creeps.
Just a pine cone, it looked like.
Yeah.
Hit him once. The Hellbear clapped on the southern side, but all right. Mira tries to make the move that we saw Saksa do in the last game, as that Tusk won't quite close the gap onto BZM. Good attempted move, though. They can look for those plays pretty early on. Whenever they see the NP in the mid lane with Lorinov, Mira can look to play around mid. Probably wants to continue applying pressure up here, though. Just if he sees TP opportunities, if the Nature's Prophet is too far up, then that's when we can see Mira do the similar moves as the Tusk. And so far, they can't handle the Eidolons.
Yeah, trying to Tokyo able to maintain control of the lane pretty nicely here, 22-8 against the 23 and 6.
Another aggressive moves. The Eidolons are there.
There's the control from Mira. Back to the Malefice. We'll get the skewer off Dyrachyo. We'll get him away from the Eidolons for now. In fact, he's thinking about stepping back up over towards Mira, but still has to be careful with the Eidolons moving towards him.
Not quite enough. He's got the Healing Lotus. Whitemon doing a good job there, dropping the Fire Spirits on those Eidolons, but Dyrachyo's put low.
And they don't really have any regen right between the two of them.
None.
Yeah, they're completely out here, Whitemon and Dyrachyo.
Even in the area, Mira probably going to look for another jump. Dyrachyo.
He's going to get the skewer off.
He'll be okay. But will Whitemon be... It looks like he'll also be able to just walk out.
And he's going to dive in a few seconds if necessary.
Mira's trying to close the gap. He does have 35 movement speed on him. He's going to throw the Blood Grenade.
Yeah, dives up for Whitemon. Oh, okay, yeah. Couldn't go for it earlier, I guess, because he knew that the Dispose was going to be there to cancel it.
Well played there.
So, yeah, indeed, Mira holding the skills, leaving no way for Whitemon to play his way out.
Bottom, Nightfall has been left alone for a moment. Panto is back now. Saksa is getting these stacks up. Sticky's third stack.
Heals are strong.
Heals are very strong. Too strong, in fact.
Yep, they can't get him.
Did the Wrath of Nature, did it not bounce to him? It didn't do a lot of damage to him. I think it hit him, but it did pretty minimal damage from BZM.
Now look at this, much better start.
Infinitely.
3-0, 6 minutes in, they've got the slight gold advantage.
And their lineup, it isn't greedy. Last game, I was worried at the start just because the sniper morphling together. If they do fall behind early, it's hard to recover things. This time around, they're ahead, and their lineup, it's not greedy.
Look at this mid.
Play very nicely early.
Lonos trying for the setup. They're going to get him with the rebound. Saxa will TP over, but BZM, he's going to be going down.
Good move from Mira again.
Yeah, making some good plays. Enabling the cause.
Going for more. Lornoff with the Arcane Rune. Can't finish off Saksa, but more harassment. 2K lead of these first 7 minutes. Panto even pressuring 33 more and more here. The adjustments were made, and the adjustments absolutely are working. Panto getting involved in a lot of kills early. 4 Black Grimoire charges. I believe he has the 6 when he consumes it, since he's about to hit 5. And they're going to get the double shrines, and yeah, with this he will, absolutely. So level 5, he can consume it now. He's probably almost level 7 off of it when he eats it. So could look for another aggressive move.
Yeah, I mean, they could look for a dive play. 33 is pretty low. If they want to drop Golem and Avalanche, they might be able to kill him.
I think they're going to. Panto, he eats the tome.
They want to do it. He's healing up pretty fast. Yeah, that'll probably put them off it for now. Now, okay, with the back of the mirror, they'll go for it. And they go with a rebound. Holding back on the Golem for now. Can they kill 33 without it? They can. Take down the Death Prophet. TP's coming in, and Whitemon chases down Nightfall with the Sunray. They'll drop the Golem now, holding back Saxa. Dive forward. They're trying to finish Nightfall off. They'll get the kill. See if Tundra can get anything more from this. It looks at the mirror, but the heal's been thrown out by Panto.
The Golem beating them down. Mira's trying to get the chase off the mark onto Saksa. Might get turned on himself now, 33. Does he want to go for that kill? He'll go for Panto instead. It's a level 7 Warlock.
He's got the maxed out Shadow Word. It's strong heals again for Panto.
Whitemon.
He's walking it off. Look at this wraparound coming in from Lorinov. The Avalanche is there for Nightfall. They could pick up big kills from this as they burn down Whitemon with the Breathe Fire, turn towards 33.
Huge moves.
I mean, the fight just went on that long.
And another one.
They were able to wrap around and get him. Mira's in with a dive, gets the connection onto Saxa. They'll clean up the 3 of them. I mean, Aurora, they're kind of doing exactly what Tundra were doing to them last game. We're 8 minutes in, 8 kills, 3K lead.
Just quick, easy movements too. Great shift even from Lornoff to get the extra setup. And 33, 0-3 this game, 0-2 on Saksa. This lane is not working the way that I think they initially wanted it to be able to pressure this Tiny. Nightfall is free farming.
And for Chooks, you got to remember last game as well, like 33, he didn't die at all. That whole game of the Death Prophet. Game 2, 9 minutes in, as you say, already 3 deaths.
And Saksa was like the dictator of the pace in that last game too on the Tusk. This time around on the back, struggling quite a lot more.
Let's see if Aurora can keep this up.
All 3 cores farming nicely. The supports as well having a fantastic game. Toronto Tokyo looking for a setup on
Could go for a black hole play.
He's going for it.
And he's got the Eidolons out. Is that going to be enough to kill him?
But he wasn't attacking.
Wait, what do you mean?
He just walked on top of him with the Eidolons. Am I blind?
No, they were attacking, weren't they?
No, dude, he literally walked them on top of him and didn't attack.
Dude, let's get a replay of that. They were hitting.
He started attacking after about 1.5 seconds, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, yeah. Observers agree with you. We'll see the micro. What went wrong?
I think he runs him on top of him. He's not attacking.
Yeah.
And then it's over 1.5 seconds before he starts to get.
That indeed is a lot of time moving them right on top of him.
That would have very likely been the kill. And now Mira.
Okay, well.
Pretty big mistake there coming out from Toronto.
Well, yeah, they'd like to forget what happened on that top lane there.
I thought I was seeing things, but I was like, why are the Eidolons just walking? Onto mid. Still will be able to push this tower down with the Dragon and with those Eidolons. Lornoff very close to Blink Dagger.
Oh, look at that. Look at this tower. Still strong pressure around the Eidolons and the Dragon. That PCM, he just walked up and get the deny with the tree.
I actually can't believe that just happened.
He just walked up with the tree and denied it.
Much slower game from Tundra this time around. BZM, still going to see him get that farm. He is still top of the net worth, as we do see these Nature's Prophet do, even if they do die once or twice in the laning phase.
Yeah, super hard to slow him down.
Yep. Gotta be able to do that farm. They have the ward already placed up. I think everyone is doing it now. Yep, the one to scout so that the Wrath of Nature bounces at maximum. We'll see couriers, etc., because this is a I mean, we can call them a kind of nerdy team with 33. I'm sure we'll see that micro coming into play. Saksa trying to get what he can, but Nightfall has cut him off.
Should be a pretty easy one hit.
Yep. Echo Saber double hit. Freebie for Nightfall. Very different approach that Tundra has to take with the way the lanes have gone down.
Yeah.
Gonna have to just farm to catch back up. Mira looks for Whitemon.
He's got the dive, and he does have the egg. He's gonna go for the Submarine TP.
Just make it away. Thank you, Jenkins. Is that blink finished up for Lornoff? I believe it is, right? They're gonna smoke off that move. Golem is at the ready too. Definitely wanting to apply some pressure here. How long till Black Hole? 40 seconds.
And you like the Toronto Tokyo's going for the Midas gameplay?
I wanting to stay ahead. You know how my feelings about Midas a lot of the times, but
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Duracho's pretty low.
He really is.
So they know that they're coming, so... No, still there, Lornoff's got the
Still
blink!
gets him.
Well, there we go. That's one way to make the first play with a blink dagger.
And
now they look towards Whitemon. Double kill. Doesn't get much better than that when you turn up with the blink.
Mira is true. Hey, he's playing this Marcy to perfection in these first 12 minutes. Making the moves all over the place, getting these extra catches for the team.
Maybe that's what's become here at this tournament. It's sort of the supports wanting to prove that they're that good that they can win with this hero that everyone else can't win with.
Hey, perhaps.
Yeah, they got something to prove here.
Saksa also been found. Lornoff, can he finish him? One more hit. 90 HP, Nightfall. He knows where he is.
Is there any way out of this for Saksa?
He actually does make his way away.
Yeah, he should be fine. TP's going to be back in 10 seconds.
They're still pinging him. They do seem to know where he is.
Yeah, Lornoff's on his way back over. And he's going to find him.
I mean, they know that he's maybe looking to cut creep waves, because that's the... Tundra's done this a couple games, right? When they do fall, when they fall behind inside the laning phase, they just start cutting waves to catch back up. So, yeah, they predict the play that comes out from Saksa since he's been there for a while.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
And we'll see if the Midas does end up paying off, because Toronto, yeah, he's committing for it. Absolutely, he's going to pick it up in the next 30 gold.
And so far, I mean, the farm for 33 and Duracho, it's been pretty underwhelming, right? Especially from what we came to be used to seeing for Duracho on the mag from the other day. This is quite a difference.
Yeah, and I mean, I want to give a lot of that credit to Mira, what he's been able to do in that early game. How many D-wards is that as well, too? I think that if we could bring up a stat as well, too, from Aurora, I think that's like 3 or 4 D-wards that I saw from them just in the last few moments, so very limited vision. Yeah, they've gotten a majority of them there. Tundra. They have 1 ward at the moment up top. Looking to make a play onto Toronto Tokyo. He's going through the gate, though.
Lornoff, he's able to find the jump onto BZM.
Another kill.
That's the biggest kill they can find here, with BZM doing as well as he is in the farm.
Looks like they're going to take away the shrine, but on the flip side, we do see Tundra looking to contest the opposing one. Toronto Tokyo is going to make the move over. Maybe he doesn't expect them to be here. He's got backup.
And he's going to just drop the black hole.
No hesitation. Shrine was claimed. That's a good usage of the black hole, though. Especially with the pace slowing down. Just getting that extra kill. 14-2. Similar kill line, kill story that we saw from last time. Not as fast. I think last time there was a 23, 26.
No, it's not.
Outside of Tundra, but
not
still.
Nearly as stompy, but definitely very much going Aurora's way.
And itemizing Panto. We see him. We're going for the solo crest next. Itemizing for early game Nightfall. Runs into Whitemon.
Look at the setup. I've got the burst.
Kill after kill after kill. More than enough chain control. Mage Slayer now finished up for Lornoff. You're gonna go down the Dragonlance build afterwards. Standard pickups. Mage Slayer also, so other things to talk about too is, they didn't have one last game. Of course, things got out of control really fast, but versus Death Prophet, this is another one of those really, really good items, since it does reduce that ghost damage when he has the debuff.
Radiant are scared.
And looking to accelerate things more, Tormentor, the next one to go.
Tower is under attack.
Smooth sailing so far for Aurora. Tundra, it's gonna just be delay, delay, delay. Nice free shard to get from Mira. We have this DK, Tiny plus Marcy trio in particular. Very difficult for any hero that really shows at this point on the map from Tundra.
are scanning.
Saxon's going to be very close to the Blink Dagger.
Okay, that might actually be the call that they make to look for at least a pick off, right?
Yeah, because at least with that, they can go get the catch and set up to then follow up with the Ghost, the Supernova. You actually get a chance to use these ults to make a play.
Yeah, we haven't seen a single Ghost usage, right? So 33 hasn't been able to find an opportunity because of how slow that lane started.
Aurora, they're ready to keep running at them.
The moves.
Yeah, Loronov's not really got much to be scared of right now.
They also keep fighting. I mean, Duracho keeps being pretty low while he's jungling, right? Even though he's got the Mask of Madness, he is sitting below half HP in most situations. So if he gets caught, he's very likely just dead. Gossamer Capes, not just Gossamer Capes, they're greedy Gossamer Capes, so it tells the tale of how Tundra, I mean, we've already seen how they want to play with Split. Cutting all the waves. Saxa.
They're going to find him. He did manage to spend his money, though, so the Blink Dagger will be there on respawn for Saxa.
These wards are very useful when you see them just playing this type of strategy of cutting waves. Blink now for Toronto Tokyo. Do they want to look for a Roche at any point soon, since it doesn't look like Tundra really wants to contest anything? Could be an option they want to go for, but looks like they're more kill hungry. BZM back to bottom, placing obs and sentries. He checks one spot, but he didn't check this one. They see him. Here they come. Can he make it out in time?
He
cannot. He's gonna try again.
He's gonna try.
He doesn't even need him. Load off.
Too much damage here from the DK.
These wards, beautifully done. They know they're reading Tundra, what they're trying to do.
Yeah, Loronov's having a great game.
Brigand's Blade also, even more damage for him. And a great supporting cast with him, as we see.
Well, they could go for a dive around the tier 2, I think.
Definitely.
Still with a bit of time left on the Dragon form.
Feels like they can go for almost any of these dives at this point.
Yeah, they just...
Hard for Tundra to counteract with the position that Duracho's still in. It's just full out creep cutting. Toronto has the blink.
Does he want to go for the black hole play?
He might just do it.
He will. Yep. Why not?
With the way that this game is just slowed down so much, there's no actual team fights. It's literally just them picking them off when they're just cutting the waves over and over again, so.
And it's looking very good from them. And impressive considering the game one was, you know, Aurora, as we've seen, sometimes when times get hard, it's hard for them to pick themselves back up. But coming back in after that game one beatdown, this is impressive stuff from Aurora. 19 for 2. 19 minutes in.
T2 bottom. They've got the Solar Crest for Nightfall. He's already got the Shard plus Echo. And S&Y. He's very farmed. Given all the space in the world. 6-1 on this Tiny.
Well, that's the thing. Tundra definitely not falling as far behind on farm as Aurora were compared to Tundra in game one. So in
they're just
Tundra,
they're not hemorrhaging as many kills.
Yeah, they're building up to this point where they will be able to go for this big team fight with all their ultimates. So still definitely a bit of pressure on Aurora to keep this advantage going and
absolutely
and try and get as much as they can before Tundra's ready to group up and bring the fight back to them.
Because the high guard defense for Tundra, it is still very strong.
It's strong.
RP plus the egg plus exorcism, even plus a blink lasso. Yeah, they have a lot of different ways to just pull them into the base and pull them out of position. So going high guard is still going to be another test, of course, for Aurora, but overall still dominating the map. Saxa. Doing as Saxa does.
They will try to catch him.
They
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo's TPing back as well. They want to try and punish him, but yeah, he's a little too far away. Saxa staying a step ahead this time.
Roche will shift toward bottom, and Arcane Rune also on the bot lane. Or bot river, sorry. So they can, yeah, they could look to go for that Roche pretty soon. But Tundra, and they're slowing things down to a 5k lead. Gem purchased up. Okay, that's very early for Mira. I mean, that says they want to get this Roche and they want to kind of look to get a lot done with this Aegis. And rather than letting these things prolong, if he's going to pick up a gem this early on a Marcy in particular. This BZM still trickling behind the Tiny. Duracho also starting to get pretty close in terms of that farm.
Smoking up towards him. And they'll get the jump.
Another one. Dropping the golem as well.
Trying to heal up with these siphons, 33. It's not going to happen.
Infinite chase.
At the same time, Saxa
gets caught. Can't steal the shrine. Attempts to.
And BZM.
Whoop. Nightfall finds him too.
He's got him. So just like, they're killing 3 heroes.
Wait, Nightfall. The shrine.
And 3 different... Oh.
Nightfall. The Shrine of Wisdom.
I guess he didn't want it.
Oopsie. Oh, he gets the kill.
They'll head back over.
He's giving it to Panto.
He's letting Panto out.
I think Panto noticed it, but we'll give it. We'll say that he left it for the support.
He was
a nice guy.
Yeah, exactly. He's been a nice guy.
guy.
Yeah, wants the Panto to get it for himself.
Continues to just be Aurora. 21-2. Revenant's Brooch already done for Nightfall. This has to be one of the more farm timings I think I've seen at 20 minutes also. Nearing that 750 GPM or so, 700-ish.
Yeah, he's crushing it. Which I'm impressed, as I say, coming into this. His track record hasn't been too hot on the tiny.
And it's a rush that Tundra cannot contest.
Tundra still just not interested in going for a full team fight. They've just got to... They know he's around here.
The ward just expired, but they know exactly where he is.
He's in there. They find him.
No need for a black hole here. More than enough damage to control.
I mean, they're getting a crazy amount of kills. 22-2. What ended up being the record in last game? Last game was 34-8. Okay, that was 34 kills in 21 minutes. So not quite as many as what we had from Tundra last game, but still impressive here from Aurora.
Tundra is literally just farming though, right? They are literally not. They are. I mean, they sit back. I mean, sit back, everybody. They're just going to be doing this for a long time.
And we have seen Tundra be able to turn a game around with this approach, just trying to really just limit their interaction with the enemy team, and just everyone for themselves on the farm, and then bringing together the fight at the last moment when it's absolutely necessary. This is Tundra's game plan for recovering in these sort of tough times.
Yeah, and it's probably mostly around just that high ground defense, right? If they can get that lasso play back into an RP follow-up, because overall, we do see Toronto-Tokyo. I think he does. Does he have the BKB done?
It's coming out. He's got full BKB.
There are ways to answer this BKB, right? There is an RP.
Sure.
There is, if the Exorcism is precasted, the damage that can come after it. There's an egg. There's a lasso. So there are tools to be able to deal with that black hole as well. And even if the egg's not there and like pre-casted before the black hole, if the Sunray's in good position, it can turn things as well. Have to count in the Sunray when he's got the shard, which Whitemon does have, and he does have the hotspot facet.
Let's see what they want to do here, because they can try hitting the high ground, and they're like, you know, Tundra, you've not tried to fight us for the last 23 minutes. Are you going to try and fight us now?
Sucks are going to look to get back, because he's the one who has to start the fight if it's anybody with that Bat Rider. But the tower's dropping.
They're just trying to cut the creeps.
Waves. They don't want to fight into Aegis.
And they'll start going straight over towards 33. Lowering off.
I mean, what a pesky play style, right? Literally just no interest in fighting.
They're going to get him.
He's got the gem.
And they'll be able to bring this next creep wave back in, so still with an opportunity to push, especially now with the Death Prophet down for 40 seconds.
Nightfall kills these buildings very fast.
Oh, he gets the Harpoon grab back onto Whitemon. The combo comes in. Whitemon will be able to dive away.
The tree missed.
Did he?
He mid didn't click him.
What was he throwing the tree at?
At the towers, I think.
Oh.
Whoops.
Well.
Missing a kill, but they will get the racks.
They get the racks.
And they can continue to go for bottom.
They can definitely look to... Well, the creep wave is getting cut again.
It is.
And they don't have any alive, right? So the backdoor
very fast.
It's going to kick in a few seconds.
They might be able to even bypass the backdoor onto these racks with a tiny and a DK.
Let's have a look.
Rachio has the harpoon. Saxa.
But it's into this Aegis. Toronto-Tokyo is going to be ready with the counterplay if they do try and make a jump. Backdoor protection kicks back in, so Aurora will back away.
Racks claimed.
Yep.
23-2. Orchid now finished up. Not the moon shard this time for Lorinoff. I'm very happy to see that.
That might come next.
That might come next.
We'll see. He does like his moon shards.
Yes, that's true. So far, pretty picture perfect. It's the side of Aurora.
For Aurora, they just... You know, we've seen Aurora have some leads and let them slip away.
It's just as long as they don't overextend and get caught by these big ultis.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the big thing. As long as they approach it very calmly, methodically, it's very difficult for Tundra to approach.
Tundra are setting up, though.
They are. The wave
Still
coming in mid.
This Aegis is definitely a bit of a nuisance for Tundra. Nightfall's back in. One more hit will do it. Another melee Rax is taken.
You see how much the Sunray
Was it
can
range?
start to do.
Oh, no, it was
the
melee
range
Rax. What am I
Rax.
about? Same time, they just got the range Rax in the mid as well. They got the range Rax in the mid, they got the melee Rax bottom. So full set's now done in the mid. Half of it's done on the bottom.
Tormentor's back up. If they want to play it very, very carefully and calmly here, Aurora can look to back up for it.
And how close to Tundra towards the next big island? There's 2k gold on 33. We'll see what he goes for. Duracho's going to try and farm up the AC.
I mean, I'm not sure what the next big item is because it's maybe just waiting for the Aegis to time up before they look for a fight. I think that Aegis really caused them some big issues of wanting to maybe try for something on the high ground there because they do have most of the items that I would say that they want to try to fight. It's just hard to approach versus that tiny.
Does it just feel a bit too rough for Duracho to try and get him to self-blink so they've got something other than the Saxo initiation?
I was thinking similar, but he probably just feels like he needs as much damage as possible because of how behind they are.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be the case. But yeah, it's going to make it much harder to enter into the fights.
It still could be a possibility that he gets it because it's going to get to the point where
because you need that kind of big wombo
catch.
combo comeback play, right? And having the blink on the Magnus could provide that. So yeah, we'll see what he spends up on.
Yeah, they might even just need a lot of assistance from towers or anything, right? Because if they are missing some damage, just being able to reposition them even deeper into the base could be somewhat of an option.
Yeah, well, that's the Aegis about to come to an end, but as that comes to an end, the BKB is going to be delivered out to Nightfall.
Pretty good usage of an Aegis.
Yeah, absolutely. They got a lot of damage done.
A couple extra kills.
Tundra still just avoiding everything they can.
BZM, the same ward that caught him a couple times.
He's going to have the BKB. They might black hole for this. They will. They'll drop the black hole, make sure he can't TP away.
That's his BKB used as well, so 90 seconds that he won't have it available. They draw the line top.
And get that final tier 2 tower, look to set up to open up that final set of barracks.
I mean, they can go for set up this top tower and then just potentially back up, wait for that Roche, and then it puts so much onus on Tundra. It's like, how are you going to fight into this Aegis? Even if you do pull him back out of position on high ground push, you got to go through 2 lives. If they want to play it very methodically, I have to highlight too, I like what Mira has done this game. Just a Vlad's build. It's not your usual on these Marcies, but the whole game plan is just about ending the game and enabling this tiny.
Saxa is going to be found here. He's going to try and get away, but they're just all on top of him. And Duracho, he's got the plate mail, so indeed committing in towards the AC. And I would have liked to see some sort of like clutch, blink, skewer into lasso force. Yeah, get someone in the fountain play. You know what I mean?
It feels like it's necessary for them, but yeah, maybe he just doesn't feel like it's gonna even be enough if he does do that. As Shivas is done for 33.
I mean, they are tanking up. They will have a team fight to present Tundra
if they don't get picked up before it. Too.
Sure,
they are just getting constantly picked before the pushes happen.
Nightfall.
Duracho.
And Duracho should be able to run from this. Off the mark with the rebound.
Toss.
The RP's going to come in onto the 2 of them. They don't really have the damage. Nightfall is actually falling kind of low to the Sunray. He'll now turn the avalanche, jump forward under 33. They'll look to burst through the Death Prophet. They'll kill him off. Nightfall, he's going to be able to walk away with the range of the BKB as they kite out the Supernova. They only lose Mira.
I mean, Whitemon does the best he can there with the Sunray.
It was a lot.
The egg is down, the RP's down. They used all their ults. How long for Roche? We'll find out in 45. Aurora continue to play this as clean as they can.
Yeah. Very much impressing after one of the rougher games in that first one.
Stalking Duracho. He's got no BKB.
Can they do anything to help him? Can they just have to bail out and let Duracho die?
Godlike for Lorinov. 9-0 and 5. This might open up for them to push the racks now that there's no ults.
This could be a minute without the Magnus.
They don't need the Roche.
They could definitely be coming for the base once more here, Aurora. Tundra, what's the plan?
There's no Aegis.
Saxa stepping up. With the harpoon onto him. He's going to get tossed back as well.
The Sunray.
I mean, Nightfall.
It's killing Nightfall.
He's just dead.
Gone to Whitemon.
My goodness, this Sunray. Now the lasso wanted to Toronto, Tokyo.
Maybe they should have waited for the Roche. They can't give him 2 big kills. I mean, Whitemon.
Dude, how much damage is he taking?
I'm telling you, it's this. It's that plus the Shivas that's been picked up, so they're amping up damage. But 3,500. So no BKB from Nightfall. He's got to respect that Sunray. First mistake they've made. And it's a pretty big one. Yeah, you got to wait for that, Roche. And yeah, we did see the Wisp of the Judge. Oh, and he has the cast range. That's actually huge.
Okay.
He's gone for the lens, too. So if you read the way it works...
So how does it work?
It's based off of distance.
Yeah.
So Sunray beyond 1,200 gets much more damage. So with the lens...
You've got
the
more
keen-eyed
that is
Whisper
beyond
Dread,
it. Yeah.
Even more beyond it, plus the Spell Lamp from the Whispers of Dread. Hey, Whitemon, he's got his work cut out for him, but that's a pretty big kill that they're able to acquire.
Yeah, I mean,
now everybody's back up. They've got RP.
That is crazy how quickly it kills Nightfall.
Is this the fight that Tundra's been waiting for all this time?
Aurora smoked up themselves. They do have the Black Hole, yeah, and the Chaotic Offering, and they will have Nightfall back with them in a second.
They are all grouped up. Tundra.
Who's going to get the jump first? Duracho's going to see them. Oh, they're pretty grouped up. Oh.
Scared to run into the 5, Duracho.
He's getting away with a skewer.
That was an interesting interaction there between the Harpoon Skewer. Gets it off at the right moment so he doesn't get yanked back in. BZM will back up to the base.
Okay, they're gonna... They want to just try... They know that Tundra's gonna know that they're doing this.
I mean, Whitemon is in position for a Sunray.
Okay.
Roar comes out, Saksa, waiting in the wings.
I mean, they're just trying to force this rush. They still feel strong, obviously, Aurora, with the lead they have.
Nightfall. Roche is dropping low.
Gonna have to try and make the jump soon. You'd imagine that they will on Tundra.
BCM's got his next item. His Revenant's Brooch is ready.
It's too late now, though.
It's claimed Aegis is now on Nightfall.
Do they still want to do this, Tundra? Mirror
throws him in.
Gonna take Nightfall up the high ground. They get themselves in on top. Duracho tossed as well. BKB's blocked. Duracho tries to skewer away. Whitemon's gone. Duracho will pump the RP down onto the Warlock, but Duracho dies. Panto survives. And now 33. He'll get focused by Nightfall and Lauren if they walk up, kill the Death Prophet off as well. BZM will try to go for Tonotoka, but the Black Hole is there. Will get put to a stop by the lasso. BZM does manage to pick up a double. Can he walk away from this? Goes for the TP out, but the Dragon Tail stun is back up. He'll die. 33 did buyback, but nothing to be done with that buyback. Just has to quickly kind of get back in, sort out the lanes.
Good job from Lauren in particular in this fight. He immediately sees this Sunray coming in. He just jumps Orchids, focus fires onto the... Oh, well, focus hits him as the DK onto Whitemon.
Yeah, they have to kill him. He is the biggest threat.
He's the biggest
We saw how much he was able to do against Nightfall. They have to kill this Phoenix first every time.
So a great simultaneous jump, and that is Tundra using a ton now. Towards this top Rex goes Aurora. They've got the Dragon form.
BZM's out for 40 seconds. No buyback on him.
Just two. Larnoff starting to melt a little. We'll be able to back away. Nightfall, he buys the Moon Shard. They're looking to end the game.
Yeah. He's going to take down these buildings so quickly. 3.5 minutes to play with the Aegis. They could chill. Wait until Tonotoko's back in.
They also, there's an amp damage bottom if they do see
it. If you give that to Mr. Nightfall, you can say night to your barracks.
He's going to be hitting for over 1,000 damage at that point, so we can see the fight again. Yeah. I was watching Whitemon pretty much during all of it, because as soon as the Sunray comes out, look, Laurenov makes that call to jump him.
Yeah, great play from Laurenov. And it's just full panic mode at this point from Tundra.
Yeah.
BZM able to pick up a couple of kills at the end of it, but the rest of the team fight is just falling apart so much that he can't fix the situation.
Yeah, the Death Prophet picked this game, not looking like it's doing too much, as we see, even though 33 gets a bit of time on the Exorcism, it just does no damage at this point in the game. 0 and 7 this time from him.
Yeah. Full Bloodthorn on Laurenov. I can wait for these shrines. They're also in position to steal that of Tundra's Shrine of Wisdom.
Level 23 on Laurenov, soon to be level 24.
Yeah, same for Nightfall.
Flawless game from him this time around, 11-0-7.
Yeah, they both really stepped it up.
Yeah, and this ward still is up on the high ground. Tundra looking to step outside.
Nightfall's going to find Whitemon.
Kills him instantly.
Do they still want to do this? Tundra Dragsha's going to try for the skewer back onto Panto. So if they can kill the Warlock off, Flame Break, knock back, they'll get the kill.
Can they get out? Nightfall tries to get a catch.
I mean, they'll take that. A 1-for-1 trade whilst they're down as much as they are.
They didn't have to use an ulti either, right? It's just kind of a free kill.
And just the skewer back.
Yep.
Now, Aurora, do they still want to try and force something whilst they have the 4 of them? Whitemon is going to be back that much sooner here, 20 seconds.
They didn't scout the amp damage. Whitemon will not be able to recover his gem. Toronto Tokyo claims it. Dyrachyo.
They're going to make the jump. Straight in they go with the burst. Dyrachyo's gone. Saxo, try with the lasso. BZM, he's looking towards Mirror. Will be able to bring down the Marcy. Now turns towards Nightfall. But with Saxo and Dyrachyo dead, they're going to have to use some buyback. Saxo, he comes in with his buyback.
Lauren, his BKB is expiring.
Nightfall, he's back in. Makes the jump, tries to burst the remainder of 33, but the Submarine comes down, and Nightfall, he'll go down the ones. 33. Siphoning up off the Golem.
Sunray
will get back to safety. He gets out of there. They'll look towards the supernova. They'll be able to pop the egg. Black Hole comes down in. It looks to control BZM. BZM's out for good. Dyrachyo, he'll get the RP onto Nightfall.
Does he have the damage?
Under the towers, they'll have it. Nightfall will go down. So Tundra, they keep the game alive, but it cost them the 3 buybacks.
And all their ults. They're trying to chase out for another potential kill, but can't quite. Did they recover their gem? Didn't see if they actually got it picked up. Decent kills, though. At least they're able to claim 3, but as you said, a very expensive ult.
Triple buyback. Can they do anything with this? It's quite a window where, 75 seconds, there is no Nightfall.
They have no exorcism. Their core is on the far right side. They're going to try to just push the lanes out as far as possible.
Yeah, we should have the replay again. It's a good jump at the start towards Dyrachyo. Doesn't stand a chance. They kill him so quickly.
Yeah, cool that Nightfall went for the Blink Dagger this game. He just bought it just before that jump, so being able to follow up with the burst with the DK. 33 lived a lot longer than I think they expected him to with the Morning Ritual.
Yeah, because we saw the aim right, that temptation. Nightfall wants to get back in and try and finish 33 off as low as he is.
And then that Sunray just starts to really rip him apart.
And even at this point with the Golem dropped on him, 33 surviving throughout all of that.
So close to doing that.
Flying time.
Down. Can't believe he doesn't even tick out to that Bloodthorn at the end. That's actually crazy.
Yeah, it kind of just got back to the fountain just in time, right?
As you said, heavy buybacks needed to be able to hold on.
It was a lot.
That is what they're doing. They are holding on. BCM, level 21 can hit. Witchblade, soon to have Parasma, so they're going to have more damage versus these high armor heroes. I believe we did see Dyrachyo. He did finish up Revenant's Brooch, so rather than finishing that AC, he's gone for some more damage. Feels like he's not hitting hard enough. And I think I would agree.
Yeah, I like
the
this.
DK and Tiny, he was hitting them pretty pathetically, so I wanted some type of damage to pierce through. I mean, they are delaying it. They're keeping the game, like the gold lead, right? It's just been shrinking, even though they had to use those buybacks.
They've done this before in tough situations. Tundra just keep their game alive.
They get the output. I mean, they get the Tormentor
and they get out before anybody of Aurora can close in on them.
All these little things can start to add up. Especially as we do have to point out BZM's levels constantly. I'm just keeping tabs on him. 21's been hit. Once he's got that 25, of course, starts to put a lot more pressure to open up space on the map for them to continue prolonging things. All about the base defense. So Whitemon trying to get a BKB for himself to protect. Probably just a BKB Sunray so he doesn't get stunned or silenced.
I mean, honestly, that's going to be huge if
it can be huge.
You can get that off in the team fights.
And seeing it. Some of these more neutral items, Saksa, he's got the magnifying monocle with Timeless, so distance that he can grab units is very far. He's got the lens as well too, so can yank people pretty deep into the base. What other big ones did we see? Takes time. So, more damage. I'm sure you lose the distance for Whitemon there, but even more damage that he can get from the Sunray potentially. Oh, we see Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Whisper for the Dread time. This feels great on any of these. 10% plus 10%.
DK 25 is on. Lorenov has hit it.
What's he going next with his money, do you imagine?
Usually they just upgrade the Blink. But we'll see which route he wants to go. Octarine, Toronto Tokyo also soon with a refresher. And they're all very farm still, but it's just, Tundra has been delaying and delaying and delaying to the point where this gold lead. It just feels like it's not as impactful, of course, but it's still going to be the case of just defending inside of the base.
Also, the win probability only giving them 9%. right now, but that 9%, you definitely feel it.
You definitely feel
I'd
that.
even argue it should be a little more than 9%.
Yeah, I feel like that as well, but...
With the way that we have seen Tundra recover from these sort of situations before.
Yeah, Dyrachyo, he's got an AC finish now too, so his damage has gone massively up in those last two... I mean, since that last fight. He literally has Revenant's Broach plus an AC compared to just a plate melt from before.
Aurora, they know if they can make something happen whilst these buybacks are on cooldown, that will be the beginning of the end.
That's probably why it's only 9%, right?
Yeah, for sure. Whilst these the buyback situation's a bit risky.
Because if they get one pick off, then it's just going to be a huge number advantage.
Yeah, the game just completely collapses.
Aurora, Nightfall, level 25's hit. He's got the double tosses. They want this catch outside the base. Tundra. Saksa gets the blink.
On the run here, Tundra. Dyrachyo
gets stunned.
And Nightfall's in with the follow-up. They drop the golem. Dyrachyo get the BKB and the skewer off. Can he survive?
The tree,
it's gonna get him.
Or the auto attack, in fact.
In fact, yeah, for Lauren-off, and that's him gone for 2 minutes. Toronto goes in. Black hole onto the two of them. The Submarine burn will come into play, but Saxa falls. BZM's out. 3 dead on Tundra, none with buyback available. Only Whitemon and 33 left to try and fight back, but Nightfall cleaning up, takes down Whitemon, looks towards 33. It's just a team, it's an ultra kill. 33 is the only one with buyback. Aurora, they can run it down a lane, they don't even need to. Tundra, tap out, GG's called. We're going to a game 3, Fog.
Perfect time for Aurora to catch him. Outside the base, not fighting inside the base. Nightfall able to get that instant catch. Dyrachyo got nothing off. The perfect target for them to initiate on first. I guess he didn't want to use the BKB at the start of the fight because he gets caught by the first stun, gets full combo down. Aurora with pretty much full control of this game. Yeah, most of it, but it still took him 42 minutes.
It did, but yeah, after what happened in game 1, this has got to feel fantastic for Aurora, being able to come back in game 2 and just come out with this level of performance. Again, you know, looking at Lauren-off and Nightfall on the DK and the Tiny, they've not been doing too hot recently, but this performance, it was absolutely top tier stuff from them. 13-0-12 from Lauren-off.
And Marcy wins a game.
It does. There you go, Mira, able to show that this hero can still be it. What a game! And with that, as I said, we're getting a game 3. It's 1-1 now between Aurora and Tundra.
That's one way to deal with the stomp. Just dispense your own stomp. That's how it goes.
Yeah, as much as we've seen Aurora on the panels that we're on, and as much as
they've never been on the panel yet.
Not yet. Well, maybe they would if they were to get stomped at a second game, but they certainly didn't.
Well, when they throw this game 3 in hilarious fashion, maybe we can get one of them on the on the sofa.
Simultaneously, you expect this sort of chaotic stuff with this team, but it just seems so impossible, and then it happens. I love watching these guys play. This was extremely well done. I mean, they won all of their lanes. When they came out of the laning stage, they had extremely good team fight, so it was almost impossible for Tundra to ever fight them, and so they tried to split push, but as Fear has said a dozen times on the morning shift, their split pushing is just not a thing on this patch. Even if you have Nature's Prophet, it looks really bad. There's a chain of like
I see that on the night shift too, by the way.
Night shift as well. 8 pickoffs in a row, something like that, where it like Tundra just looked, this was like so out of character for them.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think a lot of it does come down to just how good some of these lanes did go for Aurora. And I'm not sure why 33 changed the facet in this particular game. It really did feel like, since the Spirit Collector is global now, so no matter what, when a kill happens in a lane, I think whether you're ally or enemy, you get a soul, and that is stored, and which does a lot of damage. It didn't feel like the delaying death facet here really delayed his death by much in this particular game.
Not at all.
So like, I understand. I was just hyped for this. Okay, maybe this will be a new meta hero, but maybe just that one facet kind of looks good, and this other one not so good. But Toronto Tokyo on the Nigma, absolute pleasure to watch. He played yet another new hero.
I definitely got my wish on that one.
Yeah, he played really well on this Enigma. Won his laning stage. Same with the Marcy. Marcy also won a game.
Yeah, she did.
Yes.
Yeah, all right.
I mean, not only did Marcy win a game, I mean, you heard Fog there. He said that the Marcy won the game for the team. That's what he said.
Yeah.
I could see
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, I mean, I could see it. The like, Whitemon couldn't egg. So in a lot of the fights, he was just using Sunray, which was good. Like, legitimately, he was killing Nightfall a lot of the time. The 3 deaths of Nightfall, I'm sure Whitemon did like more than half the damage to him. But then Lornoff just realized, like, okay, well, this is the problem. We have 2 tanky strength cores. The only way they're going to ever have enough damage to chew through us is if the Phoenix is the one doing it. So they just kept jumping him.
There he is. He wants support items too, which I guess that's just what you do now. But I feel like with this particular hero, you have to have so much impact. And if you don't, that's when the hero becomes a bit of a burden. But luckily for Mira, the impact didn't stop this game. Like, he kept showing up to every single fight. He had the pick-me-up facet, got kill after kill after kill, not only in the laning stage, but just throughout the entirety of the game. And here's a moment of that, how this hero can look incredibly good. He just goes in with the Dragonite. And let's talk about BZM's game a little bit here. Because of these rotations, he was completely useless this game on the Nature's Prophet, getting kills on 33. These are 2 big core kills, and I don't think we are going to show it, but he also killed Dyrachyo on the top lane. So if your contribution to the early game is killing every single core and every single lane, you're doing a lot.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, I completely agree. I mean, you can like look at the score lines and see like 18-3 on Nightfall. You know, Lornoff 13-0. We saw Toronto Tokyo with his big black holes. So the cores looked really good, but the lanes were kind of normal until Mira rotated to them.
Yeah.
So this is just excellent 4 position play, and then scaling that to still like support his team. It's commendable, because you'd be so tempted to like, okay, I'm the core now.
Yeah.
It's like, no, I trust my boys to carry me. And they did. I mean, 18-3 on Nightfall. Like, he played an exceptional Tiny in that game.
We can fast forward to 21 minutes. The game is functionally over at this point, but there's still some things to talk about, right?
Yes. That's right. That's right. I mean, it was just a constant string of pickoffs on every hero. And the thing with any 33 team is that they will know how to play from any position in the game. Like, he's theory crafted all of this stuff, and they're doing it right? This sort of split pushing, playing in the trees, playing on the enemy side, like in their ancients, like that sort of thing. This is good. However, Aurora played around it flawlessly.
Oh, sure.
Yeah, and this is the one moment in the game where it was just like, oh no, it's happening again. Like, Nightfall had no BKB available. He died there. Another pickoff happens. Luckily, it didn't spiral. I think they learned from it. It didn't spiral out of control. They controlled it, and they went together again, and they just finished the game.
What's funnier? If Aurora devastatingly loses the 3rd game after stomping Tundra.
That's pretty funny.
Or if they continue onward in a back-and-forth brawl that is a game 3, and then we get to watch them do that in the next series.
Like, do they win in that scenario?
I don't know if this team, without fixing their attitude issues, can win the tournament. If they did, I mean, this would be hallelujah, you know?
That's the beauty of it. You never know which Aurora you're going to get from game to game. And with that said, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll see which one turns up. See you in a moment.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
All right, welcome back. It's Tundra, it's Aurora, it's a decider. We don't know what we're going to get. We've had 2 stomps. We've had interesting drafts. And look, every time Aurora come to play, I do feel like we get something weird, exceptional, special, a little bit different. So, guys, I have to ask you, what's next?
I'll let the TI winner predict this one.
Okay, go for it.
As far as heroes?
Anything.
Anything. Well, we've got everything. I don't think anything will surprise me at this point.
Sure.
So, what would surprise me, though, is if 33 plays DP again with the same facet.
Ah, there we are. Okay, that is a good point. Yeah, that facet didn't seem to do a lot of much.
It seemed pretty bad overall. And it kind of like reminded me why we don't see DP very much anymore as a hero. So like maybe there's some potential, some games for it. It was versus the Tidehunter. I think you even called it yourself. Maybe this is why it won't work, because it's not versus the Tidehunter.
Yeah.
And behold, it didn't work. So yeah, you're onto something there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I understand the thought process behind the facet. You're playing against a bunch of burst, and he doesn't want to get bursted, but it looked like it was literally glitched and doing nothing. That's how it felt. And you can kind of understand like why people stopped picking the hero after the facet did get nerfed. Like this was a thing for a while, but they nerfed the builds. I mean, what items did he have? Like I think he was going for the Yasha and Kaya again, right?
On which hero? Sorry.
Death Prophet?
I was admiring your beard.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah, he went for the same build essentially.
So my theory from game 1 that he just did that because
wrong.
he was winning is out the window. He just thinks that's a good build.
More terrible analysis from
Oh
Jenkins.
God, don't give them more fuel. But that's the thing is like this is interesting. I mean, the Shivas makes you tanky. Of course, you're going to get the Glimmer. He didn't build the full Yasha and Kaya, at least. So he like
at the end of the game he did. But yeah.
Yeah, not at the.
Wait, no, am I?
You're looking at game 1.
Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong game. So everything I said was out the window.
So but he's still
More
go for
terrible
Kaya.
analysis
from Jenkins.
Clinton Fear Loomis.
So
from Oregon.
I mean, I guess it's like if you get the Kaya, you're killing range creeps in one hit for the rest of the game or something like that. So he feels like this is an item that you need to get, but it's 2,000 gold invested when before, like it was Greaves Rush build is what people were doing on the DP off lane with this facet.
Terrible item.
And it's a terrible item. But before it was a good item and they would be like Giga Tanky and you wouldn't be able to kill her because of the facet. With a Kaya, what does this do? Nothing. Like it just
helps
makes
you farm. That's
you
about
farm
it.
quicker, right?
Yeah.
So it's very greedy, but he felt like that's just the good build on Death Prophet, which might be true. Like the hero is not picked for a reason, you know. Maybe there just doesn't exist a great build on her.
Yeah, I agree. I think they're gonna change something up this time around, but maybe the problem was as simple as this Marcy just killing all the lanes and roaming around the map. It's weird to say, but this Marcy did some work that game.
Oh, for sure, it did. But you also did say it was a very good game for Marcy's kit and what she offers. So there is that.
So I think most of the Marcy games we did see that I disliked is when you're picking Marcy with a lot of single target. You had Enigma and Warlock. It already is set up to be a good Marcy game. You can fit a Marcy into any draft as long as you have enough team fight. Her job was just to get in there, and then the team fight ults would follow.
Yeah, that makes
just
sense.
for context on the Marcy, one of our colleagues, I'm going to steal a stat they put in. So from position 1, this is at this tournament, it is 0 and 4 with
Strachio.
With 4 different players having attempted it. It's never been used at 2. At position 3, it's 1 and 2. And at position 4, it's 1 and 9. 9 being the losses.
Wow, I thought there was a good stat that was coming there. Okay.
No.
And we know there's a lot of losses, right? So
thanks to whoever put that in the group chat.
I mean, Mira just played the last game flawlessly. Like, I honestly feel like he could have been on quite a few heroes in that game, and it would have been the same. Like, any roamer, Tusk would have been the same. Like, I feel like he just really played a flawless 4 position for the first, like, 7 minutes of the game, which was enough to snowball his cores, and then he didn't have to do anything. And then he kept contributing afterwards, but he didn't have to do anything.
Why?
Why didn't he have to do anything?
Yeah.
Because his cores were so giga fat that he could have literally taken his hands off the keyboard and went to the toilet for the entire game.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
He could have had Taco Bell before the game, and he'd be fine because he could just sit in the toilet.
That is very impressive.
Well, that's one sponsor down.
Yep. Well, either way, I think in this situation, this Enigma caused so many problems for them, right? I don't know if there's an offlaner Toronto Tokyo can play that is going to pressure Dyrachyo Magnus that hard ever again, and they're actually just going to ban it this time around. Like, yeah, if we're not going to get the Enigma, then you're not getting your Magnus. How many games have we seen of Dyrachyo just play this Magnus completely free farm for the entire game and just show up like the highest net worth hero in the game and just destroy everyone? It's been every game but this one.
Yeah, he dumpsters usually. That was unusual from him.
And I think it really was just the Nigma shut him down.
Yeah.
Especially with the Marcy. We talked about this being one of the strongest lanes in Dota, and they just first picked the hero, and they made light work of that.
So now it does mean that they get the choice between either the Nature's Prophet or the Abaddon. So the question is...
Abaddon.
I feel like they probably go for the Nature's Prophet. I disagree with you, Fear.
Okay, I disagree with you, Jenkins.
Fair enough.
Shake hands?
Yeah, we'll shake hands. Okay. Off camera, that's good.
Don't touch me.
You are really nervous all the time.
I am always nervous.
So yeah, they're thinking...
Being on camera is tough.
It's a tough job.
They're thinking about these two.
Sleep overnight.
And the DK. Honestly, Lornoff looks good on it despite their abysmal win rate. He looks good. The games that they've lost, it's really hard to look at the stats of any hero that's on the Aurora side because I feel like the PA wins really skewed everything else. And then when they didn't have PA, they were looking very confused, but now they're kind of understanding how to play without the PA.
Yeah. I mean, there's been, I want to say 3 heroes that Nightfall looks like a completely different player on. Obviously the PA, then there's the DK, and then the Tiny game too. Like,
are we gonna ignore this? He's not. He doesn't look happy, dude.
Let's just ignore that. I'm sure it's fine. Just compartmentalize that one.
Okay.
Until the end of the game.
I'm sorry, Fear. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, I think he's just a very emotional guy. You know, like he's probably describing something like, "Let's just ban this hero. I have an idea going forward." He's probably, I mean, he's pointing at the screen. At least he wasn't pointing at his teammates. Yeah, that's a good
Yeah,
sign.
yeah, that's good. That's a good breakdown. That's really good parasocial breakdown of the players there, Fear.
Thank you.
I think what we can do is maybe get that slowed down, the footage, and we can
break it down.
Yeah, like really break it down with some like X's and O's.
Speaking of someone that doesn't have much emotion.
True.
PCM.
Yeah, this guy is
he's just mad from last game.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I would be a little upset too after last game because that Nature's Prophet was so useless. He was just dying all over the place. Normally used to seeing this hero pop off. BZM did not get the opportunity to pop off at all that game. Can't really blame him, so to speak. Sure, he made his fair share of mistakes, but either way, not a fun performance to, or not a fun game to be a Nature's Prophet in the last one.
No, his split pushing was getting completely hard countered. So for Aurora, they can play this on Lornoff. He's played it. They can play it on Mira as well. And it looks good on both. We have
did it. Sorry, carry on. They banned the Marcy.
We're hoping maybe Nightfall would learn, get this into his repertoire at some point, but there is doubt there. So yeah, Mira's the one that won with it. Lornoff did just indeed. They just beat it. Yeah. So he thinks he can do better.
Yeah, crazy to just ban it out after that. Considering.
And the Tusk, this is what I was thinking. Like, I really feel like Mira completely hard carried the laning stage with Marcy, and the hero that's like the closest to Marcy in terms of what it does and in terms of its rotations is the Tusk. And so if they're afraid of Mira and his impact on the game, then these are two very good bans.
Yeah, I think it's pretty safe to say after game 1 and game 2, this series in particular, whoever snowballs the laning stage has the advantage, right? And Night Stalkers can get picked into the second phase here. What I do want to see with this hero, though, is more team fight. The Marcy worked because you had a lot of team fight. The Night Stalker works because you have a lot of team fight. Right now, they don't have any. Warlock is banned.
Maybe grab the Lornoff Pango, something like that.
Tidehunter. Always Tidehunter.
Yeah.
It's never a bad Tidehunter game.
Is Leshrac a team fighter, in your opinion, if there's a Tidehunter as well?
I mean, technically, but I don't consider Leshrac to be a team fight control. Like, for me, team fight controls, you press one button and it covers a whole choke point, you know? And you can do it very easily and safely. Like, it's a curse, Winter Wyvern curse, it could be a golem, it could be like a macro pyre, like all these spells that control like these areas to Roshan. Phoenix is a team fighter.
Oh, they
too.
expect it. Yeah, they're expecting the team fight. They're going to answer it.
And plus, this is the Night Stalker counter, some would say. Would you say this is Night Stalker counter? I don't fully think it is, but there's elements to it.
I think it's pretty annoying to play against if you're Night Stalker.
What is that the counter to?
Good Dota.
Winning, maybe?
Like
good drafting.
It has not won yet.
They played it yesterday. Hold on, I'm going to do a bit of research. Tundra were slapped down into the lower bracket, and they indeed did have a win ranger in a game in which they lost, which was game number 2. That game did go 69 minutes, though.
Nice.
That's nice, yeah. Well, this could be a Soxa Wind Ranger. I think that's definitely an option. You know, you can play with the execute facet. It's something, that's for sure. I just don't know why. You know? Why are you laughing? I can't figure it out.
It's something. It definitely is something. It's there. It's on your screen.
Yeah.
For sure. I think if you look at it in a vacuum, Nature's Prophet doesn't like heroes that have single target burst damage, right? So that could be a counter in that regard. Or maybe BZM's just like, you know what? This hero is goated. Pick it up. Let's just punch our ticket into the final day.
Darkseer is still there.
But what do you do with it?
I don't know.
Darkseer is a good counter to Terrorblade.
But you got an Abaddon and a Wind Ranger.
Yeah. Oh, and there's the counter to Abaddon, of course.
Of course. Can you tell us why that's a hard counter?
That would be on account of
level 15.
That would be the level 15. What is it at, Richard? At level 15?
I think it's level 15.
And what is it?
A break.
It's a break mechanic. That's right. On the level 15.
Or a break, as I like to say.
Yeah, you've said that before. And you can break him, and you also silence him, so he can't get his ult off.
And that happens at what level?
15, actually. It's on a talent.
Right. Yep. Okay, good to know.
Do you know you could select your level 15 talent without selecting your level 10 talent?
Yeah, I did know that.
So you could also do that at level 15.
I've seen people do that in Herald, actually.
Yeah, it's meta.
It is shocking. People are good at this game. So hopefully this pick will show us why they picked the Wind Ranger as this third pick. Moonmeander, he's cooking. He looks devious right now.
Even when Wind Ranger is good, there is never a combination with Wind Ranger. Like, what is the combination?
Well, I'm thinking more like, what did they...
Maybe Tusk was the combination?
What did they not want to reveal? Tusk is banned. Okay, they go for the Darkseer. Well done, Richard. That's the hardest counter in the game. At least it was, to the Terrorblade. You just get an illusion of him, multiple illusions of him that are stronger than he is.
I've got Cinderin feeding me this.
You do?
Draft. Yeah, Cinderin.
He's really good at draft analysis.
No, he really is.
Yeah.
Truly is.
The best, some say.
Yeah, I'd agree. The real question, could you ask Cinderin real quick where they're going to lane their heroes?
Aurora Gaming.
Nightfall Abaddon, ladies and gentlemen.
Cinderin just told me he thinks 33 will play.
That's the other team.
Nightfall is not on Tundra.
It'll be Nightfall on the TV. Yeah, he's fine.
So Doraccio does play Wind Ranger. I'll throw that out there. BZM plays Wind Ranger. Oh, well, he did play Wind Ranger when you had the Whirlwind facet. But everyone played it.
5 seconds remaining.
So I don't know how viable as a carry that is. I would not want to be Wind Ranger carry versus TB carry. I wouldn't want to be a Abaddon carry versus TB carry. So they're back in the situation where the carry isn't going to necessarily out carry the Terrorblade. It's going to be like the Darkseer Phoenix. That's like your answer.
What about
the TB?
Oh, I was gonna say a Whitemon Abaddon, but
he could.
He could.
Then it's a Soxa Phoenix with the Darkseer. It's a little scuffed.
Dive into the
in with the Ion Shell. Yeah, that's all right. Okay.
It's doable. I mean, it doesn't sound that bad, especially versus Terrorblade, doesn't?
Actually, yeah, against TB that does sound good. It's a lot of magic damage.
Yeah.
Zero does not like
he
playing.
Just dies. In fact, that might be the best pick.
5 seconds.
So then last pick, the Doraccio hero, which
he could still just be the Abaddon in that situation.
Yeah, he could. He could.
I just think the Abaddon makes sense to go to the safe lane in this game.
Tundra Esports.
But it's really open. They have so many options. Like Abaddon, Wind Ranger are both flex picks. They'll kind of like lock it in here now. They either have Phoenix. Only one thing we know for sure is Phoenix's support, and they're gonna take Monkey King.
Let's break this one down, guys.
Did you know when Phoenix ults, it destroys trees?
I did. Yeah, I did.
And that sometimes can grief the Monkey King. But just they're professional e-athletes. Mistakes like that don't happen.
Those e-athletes, I love them. No, I mean, I haven't been impressed with the Monkey King in general. It was on a 40% win rate, I think, at the start of the day.
Oh, I like that.
Seen this one before.
Yeah.
Turns out it was 66, actually.
Yeah, he did this exact same pick into the exact same hero 2 days ago.
This guy is 2-0 with Leshrac. Undefeated. Undisputed. One of the best Leshracs in the game right now.
Yeah, I cannot dispute that.
That's why it's undisputed.
Did he play in a Monkey King match?
Toronto, Tokyo.
Yeah,
he did, right?
He won that game.
Yeah, and he won that game, yeah.
So that's Toronto, Tokyo, Terrorblade. Is this an extra hero to his list, or has he played this in this tournament? This is an extra hero added to his list. He just doesn't want to play the same guy in any game. He's bored.
He's doing the whole hero challenge.
He's just doing a victory lap for fun.
That was 33, actually.
Yeah, why is he playing Darkseer then? Same old shit.
Well, the victory lap requires winning.
Yeah, fair enough.
33 wants to win. But yeah, I mean, regardless, I think a lot of interesting stuff coming out of this draft. You have mid-Monkey King. It's going to be, you're right, Soxa playing the Wind Ranger. And so Doraccio will take up that Abaddon. And Toronto, Tokyo. This looks interesting. I feel like you are playing the offlane Abaddon because it is a Darkseer in the game, right? You want to dodge that matchup. We talked about how Phoenix Darkseer, very difficult for Terrorblade. So they do pick a carry at Nightfall, getting the Nature's Prophet, which I would love to see him succeed on this hero, because if he could add this to his list of heroes, that looks very impressive for the team. Aurora's got a hero pool, man. Like, they actually have a hero pool that could go into tomorrow and compete.
Nightfall, Nature's Prophet. Nightfall, Nature's
This
Prophet.
is everything you wanted from
It just doesn't roll off the tongue, does it? It's not something you're used to saying. But if anyone can do it, this hero is the best BKB TP'er in the entire game, Richard. He has one built in. I think Aurora's got this. I think they're about to knock out Tundra.
I would have to disagree because that is ridiculous. And why would you ever say that?
Well, listen, guys. We are about to find out. We're going to get into this deciding game. Take it away, Odie Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Richard. Yes, let's find out who's going to come out on top today here in this game 3. Tundra versus Aurora. Fog, there's so much to talk about when it comes to this draft, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a switch up, of course, that comes out from Toronto, Tokyo, because they see the Darks here. They don't want to have it as that carry anymore. That's why they were flexing it. So he's going to be adding that to his repertoire as that offlane. And yeah, they go for the Monkey King pick. We did see Nothing to Say try this versus Lorinov. He had success in the early game, but then Lorinov ended up just going absolutely crazy on this last track in particular. Nothing to Say did not buy a BKB. He did go the Mage Slayer route.
He did.
It did work early, but then, yeah, there was definitely a lot of things that Aurora had going their way that game. And again, a tempo-based lineup that Aurora can look to thrive off of, but Tundra. I mean, I want to say that we shouldn't have the split pushing happen this game. This looks like it should be much more clashes since they have this mid-Monkey King. And pointing out, yeah, facets. There's a couple of these that I was going to mention this in particular, but now I'm going to actually have, if you guys really want me to, since I see the observers pointing it out. Tundra is one of the ones that likes the quickening. I think almost everybody else goes Mephitic Shroud that I've seen. I've seen both Doraccio and 33 go for this facet in the majority of instances that they play this hero.
Yeah, and they've been looking pretty good on it.
So if you guys want to look up the difference, I didn't get to check all the stats for it in particular of which teams do go for it, but I know that Tundra likes this facet.
Saxa might be in a spot of bother here.
Got some body blocks. They've got the grab, long range.
Have Wim run again in a second, so he can make them work for it.
Another Void. It's going to buy a bit of time.
Quite a bit of time.
He might even be able to get another win run off. There's another Void in a second.
He's going to get another win run off.
He is.
He's being annoying. Ramira does not want to give up on this.
No. After the time that he spent chasing him already. That's a lot of time.
He's going to get another win run off.
That just means Toronto Tokyo is completely sacked, though, for this first wave or more.
Sax is just...
Is he actually even going to die now is the question. Surely, right?
I mean, surely Mira's got this.
I think the Jenkins line is pretty necessary right now. The win run again.
There we go.
Yes, brought down.
All right, takes quite a bit of time, nearly a minute. But we'll get that first blood there, Mira.
Tundra does get 3 bounty runes out of it, and they get to drag some waves. It looks like Toronto Tokyo will be able to at least grab that one while he was left alone in the matchup. Interesting start to the game.
Yeah, and yeah, eyes on Toronto Tokyo, see what he can do on this. This is effectively his Terrorblade debut in competitive play. Obviously, he's a man that's been through a few different roles in his history, but Terrorblade, not one that he's touched in a professional game since 2020, and obviously back then it was not an off-lane Terrorblade. So we're going to get to see from him the first time what he's able to do. Did have sort of a bit of a phase 4 months ago where he was banging out the off-lane Terrorblade in his pubs. Did have a pretty good win rate on it, so working out for there. And Saxon,
he put in a lot. He almost actually
he nearly got another win right off.
He almost ends up getting out of that there, but the tree cut and then gets hit by that extra attack. Played his way almost out of it. Doraccio, it's going to be absolute free farm onto this Abaddon since the way that this whole lane things happens, but they're manipulating creep wave because their verse is no stun in that lane, so they're just going to be dragging waves a lot over there. Looking at the top lane in particular, or actually top lane, they're actually just getting some good trades coming out here between the two. In mid lane, it's Lorinov owning the first 2 waves.
I mean, something about Lorinov on his last track, right? It really is. You know, one of those heroes that I feel like when he gets the 5th pick, sometimes you feel like there's maybe a bit of disrespect there. You got to respect this man on his lash. I think it's looked fantastic here. I said looked fantastic back at Dream League.
And I think he's gotten a lot of practice of it now, right? He's played versus the Monkey King, I want to say at least twice now in the lane. I think he's lost both the times. Right now, he's owning that one. And Doraccio actually caught in a deep position. He used the shield on White Mount earlier, and he dies to the TB and the Night Stalker lane.
All right, well, Toronto Tokyo will certainly take that.
Yeah, the wave pulling, they really just wanted to try to stop it, but that's a big deal. I mean, Doraccio was literally getting every single creep and then walks up to contest it and dies.
Well, a couple of early kills here. Aurora to start this off.
That's the meta usage. I mean, in very Duraccio fashion. I should never say that he can not die. Steps up way too far, way too aggressive. He's got a double creep wave coming in. We'll be able to get that last hits, but enabling Toronto Tokyo. And a catch on 33. He's got the surge.
A lot of damage there. They got him. Good read there from Aurora. They're like, well, if you want to step up this far, we will just turn and kill you.
Yeah, Shaman, a very nice response.
And look at this mid.
This lane in mid, and Mira.
He's got the setup.
Early swing at level 2 Edict.
Very, very dead.
Great aggressive moves from Aurora. Top Saksa, he also does not have shackle shot, so every time there is a shackle that's coming from the other side, there's actually no way to prevent it between the two of them right now. Opting to go for that power shot, of course, I mean, you always want to get the power shot, but in this lane, there's definitely arguments just to be able to stop that shackle that comes out. Big kill onto BZM. Gonna slow down the timing for him and enable Lornoff. 3 points now in the Edict. They could look to do it again. I think if Mira wants to, since it's already the Tower Blade already got probably what he wanted, since the lane is already going to be very difficult, can just look to make these aggressive moves onto BZM with level 3 Edict on Lornoff. They can dive the tower if they do see an opportunity. A little bit too much there, but tries to get the wraparound. I mean, Toronto Tokyo's just pulling waves. He's like, yeah, you don't need to help me too much down here. Take advantage of when I have meta if they overextend, and then we can look for a kill.
It is going to still be very slow farm from him though, right?
In Toronto. Yeah, of course. Yeah, for sure. But getting a kill in the lane versus the Abaddon is a big deal.
BZM stepping up.
Like unexpected as BZM.
Doesn't expect Panto to be here. Panto strikes from the tree sex. It's going to come with the shackle to stop the shackles, but BZM still falls. The Diabolic Edicts at this stage just impossible to survive through.
Smooth moves. I mean, Aurora getting off to a hot start again. The lane's already being a bit broken here. 33 is going to the jungle. Sox is now playing around the mid lane. And he actually does put that third point into Shackle now to be able to stop some of the aggressive moves that's come out from Panto and from Mira. First 5 minutes, though, with the Night Stalker, pretty solid. Able to secure the mid lane, able to secure their safe lane.
Not making any sort of move onto Lornoff now seems pretty impossible.
These monkeys, a couple of these games, when they do falter early, they can have some difficulties in catching back up. They can itemize to catch up with Corrosion and Mage Slayer, which of course looks good versus the Lesh, but a couple of these kills early, it's already given Lornoff level 6. Power Rune will be top. Panto.
It's going to be able to steal it.
He's got the setup here onto BZM.
Lornoff's moving over. Lion pulls in with the TP. Try and block off the escape, but BZM's going to get surged up. 33 able to make sure that BZM can get away.
And
but does leave 33 vulnerable. Look at the vacuum. Nice one there as it drags them down to the low ground, but the blood grenade gets thrown out. They'll get back on top with another shackle from Panto. Gets stopped by the Boundless Strike, but 33 will fall.
This Lornoff Lesh is getting way too much. He might even get more. 4 heroes surrounding. He's got another Edict soon on mana. He's kind of limited.
Be careful.
Nah, he's kind of limited on the mana. He's claritying up, though. I mean, Lornoff, I feel like we're going to be saying his name a lot in this game in particular, because the games that he's played the last, he's been playing from behind in a couple of them. This one, he's far ahead. Crazy amount of damage that it can provide. BZM, can he play his way out of this one here? Lornoff has the Edict. It's just out of range, I think, still, right? Don't think it clipped him just yet. Very close that he's going to be able to close that gap, though. If he gets even one tick onto BZM, BZM likely just dead.
Yeah, it could be over for him again.
Actually, he should have him. Yeah, it's the movement speed bonus. He's 370. So
let's have a look.
Monkey King just that much slower. I think Lornoff's got him. All of them reconnecting, though. The mischief bug seems like it did happen still. And it's going to give them time for Toronto Tokyo to go over to the right. Grims' Shine of Wisdom. And he's handled his own. Sure, only 12 last hits on him, right? But he got a kill, and he's pretty close to the similar net worth of that Darkseer. And Mira's been able to make, just like last game, honestly, Mira's been making some nice moves on his 4 position. Last time on the Marcy, this time on the Night Stalker. Can they still not target him?
Oh, that's not there, because normally this is quite a common bug.
Yeah, usually when they reconnect it.
Or feature.
Fixing it.
That does indeed get fixed by reconnecting.
Yeah, feature.
But apparently this one... Okay, there we go. Maybe it's got it now. Yeah, well, you can't target the Monkey King, but should be good now.
All right, PZM. And he's dead.
Is...
He doesn't pop the... Okay, yeah, he's got it.
Yeah, they got it.
I was going to say, he doesn't pop the Edict. Now he does.
4 kills.
Lornoff.
Already here for Lornoff.
Getting it so much out of the map and liking the itemization. Natural build-up, of course, as we've seen more and more on these Lesh.
Yep.
For that 8 toast, gives them that extra catch from a very far distance, which is quite nice versus Darkseer, too. Since they are a little limited on that grab from a distance, at least, Shaman has to commit pretty far to get the grab. Max Edict online. And there's some stacks, too. Panto has been able to scout them.
And just have a look at the numbers, you know, as I like to do. Indeed, the vibe with Lornoff's Leshrac, it's absolutely bang on. Since sort of Lornoff's stocks have started to rise again with his mid-performances in Dream League, the last month, he's played Lesh 5 times. This will be the 6th time. It never loses.
Never loses.
Wins every single pro game that he's been bringing it out in the mid. Obviously back with Chimera, and now here with Aurora. So it's been undefeated.
He truly looks very comfortable, but the team looks comfortable just playing around and enabling him to look this good. Another power
that's a good one as well. It's that haste.
Oh, and look at these stacks. They're juicy. 33.
Oh.
Can't let these get stolen. They might have to swing 4 or 5 heroes.
Yeah, you've got to make sure that they can't interrupt this here. If Aurora can steal some of this, it's going to be huge.
They're going to use the Wrath of Nature to secure a couple of them. The wall will deter Lornoff for a moment here. He gets the big one.
That's a big snipe there, indeed.
The Madstone bundle didn't get claimed. There we go. Now it did. He got 3, and I think Nature's Prophet, I believe, got 1 or 2 as well, with that Wrath of Nature.
Mid.
PZM.
He's got backup from Saxa. Saxa get the shackle connection onto Panto, but not really able to do anything with that. Nobody wants to really step over the river here as Tundra, because that would require getting close to the Leshrac.
Who I know has
Nobody wants to do that right now.
Yeah, he has Vitality Booster finished up too. I mean, limited damage early on for this Leshrac too, with the way that the start has gone for the Monkey King for BZM. Dyrachyo, he is free farming, so he's having that solid start since he's laning versus literally nobody, pretty much. It's just been 8 minutes or 9 minutes of creep pulling. But yeah, that big difference is going to be that mid lane. See how Lornoff wants to make the moves around, how much he wants to pressure the map here. I didn't see why that tip was. I assume it was just like a deny on a boundless strike or something from Panto. He's securing some extra last hits here, and we're seeing them. Let's see, Lornoff, he's just going to farm stacks, so protected under his ward. He wants to finish off the 8 toast before his move, and that's pretty much going to finish it.
It's going to be a pretty fast timing from him.
One of the faster ones that we've seen, too, from him.
And then I guess what do they have sort of against that? It's just going to be the shield, but that's going to require Dyrachyo, the carry, to be around in all these situations, which is not necessarily going to be the case. So hard to save people if they do get gone upon by Lornoff with the Atos when that's done.
Yeah, they'll have to have either Whitemon around with an Egg or Sunray, or Dyrachyo at least in there and to protect it. Nighttime. Mira. They've got a smoke at the ready, and Invis on Lornoff too. That is the Atos done. It's coming out on the courier.
That was fast.
Very fast. And Nightfall has not felt pressure in the laning phase either. This little switch up that they did, absolutely working so far. See how Tundra wants to play in these next few moments versus this nighttime of Aurora with this very strong Leshrac. 33. See, his farm is still very good. He is top of the net worth for his team. The halberd is already done. So compared to his counterpart, he is way more farmed, and he is level 9 since he did get some of those ancients, or most of them.
But look at this, Lornoff approaching with the Invis. That's a good setup. Wukong's command into the boundless. Panto trying to get out and stand his ground with the shackle. They'll drop a supernova to deal with this Shadow Shaman, and they will.
Do they have the chase? Not quite. No extra detection. Lornoff, the Invis rune, the damage mitigation that it provides gives them a little extra protection too, even though they have the sentry. I wish it said it on the tooltip on that one too, but it doesn't.
Wait, which one?
The Invis rune, when you mouse over it here on his
with the damage reduction.
Yeah, because, you know, it scales throughout time, but yeah, you have to, like, do the math, and I don't want to do all that math.
Oh, they get, you know, they don't get anything with the move, but that's 3 ults, right?
3, right? Sorry.
The wall as well. Wall, Supernova, and Wukong's being dropped there.
Yeah.
Just to stop Lornoff from getting any action, and only results in them actually killing Panto. So it's an expensive play from Tundra.
But at least they make a play, because last game they didn't make plays for 30 minutes.
That's true. This time around they're able to match it. It's a, you know, considering the first 2 games of the series, this one is very close.
This is the even one.
12 minutes in, even on the gold.
Yep.
7 for 2. Yeah, both teams in it with a chance here.
I mean, I was saying this one should have a good amount more fights, but this one might end up being a lot of farming.
But you reckon,
Darks here
with this
farming
sort of
on one
start?
side and NP farming on the other. Mira gets jumped, BZM. He wants to be active. Toronto Tokyo is near.
Is he going to help out with the Sunder?
Doesn't have the mana. He does stick, and then he Sunders. Might turn now. Lornoff is in the area with an amp damage.
Yeah, it's got the Atos. Shield's already been used. He can close in, but BZM still here ready to help out.
Stun.
Stun onto the both of them. Power shot comes in, able to snipe Mira.
Shackle connects.
It's a good opening on towards
BZM.
Lornoff, but Lornoff's getting so much damage. BZM, he'll survive. No, the shot comes in from Panto. But this is the death of Lornoff. Panto also to fall. Tundra,
Toronto.
They'll turn towards the TB and burn him down with the Submarine. I mean, they'll take this every day of the week here. Tundra, can they even chase down Nightfall? Potentially, he's got the Sprout. Should be enough to hold them back.
Cuts the trees, but can't quite chase Tundra.
I mean, yeah, they turn up in the numbers there. Very, very good defense from Tundra coming in around the tier 1, forcing the fight. Sure, BZM dies, but already the initiation was enough to allow them to clean up some massive kills.
It was 2 dive. I mean, Lornoff tries to get in, but it ends up just connecting everything just onto Duraccio. He absorbs all that damage, and then BZM's able to commit. Does end up going down on BZM to the last blast of Panto, but Tundra will take that all day, 4 for 1.
Yeah, absolutely. That's going to be pretty much the relic gold secured here for Duraccio.
That's the way it all starts out, right? BZM kind of forcing a reaction from the side of Aurora. And then, I mean, Toronto Tokyo literally just walked in and died at the end there. He walked into the wall and then just burned.
Well, let's have a look.
It was a little awkward.
Obviously, he's pretty low HP at this point after giving up his HP to keep Mira alive.
He just wanted to show the team that he was there as well.
And you can see the temptation, right? They know there's no Supernova. Shield's already been used, so Lornoff wants to try and follow up with this stun. Oh yeah, Mira dying very, very quickly. And at this point, Duraccio's super strong, ready to chase them down. And yeah, even with the Serpent Ward dropped, it doesn't matter. 33 turns up. He's got that extra bit of beef that they can't fight through. Meta's popped, as you say, at the end by
Toronto. Look at Toronto.
Yeah, that don't feel great. Pop Meta, walk through the wall and die. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah, a little bit of a slip up. BZM does get the Boundless off to prevent the stun, but now he's caught for Panto. Dead to the Edict.
Yeah, back to business. Valesh.
Ooh, and the Shrine of Wisdom. Looks like they should be able to claim the 2 of them here with that movement. All right, we are getting much more exciting team fights.
Yeah, and we're getting some good back and forth here. Yeah. This is what we like to see after 2 pretty secured stomps.
And
going either way in game 1 and game 2.
In 33, he's going to build the answer for the Leshrac, or attempted answer, right? He's going to go for that pipe since that overwhelming magic damage is there.
Radiant's middle tower.
Now, we'll be looking towards the pipe as well in Toronto Tokyo, but of course it's going to take
quite a bit longer.
A lot longer.
Yeah, this is the true off-lane TB that we've seen in some of these games.
Mid. Looking at White Mob, in with the silence.
They got it.
Yeah, they even dropped the Serpent Wards down, ready to try and pressure the tower after picking up the kill.
Does Tundra want to mount a defense? Duraccio is not healthy. Just going to pop the glyph. They're going to start taking out these Serpent Wards. Yeah, they'll actually just get all of them. Soxa will take out pretty much every single one of them. Panto doesn't deny a single one.
Where's the micro? It's not there.
Soxa was doing the attack the same target that the tower was doing at the initial.
Oh, okay.
Either way,
it's hard.
Maybe he could have denied
Micro denies in there. Yeah.
It's very minimal.
And let's see sort of how these 2 carries are going to be able to keep up with one another, right? Because Nightfall has got that Miona finished. We're seeing on the other side, Duraccio's pretty much got his Radiance online. So both of these carries having that big initial farming tool.
Tormy time in the top lane with the Night Stalker, of course. Mira.
Kind of low.
I think he needs to back away.
He might be dead.
Ooh. That was close.
That was very close. Panto to get that. And the mid.
Yep. Mage Slayer's done. Gonna start beating on this tower here with the focus fire of Soxa. It will go down.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
And the Radiance, like you said, it's done. So Tundra, likely to look... I mean, both sides, honestly, I feel like they're both just going to fight constantly. However, for Aurora, maybe a little more reliant on Nighttime, or at least the Dark Ascension, which is available for Mira. So could see a clash in these next few moments once they're all healed back up. There's no meta available, so maybe Toronto Tokyo will just wait. He also went for Shard, if I'm not mistaken, right? So he's trying to increase the Shard first on Toronto rather than getting the pipe first.
Seeing what they can find up here, but already, I mean, it was just Panto. Panto's already through the Twin Gate.
I'd say Tundra feels very strong in these next upcoming moments. They've got the pipe and the Mage Slayer. So for Lornoff in particular, running into the team fights now feels quite a bit more complicated because the reduction is just going to be there. Plus that healing, as we saw in the last fight. If the Duraccio can just stick on him, it definitely proves to be a problem for Lorinov.
And you like what Sax is doing this game, getting this mech into the Orchid from the Wind Ranger position.
The Orchid? It's a bit of an interesting one. I don't mind the mech at all, just getting these auras online. Their team fight looks way stronger.
It's very strong.
Way stronger than Aurora's.
Yeah, around the kind of the three of them. They're going to get the wall drop down onto Nightfall.
He's caught.
He's very cool.
Free kill.
They just run him down, and they're going to be able to put the pressure onto the tier 1 on the bottom lane now.
This pressure might be a bit overwhelming for Aurora in these next upcoming moments because of all these auras.
Yeah, they're going to have this really strong team timing.
Yeah.
Here, Tundra, with this lineup.
I like that he's gone this mech. The Orchid, I'm still I'm debating, trying to think about it overall, but I like that he's gone the mech with this Darkseer Halberd pipe. Sox, are they going to set up from in mid? They're going to try, but Tundra's ready.
Yeah, BZM's in with the backup. They get the jump onto Panto. Panto, he's not going to be surviving this one.
Tundra getting momentum, tries to make him miss.
I mean,
there.
the juice
Panther.
nearly
nice
worked.
Try.
More Serpent Wards for Saxa.
Big money. And they get the whole tier 2 as well. Off of that kill, just killing Nightfall, they get so much extra progression.
I mean, yeah, when Tundra group up and push, it's at this stage, it is really very hard to stop if you're Aurora.
Just very hard to fight into. Yeah, Lorinov does not want to run into these heroes. And speaking of Lorinov,
that's the shackle opening there for Saxa.
Can they protect
Boundless,
him?
He's pretty tanky under the tower, but not tanky enough to live. He goes down.
33.
And Nightfall's trying to fight back, same as said for Mira, but they've got to be careful how they poke into this lineup. The vacuum's there, drags back Mira, double kill for BZM. He's not done yet. He's going to jump up over towards Nightfall. Nightfall will turn with the Sprout, but the Boundless is there.
He's
Nightfall
going down
getting chased right up to the tier 3 towers. Power shot comes in from Saxon to finish up the job. They can turn over for more, one after another. Losing heroes here, Aurora. Panto, he's under the tier 4s, but they'll absolutely dive in for him as well. 4 kills to be found by Tundra. And Aurora, they just can't stop them at all.
And they popped quite a bit there to try to fight, right? They popped the Dark Ascension to go for this fight, try to get the wraparound, but Tundra just walks right through them.
Yeah, they just completely collapse on them, just running them down one by one.
This might start to get too overwhelming too fast.
It's building up.
Huge swing. It's all the way up to 8K just in what, 2-3 sequences that they were able to find just around this pipe timing of 33, leading the charge of BZM.
Now we'll see this again.
I mean, Lorinov completely out of mana too. 0 resources that he can even look to turn for.
Yeah, perfect start from Sax again. That angle with the shackle off the creeps. And at this stage, now Aurora, they want to try and punish Tundra, but a short bit of damage is done to 33, but finishing off the job's just not going to happen. And now you've lost 2 of your heroes. It all starts to really, really fall apart for Aurora.
I mean, we were hyping up for Lorinov in particular so much, but the answer's now for Tundra. It's absolutely there. Lorinov now has all the work cut out for him. Sure, Nightfall's farm is there, but they have heroes that get on top of him. So we've seen Nightfall, he joins in and he's just dead instantly. Yeah, this solid Mike, this Mage Slayer, all the timings have been hit. It's a 10K lead already.
I just want to keep this going, Tundra. I mean, they know at this point, they keep this pressure on. I mean, the situation for Aurora is they just don't really have an offlaner, right? Toronto Tokyo has had a tough time. He's not anywhere close to being ready to turn up. He's nowhere near the pipe.
No, because he went for the greedier build of the Shard because he thought the game was going to slow down. But Tundra showing they're not slowing down.
Absolutely not. Yeah, they're speeding it up and really hitting hard.
This tower, it's in jeopardy if they want to keep pushing.
Oh, they will. No need to back up here if you're Tundra.
They just gonna have to sack this Rax. It's looking like it.
I mean, they might stick around for more. The tier 2s have already been taken, so all 3 lanes are opened up.
Lorinov, his Bloodstone is finished, but now he's caught by the initial stun.
And they get the Wukong's down.
Oh, and it pulls him back in.
Indeed, Lorinov cannot run from this one. He's out for 45.
And Toronto
he's
comes as well.
into his death.
Oh, this could just be the end soon.
He's looking to be a bit of a repeat of game 1.
What a group up from Tundra, recognizing their strength, their timing. Duracho's hitting bottom, the wave's here. It's a catapult wave as well. Still no glyph available, of course, from using it on the outside of the base.
How do they stop this?
They're all full HP still. Pipes on cooldown 30 seconds, max back up in 20. But they're keeping this push going.
Oh, they are. They're not going anywhere.
And they've got max Sunray too. There is an insane amount of sustain in this lineup.
This base is now theirs.
Yep.
They're feeling very much at home on the high ground of Aurora. Fortification comes out. Lorinov.
TP's back in the front.
They've got the Gale Force onto him. He's just stuck into the shackle. Saxa
on the 2 cores.
Oh, it's a beautiful setup from him again on the Wind Ranger.
Aye, that's the game. That's it. I mean, Tundra broke them in what? Man, or 6 minutes.
Wow.
At 15 minutes, dead even. at 21 minutes, 18,000 gold lead, 13 level advantage. Just waiting for that timing of items to hit. And Aurora, they're completely broken.
They really are. What do they do?
They're not getting any items. I mean, Toronto took him. He can't even walk away.
This Zax has got him again with these Gale Force plays.
I mean, the greed has truly been punished, right? I think they recognize that he went shard. No pipe. They just have nothing now at this point to be able to protect anybody on their lineup.
Just diving in.
Wow.
They're using the buybacks. I mean, they have to try and hold on, right? This is their last chance here, Aurora. That's Tundra.
Is there going to be damage from Lornoff?
He's going to step up. Buyback from Toronto again. Indeed, Saxary don't miss. They get the setup straight in on the Lornoff. The Gale Force as well, just keeping them dragged back towards Tundra. As Toronto is going to get run down. GG is called. Wow. This game, this series, Tundra will take it 2-1 against Aurora. Game 1, what, a 21-minute victory? Game 2, that was kind of a long one. It went, you know, Aurora got the win. And then Game 3, we're back to a 22-minute victory. Both of the victories this series from Tundra, incredibly fast.
Might be the most explosive 6 minutes that I've seen in a very long time.
Sure.
Literally 15 minutes, it's even. They hit those timings, the pipe, some max, the Mage Slayer, and then boom. They just know exactly how to just run at Aurora, prevent anything from hitting for them, and the game's just over in a matter of minutes.
Wow, that's Tundra. Well, when they hit it right, they really do hit it right. As I say, Game 1 and Game 3, some of the fastest games we've had here at this Season 3 of Wallachia. Wow, what a performance from Tundra again to close this one up, and a tough one for Aurora. Tundra, this series is theirs, 2-1 against Aurora.
Thanks a lot for that. Yeah, what did I tell you, guys? That is Aurora. That's just what they do. It's we get stomped, we stomp you, we look like we're maybe going to do something, we're ahead, then we just completely capitulate, collapse, and GG, see you next tournament.
Yes, Jenkins, what do you think about that?
I think this is one of the funniest teams of all time. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It was like looking okay, but
better than okay.
Yeah,
they were in charge.
There was like one fight where everything just went south, and it was 33 was like free farming the entire game, and you know he was this looming threat, but it's kind of like he's a Darkseer. How much is he gonna do? Shows up to one fight. And for the rest of the game, it is just Tundra owning nonstop.
Yep.
That is exactly what happened. I have to agree. And it does kind of look like a situation where, it looked good in the early game. They did win the lanes. There was great rotations.
Yep.
But if you do play against heroes like Darkseer, Phoenix, Monkey King, these guys have incredibly good team fight. And the offlane Terrorblade, it just wasn't at this game. Look at his net worth at this stage of the game. Like, this is not a hero that you can play from behind. But it has to have some type of meaning. This is like the second time we've seen it in the offlane, where you're trying to get a build running.
Those were the highlights, by the way. I just want to point that out.
Wait, those are the clips. That's the clips I sent in as well. You know the problem?
It's like, whatever.
This game lasted less time than the first one. And the first one we were calling the greatest stomp of the tournament.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, this was less of a stomp, but it ended earlier. Like, to be fair, they just didn't GG out in the first game. This was less bad.
Exactly. That's fair. That is fair. But it just reached a critical mass. You know, it was like you say, you've got all these tools, these looming presence, as Jenkins put it, and then they were just able to, dominate with them. And then this might be the weirdest talking point of the tournament. Wind Ranger doing work.
So, yeah, I mean, it was. I still, to this point, don't fully understand why they picked it in that situation.
No.
It's just one of those heroes that Soxa wanted to play. I do have to say, most of this game was won on the back of 33 and most likely BZM, like making great vacuum combinations into Wukong commands, shutting down the Leshrac, because I feel like that was exactly what you needed to do. If you were going to win this game, you had to shut down Lornoff, because he was owning in that early game, and it felt like it was going to be the Lornoff show again. However, you just didn't see Nightfall really do too much in this game.
We've got two looming presences together now because Slacks is interviewing 33.
Absolutely. Yep. Here with 33, quite a interesting series. One of the biggest beatdowns I've ever seen in game one. And then kind of uno reverso on that one. What caused that? Was it a little bit of that Death Prophet experimentation or what?
Yeah, I don't know.
I felt like this hero is good. Was good first game, was good when I played it in pubs, and then second game, I feel like we just played the lanes really poorly, and then it looked really bad, and then Saxa was like flaming the shit out of me for picking this hero. So yeah, we'll see.
Well, different facet, right? So you got to experiment between two different facets. One might be better than the other, eh?
Yeah, one worked out better, but yeah, I thought that the one with you get tankier, it actually did a lot of work that game, where they jump me and then I get to survive because of it. So I felt because they have a lot of stunts that maybe it's going to be worth it, but I mean, who knows?
Who knows indeed. All right, so how did you guys recover from that game two? Because obviously you put them through the ringer on game one, game two, pretty rough, and then you come back. So any words that you shared with the team?
We just kind of said that we should try not to overthink anything that happened, like not try to change anything, just like we just played too badly. And just try to focus more on the game more objectively next time, and not, not get frustrated if things don't work out, not get negative, and that's what we tried for the third game.
You guys play again today, I believe. Was that in the cards? Did you always think that would be happening?
Well, we hoped. I don't really think about it like that. We just, if you play, and if you win, you win. If you lose, you lose.
Wow, that's a very upstanding way to think. So when you lose, you don't get upset at all? There's nothing you get mad about?
No, I get very upset, of course. I mean, not at anyone specifically. I just get like mad, and like it feels really bad to lose. But going into the game, it doesn't help to think about it like that.
Oh,
yeah. When you lose it, like for a day or two, it feels very, very bad.
Okay. What advice would you give out there to the losers that are watching in Twitch chat right now? Well, because you have to get over losing. So what would you say to all those losers?
Just shit happens, and just try to do your best next time.
Absolutely. Shit happens to all of us. Well, my friends, some serious shit happened in that series, so glad to see you guys pulling through. Congratulations out there. We will see Team Tundra yet again, and we will see what other things are in store. What you can say your catchphrase now. 33, Team 33!
Yes, thank you.
Is that his catchphrase?
Yeah.
Yeah.
33.
Isn't that just his name?
Put your fucking fingers up, Fear.
No, I'll do it. There you go. Okay.
That's awesome.
Yeah, great bit.
He needs a catchphrase. I mean, he's one of the greatest of all time.
I
you know,
agree.
you want to talk about offlaners.
I agree. And also, as you saw there, unflappable. He was saying, look, the Death Prophet didn't work out. I got flamed a little bit by my teammates. But at the end, we just stayed calm. It's Aurora. Don't worry. Things will happen.
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure that's what he said.
No, he's like, be worried. It's Aurora. We have no idea what's going to happen.
Also true. But anyway, let's take a look at some highlights from that game. A few that there kind of were, because it was very, when it snowballed out of control, it did. I'll start with this one, Clint.
I mean, these are the highlights for
this was
Aurora,
hilarious.
right?
Yeah.
Like, you get this kill, and this is how you start the game. Like, you're tilted. And directly after that, what happens? Duraccio, what's he doing behind the enemy tower?
Yeah.
I'm not sure, but he gets body blocked by Mira, which is beautiful maneuvering right there. And now Duraccio's dead. And I think at some point, Night Stalker ran mid and killed him. And Jenkins, what happened here?
Yeah, well, they basically dive with all of their heroes. This is the strength of Monkey King, of course. Eventually, the Monkey King versus Last Track matchup will be determined by how many of your teammates are helping, because they both do a shitload of damage if you're just standing completely still. And I love that Tundra, whenever they smell blood in the water, they dive. You will always see this team, since their inception, diving the tier 3s, as long as they know that there's not heroes alive, because you don't want to buy back at this point in the game if you do have buyback, and the chances are you probably don't. People are just buying items. So, I mean, that was the game was already over at that point, pretty much, from the first fight.
Yeah, and here we have the hero versus hero. Night Stalker, yet again struggling, even with a good start. This hero is so bad, even Wind Ranger can beat it.
Yeah, that's a hell of an indictment.
That's not good. Yeah, that's not good. I still want to break down, figure out the Wind Ranger. I guess it doesn't matter. Tundra moving forward, they look
the Gale Force with the Wukongs was actually very impressive.
That was good. Yeah, maybe the idea there is, like, we heard from 33, he just thought Death Prophet was good. He played it in pubs. Maybe the idea there is, like, Saxa is just playing the Wind Ranger, and I mean, the Aghanim Shard is definitely good. This is one of the best Aghanim Shards in Dota, and now you get it for free 50% of the time if you control the Tormentor. So it had a lot of value in that game for sure.
Mm-hmm. Any final thoughts? I mean, what do we make of Tundra overall in terms of all the teams that are still left in the tournament?
They're definitely a contender, but it feels like they're still regaining past power levels, I will say, because they're a little rough around the edges. They did get stomped in one of these games incredibly hard. They're stomping in the other games. Not sure what to expect from this team, but I think they still have a good chance at this tournament, for sure.
Where'd Jenkins go? Never mind. Any final thoughts from you?
My final thoughts, I'll say for Aurora, they made a great run. Toronto Tokyo said, yeah, I think we're going to get top 6. They're top 6. So he was absolutely right. Great captaining from him. From the sounds of things, they've been scrimming with Kiyotaka, and Lornoff genuinely was playing as a stand-in. So I'm excited to see what this roster can do when they're fully together, because clearly they see something in the full lineup that we can't yet, because we saw them with the stand-in.
And I think Lornoff stock's still on the rise as well.
Definitely, yeah.
I mean, the #1 free agent for mid lane
seriously,
right now.
this is 2 tournaments in a row. He's gotten top 6 in. Like, this is insane as a free agent.
Yeah, so hopefully he ends up somewhere cool. Thanks a lot, guys, for keeping me company over the course of the day. We are going to a break. When we come back, we're not going to be here. It will be Shiva, T-Governor, and Lacoste, and they're going to be covering a banger, a genuine banger. Liquid versus Falcons. You don't want to miss it.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome back. It's time for the second half of the day here for PGL Wallachia Season 3, and it is time for the upper bracket finals. We're going to have Team Liquid and Falcons in a best of 3 to decide which one of these two teams will get a direct slot in the grand finals tomorrow. Now, I will say in 2025, Falcons has done a little bit better than Team Liquid when they met. 2 series only though, but Falcons coming out on top every time. Curious to see how my panel feels about this. I'm here with Lacoste and T-Gov. T-Gov, before we talk about anything else, do we have a favorite going into this one? I know I'm putting you a little bit on the spot, and it's not a question I normally ask at the start.
I think if I would lean Falcons, but Liquid, when they play, and you see some of the plays they're making, the team fight, it's hard to not want to put them on a level playing field.
If Liquid is playing against a stronger team, they will do better, just how it is in the last, I would say, month. But during the Dream League, they didn't look too hot at the second group stage. But overall, team is doing better. Everything is kind of crisp, which I wanted to see from the start. But still, Falcons, it also feels like they leveled up a bit after having a couple of rough games.
I mean, I feel like both of these teams, it's the series of redemption. Because Liquid, 3 tournaments in 2025, 3 times they came 7th. Falcons, they came 2nd, then 3rd, then 4th, 5th. So it's kind of like one team's getting worse, the other team is just consistently average. But now they're both in a top 3 position, vying for the grand finals. So it's quite a nice little,
It's a nice little series we got on our hands. Let's dive a little bit deeper into it, starting with Team Liquid. This is a team that everybody is familiar with. Of course, winning the previous TI definitely has that effect. But as T said, the results do not lie. They have been struggling a little bit. They have a new addition to the team as well. But let's first talk a little bit more about their carry player, Lacoste, as we take a deep dive into Mickey.
Mickey has looked insanely good in the last couple of weeks, I would say, especially in this tournament. He is popping off and pretty much firing in all cylinders. As you can see, GPM, first last hits per minute, XPM, tower damage as well. And also his KDA is pretty high. He is very active as a carry player, which is something that I want to see. And also, if we look at the heroes that he has been playing so far, these are the heroes that get involved relatively early on, especially his Nature's Prophet. And the reason why he's dealing so much tower damage, you see Sven, you see Terrorblade, Tiny, NP, you know that these numbers are going to be through the roof. And this is what I want to see Mickey play in this series as well. I want to see him play some kind of explosive damage, something that's going to set the tempo for the game.
I mean, I feel like they found some identity in how to draft, right? Niche is getting, at least in the last series, he was the last pick in both games.
Yeah.
You then have your carry getting early picked, where before maybe when you're thinking about when they won TI, it was a 33 early pick. Now Mickey's taken that slot. And like you said, it's the same heroes that he was dominating TI on. They're kind of returning to form, and they've just found the perfect recipe to rival any team they've gone up against so far.
Yeah, and if you're talking about Team Liquid and how they've been progressing through this tournament, which is all seeming very, very clean indeed, we have to address Saberlight because he was the big focal point of this year. He is the newcomer in the squad. He has to fill the shoes of 33, which is a tough ask, T.
Yeah, tough ask. And I had a quick look at the averages comparing Dream League on 7.38 to PGL Wallachia. And so far, it's actually looking pretty promising. He's averaging less deaths at the 15-minute mark by 0.6 less deaths. He's getting more net worth. Sure, he's not doing as much damage to the enemy heroes, but I think just looking at these stats, he's moving towards consistency, right? Not dying as much, securing his farm. That lower damage is probably even just better used damage rather than him overextending, looking for that play. And I think once he finds that consistency, the stats look like he's moving that direction. He will be able to elevate his team. And I've been loving him on the Primal Beast, the Sand King. When he can be explosive in the early to mid game, that's when they have so many opportunities.
Yeah, he did pop off on a couple of those heroes, and his hero pool hasn't been the biggest. He only played 6 different heroes, and that's what I like about Team Liquid, because it seems like they found a working formula for them. And I want to go back slightly to Mickey as well, because all of these flashy farmers all the heroes that he played that can get shit on a farm, he won with them. He's playing Slark, he's playing Monkey King. These heroes can farm as much as you can farm with Tiny, TB, Nature's Prophet, or Sven. So I want to see him on these type of heroes. But Saberlight, definitely, he's been popping off. He's been gelling real well with the team.
Yeah, we're painting a very pretty picture here for Team Liquid, but let's take a look at their opponents, because Team Falcons has been on top of their game for a long time. And yes, maybe 2025 has not looked as hot for them as 2024, but they are also on the right track. And as we mentioned, they have got a great trajectory. They played every single day in PGL Wallachia this season because they had to go all the way through day 5 of the group stages. We want to dive a little bit more into Snaking's hero pool for this one, as this has been the standout, and it has actually, well, it might actually have a negative effect here.
Yeah, where's the hero? There he is. There's the Tinker. Yeah, just don't pick the Tinker if you're Falcons. I was looking at the stats earlier. I think Snaking, of all the players so far at Wallachia, he's like averaging like the 3rd or 4th most average stun duration being applied in the game than any other player. And that's because he's playing Crystal Maiden with the Roots, Jakira with the Ice Path. Like, he's bringing so much aggression from that 5 role that as soon as you put him on the Tinker, you kind of disrupt the entire flow of Falcons. And we did talk about that in great lengths yesterday. And hopefully today, Falcons do self-ban the Tinker so they don't accidentally put Snaking into a difficult position once again today.
What I liked about Team Falcons is also improvement in different directions, because yesterday they had a pretty long game. They had that 69-minute game against Tundra, and then in game 3 they decided to speed things up. They beat them in 29 minutes. Really love that Tidehunter from the carry role. They also did pick up the Chen, so had different auras. Tidehunter going for Vlad's, Chen with the mech. You have position 4 Tusk going for drums, so you had a pretty critical timing. And we see the most important thing right now is this hat on Skeeter.
Yeah.
Yeah, channeling is inner miracle.
Yeah, it's working.
It has been working. By the way, speaking of Tinker, just quickly close that topic. Obviously, for Falcons, you know, Liquid doesn't have to ban it out. Does Falcons have to ban it out for Team Liquid themselves?
They do. Insania has been spamming it in pubs. He definitely loves to play the hero, and usually he is the one that is playing some of these healing position 5s a lot of the times, but he's also not afraid to bang out, you know, his Jakiro. He also played Ancient Apparition, and if they need a body in the bottom lane, in the safe lane, I don't know why I'm thinking when I say bottom lane, my brain is always Radiant, because I get upset if I'm playing Dire immediately. Just how it is, but yeah, he definitely can play multiple position 5 heroes, and he can play it really well.
Yeah, just to touch upon sides for a second there, Falcons is Radiant this time around. Again, we saw them struggling a little bit against Tundra yesterday, and it was very clear that Dire was their preferred side over the course of the tournament, but it seems like Liquid has got themselves a Dire side this time around, as we were also, as you could see, in the draft. And we do have quite a few bans coming out already. Notable not banned heroes at this time, Tinker and Dazzle.
Yep, Tinker, Dazzle, also
Bristleback as well.
Yep, Faceless Void, if you want to mention some specialties towards the side of Liquid. When you think about Liquid from second pick, it is the ability to have a very flexible core, right? They've got the Terrorblade multiple lane, Monkey, Tiny, Faceless Void from support to core. So a lot of these heroes are still available. And Falcons now, will they self-ban the Tinker, or have they learnt from yesterday? They do self-ban.
Yeah, they do it.
We're in the clear.
But that means that they get their hands on the Dazzle. Now, we've seen people find different ways to deal with the Dazzle. Team Spirit earlier today did it as well.
They haven't played Dazzle yet in this tournament, so this is going to be the first Dazzle for Team Falcons. Interesting to see where it's going to go. I know Snaking did play it in his pubs. Gotta check if Amar has been cooking something with the Dazzle. I don't remember seeing him play it.
Instant AA response, no surprise there.
Amar did play one game, lost that game.
Okay, how about Malrine? Hey, we're going down the list.
All right, I'll go for Skidder. You go for Malrine, just in case.
I mean, you wouldn't play.
Malrine also played one game, lost the game.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. All right, Snaking. He's played 4 games. 2 for 2.
That's not bad either way, and we know the amount of damage it can push out anyway.
But instant response though with the Ancient Apparition, mitigate that healing, especially when you can set up with future Tidehunters and Tusks and just iconic Liquid heroes. It will amplify that skirmishing aggression that Ancient Apparition wants to utilize. The skill build that we've been seeing is maxing Vortex. You put 1 point in Chilling Touch and Cold Feet, but having that Vortex as early as possible, it's high damage, slow, you're pushing waves, you're giving vision, and you're setting up so many other heroes to be aggressive.
This is an interesting ban. I see Puck after they pick Dazzle. To me, this says we want to use this from the mid lane.
Right?
Yeah.
We haven't seen too much of the whole counter picking Dazzle. Often it feels like you pick the Dazzle when you see your mid lane, but Shiva, it's time. It's game 1. It's draft 1.
No, it's not time yet.
No. I don't mean right now, but we can at least start talking about it. But I do need to hear Shiva bring up the hero.
It's not Tundra.
Yeah.
You know, it's not BCM, but we saw him in action yesterday.
By who?
The Nisha Invoker, everyone.
All right, now, imagine you're the Dazzle player.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm now Nisha.
Okay.
I press Cataclysm. You're in ultimate form. How do you feel?
I will just grave myself.
Okay.
Pre-grave yourself.
Yeah, pre-grave. That's impressive. You are really good.
Yeah, pretty similar to what's happening with Bane.
On me, so maybe it won't work that well.
I'm not expecting it now, but something to maybe think about in the future. Maybe not this draft, but it's the idea that why not pick Invoker into the Dazzle? Sure, the lane might be a little bit weird, but the Cataclysm, the late game, he's literally standing still. As soon as you press that, he'll be half HP, maybe even lower depending on the game. Like,
you know,
maybe I'm cooking, but yeah.
I mean, I'm assuming the players are also cooking, so that's our job, literally.
Yeah.
In the previous series we just watched, the draft focus was heavily around the carry players. And this one, it's not that much. Like, we don't have bans on the Lifestealer or on the PA or on the Terrorblade. Nobody cares. Where are they?
Yeah, that's a good question. We also might be seeing, considering that there's Dazzle, there's Ancient Apparition, just going to throw it out there because it might come out, especially when we come to these stages of the tournament. Maybe some Spectre could fit in. I know that some carry players have been toying with it. I don't know if it's strong or not. I know that Ame and Yatro did play it. But to go back to this draft, I do feel that Falcons, they got very strong heroes right now. I see this Mars as a response to Ancient Apparition, Weaver as well, where you're going to be getting that first jump. Also, I believe it was Crit who talked about substitution for his Hoodwink, Muerta. Yeah. This hero just gives you everything because Hoodwink right now doesn't really have identity as a hero, doesn't have itemization compared to Muerta because you're going to be scaling a very easy to execute type of a thing with the Mars on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, you're protecting your Dazzle beautifully, right? The Muerta, you have Ground Silence, Mars, Arena. Like, how do you really get to Dazzle and kill him whilst having to get around the teamfight Falcons are providing? And I like the fact that they are protecting the draft where Liquid easily could have picked up Mars in the second phase if they had option, because Mars AA with a Weaver yourself, like when you have the bugs, everyone's inside Arena, you're putting Vortex down, Ice Bluffs, you're going to lose a team fight so easily to a Mars AA combination. So Falcons securing their own draft, ensuring that Liquid doesn't get it, and they take the Sven themselves.
I like that. It is explosive damage. So sometimes you don't give enough time for Dazzle to actually react. Even though these are professional E-athletes, it's still very difficult when you're getting that initial jump, follow it up by an Ice Blast. They definitely needed something that's going to be starting the fight, some kind of a stun, because Weaver and Ancient Apparition, it isn't much, and now we're seeing the combo that they want to go for. First of all, in the lane, because you're going to be having that Ion Shell on top of Weaver, which is really nice, and also for the later stages of the game, Vacuum into Sven's stun, that's going to be nice.
And into AA Blast. This is quite a wombo combo. The only worry I'd have is that it's, you know, that's it. You know, you do your wombo combo, and if it doesn't work, you run.
Yeah, along those lines, and maybe Falcons look to try and deal with that wave shove, and yeah, they go for the... They don't deal with the wave shove aspect, but they go for the lane counter, right? Darkseer, he does not enjoy playing into Ursa. It's one bad Surge or a strong position 5 that has that containment during Surge, and Ursa will eat you alive. You also don't really care too much about getting walled. And some people might have been thinking, oh, couldn't Skidder just pick his Gyrocopter here? But into the Sven, he does just destroy you in the 1v1 fight until maybe Gyro gets Butterfly.
Yeah, well, maybe we could argue that it was a good overall Lifestealer game to start with, because he likes to play into the matchup, especially carry-to-carry matchup. They don't have any BKB piercing tools other than Ancient Apparition. Maybe that was the one that kind of swayed them away from it, but right now I'm seeing a bit of a lack of stuns on side of Liquid. Also to point out, Sven loves having stuns in his team because he's dealing extra damage. That's his innate ability, and it also got buffed.
I still think, yeah, Invoker ban is required if you're Falcons, and then maybe even the Storm Spirit that you mentioned before.
No, I like this approach. This Riki, Team Spirit did play the exact same matchup, and it looked pretty good for Laurel in that mid lane. Because you want to pick up an early shard, which doesn't allow you to use the Grave, use the heal. You can't target whoever is in the cloud.
Yeah, it's a nice little development for the how to find counters to Dazzle. Of course, does open up for some of the other niche heroes to, actually more comfortable niche heroes to be available. And they will have ultimate last pick in the draft for Liquid. So before that for Falcons, are we assuming that Dazzle was just a mid? Snaking has played it in his pubs. Dazzle Ursa lane does sound pretty strong to run down a Darkseer.
I think they might want to shift this Dazzle to position 5. Overall, they don't have the last pick, so they will have to show what they're going to be going for. Maybe there's another flex. I'm trying to find something from position 5 that can still go to the mid lane, which is not going to be that
very
easy.
rare, yeah.
It is very hard. But maybe they want to have Dazzle with Ursa, just so that you have strong lane, you have that extra bit of a sustain, because you know that there's going to be good amount of healing coming out, a good amount of damage, and I think they are also having the same read.
Yeah, they're banning out the Pangolier. No, I actually like the Dazzle 5 here. We don't see too much Malrine Dazzle mid, and I think if he can just be a bit more of a tempo maker in regards to the team fight, of course Dazzle was incredible tempo, but it's pushing the wave, being like killing. I want him to like control the fight, lock down a hero, utilize his better playstyle. Unless we're missing a very obvious position 5, that can be very good. I mean, technically Crystal Maiden is very nice into Darkseer if you really want to last pick it.
Yeah, gives you a kill threat, and I know Snaking overall just loves to play the hero. And they also used it a lot of the times during Dream League as a counter to Darkseer, just so that you can lock onto a target. Surge is not a real valuable spell against it.
All right, one more ban coming for Falcons.
The ban for Falcons will really depend on what they know they're picking. Because for Liquid, Ember looks good to utilize the Darkseer, but if Falcons pick Huskar, you're not going to pick Ember. If you don't see too much pressure, you can go Invoker, use the Vacuum, the Sven stun to set up for Cataclysm and spells like that. Then you have Alacrity on Sven to rip through heroes during their initiation.
I think Storm is also fine. I think Ember would be my first guess that they want to remove, because something elusive, I see that there isn't that much catch. Sure, you have like Morta, which a lot of the times is even enough. There is Mars, but I also... Okay, so it's going to be Sniper in the end, and there's also a possibility that they go for another elusive hero, which is Queen of Pain.
That's an evil laugh. Oh no, that's a sinister smile.
A lot of fun, maybe a little bit too much fun for niches like in there.
All right, but it was an instant pick though, so he's giggling. True. The idea was good.
Yeah, but
have
they're
they
just
locked it in?
discussing some last things. You know, they still have those 6. You know, you take all the time you need. Oh,
crazy!
Wow,
we got him, guys. Yep, got
all
the
right, so we do have the Dazzle. Okay, so if you were saying Jakiro actually has been tried core in a couple of pubs here and there. So, just want to point that out. As position 5s that could potentially go mid, it is very unlikely.
True. But the likely player, like production is pushing us towards, is of course the Snaking position 5 Jakiro. When Crystal Maiden's banned, the next 5 that Falcons can utilize to apply that pressure to Darkseer is the Jakiro, and they want pacing. Ursa Jakiro against Darkseer should be a lane win. Mars Muerta against a Sven AA, they should get the economy. Both side lanes on Falcons are good. So for Liquid, they need to find the mid hero that can pressure Dazzle and help out the side lanes, because Falcons should be even or ahead, and that's exactly what they want with their draft.
Okay, super strong draft from Team Falcons, even without seeing the last pick for Team Liquid. 2 very strong side lanes, strong mid lane as well coming out. Relatively easy.
Anyway, I love it.
To take the objectives on the map. We're talking about Tormentor, we're talking about Roche, you have the sustain, you have the damage. Of course, damage going to be coming out from Ursa most likely. And in terms of setup this time around for Invoker, there really isn't that much other than Sven stun.
That's all you need.
Some
Dazzle's gonna stand still.
Just think of it's gonna happen once.
What, Dazzle standing still?
I think I gotta give credit to Falcons. They're not gonna let themselves get caught out of position that much, I would imagine.
I just want to see one highlight where Cataclysm comes in and then Jakiro with a 4-staff quickly moves his Dazzle from an AFK position to a slightly less AFK position, but he dodges the Cataclysm. Oh, that'll be beautiful.
Good amount of buffs that they can throw onto Sven. You have Alacrity, you have Surge, Ion Shell, so him maneuvering inside of the fight and out of it is not going to be too crazy for him. He's going to have a good time, I would say. I just want to see how they're going to be able to set things up with these two supports. I am favoring Team Falcons draft. I feel like this is a more stable overall draft, much more easier to execute, because if you're kind of sure you have XP talent on the Weaver, but if you can't contest some of these XP runes, I see supports on Team Falcons doing a much better job overall. Standing still and taking that fight could make a lot of difference.
On paper, Falcons look to have the better lanes. But Liquid, they have the draft, which will have explosive moments. It just takes that one fight with the vacuum, with the Sven stun, alacrity. Like, they have all the tools to rip open any game.
Yeah.
As much as I'm favoring Falcons, you can never count Liquid out because of the heroes that they have.
Let's see what's going to happen. We're going to head over to Slacks, who gets some words from Jabs.
Absolutely. I am here with Jabs. Jabs, can we talk about the Reddit thread that we saw? Is that okay to talk about?
What Reddit thread?
Ooh, okay, well, let's move on for that. Let's talk about the drafts. The drafts are pretty good. There's one team that has, I think, a pretty good lane. The other team has a pretty good team fight. Can you guess who's who?
I imagine with that setup, you mean that our lanes are not good, considering we haven't had good lanes.
Oh my God, no! I was just saying that I think you guys have really good team fight. Falcons, you know, they're putting a lot of focus on their lanes. Of course, the Dazzle, the first pick that you guys let through for some reason. So, what's more important in this game? Is it going to be those early lanes, or is it going to be those big fights?
I mean, I'm a team fight believer. Obviously, you always have to have some kind of laning strength too. But I value like a nicer game plan more than lanes. So far in this tournament, that has worked for us. So hopefully it will work now too.
Absolutely. And can I ask a kind of a big question? I mean, Dazzle, obviously one of the strongest heroes of the tournament. You guys commonly let him through. Can we talk about why that is? You just feel that confident to be able to do that?
I mean, we let it through in practice. So we practiced against it. And we're willing to play into it. And also they haven't really shown that they are comfortable on it. Therefore, we want to kind of test them. You know, it's a best of 3. You can test a little bit, see what's up.
All right. Well, you are indeed cooking very well. So thank you very much for the interview. We wish you the best of luck. And we'll go straight into it with our casters.
Thank you. We have game number 1 underway between Falcons and Liquid in the upper bracket finals. Should be a very good match. Sunsfan here with Cinderin. How are you doing this afternoon?
I'm doing great, Shannon. And you know what?
What?
We get to watch some banging Dota, because this game is going to be, I think, super exciting, to be honest. My only concern is if Falcons absolutely trash the laning stage and Liquid doesn't really get to do much, then this could be one-sided. But if it's like somewhat even heading into the mid game, I think both teams are going to bring some awesome team fights to this game.
Well, Liquid have taken 3 out of 4 bounty runes. Cinder is going to snowball out of control now.
That's a good start for them. They were the team I was worried for lanes.
So they're going to snowball.
Okay.
We'll see. So we do get to see the Dazzle. We talk about this time and time again. Even in the losses, it's just, it feels like this hero is so hard to shut down. We saw earlier today a nice Shadow Wave to prevent the Sunstrike kill onto the range. And you will not get the deny. But we saw Ricky to counter the Dazzle because of the smokescreen and the shard preventing any single target usages, so no Force Staffs, no Graves and whatnot. Very cool way for Spirit to counter it. We're not seeing that here.
They got banned.
So what's the counter?
Yeah,
how do you deal with this hero?
I think the Liquid idea here is kind of interesting. I guess the logic is, well, Dazzle in teamfights is going to throw out his Nothel projection and then he can't move, and then you can't miss Cataclysm. So perhaps it's a little bit of Cataclysm plus Ice Blast combo. Try to 100-0 him like that. But yeah, it was really cool to see the Ricky solution like you talked about. And obviously, teams are going to be watching every game and steal what they can, so to speak.
Oh yeah.
And obviously, both teams well prepared for that, so the ban did come out. So that would have definitely been something that Nisha could have run. But yeah, I don't know about this lane itself. I feel like this should be a pretty bad lane for Invoker. I don't know, like Invoker, the Universal Invoker would have done okay here, but the Int Invoker just has really bad starting damage comparatively, and the Dazzle is such an oppressive laner. Seeing already a good head start here for Malrine.
Oh yeah. And what kind of gank potential do you think they have from the Liquid side? It's an AA, which is typically not the greatest, and then Weaver, which has been roaming quite a bit.
Weaver with Cold Snap is okay, and Dazzle is generally not going to skill Grave until level 8 or something, so maybe there's a play potential there, but Yeah, it's really not that obvious. It would probably be easier with a Quas Wex Invoker, but nobody plays that because you can't last hit, and playing Pro Dota without gold is really hard.
Yeah.
Big damage on the Saber. He'll barely get out. Oh, that was close. I really underestimate how much damage over time this Jakiro combo does on level 2. He will live, but he has no resources to speak of. And does he have a salve coming? He does. It's all the way back at the tier 2, so he can't access these waves at all. Boxy also buying a healing salve for himself. So you're staying afloat down in this bot lane, but if you need to spend 100 gold every 2 waves on regen, you're going to lose it pretty hard.
And it feels like this Jakiro just gets through every game, and we're seeing it just about every game. This was a last pick, I think, this time around as well. So
Falcons is the last pick of the draft. Yeah, it's got good win rate.
And see, it's apparently not good enough to ban every game, as Crit is going to get procced by the cold feet. And Cine actually gets the last hit here. Mikke going to be a little bit upset about that. But first blood to the AA.
Yeah, classic lane. AA Sven. It's feels like you've gone through a time machine to, I don't know how many years ago this was a thing. Probably like 10 years ago.
It's not as old as Sven Lina.
That is true. That's some 6.48B shit right there. That's really old.
That's about as old as it gets. As Snaking able to take off the Swarm. We'll take a small Shikuchi there. And they'll be on the cover their tier 1 as Skeeter playing the Ursa Warrior. How's that matchup against Sven into the mid to late game?
One of the better ones against Sven. It's kind of interesting because it's double-edged, because both heroes by nature are extremely explosive in damage. So it's very much down to who gets the initial lockdown and jump. Sven is one of the few carriers that can kill Ursa before Enrage goes off. But conversely, Ursa can also kill Sven in a stun as one of the only carries, so very much down to kind of momentum, really. The good news there for Falcons is that they have more setup for the carry kill than the enemy team does. They have Mars Blink Spear, they can hit an Ice Path, they can hit a Muerta combo. On Liquid, they don't really have any stuns, except Sven himself. So maybe an Invoker Hex down the stretch could function in that fashion, but that's way down the line.
Malrine, he scanned out exactly where Boxy was, then shows the high five to let him know that I know you're there, buddy. So Boxy has to just walk around.
Do you think players are making a mistake when they do that?
No, because I think you can use it the other way as well.
So you high five when nobody's there.
Exactly.
Right.
And I've seen that before as well. Like if they're not sure if there's vision, they high five. Like, hey, I know you have vision, but you don't. I think it's a mind game thing. It actually has some. There's definitely some strategy there.
Yep.
Of course, you would never. If you were playing, you would never lie.
There's no lying.
I mean,
high-fiving. You're just high-fiving.
Yeah, it's a mind game.
Snaking.
Saberlight. He goes down to the big bad bear of Skeeter.
We actually haven't talked about this either. This is a kind of big problem for Liquid. Their lane, the lane that they're facing is extremely good at destroying the Swarm. It's Jakiro and Ursa. They can both get rid of the bugs really easily. So what's Boxy's purpose in this lane exactly?
That is true. We're going to see the Sunstrike not hit here as Nisha and Insania will team up to take out Boxy.
The projection is eating.
Or to take out Crit, sorry.
He's got to go to base.
Yeah, he will TP back. Not through projection. Being used for the first time here by Malrine.
He's got a pretty big wave mid with a siege creep as well, so I think he wants to try to push this in as fast as possible and get a little bit of tower damage against Insania, but at the same time, also needs to manage the 6-minute rune. That will be bottom. Snaking getting an arcane. Insania, no idea he's there.
Oh boy.
And he will now be next to TP back to base and not
Shadow Wave.
This is, the concern about the laning stage holds true so far. Falcons definitely winning mid and bottom handily, and top is kind of a draw. They're slightly behind. And now this mid tower under siege. They're going to bring in the Weaver to try to help out, but once again, Jakiro will kill that Swarm, no problem. Just effectively just farming some bonus gold with this.
Yeah. What a great counter. The double-headed dragon with the double attack.
If they had an offensive glyph here, I think they would have spent it to try to get this tower down to almost deny range, but 2/3 of it gone. Skitter diving Saberlight past the tier 1 tower as well. Very aggressive, setting up for the Wisdom.
Oh boy.
Has Crit in the neighborhood. Saberlight cannot win this fight alone. He knows this, so they're bringing over Boxy. I don't know if they can win the 2v2 either.
Well, Skeeter inside of the sumo ring. Oh my god, they just destroy Saberlight.
All right, well, that was not a 2v2.
That wasn't even close.
Weaver didn't even get there.
What the hell?
Yep.
Okay, well.
The calling is nasty against Darkseer.
That's
gotta be really careful.
Both shrines for Falcones.
Any particular reason it's a Spanish team today?
I don't know, I just felt like it.
Little known fact about you, you speak one language.
One and a quarter. One and a quarter.
One and a quarter? And the quarter is not Spanish.
Well, no, it's a mix of Spanish and Farsi.
Oh, you actually do speak a little bit of Spanish,
A little bit, yeah.
Oh,
I took like 3 years of Spanish, but
I had no idea. I thought it was only Farsi.
That's right, Cinderin. El Stupido.
Okay. All right, El Stupido. Is that Saberlight's nickname when he has a bad game?
Yeah, he can change it anytime. Mickey in the jungle. Going for the Mask of Madness.
El Stupido. God, I actually really hope he embraces that. I think it'll be funny.
Is there any other build for Ursa these days than the Battle Fury? I feel like it's just there was a time where like Diffusal was a thing.
Technically, yes, but if you're having a good start, I would say no.
Okay.
I think bypassing Battle Fury, it needs to be a plan B, essentially. So all in all, not really, and he is going for the Battle Fury here as well.
So he's going to have that build up, all that juicy farm. On the other side for Nisha in the mid lane, Invoker will be going for the Midas into Boots of Travel. So it'll be a slow start, but once he gets that Aghanim Scepter, I assume right after that, that is... I mean, how do you think their setup is for the Kata? The panel kind of talked about it. It's like the vacuum Stormbolt. It does feel like it's not as consistent as some other lineups we've seen.
I just think at this level of play, that's not reliable. You can maybe land it once or twice, but you're not expecting to get... Oh, nice dive here.
Yeah, Meatball's coming for Snaking. He will burn up. Amara coming in, though, for the first time. Doesn't want to expend Arena. Doesn't even have it, actually. He's Insania. He's just going to go down to the Nothra projection from Malrine.
He has a skill point, so he can skill Arena if he wants Amar. He likes to do this on Mars, where he's holding a point, because there might be situations where he'd rather have another rebuke point. Oh, Nisha. The Sentry Ward.
Are you actually going to dive this with Amar here? Absolutely. Arena, Spear, Death. Double kill for Malrine.
Some serious character development there for Amar, not kill stealing that with Rebuke. Amar 2024 takes that kill every time, but he's giving it to Malrine. I guess the mindset here is faster axe, Dazzle is better.
Yeah, he knows. Yeah, exactly. Dazzle is not a position 1, it's a position 0. Just.
Ooh, nice deny.
Ooh, deny,
Insania.
okay. Not bad, not bad.
Well done.
Malrine will secure the Shieldren, so already an Ogre Club into his Aghanim Scepter, and that is when he's online. That's how crazy that hero is.
Skeeter.
Skeeter's gonna get vacuumed back or shock back to cover the tier 1.
And he already has a great healing Lotus. They got 3 Lotuses in a row down bot, so the Ursa will be a tough gank now. Even running a healing salve now too to get back up to full. So yeah, things looking pretty good for Falcons. Despite that, it's still a dead even game on gold. But I think some of the things that they wanted to accomplish have happened. And now this one would be the bigger one. They can get Mickey.
Good dead shot. Saberlight coming in from the other side though. Places the wall. Sunstrike now. Mar is going to tank it. It's Mickey and company will be able to focus down Amar eventually. Crit coming in, trying to get some collateral kill here, but there's a grave. Nothel projection. Mickey has to run away. Amar will be Shadow Wave, but eventually found nonetheless. And Crit, nice body blocks from Boxy. He's gonna get dead shot though. Has Shikuchi up in just a moment. That'll be enough to finish off Crit. So after all that, 2 kills go the way of Liquid, and that was a rotation forced from the Dazzle.
Yeah. Very nice. Perhaps a little bit of unfamiliarity there. Jabs was talking about it in the coaching, and he was like, we haven't seen them play Dazzle. We're willing to take the risk and see how it goes, and maybe Falcons there expecting a little more damage out of Malrine than what they got. The way Amar played that fight, he seemed confident that they could get kills. I was expecting more damage. Only did 3,500, but not enough to kill anyone. They were able to sustain through it.
Don't worry. Once he gets Ags, that's going to double.
Yeah, probably.
At least. I do want to have a game where it's a late game Dazzle and they go for one really hard damage item like the Daedalus or something.
Yeah, I still feel like have we seen that yet?
I mean, in terms of us casting, we have not.
Yeah, because I think the 2 late games, or at least semi-late games that BZM went into on Dazzle, he was going Octarine, and then he was buying like utility items like E-Blade or Arcane Blink or whatever, like range.
Amar, smoke pops.
Oh, that's some nice help on the neutrals.
Gonna set up the Wombo combo, spear into the arms of Snake King and company. That's an easy pickoff from Falcons. But how much is gonna cost them? Wall is placed. AA Blast not gonna do a whole lot.
0 connections.
As Boxy will time-lapse in retreat. Not the greatest execution there for Liquid. I thought they were there in time to try to turn this, but...
Oh, this is actually a bit of a concern that I just realized now that I saw Dazzle Shadow Wave there. When he gets Ags, he owns the wall, right? Every time the Darkseid puts the wall, this has to be an insane hero against him, right?
That's true.
Sure, the Hex doesn't one-shot the illusions anymore with Poison Touch, but just the Axe itself should be crazy.
Wait, it does not?
I don't think that was one of the changes, right? Because like, maybe does that one still do it?
I thought that was just Lion.
Lion doesn't,
Lion
Pugna doesn't.
Pugna.
It's just the drains, but you think does the Nothel Projection Poison Touch
I
one-shot
would
illusions?
assume that it auto-kills illusions.
Because if this one does and the Shadow Wave uses them to bounce, Dazzle is insane against the wall, right?
Yeah.
And he has 2 counters, just flat out completely hard counters the hero.
That's your job to pay attention.
Okay, paying attention right now.
All right, well,
he's not hitting it.
Yeah, pay attention to that interaction. I'm interested.
Yep.
I don't remember reading that in the patch notes because it's not like it was a general change.
You might be right. I just noticed the pattern, right? But it might have just been the 2 drains only, and I just got ahead of myself and was like, oh, they're making illusions non-one-shottable by these types of spells. But I think you're right. The hexes still work, right? So
I would think
naturally the Poison Touch would still work too.
We'll see. We'll see. Crit. He's going to get opened up on by Nisha. Gets off his ult, though. He's going to get Tornado. Nothel Projection from the low ground. And the Shadow Wave to follow. He might have to get back into his main body as Malrine will try to run away. Crit getting burned away as Boxy. He's going to get stopped in his tracks by Snake King, but the Ice Path not going to do enough damage. Boxy, he gets killed before he can time us. Was really greedy with that kill. Ends up costing him dearly. Looks like everybody else gets away, though. And now Echo Saber online for Mickey.
Yeah, he's neck and neck with the Ursa. They have the same net worth. Mickey has a more CS, but Skitter with the kill and assist compensates for that. So this is kind of what we were hoping for, right? If the laning stage doesn't become a landslide for either team, then this mid game could get very exciting.
Yeah, but Falcons are
all
about
eyes
to
are
get
on
a
Dazzle.
huge power spike here in 200.
Yep.
I wonder if they're just going to go straight up with that, or if they want to align it with some other items coming in.
It's perfect timing because the Tormentor just spawned. So I think going Torm here, and they're scouting it. They're not there yet.
Amar has enough for Blink now too, so it actually coincides quite nicely.
He might even kill Insania here as well if he wants to. He could arena him.
Yep, he's going to try. Rebuke into the spear. Nicely done, Saberlight. And Mickey trying to catch up to the little piggy that could. He's going to get Stormhammered, though. There's the Sunstrike. Amar looks to be dead. So ends up being punished by Liquid, but this opens up the Torm. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Oh, jeez. 2 supports get insta-gibbed. Snake King will be rewarded for his sacrifice.
Despite that,
not so much.
Bet Boom still get the Tormentor.
Yeah, that is a very Bet Boom thing, isn't it?
Vintage Bet Boom. Okay, it's one thing to die 2 heroes to the Tormentor, but doing it with Ursa?
Yeah.
Couldn't he just have soloed the last half? Like, why do these heroes have to die?
They just keep underestimating my Tormy boy, you know?
Malrine
On
arrives.
his buff. He's been working out.
The cover of the trees with the Aghanim Scepter.
Yes. Very strong. As we see Crit. I like how Snake King he's like, all right, I'm just dead. I'm not going to even bother trying to run away. And Skeeter he hesitated a bit. He's like, I don't care.
Should I let them? Nah. It's funny to see that thought process happening live and then just whatever, man. I suppose at the end of the day, these resets are not that bad because they didn't cost them anywhere else. The 2 deaths didn't open up for Liquid to take a tower, for example. Then it would have been kind of.
Yep.
Amar being hounded in mid.
Yes, he is. Tornado will clip him. Snake King Ice Path onto the Weaver. AA Blast again, not really going to do anything. And now Boxy opened up on by Skeeter. Does have the Shikuchi though to get away. Amar still in hot pursuit.
That was close. If he could have got a bit of night vision onto that sentry, he would have probably chased him down with the arena, but we'll give up the chase. But instead, would you look at that? Falcons taking the second objective here with no Ice Blast. This is feels very safe.
For them, Roche will not kill these supports.
Yeah, not yet.
Next patch.
Oh yeah, give Roshan the Tormentor Reflection ability. That'll be great.
Oh man, that would be sick. It's a 360 outside of the pit. Sunstrike will be a little too late here.
So didn't quite connect. They had pulled Roshan a little bit to the bottom right.
Aegis for Skeet. Like you're just walking by the outside of the pit, you don't know they're going for it, and you just die. That would be sick. All right, Nisha. That's a big power spike. 300 from the Cataclysm. And that is when so actually he bypasses his boots of travel. He's gonna go for it after the fact.
Yeah. I think he did this the last game as well when he played Invoker. I'm pretty sure he rushed the Ags after Midas and then started getting secondary items. But in that game he had better setups for the Kata. It was clear that Liquid were a bit hesitant to last pick this hero. But they just, it's probably one of those situations where you're going through your list of heroes, you're like, okay, half my heroes get owned by Dazzle, so I can rule those out. Then you look, okay, what do I have left? Sniper got banned. If you can't find anything better, you have to settle.
Saberlight, trying to make him use his Surge. He does so. Amar really doesn't want to use Arena, doesn't have to. Easy pickoff. Malrine gets the last hit.
This should be the tower. I don't think they have a chance at teamfighting without their darks here. Malrine will immediately TP in and defend mid as well, or at least try to.
Look how farmed
Here comes the Shadow Wave. Okay, that was actually not that overwhelming this time around.
It was good though.
Oh, the Force Spears will get the tower. Cliff. Forced out.
And they're dead, so they will not.
Well, he might deny it now.
Yeah, Malrine. Oh, he's faking it. There it goes. He is going for Force Staff now. We're still seeing Blink on this hero, right?
Yeah, I'm guessing he's choosing Force Staff over it specifically for the Cataclysm solution. And I guess also some added utility.
Oh boy. Ice Path, Macro Pyre, everything on Mickey. He will try to TP out. It's going to be close. He is out of there. Didn't have any additional follow-up.
Might have died if this wasn't a low ground that he was on, because he didn't get pinned to the arena. I think Amar also pinged it. He was like, what? This is a low ground? A little bit of extra arena damage might have pushed him over the edge.
I think they use the same materials that the Roche Pit have.
Yeah, it's easy to reuse the assets. At least they made the water a little bit more... Do you remember right when this patch came out, the banks around the new water area had like no depth?
Yeah.
It looked kind of weird. It looked like a placeholder. They did upgrade that relatively quickly.
I'm fine with that. I don't want the patch delayed any longer than it needs to be.
That's fair.
So Skeeter, 2 more minutes on that Aegis.
Nisha on Malrine mid.
Next, and Nisha tries to go for the Dazzle, but he gets eaten up by Skeeter. A Blast is coming, and that'll be enough to pop Malrine. So 1 for 1.
Watching this hero die like that's just so funny to me. He's just standing there. It's just AFK, and then you get Ice Blasted in the face.
Boxy. He is going to get Atos. We'll have the time lapse to
Enrage
get away.
at very least. But the Wisdom snaking on the mark.
Oh my goodness. Again,
it's close with Vacuum.
And whoa! Saberlight takes it from him, and they get a free kill for Mickey.
Clutch.
Skeeter, okay, his TP is canceled. I mean, he has Aegis, but they could potentially kill him twice here. Mickey still with that God Strength, but here comes Amar with the Arena and the Spirit of Fall. Oh, he's going to get eaten up instead by Mickey. He sacrifices himself for the carry, Cinderin.
Yeah, they have no business fighting there. Mickey is super strong now, level 18 with the BKB, Blink, Echo, and Mask of Madness. Stupid farmed on the Sven. Talked about 7 minutes ago that he was tied with the Ursa, but has since then created quite some separation here. It's a game where he can kind of set things up for himself. The only problem is Shallow Grave, but if you have enough damage, it's kind of even difficult to react in time. So if you're this far ahead and you keep this far ahead, even a hero like the Mars looks like a support in that situation. Just kind of gets 4-shot by the Sven. He doesn't even have crit yet. Just wait. It'll get way worse than this. So Falcons, they got the Tormentor, they got Roche, and they got nothing out of either, right? The Aegis is expiring in 15 seconds.
Yep,
They didn't claim a tower with it. I'll get
3 tier 2s still. Amar. Well, Skeeter will take out Saber. That's actually a big kill. He's the second net worth on his team, 3rd overall in the game.
Got
so
ganked
second time he's
there
been picked off.
by Skitter and crit. Rod of Atos makes that very easy.
Okay, Amar is found. Cataclysm, that's enough. Global presence from the AAN Invoker. Help out Boxy.
God, I love that voice line.
That is nice. Boxy should be able to Shikuchi away. That's another reason this Weaver is really cool in this lineup. You can always get into these weird spots, and you have 2 heroes that can globally assist you. I like it.
Yep. And if AA gets the shard, that's actually going to be a secondary setup for Cataclysm. We haven't really talked about that yet, but
yeah, that's true.
The stun duration being 2 seconds is pretty much enough to guarantee a Cata connection as long as you throw it out instantly as the blast comes in. So I'm a little bit surprised to see Insania not even considering purchasing it for that reason. He's got the Force Staff and now a gem, which is very good, of course, but maybe shard next could be valuable. Nisha being hounded here. They have the scan, but they don't have the detection on the Ursa to get there. Snay rocking the 1 sentry ward was not even close.
Oh, maybe Insania is waiting for Tormy.
Yep, he's maybe hoping to get it for free and then he'll buy it if he doesn't get it. That would be fine.
But yeah, just being able to take these objectives away from Ursa would be pretty damn good.
Snay's dead.
Yes, Mickey jumps in with the God Strength. See if they can turn this into a little more. As Skeeter will get the hell out of there.
I have decent vision here, and Sven did pop the GDS, so he kind of wants to...
GDS, wow.
Yeah. It's a lesser-known delivery service.
Has anybody ever said GDS?
I don't know. Has anybody ever said BT dubs?
I mean, but GDS sounds like an STD, so I just...
Oh, I thought it sounded like a delivery company. Well, I guess...
Well, in a way it is.
Yeah, okay. You know what? I'll let you have that one. That was good.
Malorine defending this tier 2, and Amar making his way over as well.
But it is kind of funny that that is the acronym for God Strength. But for as long as I can remember, people in games, if they write it for short, they write GDS instead of GS. And I don't know why, because there's nothing else that would be GS.
Malorine.
Oh.
He's going to use that ult. He's going to set up the spear, and that is enough damage to take Boxy out.
Look at him.
And the Tormy is spawning soon, I do believe. So the AA Blast, we'll see if it comes. As the D ward is there. They'll have to give it up. So Insania, you're going to have to get the shard the old-fashioned way, my friend. Although, I say that.
Still not queuing it up.
Falcon's not going to go for Tormy. He's not up yet, I guess. He is now.
Here it comes.
And boom!
Oh, it hurts.
And now they can go back in.
Yep. I don't know if they saw the blast.
Probably not.
Maybe they saw the trail coming past them. Either way. Here we go. Let's see how many casualties it'll be this time. 0. Great job by Falcons. They stay alive.
Bad shard.
Yeah, what were the options? It was crit or Amar.
Yep, Amar would have.
Yeah, they would have way rather had Amar. He's queuing it up himself, so he would have saved that gold.
Oh well.
Oh.
Red, he's going to be found. Oh my. Sunstrike not needed.
Just don't get caught, and you don't die. But if they see you for half a second, you're out.
Not the projection. They have a lot of damage on this Sven, but they spear him away, actually.
Amar didn't get in range for the wall. Ooh. I think he might have actually been countered by a vacuum there from Saberlight, or the slow from the wall when he was going for the spear into arena combo. If that lands, that's a clean kill on Sven, which is about as big as it's going to get right now for Falcons, but unsuccessful. They get the tower. By the way, Saberlight has one of the coolest cosmetics in the entire game. The red wall in the mid lane right now. It's so beautiful.
Wow.
I love this.
Incredible.
It's one of my favorite ones.
I'm surprised you
You
like
sound
that because,
super sarcastic.
No,
that one's cool,
you
though.
always complain about like different color schemes for different heroes not making sense. It's red. Why would you like that? It's so different.
It's cool.
I agree. Usually you don't like cool things, though.
That's incorrect.
You didn't like Tower Shaman.
Wow, that is like the perfect example of how I don't.
Let's see this spear.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
he
that
was going
the
for
vacuum.
it. That vacuum from Saberlight is mega clutch. Actually. Perfect timing. Sven would have been in big trouble. Roche again. Shannon, we follow the timings. Falcons take Tormentor number 2, and then they will also go for Roshan number 2. And once again, Liquid, are they actually looking to contest this at all? They hear the roar.
Yeah, we see some TPs.
The Swarm is going to help them. Arguably.
Boxy on the outskirts of the Roche
they're
pit.
hesitant. They don't know for a fact whether they can get away with this. Now Skitter's back in again. Amp damage rune.
Vision. Sunstrike gives the vision. It's not enough to kill Roche. Amar with the BKB is going to get the spear up. Saberlight snatches the Aegis. He's going to stay alive a little bit longer here. He gets outside of the pit, in fact, as the meatball. Is that going to be enough to take out Skeeter? Not quite. He's burning ever so low. And Sven and company and Liquid overall trying to aggress. Atos gonna find the target onto Malrine. This would be a huge kill. That's a nice ice path from Snaking, but they have the connection. They have the burst. Down goes Malrine.
And Saberlight retains the Aegis. So it was a Radiant Roche kill, but this is starting to look really good for Liquid. That second Roche steal is massive. This is when Ursa would have liked, because now Skitter gets his BKB. This would have been a perfect time to have the Aegis for a good fight. But now he only has that one BKB. Oh, Snaking.
Goodbye.
4 shot. God Strength expired, so he needed 4 hits.
And Amar, ooh, AA Blast. Oh, that actually missed.
Yep.
Perspective. Cataclysm, Tornado, man.
Was that Kata?
Yeah.
How did he not see him then?
Well, he blinked right after Kata.
Oh, he blinked after Kata. Okay, I thought he used it after the Kata, or the blink came off. Yeah.
Here we go.
So Saberlight with the vacuum into stealing Aegis.
Very clutch.
Skitter tried to counterplay it by using Enrage against the vacuum to make it short, but the problem is then he's burnt his Enrage, and he gets so low from this that the fight is over for him. And then Liquid just chase them down and get some extras. 8K the lead now.
Yeah, Liquid coming into this tournament hadn't been playing particularly well with Saberlight, but they have definitely turned it on now in this playoff stage. Had a pretty solid groups. I wouldn't say they were by far the best team. In the playoffs, they have looked masterful. Nisha, ooh, quick blink. Amar burns Arena and BKB, and with that, Liquid would want to smoke. Malrine, he's on the high ground.
Uh-oh.
Okay, they might have to settle for snaking.
Nope, he got off the helm.
They got him, and the crits from Mickey delete Malrine.
He got off the harpoon and 2-shot him. Double crits.
Try to grave that.
1750 into 1750. Yeah, that's true. Good point. Good way to kill Dazzle is just to insta-gib him so he can't use Grave. What do you need Ricky for?
Yeah, true.
Just kill him insta. That was a mega long harpoon, by the way. He just got off the cast as Dazzle piked to the low ground. So.
As a Sunstrike will be taking out crit, and this is a high ground attempt from Liquid. They have Aegis for 2 minutes still. It's on the Darkseer. Skeeter gonna show up on the sideline. He's gonna jump in. He's gonna try to focus everything onto this Sven. The spear is not gonna hit. Force Staff was there, but the A-Flash coming in. Mickey does fall to Skeeter's right clicks. Big meatball onto 2 heroes. They burn up immediately. And Saberlight leading the charge now without the Sven. He has the Aegis. He's gonna hit these buildings a bit. I don't know if they can stay though. There's a novel projection.
That was great execution from both teams. So Falcons getting the kill on Sven there. They had to land the spear, and they landed it as Force Staff was coming out, so it looked like he wasn't getting stunned, but the way it works, you still get pinned as if you hit the target location, which is the barracks, but the Force Staff also pushed you. So he took the damage and the stun, but didn't move. But it's still enough to get the stun out there for Ursa to continue and finish the kill, but then nice vacuum into Meteor. Getting the counterplay for Liquid. No Rex though, but still looking extremely healthy now with a 12k advantage. And the cores just dwarfing those of the Radiant. The supports are pretty even across the board, even though Liquid are winning by this much, but yeah, every single core quite far ahead of their counterpart. And that tells the story, 88%. This is a very high win percentage for the probability to show us, or for Dota Plus to show us, without taking barracks. Usually, at this time in the game with a 13k lead, it will not be this one-sided, but it really likes Darkseer Invoker AA for late game, understandably.
Yep.
Falcons had a potential mid-game timing that they didn't hit, and now they're paying the price with having to really out-execute Liquid here. Malrine going for AC.
Really?
I don't know if that's gonna... I guess he's thinking, what's the best hybrid item to try to keep me alive against Sven? But
minus armor as well.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Kato's on his Skeeter. There's the arena from Aurora trying to save his comrade, or at least slow things down. The
big damage on Tanisha.
Nisha's just dying to this Nothro projection. Looks like he's eventually going to take out question mark. Yes.
He got denied.
Will be the trade though, as Crit gets burned up. That was a deny. That is, you don't get to see the denies all too often these days. Either way, he's dead.
Maybe Dazzle isn't actually overpowered. People just need to deny more.
Yeah, true.
What do you think?
Easy. Deny your whole team when he 1700 crits you?
Exactly. You just deny everyone, and then Dazzle doesn't get gold. And then he can't scale, right?
That's right.
Yep. Hex. Talked about this earlier as a way of bursting and killing the Ursa.
Oh, the vacuum into the cleave! Mickey, triple kill! Just call GG after that. That is disgusting.
The classic combination, the vacuum Stormhammer. Said it was going to be difficult to rely on that, but you might hit it once or twice in the game. There's that once.
Jesus, that was
dirty. I don't even think there was God Strength on all of that, was there? Maybe. Maybe just barely in the end, but yeah, Falcons getting absolutely crushed in this game. No way about it. Just, Liquid are just better. This is just beautiful.
That was nice.
Oh.
Love the player reactions.
Buyback from
that
Amar.
Is a buyback. Nothro projection is used. Amar with the BKB and the Mars Arena as well. Spears Nisha to the other side with a macro fire to follow. Is he going to finally burn up? Yes. No deny this time. As Crit will have to pop the ult to try to stay alive. Another buyback from the Jakiro, but the right clicks of Mickey are too strong. They'll back away. Malrine no longer has his ult here. Without this Invoker, they will fully retreat, it seems. But that did require 2 buybacks on the side of Falcons. And of course, they are 2 racks down at the moment.
Yeah, at this point, you're relying on an insane Ursa jump with Mars. I think that's the only real way you win a fight here, but who's your primary target? We've seen them isolate and kill Sven and lose a fight. We've seen them isolate and kill Invoker and still lose a fight. That's just all 3 cores on the side of Liquid have so many items and so much teamfight impact that I'm not even sure that a clean kill on one of them is good enough. So the level of execution required here is exceptionally steep. Now, Skitter with the Abyssal, of course. Maybe you start off the fight by killing something like Weaver or AA, and then you kite if you can, but you're looking to kite Invoker Sven Darkseer. That's a tough task. Roshan will be up very quickly. This is a short clock. You can see that little golden dot.
Bug abuser.
Yeah, he's a bag user.
Yeah, bag user, sorry.
Bagging it up in the corner here.
Surprised they haven't hotfixed this one.
There was a blind spot in the old Roche pit for over a year.
Yeah, but I don't think it gave vision on the outside.
That's true. You couldn't see out. Oh,
Roshan.
There's a little, maybe it's intended, maybe there's like a little hole in the wall.
Yeah, it could be.
Maybe you can like peek out in there.
Boxy onto the high ground. Mickey double hit Snake King. And Amar, he gets the BKB off Skeeter. Okay, they have the spear. And Skeeter, a lot of stacks of Fury spikes. The Cataclysm is coming to the pop the Enrage to be able to mitigate all that damage. Mickey's just going to turn his sights to other targets. Deletes the Dazzle. Not overpowered when you can just kill him outright. And now the Bear, seemingly all alone, gets harpooned back into Mickey. GG's called. Liquid take game number 1.
Damn. I must admit, this was less exciting than I thought it would be. I thought if the laning stage was somewhat even, that we would have some cool mid-game fights, but honestly, Liquid kind of just owned them in all of them. That wasn't really even remotely close, even when Falcons got a pretty good jump with the Mars plus Ursa killing a key core. I don't think they won a single fight all game. So very much a one-sided affair in game 1.
That's right, Sheever.
Yeah, it was one-sided, which is a little strange considering Falcons, for example, got both of the Tormentors, you know, they made a good first Roshan as well, claimed that. The game was fairly quiet for a little while until Cataclysm came online, Lacoste.
Yeah, and he's also kind of rushing it compared to some other invokers that we've seen where it's Atos into Aghanim Scepter. He wanted to have it as fast as possible just to be able to make that Dazzle's life hell. And also in terms of the setup that they had, they really didn't have that much. They had Sven stun. We saw some great execution of the team fight with Sven and Darkseer, of course. Some nice itemization coming out from the supports. But overall, I thought that this was going to be much closer game, especially with the draft that Falcons did have. The question is the lesson learned? Are they going to be going with Dazzle one more time coming into the next games?
It feels like another situation of Falcons pick Tinker, they lose. Now they try to pick the Dazzle, they lose. It's like they're so good on their hero pool. They're trying to experiment. They're trying to bring out the heroes that other teams are playing, but it just isn't really working out for them. And I think that is first of all testament to Liquid, how they played this game. That first Roshan from Falcons, what, 18, 19 minutes?
Yep.
They take the Aegis, and then suddenly your Dazzle's dead. And then you get another Mars death, and then you keep chain feeding on Falcons, and oh wait, 5 minutes have passed. You didn't utilize that at all. So I think Liquid just kept breaking Falcons before they could truly group up, and it was a product of Darkseer having good farm hunting on the map, AA getting the perfect ultimates to combo with the Weaver or with the Sven, and yeah, Invoker, Cataclysm. We're going to say it a lot of times throughout this tournament, but Liquid, the execution,
Say it
very good.
A couple times, very fast.
Cataclysm, I can't. No.
Challenge.
It was
Tongue
hard.
twister right there. No, that was a really strong game from Team Liquid. They definitely came prepared for that Dazzle. They had a strong plan, and Falcons didn't even have the chance to drag it out really, which is
No, pretty
impressive.
quick game. 37-minute game, slightly lower than the average here at PGL Wallachia, but overall, it did feel like they were punching back relatively early on. They are the ones controlling Tormentors, controlling Roshan, first 7 XP minute runes, and yeah, the standout player gonna be Saberlight. That Roshan play where he snatched the Aegis, some really nice vacuums coming out from him. Also, nice itemization. I gotta point out that he completely skipped that, what is kind of a stable item build for Darkseer right now. It is Heaven's Halberd. He's like, you know what? I'm going to be tanking up. I want to be the control. They were lacking a little bit of a control in terms of the skills that they had. So he's like, I'm going to pick up the Hex, and I also want to have a BKB for myself so that I have that clean execution of the teamfight initiation.
Yeah, this was Saberlight, a strong performance. We should take a look at a couple moments in this game, though. The first one that we're going to take a look at happened fairly early on, and this was really just the perfect synergy of events. You got Weaver scouting things out, and you got 2 global ults to help.
And these are the small plays that Liquid make at the decisive moments, right? That's like the 23-minute mark. That was prior to that, Falcons had the Aegis. But if Liquid keep doing that, pushing the waves, how do you ever really group up and make a smoke gank? Because you're always going to have a hero that's either dead or a lane that needs to get pushed. And Liquid, they've done it against when they beat Nature's Prophet yesterday. So they always have the waves pushed. And in this game, they always found the correct pickoff to prevent the snowball and that aggression.
And you can see that this time around, no shenanigans, straight into Road of Atos. He understood the assignment. He was listening during the class when their coaches, multiple coaches were talking what they need, and he's like, I'm going to build Road of Atos. It's going to be the setup for the Sunstrike, because when you look at their skill build, you have Vacuum, and pretty much you have Sven Stun to be able to set things up, and also to stop the TPs, so very nice itemization coming out from Boxy.
Yeah, it was, but Boxy didn't get MVP. It was Saberlight, as you just saw, and the main reason was the following clip right here. it was Falcons in control of the big objectives for a long time. And to be honest, I thought that they were going to be in control of this one too.
Yeah, Falcons, they played out the, the first Roshan really well with the map play. The second Roshan, they scout with the Sunstrike. Saberlight jumps in. He snatches the Aegis. They don't get the kill on it, but these are the key actions that take the wind out of the sail for Falcons. The first one, imagine if Falcons built like 5k gold lead. That second Roshan, that's going high ground. So to really nullify 2 Aegises from an Ursa lineup is why Liquid can win this game with such ease. They respected the objectives that Falcons needed to win the game.
Yeah, and I don't think it really made a big difference. I think the outcome would have been the same, but I was hoping we could just see the Wumbo combo again with the Sven and the vacuum there at the end.
That's why they...
Yeah, there we go.
You know, at this point, I'll say Liquid probably already won, but look at this.
Oh, it's iconic, right? Darkness, Sven. This is a combination that goes back so many years, and we can watch it
one more time.
One more time.
3 more times.
All right, fine.
And
this is what
this
makes...
is not even with the blast or the cataclysm.
Yeah, this is what makes Dota such a beautiful game. Like the feeling that you get when you execute some of these combos, and also when you feel the enemy team is down, when they're retreating. That was always the best feeling in the game for me. You kill one hero, they're on a retreat. You're like, okay, we're gonna hunt you down.
Yeah, and this was definitely also a little bit emotional damage done to Falcons.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, this is the type of win that it hurts, right? Especially because Falcons are the one kind of doing it to themselves. They're making it a bit harder, picking new heroes, and then you're running into choke points, getting vacuumed. Darkseer has been hotly contested in the tournament, and in Saberlight's hand, maybe you got to ban it. Respect it.
Maybe. We've seen first phase Darkseer ban quite a bit. He's slipped through just a little bit more because there's just more heroes to first phase ban as we get to know more and more about the meta and the way that both these teams like to play. Maybe Darkseer will be banned. We'll find out because game 2 of this series coming your way after a break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hey there, you're joining us in the middle of the upper bracket finals here for Wallachia Season 3, and it is Team Liquid versus Falcons. We're about to head into the second game of the series. The first game going to Team Liquid. It was a very strong game from them, and some might just want to blame that on draft and move to game number 2 with clean slate T-Gov. Is that the best option for Falcons?
I mean, it's the easiest answer in any situation when you lose a game. Blame the draft, blame the coach, don't blame the players, and then you go for the next one. Then after the series, you can unpack it. But yeah, it does feel like when Falcons lose in this capacity, it's always because they're trying something new. But they're in the upper bracket final. They're a top 3 team. Do you need to do new things?
No, I like the new thing that they kind of try. I mean, it's not a new thing for them, but also the way they speeded things up yesterday when they were playing against Tundra with all of these auras. I think this is the winning formula for them. This is also a team that can play and win most of their games when it comes down to post 60-minute games. So definitely a team that is very, very difficult to play against when it comes down to that. But yeah, I don't want to see this Tinker. I don't want to see Dazzle from the mid lane. I think that they tried it out. Also, we did check how many times they played it so far. This is not the highest amount of the games when you like trying a new hero, because across 3 different roles, they played 6 games of Dazzle in the last 8 days. So that's really not much.
It is really not much. I also wonder, I mean, they had overall first pick. We did already clarify that they're not going to let Tinker through, but they're also not want to pick it because, you know, not the greatest success. It kind of puts them in a tricky spot draft-wise, T.
If they're the same pick order, they can ban Tinker, they can ban the Monkey King, the Tiny, but why not first pick the Ancient Apparition? We've seen it been played on Crit. Snaking's tried it in his pubs. That isn't an experimental hero for them, and you could argue it blocks pick the Dazzle. And then when you enter second phase, you can think about the Mars, the Tidehunter, all the heroes that we've been praising Falcons for, but that could be a way in which they get around having to ban out multiple heroes. And if they really want the AA, then maybe you didn't even need to ban the Tinker, right? Because you have that anti-healing hero. Food for thought. We just don't know if what pick side they're on right now.
Yeah. Or they ban AA. If they don't want to pick it themselves, maybe get rid of it because it does
and then still
open
go
up.
for Dazzle?
Not necessarily. I think Dazzle right now does feel like an OP hero, but we also see that there are certain ways of playing against the hero. Ricky was the one that Team Spirit did show. Now we're seeing Ancient Apparition as well with the Cataclysm. It is. It does sound like a very good answer. I talked about the backline jump. Maybe there's going to be some Spectre coming out as well. It is a possibility, but I also want to see if they remove AA, I want to see those heroes that are not countered by it. So heroes like Bristleback, maybe potentially Huskar that can come out for them. They played it yesterday against the Tundra from the off lane, and it did look really good.
I mean, if I'm Liquid, looking at this, like the hero pool of the tournament, right? I'd first pick Ancient Apparition. Look at Falcons. It's Dawnbreaker, Bristle, DK, even Gyrocopter. Lots of heroes that want to kind of stand their ground. And if they're under the effect of Ice Blast, they need to disengage. They need to wait it out. They cannot commit to the fight. So I think this is a hero that, at least against Falcons, has a lot of value.
Yeah, we'll see where they go with this one. We have got Liquid on the Radiant side this time around, so Falcons is on their preferred Dire side. First pick goes to Team Liquid, so we had a full swap of side and pick order. Overall last pick for Falcons might give them an edge there as well. That means that Team Liquid only has to ban heroes that they do not want Team Falcons to play and answer to them. So the most broken heroes, you know, kind of can leave in if you really want to. Magnus is the one they remove. I'm assuming Falcons is still going to remove that Tinker, but at least they got an extra ban compared to previous game.
It's like Nature's Prophet, Tiny, Tinker, and then they have one extra ban, which is either a Jakiro or a Night Stalker, but I think the main 3 would be that, and already showing that they respect the Dazzle, putting that into that ban list, which does open up one of the multiple heroes that I've mentioned.
I'm still thinking about that AA because it also opens up some of the more niche picks nowadays, because Timbersaw, remember the game where they did pick it on 24 and Malrine completely owned the game? Dazzle also shuts down that hero in terms of the healing. People try to theorycraft slightly more how they're going to be playing against Falcons. AA is really good because of the facet. You're removing some of the strength. They are a team that does pick a lot of strength heroes, but we also seen OD as a potential response to it. We saw a lot of theory crafting coming up from the hero, but haven't seen it much in action.
True, we've seen a lot of the mids try it out in their
Everybody's
pubs.
Playing it.
Yeah, but it's not been shown in space
pubs.
too much here. Yeah, exactly.
And these bans, really just shifting into what happened in the previous game, right? Throwing the darks into higher priority, as of course respecting the development of the meta in the series rather than looking at historical games, which does open up multiple first picks that Liquid have had before. The Tiny is available, Jakiro is available,
Night Stalker
is available, yep. Many heroes that Liquid have leaned on in their run so far, and that was not the most energetic thumbs up from Snaking, but
he's saving his energy for the game, T.
that's true. Good recovery.
know? And of course, Team Liquid can use this ban to specifically protect whichever opening they want to go for. And literally the world seems to be their oyster for this one.
Or it's just a casual Mars ban. I think Falcons have utilized second pick Mars really well. Sure, it's not a flex hero for them, but locking in a Mars hero, progressing the draft with just confidence, enabling crit to get the Muerta or any 4 that he sees in the game that's going to bring more damage. That has been one of their strongest draft patterns that we've seen so far. So if Liquid don't need to protect their first pick, I wouldn't mind seeing that Mars as a ban.
Even though they lost the previous game, Mars still feels like the hero that they really love to play. And they're going to immediately respond with the Night Stalker, a hero that kind of has been solved in the last 2 or 3 days of Wallachia, where some of the teams do allow Night Stalker to go through and still have an answer for it. I think one of the most important thing is to shut him down in the laning stage, not feed away kills, not get him those levels, and then after 5 minutes, you make a rotation to the mid lane and you pressure enemy mid laner with the 2 of the supports, because he doesn't contribute pretty much anything at all 5 minutes in, because he's really low level, and also during the daytime doesn't feel like a hero.
Yeah. I think as well, making sure that you have a lane that when Night Stalker uses the silence, trying to pressure the hero, you need your other hero that's not inside the silence to provide a slow or a stun or a way to kind of disengage from that spell combo. That really hurts his laning phase. But for now, Falcons pick up the Abaddon. We've seen this draft pattern multiple times now. Stable on either side.
Yeah, we got some bans already coming out. Phoenix indeed out. For the Night Stalker, I mean, look, as you said, we've seen various success, as in not success, as well as success. Has there been a favorite for you, whether you see it in offlane or position 4?
Position 4, most definitely. Like, I think it has to be very good game for the offlane Night Stalker to be able to shine. He also needs a specific lane setup with him. He is a strong laner, but I also do like this ban that they did to the Phoenix, even though we don't see too much of a hero. He turns... With his ulti, he overrides everything, so he turns it into daytime, which Night Stalker definitely doesn't like to play into. And if we're talking about some of the shenanigans that they did on side of Falcons, Dawnbreaker, this is the one that reveals the map, so every single time he pops the ulti and his ulti is gone, you're going to be seeing the whole map. And this is the hero that Falcons did pick a lot, didn't have too much success with. I believe they lost the last 3 of their games, but maybe something to think about if they are going to be running, because we've seen we saw offlane being played by Amar, and we also seen Skeeter that he's not too afraid to pick it up.
Yeah, he's been 2-2 so far in Wallachia with the Dawnbreaker, so quite a decent record. Let's see, they banned out the Terrorblade.
Surprises with the Crystal Maiden on the Muerta or the Jakiro. Oh,
riveting.
Riveting.
Yeah, well, that's very exciting stuff, isn't it?
You know it's coming. Like, Jakiro is most likely the strongest position 5 right now. If you check the damage number after each game, he's going to be in top 3, top 4, even from the support role. It's insane how much damage the hero deals. Did we really need to have the secondary stun on the hero?
I mean, it might be removed, enjoyed while it lasts.
Yeah, you're asking 2 support players here. They're probably like, yeah, we needed the extra stun.
We do. We still a skill shot, after all. We got Tiny coming out for Team Liquid. This was a first phase ban done by Falcons in game number 1. Makes it through to the second stage here. We've seen it mostly in the hands of Mickey. But we have to remember it is still somewhat of a flex pick as well if they really wanted to.
Sure. I think the main thing with Tiny in the carry role against Abaddon is you like to buy Silver Edge. You can break the Abaddon to prevent the ult with a silence, of course. It just is aggressive. If you ever get a good team fight, you take their base very quickly. If your team has Drum or Solar Crest, any way to amp up your attack speed. And that helps a lot, especially because the fights, they're going to be so drawn out, so chaotic from Falcons, that to finally overcome them, if you get your Tiny good position, you get the objectives. And like, we're going back to the Ancient Apparition once again, one of the best combinations with Tiny. Maxing Vortex earlier and getting, what, 25% spell amp. With the Tiny's toss, you clear waves, you put heroes to half HP, you make them run back to base. It's very, very good for the damage early on.
We saw yesterday combination between Tiny, Invoker, and ET, and it worked out amazingly because of the mixed damage that Tiny does provide. This time around, it is slightly better in like the magic department, much easier to execute, so you're always going to have that kill threat.
And now that I see the Pango mid, potentially, again, it can flex, but let's say it's mid, I would even maybe prefer Tiny going to the mid lane, so you have the crash landing facet, utilize the vision from Night Stalker early, and then Night Stalker, Tiny, and AA together. They can kill any hero on the map early on. Sure, maybe not the Abaddon, but everyone else, they can just feed, well, they're not going to feed, they're going to feed on Falcons. There we go.
Maybe the reverse is also true with that Bounty Hunter pickup, though, because he's quite the hunter of AAs.
Yeah, we're Pangolier plus Bounty Hunter. You find that little old Ancient Apparition trying to run around the map, you will just disappear, but with the Puck pick, Tiny to carry, Puck to the mid lane, but still, magic damage being utilized on all three heroes to ensure AA, whatever lane he goes to, they're going to feel really good in the damage they do early on.
Yeah, this is a scary looking draft from Liquid. I'm looking at the way that they can stop this Puck from going in. There aren't really many heroes right now. You have this double Ice Bat. Maybe this is going to be some Orchid rush if we're going to be talking about the offlane Abaddon, some Blade Mail into Orchid, but this is not going to come in online as quickly. So Puck has a pretty free entry to the game, very easy to set things up. I think Insania had a great game in the previous one with limited setup on Ancient Apparition ulti. This time around, you're playing with Tiny, Night Stalker, and Coil, so it's going to be much easier to execute overall.
Do we have a favorite in terms of what roles go where or which heroes go where for Falcons? Because Pango and Abaddon, obviously the cores, but we've seen Pango both in mid and off lane. We've seen Abaddon both in safe and off lane. Anything in particular we have our eyes on, or anything that we can read off of the bans that are coming out from Falcons right now?
I think for Falcons, they have issues if Abaddon goes carry, as you're putting your carry who likes to play on like low HP into an Ancient Apparition. So it kind of feels like a timer to some degree of always executing, never making mistakes. And when Liquid have this much vision and skirmish, you're going to probably make a mistake at some point. So maybe putting Abaddon to offlane and finding a new carry is the kind of more stable option for Falcons.
Is the gyrocopter actually a good counter to the the AA a good counter enough to the gyrocopter that is still in the pool that we know that Skeeter has played to a very high degree?
Any hero that relies on Satanic being a core item, AA will naturally counter, right? Gyrocopter, early game, it's mixed damage. You get BKB, maybe Butterfly. Satanic is what wins you the game. So naturally, AA will look very good against these heroes.
There's still, I mean, if they want to go something with like a Tidehunter, it is still available in the pool for Team Liquid. And they are banning out his Enigma, which would be really good because overall they don't have the last pick, but they would, like if they banned out, let's say, some Gyrocopter, it would allow it also Enigma to go through, of course. But I do feel that right now, Team Liquid...
Yep. Beastmaster, yeah. They just want map progression from their offlane.
Who does?
Team Liquid. They already have all the damage in the fight with the Tiny, the Puck, the AA. And Saberlight, as long as his hero hits a tower in some capacity, it's going to help them a lot. Enigma and Beastmaster are the best in 7.38. We don't really see any Lycan anymore, and Visage is somewhat of a dead hero. If there ever was a team to bring it out, I think Saberlight is one of the few players that has been trying it out in his pubs, but I think to round out Liquid's lineup, you either get the Tidehunter just to provide the team fight and just kill them, or you go for a little bit more, let's try and break this map early on.
The reason why I like Tide is it gives them a lot of team fight, of course, and also I don't see any heroes that he's going to be afraid of, at least not right now, but also Abaddon, if he's going to be playing from the carrier role, sometimes it can be difficult because of all the extra magic damage that you're getting early on, but you have Night Stalker position 4 with you, so that means that at the early stages, you're going to be having a pretty good time for the first level 2, level 3.
Yeah, they're taking into their bonus time here to think about their final ban. We must not forget also that we saw Skeeter play carry Tide yesterday. They could pull that out as well. As we have the Sniper as the overall last ban.
Yeah, we don't really talk about Sniper Puck too much, but of course Sniper is an incredible lane counter to the Puck. And they just take the Muerta.
So in the end, it's going to be Night Stalker core with Muerta 4. A lot of ways, I mean, Crit talked about it yesterday, the magic damage that you do get from Muerta. That's sometimes a lot of the times you don't get it from other position 4s, but right now you have that amplified damage with Ancient Apparition. So in damage department, you're definitely not going to be lacking.
Yeah, it will be Muerta Night Stalker lane indeed. Well, that's cool. It's a solid lane. Night Stalker core.
I'm just struggling to find the hero that Falcons pick that ties their draft together. Like when you look at Liquid, it's Vision of Night Stalker, any other hero. Like you get 2 heroes together, they're going to kill people, right? The Muerta plus Puck or the A and the tiny AA Puck, right? It's like so many kill combinations that the map is very scary to play split. So for Falcons, it's like, do you want to group up to try and deal with that? But then when you group up, you're now playing into Coil and Avalanches. That's why this last pick for Falcons,
And speaking of coil, you have multiple ways of breaking the coil with the toss, with dead shot. So last pick will be a Mar Viper. They want to really win the lane. They're going to be playing against Mickey, who's going to be playing Tiny, and also Insania on his Ancient Apparition. So this lane, it needs to do well. So many times we've seen Viper, if he gets shut down, if he gets like tri-lane for a second as well, maybe Boxy stays there, they get a kill on Viper because you have Night Stalker as your off lane, so he could sustain himself at that level 1 pretty easily for 30 seconds, maybe even 45 until you get that first blood.
yeah, it feels like the off lane for Liquid and the safe lane for Falcons, so Abaddon, Jakiro, the Night Stalker Muerta, whoever gets the edge will then free up their support to create that tri-lane, because Jakiro will happily play with Bounty Viper to keep killing Tiny. And then like Lacoste mentioned, Muerta will do the same. So I think that bottom side of the map will be the most critical, actually technically top side, but anyway, the top side of the map most critical, because whichever support from that lane can go enable the Viper lane or the Tiny lane, all the momentum goes from there. But Falcons, to last pick of Viper, I hate saying the phrase timer, but like this feels like it is, right? You're picking Viper into an Ancient Apparition. You're a tanky hero that will just get killed off by an Ice Blast. You need to kill in the lane. If you're behind, it can feel very uncomfortable.
Lacoste, we saw Falcons yesterday, and when we're saying Falcons is a little bit on the timer, and you think about that game 3 they played against Tundra, are you worried? Because yesterday we saw that they could do it.
They could. It was a different type of a lineup. I think a lot more stars need to align for them in this game to be able to do the same thing that they did against Tundra in that game 3. Because right now I'm not seeing that many aura buyers. I'm not seeing that good of a scaling as well. And it was a different overall lineup. Like you had Chen, you had that mech, you had as well him with the Hand of God. So quite a lot of protection. I'm just not feeling this Viper overall last pick.
They got to get to the buildings. Viper, Abaddon in a winning position, hitting towers. It's going to feel good. But they have to get kills, they have to keep riding the momentum, and they have to somehow kill Nisha Puck in a game where there is no lockdown.
It might be a tough one for Team Falcons. We'll see if Team Liquid can get a 2-0 or potentially Falcons can beat the odds my panelists just mentioned for them in game number 2 and force out that third game. But first, before we head to the game, some words from the coach.
My good man, if I may query upon your machinations, speak to me about the Viper. Surely this is something that is extremely important to you and your kin.
Amar suggested some heroes, and then we pretty much just said, it's 24, you can just take whatever you want, and you want Viper, so we picked Viper.
You sully the tournament with such an answer. A retro bait like ATF, picking such a rogue-like hero indeed. Speak to me now about your thoughts on Team Liquid after such a series. It was very painful in that first game, I assume. What are your plans going into it to make sure that this game would be a rousing success?
The game was a bit experimental for us, to be honest. We don't play much Dazzle. We played a few pubs and we're like, okay, we should at least try the hero. I mean, we want to win the tournament, so even if we lose this match, like, we need to get experience on these heroes. I think they had a pretty good plan versus Dazzle, so, you know, props to them. and hopefully our draft game 2 will be better for us.
A toast to you, my good man, for they have indeed received first blood already. You have already bested the enemy.
That's good.
Very well. The casters appear to be ready. I must say that you have done an incredible job, young man. Thank you for this opportunity. And now, we pass it to the idiots. Thank you.
Gracious. Apologies to the viewers, as it seems Sir Axenslax has devoured feculence in his time away from Dota. Apologies, yes.
As we've seen a first blood already in this game, number 2, Falcons have struck first, Cinder, in
They have.
bid to stay in the upper bracket.
Now, after being assigned the title of idiot by Slacks, I will be cautious with my predictions here. But I must say, I really do like Liquid's draft a lot this game. We've had in this playoff stage, there's been.
It's you need to hold your horses, young man. Crit will be taken out. Boxy will be the trade. Well, I can't stop talking like that. This is the problem.
You'll snap out of it. I trust.
Okay, go ahead. I trust you.
I feel like there's been, in this playoffs, there's been some drafts where you've been like, all right, this looks pretty favored or one-sided, potentially if this or that happens. I'm very worried for Falcons in this game that if the lanes do not go well, I'm actually struggling to even see a path to victory. We're at that level here. So I think they would probably themselves kind of agree with that this is a very early focus strategy for themselves, but if you're a world-class team, you can trust in executing on that level, right?
Yeah.
In some games, that is going to be your strategy that you just have to deliver. And, well, so far so good, I suppose. They got the first blood, they got a kill, but...
Mar gets killed off as Crit. This is a triple team here. Mickey going to be teamed up with Boxy and Insane to try to take out Crit. I don't think they can go any further, but the dead shot into the right click. One more from Insane. No. The health salve keeps Crit alive.
Beautiful execution, though.
More resources down the drain for Falcons.
And this is something I want to say that Liquid will more or less only do against Viper, is try laning like this. Specifically trying to break down Falcon's game plan of dominating that bot lane and snowballing the game off of that by bringing the 3 heroes. This is obviously going to cost Saberlight in the top lane. He has been playing 1v2 for a bit. But as Night Stalker against these 2 heroes up here, it is actually possible to get some decent-ish experience at the very least. You can go and pull the wave because you have the Hunter in the Night movement speed against Jakiro as well. And right now, the lane placement for Saberlight, it's actually quite good, just sitting here. So he should be able to get some CS, as the next wave will also push into him soon.
Yeah, that's a pretty good courier kill. A lot of consumables on there with wards as well.
Yeah, Nisha's getting bodied, though. That's the good news here for Falcons. Malrine is crushing. 16-4 against the 8-0.
Yep.
And also, I believe Malrine was the one to get the first blood. So very far ahead and putting it to good use.
Yeah, they're going to need more of that for sure. As you can see, the win rate for Night Stalker right now, this is a position 3. Yeah, the panel was kind of talking about position 3 versus position 4. How do you prefer this hero?
I personally prefer him as a 3, but I think part of the strength of the pick is the ability to flex.
Yeah.
But yeah, I guess the downside to running 3 Night Stalkers, if your laning stage goes very poorly, it's a higher priority hero that you sacrifice, and he does have some very bad matchups. But you know, that's something you need to solve when you pick it. You can downgrade it as you see fit. Boxy.
Yeah, they try to take off the salve. Boxy does die, at least for Saberlight.
Oh, Skater tanked a lot of tower shots there. Well, he'll be okay.
Killing.
No mana for the Void on.
Yeah, but this lane is in great position for Saberlight. He's going to be super happy. And so, other than the lanes, how does Viper fit into this lineup? How does he fit into a game of Dota these days? Typically, you look at breakable heroes. That's not really the case here.
Viper Strike is amazing against Tiny. I think that's the main thing they're looking at, is the lane matchup itself is good for Viper, and then later in the game, you have a fuck you button against Tiny. You know, it's like the team fights, the way Tiny structures fights is a lot about going in either with Shadow Blade or Blink. You go and you start hitting someone and you continue to cleave throughout the fight, and then a lot of the time you kind of reset the fight and create some distance and then go in for a second volley. If you go in against a team fight that has Viper in it and you get Viper struck, you're staying there. And then you can't really fend for yourself. You might have ridiculous amounts of damage, but you can't output it. Oh, big damage, speaking of. Crit.
Oh, yeah.
completely comboed there under that sentry ward. Very nice.
Well, Saberlight getting chased out by Snaking in the meantime. He's going to steal a little bounty rune action. We'll have to TP back to base, and it's going to turn daytime relatively soon. He should be able to get most of the way back to the towers by that point. But then his time in the daylight, it begins, Cinderin, which is usually quite rough.
Yeah.
Which will mean they cannot really afford to leave him alone for a considerable amount of time.
This top lane is going to be very, very difficult now. I actually genuinely thought Saberlight would get more out of it than this. He has got 9 denies, which is pretty good, but he is very, very poor himself. Only 12 CS, level 3.5. The Viper that got tri-laned for a little bit for comparison is 4.25 and almost 4.5. So don't really know if this trade-off for Liquid paid off as much as they had hoped, but I guess if they could like freeze the game here and look at the net worths, I still don't know if they would regret it. Like, this wasn't the best, but it might have been better than just playing 2-2-1 and then probably losing both lanes. So yeah, you can just see Skeeter. He knows what position he's actually just going to dive and kill.
Yep, that is not good for Liquid.
Good luck.
Early 1K lead here for Falcons. Malrine is going to be teamed up by Crit, but Nisha able to waning rift to the high ground. Mar in the meantime, he's going to tank up this cold feet, and Mickey and Insania will be able to take him out in tow.
Insania getting a lot of kills. I think they would like at least 1 or 2 of them on Mickey at this point.
Malrine.
Skitter level 6 against level 3 Nightstalker.
Yeah, and there's a Rolling Thunder that's going to be coming for him in just a moment, I do believe. 30 seconds away from the Wisdom Shrine. Saberlight is now level 4. There's a Swashbuckle. And now the Rolling Thunder, easy, easy pick off. Saberlight's game feels super over right now.
He has lower net worth than his 5 AA.
Right, they did this to themselves.
Well,
they tri-lane at the beginning. It's a Night Stalker.
Yeah, yes and no. It kind of was forced upon you to an extent by the Viper pick as well. I don't know if this Viper Bounty Hunter into tiny AA is an enjoyable experience without the third hero. I think you would have suffered elsewhere then. At the very least, now you have Mickey a game.
He's going to get killed off here. It looks like Falcons are going to get both Wisdom Shrines as well,
no.
and they're going to get the position 1. Mickey Tiny, Amar double kill.
Oh.
Ooh, doggy.
Now it's no longer worth it. He tried for the kill on Amar, couldn't overpower him, and as he TPs out, he gets hit by a Shadow Walk from the Bounty Hunter, and that is really rough, because not only did you die, you also burnt your TP, so it's the walk of shame back to lane against a 6 Viper when you arrive. Talked about the laning stage for Falcons. It had to go well for this to make sense. They have delivered. This is already now looking like a crippled Team Liquid that need to find good combinations, mainly around spellcasting, I think. You want to play with the Puck plus AA combo, so try to get 6 on Insania. It's quite a long way to go for that 6.
The question is, can Saberlight get level 6 for the next nighttime? That would be a good starting point for Liquid.
I think for the purpose of like just keeping it realistic here, I think we should consider him a support, actually.
So who's the 3 then?
They don't have one.
Okay.
So there is no third core in this game. I think Nightstalker's recovery, if you want to become a core hero here, is so insanely steep that it's going to come off fighting. And effectively in those fights, you're going to be a support. So you're playing triple support, 2 cores right now. And that is possible to execute if you have enough damage, which is the good news for Liquid. Ice Blast is a big help in that regard with the Vortex. Tiny as a carry is one of the carries that can deal the most damage. And where Puck has some shortcomings to solo kill heroes, that's where AA bridges the gap. So it is definitely possible, but just stop thinking about Nightstalker. He's not there. He is dying again. Saberlight will be chased down by Skitter and Snaking.
Yep, level 4 still.
The hero does not exist in this game right now. So
fair enough.
It's just the simplest.
He will always be able to provide vision at night, while he's alive at least.
Yeah, true. They can use him as a ward.
Yeah, I feel like kind of like support games have worked out that way, like Soxa.
I think him and Bounty Hunter probably are in a pretty similar position here, to be honest. So.
Yeah, that's fair. All right, so can Mickey and Nisha carry this for Liquid, or will Falcons continue to snowball this into a game 3?
I think the biggest worry here in that aspect is, well, if we've talked about Viper as a tiny counter, then sure, your tiny's going to struggle in the fight when he gets Viper struck. And then usually, you can maybe still win a fight playing off of the other 2 cores, but as we just established, they have 1. So if you Viper Strike Tiny in a structured fight, I think Liquid have serious damage issues. So it's going to come down to them getting the jumps, finding angles, and ideally fighting away from Viper. Just try to take fights that Amar can't connect to. And a dust crit, but they can't come in on this. Yeah, this is awkward for sure. It's only a 1k lead. Like, I know I'm painting a picture of they're doomed, but it's just for the foreseeable future, I just don't see them really accomplishing much until their supports hit 6. And Night Stalker's not included in that, those supports. The other, you know, the planned supports. Especially AA. So close to that on Insania. Probably going to see a smoke play after that with a coil. Maybe they'll go on Amar. Invis Rune.
Yeah, he's got
Nisha.
coil. I've yet to see that this game. I don't know if they have the damage, though.
He's just calling the play off. This is like the perfect illustration of what I was just saying, right? Like, Amar's alone there, as far as they're concerned, and they still can't go. They just have to watch him farm. So,
yeah, Nisha will just farm the wave instead. So rotation not going to really turn into much. He's going to be going for the Witchblade, of course. Saberlight just going to leech some XP in the top lane, which Skeeter is just free farming, as you might imagine. 2,400 gold into his eventual Radiance. This hero has been pretty much cookie cutter across the board.
Yeah.
Other than games where you get off to a really tough start and then you just do not go Radiance. You go for, I don't know.
We've seen
Orchid.
Blade Mail, Orchid. Yeah. Blade Mail is specifically targeted at certain heroes. Not relevant in this game. Crit. Well, oh, there's a sentry, so Saberlight will know this gank is coming.
Yeah, there are some stacks in this triangle, and the Falcon side are trying to take a few of them away. It'll be a little bit harder to get those Ancients, though. And Saberlight has hit level 6, and they have Ice Blast now.
Yep.
So perhaps those kills are achievable. Here, Rolling Thunder, Saberlight, he's slowed, and he's gonna get off the Crippling Fear, but it's just not to be. Falcons completely dominating this early game. Sacred Relic about to be online.
The silver lining here is if they're killing cores, as long as it's Night Stalker every time, then the win conditions get a chance. I think Falcons ideally, as nice as these Night Stalker kills feel and just keeping him shut down, you might want to divert your resources a little bit more than this and try to use the Pango to kill somewhere around bot or around mid and try to open up that tower. But I'm never going to say it's bad to kill the Night Stalker and keep him down, of course, but it might actually not be the most valuable play. They're trying to steal some stacks here. Saberlight will get the D-ward, but not come into the triangle for the time being. Skitter will keep pushing out.
Yeah, that is unfortunate for Liquid. That's all of them taken as Nisha. I think that's the first coil of the game. They're going to place it onto the Abaddon. Ice Blast will hit, so no more healing for you, good sir. But Snaking is there with the Ice Path and the Macro Pyre. There's Saberlight popping the ult, getting the Void onto Skeeter, which is so tanky. I think Saberlight's just feeding again here. Easy pick off, if you want to call it that, for Falcons.
Yeah, lapse of judgment there from Saberlight. Thought he had an item. Not the case here. Usually at 13 minutes on Night Stalker, you have an item. He has Phase Boots. So.
Oh, that ult does give him a lot of damage, you know.
For what it's worth, if you had an Echo Saber there, that would actually still have failed. I think they were not really that close to playing
Ice Blast,
Skitter.
I think, just needed to hit a little bit earlier.
Yeah, it's tricky, though, against Abaddon always. So, mission failed, and Liquid a little bit desperate there, looking for the coil play onto Abaddon of all heroes.
Falcons, as they're going to try to go back in here. It pops, Boxy. We'll take the dual breath. Skeeter coming in from the north as there's the Pierce the Veil. We'll delay things a bit. The rest of Liquid are actually coming in. Yeah, Ice Blast is up and ready to go again. Rolling Thunder doing a nice job of mitigating a little bit here as Skeeter attempting to get out.
He'll live.
Super low. As Saberlight cannot close the gap. Skeeter just barely lives. They needed that badly.
And in the meantime, Crit will get one Wisdom. Looks like Liquid will at least get the other for themselves, but yeah, definitely a little bit on life support here.
I do want to mention one thing. The Nisha Puck Cinderin.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's his best hero, is it not? I remember the days on Secret where he was just solo carrying.
I would say Puck and Ember for me, are his most iconic ones. And he's 3-0 in this tournament.
At least a couple TI games when he was on Secret and they went to the finals.
Yeah.
But this Puck was, even in games where they're behind, he will pop off. He has not popped off yet, of course, but...
It's tough heroes to kill, right?
It is.
The enemy cores are very tanky. Oh, nice setup from Snake.
Macropire onto 2. Saberlight and Nisha both get dual breath, and with that track now, attempts to TP out, but it is not to be. So now the gold will start rolling into Falcons as if it wasn't already.
One more death for Saberlight, and he is an imitation of Agent 007. 0-6-0 right now.
Tormy's actually a little late. Look at that. That was like a few seconds late.
Yeah.
It's interesting. I don't know what that's all about.
Yeah, I don't actually know about that.
Maybe it's related to the Roche Pit bug, you know? Just lost in that alternate universe. They wait out the AA Blast, and now they can get a freebie. And the tip comes as well. So Shard will go to Snaking. He'll get both the ice and the fire.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
And the question is, will Liquid try to do what some of these other teams have tried to do, which is the old school, just cutting waves for literally 30+ minutes to try to delay this thing, because this is looking very ugly.
That's one of the big upsides to Puck this game, and I do like the way that you're thinking here, because that's kind of where we are at. Realistically speaking, Liquid's lineup would be amazing at team fighting right now if all their cores were online, but they lost the lane so hard that you probably are in a position where wave cutting is the main play. You might be able to find a play here, perhaps. Amar?
Yeah.
They still don't go.
They had the opportunity, but...
He has a Force Staff. If they coil him, he's just going to Force Staff out and live. And there's no counters to Puck cutting right now. They don't have an Orchid. So Nisha could probably do some work around the map. They're going to smoke up again, though. I hope they don't go on a Abaddon for Liquid's sake. I feel like this has got just a disaster waiting to happen, but...
Yeah.
Seems to be the plan. Ice Blast.
Ice Blast is going to be avoided, and I think that just ends it. That just ends the attempt. They do pop the ult, but they're not going to be able to get anything else. As bottom lane, more disaster for Liquid.
Nice track gold for 3 of them.
Yeah,
Malrine takes the big bounty.
This is shellacking already.
Well, it's been a lot of one-sided games today. You gotta say. See if Liquid can find a way to turn this one around, but it's looking quite grim now. The full pike here completed for Amar.
Time to prepare for the high ground, Cinder. And you got the toss play, you have the coil snap, you have the AA blast, you have the calling, you have Night Stalker standing there.
Nice.
What else can they do?
You can see Saberlight's mindset here, rushing Blink. This is kind of a support way of playing Night Stalker. Phase Blink. He doesn't have the game to buy core items. He can't go Echo Saber, Sanjin Yasha or something like that with the 15 talent because he has no game. So his overall goal here, I think, is to enable Tiny and Puck to whatever extent possible land their spells. So he's going to buy a dagger and then blink in with Crippling Fear, likely on top of the Pango if possible, or on the Viper. Problem is, Viper has a Pike.
Yeah.
And that is also protection for Malrine. If the same thing happens, they can just pike away the NS and Malrine can cast his spells. So, it's not Saberlight. Oh no. Oh, TP out. He'll make it out barely before the ULs could have reached. Very, very close. Good read. He'll live. But yeah.
So yeah, early 10K lead here for Falcons. We're going to have a podcast on our hands here pretty soon. Unless Nisha and company can start to string some kills together, he's going to get tracked.
They'll just track him up.
Yeah, it's
okay.
a hard
you know
kill
what?
for them.
No OO because they still don't have an Orchid. But when they do, I actually thought maybe they would get that next on Skitter to just threaten the Muerta as well as the Puck around the map. But he's going for Manta on the Abaddon. Nobody planning an Orchid, as a matter of fact. It could also have been a pickup for the Bounty Hunter, but he went to Yules. So All right, they'll let Nisha play.
I feel like Orchid feels really bad if you don't get those kills. As opposed to just playing it safe, you have the lead, why not just buy the regular items like Manta on Skeeter?
Yeah,
get farm.
I'm mainly thinking that I think Bounty Hunter had the luxury for it. But.
All right, we're going to have a fight here. Actually, first pickup might be on the Falcons side, but the Aphotic Shield is going to keep the Bounty alive for now. Boxy getting really low. Crit does die first. Boxy TP out is fine. Okay. So 1-0. Can they continue? There's the blink from Saberlight. AA Blast is coming. Aphotic Shield. You just need a couple more right clicks.
Didn't
Snake
hit.
King. Oh, you're right. It didn't hit. Wow.
Just short. And that'll be the end of that.
Fight up.
Get a kill on the bounty, and that's all. Now Mickey was not involved, so he is finishing his Shadow Blade now.
Oh, he's been pinged out.
Begs the question: when is this Tiny looking to fight at all? Looking at a BKB as his next item. This will, of course, not at all protect him against the Viper Strike, so that is still going to remain a problem for a while. Maybe for the entire game. You don't really want to buy Lincolns on Tiny, I think.
No.
It's just too... And it's also too easy to proc it. They have Track, one of the best skills in the entire game against Lincolns. Mega cast range out of Invis. So that's just his fate.
Pretty much Lotus or nothing, feels like. Not for him, though, of course.
Yeah, but even with the Lotus, it's not great, right?
There's no perfect solution.
No.
Now the next Wisdom Shrine will be Falcons.
Well, there's a dire scan as well on their own, so they know that Liquid aren't looking for the Rune trade, or rather Shrine trade yet, but now Nightstalker will actually go there after the scan ends, so a little bit of fortunate timing here for Saberlight. Should be able to get it scot-free. I say that it's going to cost them a tier 2 tower, but it wasn't really so much about the Shrine itself. More about the game state. Oh, Skitter.
And Nisha showing himself, but won't be able to save his tower. And just a very methodical approach of Falcons. They have 2 tier 2s left to take. And a Roche at any time, of course, at their disposal. And I think if Crit gets... Oh, they're going to try for this potentially now. Even just a casual... Oh, he has Yules now to take off track, I guess. As long as you have a little bit of vision of any shenanigans. I mean, that is a kind of annoying lineup to deal with when taking Roche. You got AA Blast, you have the vision of Nightstalker. I mean, hasn't really been a hero this game, of course, but...
Saberlight was running toward the Arcane Rune and Insane just denied it in front of him.
It's not safe.
Oh, well, I actually think he would have got it, but all right.
Yeah, but they don't know.
They don't. It just looked funny. Yeah, you're right. They have decent tools to like poke and prod around the pit, but at the same time, you're not safe because of Bounty Hunter. You never know when you're being watched. And speaking of...
Yeah, I hear the Rolling Thunder.
Nisha has to...
Illusory Orb.
Clutch it out of this one.
Into the Rolling Thunder, though. Viper Strike. He gets one more phase shift off. I think he has a Waning Rift as well. Looks like he's fine.
He did clutch it out.
It will be a tough kill. I mean, we've seen many games with Nisha on, again, harkening back to Secret, where they lose, but he has 0 deaths on Puck.
Yeah.
There's only so much he can do.
Make sure to pick it in good situations, and he is... I think it's fair to say the best player in the world on this hero. There are others that are really, really good at it, but I've seen too many highlights of Nisha to not have to pick him as my favorite Puck. There's just so many games where he does. It's mainly, I think the main separation for me between Nisha and other Pucks is not his ability to like split push and play the map. It's his understanding of when he can win a fight where others would leave. I think that's the most impressive thing is we've seen these late game team fights where you're like, oh, they're losing this one badly, and then Nisha wins a 1v3. Stuff like that is incredibly impressive. But well, he's got to impress in this one if he wants to get there, that's for sure. He'll keep cutting waves. The itemization, it feels inevitable that they will buy something against him, right? Like a Hex or an Abyssal. It's just a matter of time.
Yep.
For now, he can keep cutting waves, but it won't last forever. He's buying space for Tiny, though. Mickey is staying on par. And if you look at the game in its entirety, the main difference is just that Nightstalker still has no game. But the rest of the heroes are staying somewhat afloat.
Yeah.
To be honest.
That is true.
So It's not out of the question.
Can you win with 3 supports, Cinderin?
You can.
It's
If the cores are good enough and have good enough matchups, it's definitely possible to win with a sacked offlaner. It's not the meta to play like that right now. You don't send an offlaner into a terrible matchup for fun, you know. But it's definitely harder, but not impossible. Nisha opening up here onto Snaking.
Well, you use the coil as well.
It's not dead.
Not going to lead to the kill. And the rest of Falcons are going to try to... Oh, Saberlight's actually going to pop the ult. They're going to pop the dust as well onto Crit. As Snaking taken out by Insania with that Ice Blast. And they're going to get a second support. Very nicely done from Liquid. Finding scraps across the board and wasting the Aegis timer.
Yep. If you can play good macro, it's definitely possible. If you can outplay the Bounty Hunter, you can keep pushing the lanes correctly and not get caught. That was finally a moment where they got a lot of value out of Saberlight, gave the clear vision for the AA Ice Blast, got the chase down onto the Bounty Hunter. Now it's daytime though, so what are Falcons gonna do? In an effective 4v5,
oh, Malrine.
They're looking for Boxy.
He's Boxy here, snaking on the cliff. Actually puts himself in a weird spot now. Will finally swash down. Insania trying to provide some support, but there's not enough support in the world that can deal with that. Yeah, Mickey now with the Shadow Blade. So Shadow Blade, Echo Saber, BKB will be going for the crit into, I assume, whatever the hell that item's called.
Revenant's.
That's right, the brooch.
And Abaddon is buying Basher. So they're starting to plan against the puck here. Skitter wants the Basher. It's also good in the matchup against Tiny. If you're just
already high
fighting head on.
content. 2.5 minutes on the Aegis. Skeeter can certainly poke.
I think they're trying to get Puck to come back to base, but Nisha isn't biting. He's just farming.
I mean, you think it's too early to try to go for this?
Yeah, I think so. It's too risky. You're still in a very good control of the game if you can play the map. And once again, my only question mark is their itemization, that nobody's buying the lockdown. But with that now coming up next for Abaddon, and maybe also Pango will buy Abyssal after the Axe, wouldn't surprise me. Uh-oh.
Crit.
Okay, can they get the disc?
Yeah,
yes, they can.
Gonna get
nice force.
Okay, the coil onto 2. Nice Yules to avoid a little bit of damage here. Is most of the pressure now. Beautiful toss. They're gonna get both members of Falcons.
They're just getting
Will they get away with their lives though? Skeeter gonna pursue Mickey. Rolling Thunder is coming for him. There's the inhibit.
He'll die.
He will likely die here. Nisha can only look on, but still, you're wasting Aegis time. You get a 2-for-1 when you're down a decent amount.
Yeah, this is definitely not bad for Falcons, or excuse me, for Liquid, for sure. Like they're just playing the macro game on the map. Now they're gonna find a Jakiro.
He's sniped out. My goodness, assassins in the trees. Falcons have to back away.
And this is when you start wondering about their mindset. If they start being scared to play the map, then Liquid have accomplished their mid-game mission, right? If we get to that state where Falcons aren't playing with confidence and keep pushing all the waves and pressuring them, there's only going to be more of these moves coming about then between the Tiny Puck and the AA. Really needs to be wary of your posturing around the map. Ice Blast gonna miss. Well, it will maybe graze him on the way out.
It's still going.
No, he's not. He's not sending it at all. He's letting it fly out so they don't know that it's on cooldown.
Yeah. All right, so Aegis is going to expire here. So Falcons able to take 2 tier 2s in this time. Still the bottom lane remains.
Yeah.
And yeah, Liquid taking a very hit and run type approach, which has actually worked out quite well. They're only down 4K.
I mean, it's quite beautiful to watch, right? They have a very good read of what the limitations of their lineup are and what the strengths are. And they've managed to find, I want to say, a very successful last 10 minutes. They're still behind, but this could, for a lot of other teams in this tournament, this would have probably looked very grim now with the start Falcons had. So
yeah,
some world-class map play. Just excellent macro.
For sure. Saberlight close to a BKB. They're going to smoke now, as Nisha will lead the way. And there's the Night Stalker. Oh, they're going to open things up onto Snaking to start. Get the coil onto both supports here. Macro Pyre's placed with the Ice Path onto 2. I think Nisha actually does die to Skeeter first, but they lose 3 heroes in turn. And Skeeter with the help of Mallory. Can they continue to fight here? Mickey is the target for the time being. Saberlight can only watch on, just kiting a bit onto the high ground. Mickey to get diffused. Skater blinks away, dodges another spell from Boxy.
This is going to get a little bit awkward now. 4v2, you don't have ABBA ult.
It is daytime though.
That's true. So Saberlight will TP to base.
I actually can't believe they got 3 heroes there.
It's a lot of damage. It's funny to look at the recap of total damage though.
Oh my goodness, Boxy. Gracious.
Falcons did 3,200 more damage, but they got 1 kill. You see the opener here. This is a really good counterplay coming in from Snake King. Getting the full-on combo, and they get a nice bash onto Nisha, so they will take him down, but... the heroes died so fast. It's Tiny Burst plus AA. And of course, the Night Stalker ulti. The vision is always going to make it easier for you to take the fights.
Yeah, so Mickey, he was really close to living as well. That could have been even better for Liquid.
Nisha extremely disappointed in that camera shot. As you could see, this was his first death of the game, so now he's above his average number of deaths on puck.
Yeah,
with
pretty
1.
much. Saberlight with a crippling fear onto 2. Boxy, okay, we have the coil on several heroes as well. The A blast is coming. The focus right now is onto Saberlight. He's going to drop Ice Path onto Nisha. Pass to Yules. Will they get the stun on time? Able to get the illusory orb out. Will jaunt away. And Skeeter, not sure if he can pursue any further.
They only get the NS, but the Tormentor is the bigger prize.
Oh, yeah.
And you have to forfeit this. You don't have Ice Blast. No way in hell Liquid could get here. So Falcons, they get a nice objective. This should not be underestimated how much this Friendly Shadow could mean in this game. So once
Friendly Shadow.
Once crit reaches 15 with a talent as well, the damage reduction. And just giving the luxury for a hero like Viper to maybe get like a surprise angle, or you can use it to obviously save in the fight if there's no detection. I think the shard is actually pretty solid. It also gives you the benefits of the Shadow Walk on the target, right? So if you put it on an ally and they initiate out of the Friendly Shadow, they also get the stun and the damage of Shadow Walk.
Yeah, and they will...
Or, excuse me, just the stun.
Oh, he's not level 15 yet, but they would also get the damage reduction.
That is correct.
Talent is picked up.
If only anyone had told you that 20 seconds ago, that would have been awesome.
I really like the damage reduction that comes out with the talent.
Me too. I think that's cool. Thanks for pointing that out, Sunfan TV.
Invis, though, and you get the second Invis with the shard. I don't know if you mentioned that.
Yeah, you do.
Very important pickup.
It's actually good.
Silver Edge now on Mickey. So can they get the break silence combo onto Skeeter? Nisha, he's going to get Abyssal right off the bat.
He's done.
No. Gets off the illusory orb, though. So not able to get the perma-stun they were looking for. They do find Saberlight, and he does not TP out in time. But the coil onto 2. Here comes the AA blast. It's a baby one, but it's enough. 2 cores dead for Falcons as Mickey and company can focus down crit. Amar able to TP out, but Saberlight, the sacrificial Night Stalker, they get 3 in return.
Amazing result for Liquid. And this, I really thought they had the puck kill there. It looked like they were going to get 1 more stun out of the Pango for the perfect chain, but he somehow barely got off the phase shift. You're going to see the replay here. So they open with the Abyssal. This, he just barely drove around him instead of bouncing off the wall. If Nisha gets stunned 1 more time there, Falcons win this fight.
Yep.
But instead, Nisha gets all his spells off, gets a beautiful combination here. And honestly, this is probably the worst case scenario for Falcons, is going on puck and failing is worse than not initiating at all. Like, that's actually, it's almost better for them if Liquid go on them than them going on puck and failing. So really high risk, high reward kind of play. It fails that time around. And Nisha starting to reach potential critical mass here now with the Octarine Parasma working on Ags. He's feeling confident. He's not buying a secondary defensive item here against the Abyssal. No Lincoln's planned, no BKB. He just trusts that the HP he has will be enough and that his teammates can cover for him. Falcons now smoking up.
Yeah, it's gonna break. There's the silence to start things out, so Pango can't do much to start this fight. And the bounty is completely isolated and destroyed. Mallory gets off the Rolling Thunder. Viper Strike onto Mickey. AA Blast is coming in, but they've already lost the Tiny. And maybe the fight with it. The AA will follow suit into the grave.
Oh, he's stunned. He failed the jump.
Oh, my goodness. I was surprised Nisha even went in there.
I think he misjudged the angle of his hero, so when he was trying to blink out of the phase shift, he had to do a little bit of turning and immediately gets caught by Ice Path. You got to nail that perfectly. You need to know which way your hero's facing to get out of there. The moment you turn even 5 degrees, you're dead. And that's big for Falcon. Man, this game... It's funny how this game is going the way I was expecting of game 1, like with a lot of exciting mid-game fights.
Yeah, it started out a shellacking, but it's definitely come back. Let's see, as we have a pause, we have plenty of time to look at this replay.
This was a great showcase of the tiny issue, right?
Yeah.
The fight we just saw. He genuinely couldn't play. He just got chain stunned and Viper struck. He didn't even get BKB off.
Nisha, which he was facing forward, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it is...
He had a gem, too. It's a very big swing.
They did have 2 gems.
Yeah, they might still have one in the base,
Were
but...
they carrying both at that time? Because before the fight, it still had the icons up there. Saberlight snatches the Aegis after the pause. What? What? That is insane. We need to see a replay of that one now. My goodness, that is a huge get. As Liquid continuing to refuse to let Falcons take over this game. Here we go, in the pause.
So,
oh my
perfect.
God.
Beautiful.
Insane, man. That is ridiculous. Saber Chad showing up again. He has really turned it up this tournament. He has 2,200 in the bank now.
Really turning up after being 0-6. Just having
really turn. No,
but that's what's funny though.
He finds ways to
he's making something out of
nothing. Yeah, absolutely.
In a way, this is a bit reminiscent. You know, one of the things that a lot of people loved about a player like, oh, hang on, let's see if Saberlight can get out of this one. I don't think, he has Aegis. This is pretty bad.
Yeah, he's
nice blazing, Shannon.
I mean,
very good.
Whatever, he takes it away. It's still worth it. Doesn't matter if he even dies here.
Well, he could have not died.
He's fine.
Yep, that's fine. Okay.
It's just track gold for 4 heroes.
But I will say, it's a little bit of a... It's almost a skill that's lost to time in modern Dota. The sacrificial offlaner and doing a lot, or doing as much as possible with almost nothing. Was something that I personally really enjoyed playing and watching that style of offlane, but it doesn't really fly very well most of the time. It's not really what you're aspiring to do in the game, but this is a little flashback of those like 1v3 offlaner, what can you do?
Every once in a while, it's fine. If this was the standard, then I would fully disagree with you. That was awful.
Right.
Just awful.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the majority opinion as well, but I'm a little sick, so.
Yeah, you really are.
All right, the 2 siege creeps are still...
Oh, he's actually going to continue. Well, the Ice Path is going to be set up there as well. Do they have the damage? Insania will continue to get perma-stun. He's still alive, though. Glyphner to Malorine. He's going to be stuck in place after the fact. They're going to be able to take out the Roche banner. So they can't even kill the AA there from Falcons. Well. Liquid. See what they can do with that. That is a couple ults down.
I do think you raise a fair point, though. Like, you're still looking at the net worth, right? And Saberlight is 7,500 or 7,000 behind Amar. I still feel like he's found impressive impact given just how awful the game was.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to find these small moments of opportunity. Obviously, an Aegis steal is always going to be a mega impact play, but a couple of the skirmishes, a couple of the team fights, he's doing a lot with very little. And it just makes you obviously imagine if he had a good game on Night Stalker. This guy's very good at that hero, so... Fortunately, when you're a master of a hero, you can do... You also know the limitations in bad games. I think that's where it really helps to have a lot of games under your belt with a hero, is... Then you've also experienced all the terrible situations, and you can somewhat map out for yourself what you're meant to do. I think that's played a major part in his itemization here as well, of going the Blink BKB. He just knows, all right, this is a bad NS game. I'm struggling. I have to do this or that.
Yeah.
It's cool to watch. I really enjoy watching difficult games being played out.
You like other people's pain.
Well, his pain would be enjoying every time he died. It didn't really... I wasn't really enjoying seeing him dying for the 6th time, I'll be honest. I wasn't like, hell yeah, kill Night Stalker again, you know? But what are Falcons gonna do now? No Aegis, obviously. They have a gem on Pango, and they are moving through with the friendly shadow on Abaddon, trying to find an angle here with Skeeter and Crit.
They're chasing
Nisha. Find Nisha.
He'll find a ward, has the gem, of course.
Yep. And he's out.
TP, he's good.
Good read on the map. He's very close to Axe now. He could sell his bottle and complete it, actually. Let's see if he does that.
Wasting
He
so
will
much
do
time.
Exactly that.
All right, Aghanim Scepter.
Probably
so
passing on the gem now, right? I think he needs his treads over the gem.
Who doesn't die, though, that can hold gem?
He is actually holding it.
I
He
think
keeps the treads and backpacks them and
I think it's
holds on to the gem.
So Dream Coil will now attack everybody.
Yeah. Big damage.
Nisha and Mickey still very, very farmed. As Saberlight does get his shard, now opting for the assault next.
Yeah, I like that choice a lot. Empower your other cores. Keep, I think, just going multiple auras would be nice.
Oh,
that's a big
He's gonna
find.
pop the BKB, gets off the Hurricane Pike.
Oh, Saber to
Mallory
BKB!
was already ready
he's
for
just
this.
dead!
Saberlight trying to run away. Swashbuckle not gonna fully connect, but the Abyssal Blade finds Mickey, and he is the one to fall.
Oh, uh-oh.
Can they find Nisha? Oh, he just juked him. Juked him real hard.
That might go very differently if Saberlight pre-BKBs there, so he can keep hitting the Viper. And yeah, he did survive himself just barely by BKBing and fleeing, but full-on sells the Tiny, which is a very bad outcome there for Liquid.
Yeah.
So quick response from the Pango. Really shut him down. Boxy in a very precarious position here. Considering it's a 4v5 situation, but they have Arcane Rune on Nisha. We've seen magic.
Blast.
Okay, that Ice Blast is going to hit absolutely nothing.
Okay, that's a big spell down.
They Yule it off.
Yules into the Ice Path. Do they have the Permastun onto Nisha?
Yes!
Down goes
Jinx.
the puck. And Falcons, with 2 enormous cores dead for Liquid, will...
You're forcing buyback here, minimum.
Well,
there is none.
There is none,
But from their perspective, straight down mid. And you don't leave until puck buys back, I think.
Uh-oh. Saberlight runs into Amar. Viper stricken, dead.
Trying to cut the wave. They knew it was coming.
He does have buyback. Will he spend more of his support gold to get back in this game? Fortification pop from Liquid. 2 siege units, only 1 survives. Carty the cart.
That's enough. It has 3 HP. Now, Skater could mist-coil it, but as a core Abaddon player, he has forgotten that spell exists. So he's not even going to cast it.
Now, why bother?
Amar will do the sieging.
Yes, he will. And this is without a shard on Amar. This will go a lot faster once he picks that up. He's going to do so after the Shivas, it seems. So mid lane is Falcons.
They're like, wait, if Puck isn't buying back for this one, I wonder. So they just start on the next lane. Maybe they'll chill now, 20 seconds. It could get into awkward territory, but they will get the Wisdom Shrine. Leaving it for Skeeter to almost get level 25. That Curse of Avernus attack speed bonus is nutty. Really strong level 25 talent.
But 350 AoE miscoil, Cinderan.
Yeah, would you rather have that or 120 attack speed against Abaddon's targets on every ally?
But Aghanim Scepter, Cinderan. Your team.
Yeah, your team wants to win. Ice Blast.
Boom.
Hits it.
And Falcons, I don't know if they saw that, but either way.
They'll
Feels like this is how it's been going.
Yeah.
Ice Blast into Falcons taking instead.
Yeah.
You can see the wraparound though. Liquid want to try to contest.
Oh, Snaking is actually dying
Yeah,
here.
they're getting really low, so they could fight this. Amar with the shard, as they're gonna find the Pango. He's gonna get perma-silence and dead. No
Yeah, they're gonna
buyback.
TP out.
Yeah,
Amar doesn't have it though. He's left to his, he's alone.
Amar!
He's dead.
He gets harpooned into the Avatos. He pops the BKB, surprisingly. He wants to fight it out. Wants to try hard mode of Dota, 1v5. He loses.
It's kind of crazy that he can almost trade out the Tiny there. Wow.
Roche is up. And if they knew that there was no buybacks for Falcons, they would 100% just all in on Roche. Maybe they do so anyway. Liquid continuing to find openings here. I mean, do you think it's a mistake that Falcons don't have those buybacks?
I think you could argue it's a mistake going for the Tormentor because the Roshan is way more important right now. But that was also a really heads-up play from Liquid to smoke at that moment and wrap around.
Yeah.
But also, their Tormentor lineup seemed pretty bad. I think not having Pango there slowed it down by so much and made them take so much more damage across the board that after Pango got jumped in the back, they couldn't even turn around and fight at all because they were so low on resources.
Well, things are going to get interesting. Puck has his 25 talent, so Pierce's immunity for his ult. See, Abaddon gets his. Aegis now on Mickey. Cheese on the Night Stalker. Double coil available for Nisha. Aghanim Scepter now for Boxy. We've seen how ridiculously strong Deadshot becomes with that.
Yep.
Of course. Wait,
this is anyone's game.
Which
it really
talent is the double, the 2 charges?
That's 20. He's almost there.
Oh, man. That is going to be a huge power spike.
See, Skeeter.
Avatar
instantly. Ice Blast missing because of the fear.
That's true.
Well,
so they're going to have to back away. They didn't really expend that much, so just the Ice Blast, relatively low cooldown. Saberlight will have his ult in 13 seconds. He is actually going for the Lincolns. No longer wants to be Viper struck.
That could have got really spooky for Skeeter if Nisha was in range for a silence when they opened with the Tiny, because then he couldn't have procced his ult. He insta-ulted just to get out of there. He knew the whole burst was coming, so the moment he gets jumped upon, they layer their spells well. His ulti will obviously go off because they... Oh, never mind. They do have the break from Tiny, so maybe he could have even killed him.
I can't believe we're 45 minutes in and it's actually a pretty even game.
Yeah.
Liquid,
kind of crazy.
They were getting pummeled. Very impressive to come back into a game like this. And Falcons, I mean, what could they have done, do you think? Did they make any major mistakes, or is it just Liquid just playing really well?
It's a combination. It generally is. When you're far ahead and the map falls apart like this, it usually means you did something wrong. I personally still dislike their itemization of not buying better offensive items when they're leading to prevent the puck from cutting waves and keep the ball rolling. I would have loved the Orchid on Bounty Hunter for that reason. I don't know if you could have rushed some sort of Hex faster or a Basher faster than you did either. Obviously now you do have the Abyssal and Abaddon and the Basher on Pango, but...
Mickey is fully slotted. Satanic now in his backpack. Not sure why it's in his backpack.
As an Aegis.
Yeah, but like... I mean,
what else would you backpack?
Well, BKB is usually the backpack item when you have Aegis, right? Or even boots.
Yeah, I guess it,
he has silver,
it depends.
Well, either way. He has that ready to go.
Yep.
And how's the high ground for Falcons? I didn't think we'd be talking about that aspect of the game.
It's really good. It's hard to push them. Jakiro is a great high ground hero. Pango is. There's just a constant spam. You're just going to get macro-pyred. You're going to get spammed by dual breaths and ice paths. And
that's crazy.
This feels like a 50-50 to me as well, honestly. On a theoretical level, the game is anyone's to take right now based on who gets the better jump, who has better map control.
Well, here's a jump.
That'll be one kill.
Doesn't have the gem any longer. But the Ice Blast is coming for Snaking.
No shard still, so he can force
that.
That
is actually really surprising. And this will lead to a kill anyway.
We'll dive in.
What does he have right now on AA? He has a lot of items.
He bought Hex, yeah.
It's a lot of items.
Is the shard really that bad?
There's no way it's bad. No way.
He doesn't want to buy it. He's going Dagger next.
Yeah.
This is 2 games in a row that this item just flat out does not get purchased on the hero, so.
He feels entitled to Tormentor.
Yep. Well,
you gotta kill it though.
Maybe they should kill it then, yeah. Might be a way to get it.
Radiant are scanning.
And Snaking was halfway to his Ags as well, so that Macropyre becomes very disgusting for high ground defense as well.
He switched it up though. His build now. He's eyeing up Dagger and Wind Waker instead.
He's got his sights set high for a 60-minute game.
Now AC for Saberlight. So 2 good auras, Vlad's and AC.
And after all that, he's only 3K behind Malrine.
Yep. He's starting to be in somewhat striking distance of the other cores now, and because of that, he will now begin buying carry-type items. You need to eventually go for this, obviously. Even in a terrible game on NS, you can recover.
So he didn't actually end up going the Lincolns then?
No.
Okay.
I think this is fine. I think going Basher here is good. You're strong enough now on your own that you can start being a bit of a threat to cores with your right clicks, your damage. Also having the Mindbreaker, of course, makes him more of a threat to the supports. They can't counterplay him so easily. So...
Well, the Aegis is going to expire. They didn't really get that much out of it other than time to farm, which you can see the network has gone in favor of Liquid since that point, so can't argue too much with it.
Yep.
But not really pushing the envelope.
50-50.
Yeah.
Perfectly balanced as all things should be.
To me, it feels actually a little bit Liquid favored somehow.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning that way too, but it's by so little that I can't even give them like a 60-40, just because I know if Falcons get the type of jump they're looking for, they could just... You saw the last fight when the Tiny got Viper struck in the top half. This could happen even ultra late game. The Tiny cannot counterplay that matchup very well.
Smoke from both sides.
Yep, this is a good time to find a move. Cheaping...
Falcons know there's no Aegis. That's a long TP.
All of Liquid's heroes just TP'd back to base to go for their own smoke. Now, if they clash here, that would be great for Liquid because Malrine is far away from the play right now.
Yeah.
But he will connect with his team soon.
After a creep wave, of course, or neutral creeps.
Some things you gotta get the farm.
Haste rune. Mickey would love that. Just want to make sure there's no vision here. They're gonna miss each other for now.
Boxy with the D ward gives away the play. But now Liquid have the high ground.
Have an illusion. They know it's an illusion, Cinderella. Saberlight's
in there.
Gonna pop the ult. Amar with the pre-cast of Shivas. There's a crippling round to do. BKB pop, trying to focus down the Pangolier. Gets force-staffed away, but still staying alive. And now Saberlight's getting the first of all, but the cleave from Mickey just destroying Malrine. He has buyback here, might have to use it. They lose their Jakiro. As Amar with the BKB gets the Viper Strike onto Mickey. Trying to run this off as Skeeter will pursue as well, but the coil comes out onto 2. Borrow time will keep the Abaddon alive. They take out Mickey in turn as Nisha jumping in, doing ridiculous damage with a Mjolnir. And Boxy gonna get Yules into the air. Skeeter no longer with an ult, gonna get the Abyssal Blade, will take out the support. Insanity attempting to TP out, somehow gonna dodge all of these rolls, but will still die anyway. Triple kill for Skeeter, 4 dead for Liquid, and there were 2 buybacks on the Falcons, so it wasn't as clear-cut as it looks like right now.
But they should be able to force them back the other way in a 4v1 situation now. If they just threaten to push this bot lane, the question is which Liquid heroes will buy back? How few resources can they expend on this and still defend? The Tiny buyback is massive to hold on to in this late game. Because again, perfect case in point in that fight. Look at Amar's damage, 10,000 of which probably 6k of that was on the Tiny alone. They'll buy back Muerta for now. I think they're gonna have to burn more than this though.
Well, they'll give up the bottom racks, I think.
There's 2 of them.
That's the second.
Falcons are still not backing off.
Yeah, the Deadshot can really delay this. It's insane how good that is.
Skitter going back in again.
Yeah. Gonna get another Deadshot.
Might actually proc his ult here.
Yeah, doing quite a bit. A blast to follow. Skeeter, can he walk this off? Has to try. Will pop the ult, gets Yules in the air.
Is he dead?
Saberlight trying to finish the job here. We're gonna get the stun here. Nice ice path with the macro pyro, but they do get Skeeter in the end. Nisha, the assassin, finds him in the back. Snake King is next on the list.
And that's a dieback. So this is a flat-out guaranteed 5v4 now for the side of Liquid. And an Arcane Rune in the river if they find this one on the Puck. Arcane Rune, Octarine. Puck, one of the... Ironically, this hero used to fall off. Now I would say it's one of the best late gamers in all of Dota. This hero has definitely changed over the years with...
Well, how do you see the other heroes scaling?
With talents and facets
How
and
well does
everything.
Abaddon do in like extreme late game scenarios?
I mean, the hero can still be a monster, but the Puck matchup is very good into him.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there's that Arcane Rune now picked up for Nisha. Oh, he's waiting. Is he waiting on a bottle?
Yeah, he
bought a
new bottle.
Yeah, okay, makes sense.
And they're gonna wait this out.
Oh dear. Now, ideally for Liquid, I think your goal now is to do whatever you can to enable Tiny to deal damage. So whether that's poking and prodding and kiting them around or hard committing on the Viper, depending on the situation. As long as Mickey gets to hit stuff, you're going to win this. But Amar will be looking for him all fight.
If he gets tracked to start things out, 20 seconds for the Abaddon. Obviously has the buyback as we talked about. They're actually going to use an ult here. Ooh, Rolling Thunder completely wasted.
Okay.
They're going to give this up. So that, well,
oh, they glyph when backdoor kicked in.
Yeah, that's not the greatest. And now backdoor is off.
Yep.
Tiny should be able to chew through this. So mid lane is now equalized. As Liquid will back away.
They get their first lane of barracks at 54 minutes.
Man, what a game this has turned into.
Yeah,
started out as a stinker.
It's such a good word.
A true feculent game.
Okay, yeah, okay. It was good enough already. I think both teams are aware that Roche is up. Obviously, Liquid are currently hitting him, but shouldn't be surprising Falcons too much. But it's a very hard area to access for them.
Yeah, Falcons
start moving over on the Roar.
They're incoming.
They're too late.
Will they give it up? Night Stalker pops the ult. They're going to smoke onto 3. Rolling Thunder now up. And yeah, they will in fact give it up. Mickey with the Aegis. I don't remember if Nisha used his refresher shard from before.
Well, he only has one, so
yeah,
I think he did. Hard
Falcons.
to see in the middle of that chaotic team fight we just had.
They can try to snipe this melee barracks. There is no
is
fortify.
Very risky.
It is, especially now that they know that
Saberlight's just straight in there, breaking the smoke and blinking out.
Amar waste. But that's a Daedalus now into Nisha. He is turning into a ridiculously hard carry. What did he drop for that? He had something.
Just his boots, right?
I guess.
Got rid of the treads.
And this hero is going to be something fearsome. Falcon's not seemingly afraid at all. Amar has the shard now, so he can hit the buildings with the poison. Has to be careful of these tossbacks. Of course, it is a position 1 Tiny. Would rather just hit him in the toss, but... And especially now that you can coil toss and the coil goes through BKB.
Yeah.
Very, very strong. And Saberlight pretty close to getting a nullifier, it seems. Do you think Falcons are on a timer?
In this 56-minute game?
In this 56-minute game, as they're going to initiate onto the Aegis carrier, Mickey, in the cover of darkness. Now a dead shot onto 3 heroes. That Ags is absurd. It actually just kind of ends this fight. They get the Aegis, though. Now the reset. Liquid looking for the potential jump. There's the Rolling Thunder. Abaddon going to focus right now onto the Muerta. They get the stun from the Rolling Thunder, but the 4-step away from Boxy. He's fine. Amar going to try to focus down. Well, that's a BKB into an attempted TP, but the bash comes out, canceling that out. Saberlight's dead. Has buyback.
Beautiful detail in that fight. Boxy went in with the Ob Sentry and started de-warding, and then they immediately chain-stunned him and broke his wards, so they maintained vision superiority in the area. And it kind of... You could tell that Saberlight was kind of desperate to give them that vision, and that's why he was hanging out around there. And that gave them a moment to try to get the jump on him and take him out.
Now, even if he bought back here, it's daytime.
Yeah.
So
not worth
might
much.
Just be a concession of the, okay, I say that every time and I never give it up. Amar, he's going to go on really deep, 4 steps into the base to try to take out Insania. They'll do so successfully. Avalanche onto 2, but the AVULUS to disrupt this. Mickey has to pop the BKB. Amar still hit by the Ice Blast. Can they get him down the threshold? They do. He pops. Skeeter will try to focus everything on the Mickey. Gets his ult off as well with the overwhelming blink, but Mickey just takes too much damage. Skeeter reigns supreme. Nisha.
Pop the refresher. Oh, they buy back. They're committing for this.
Foil. Nice Wind Waker. As there's the Avalanche from Mickey, gonna toss back the Abaddon. That should be the death of Skeeter.
They don't have detection?
They don't have vision.
Oh my god, is he gonna live?
Into the corner he goes. Attempt TP, he's gone.
Oh my god, he got out?
Oh man, that is really unfortunate for Liquid. And Falcons get away with murder.
Yep, they lost their gems. Okay, now they're carrying a total of 7 dusts 4 of them unboxing. He does not want to run out. I've never seen 4 dust before in an inventory in a pro game. Oh my god, he actually got away. That was crazy. The Glimmer, the late game curse of inventory slots. They didn't have any detection left.
Invis reigns supreme again, Cinder.
Yep.
The Heralds were right. All along.
Always knew.
Nisha is... Okay, I was going to say, what is he... He was going to go for Nullifier, but changes it up to an Arcane Blink.
So this whole setup, notice, by the way, the detail onto Amar. This is going to be an amazing Wind Waker coming out in a moment here. This is perfect. It's during the toss.
Oh, wow.
So I think Crit mitigated a total of like 2,000 damage there onto the Viper, because not only would he take the full toss, obviously, but Mickey was swinging away, and he got to do absolutely nothing during those seconds, and they matter a lot. Sure, Amar dies in the end, but those precious moments there gave Falcons a great position in the fight, so really nice detail there. And yeah, now he Wind Wakers out of the coil himself, and this Glimmer from Snaking somehow.
Yeah.
It's just... Skinner's running from side to side. He's kind of in disbelief. He's like, I'm getting out of this? And the dead shot, half a second too late.
So close.
Wow, insane.
So close. What is Knights? What is this? He picked up a gem? He stole the gem.
Wait, what?
He went into the enemy fountain and took the gem. All right, so they got their vision back. Very important.
Nice. All right.
Oh, there's another gem just scattered across.
Yeah, maybe pick up that one next time. That might be a little bit easier to get than the one that's literally on the other side of the map. Shannon?
Yeah?
60 minutes.
I know.
It is time.
It is time, ladies and gentlemen, for the Tier 5 items to bestow upon us some enchantments. What shall you craft in today's Dota 2025? Patch 8.00. No matter what Valve tries to tell you, that is the version of this Dota. Now, what item do you think feels like it's not the same as the old Tier 5s, if I'm being honest?
Yeah, which is a good thing.
Disagreed.
That's fine.
I miss Giant's Ring, Cinderin. I miss items that have these huge impacts in terms of not just the stats, but what they do. The Force Boots. And, I mean, Pirate Hat is just an abomination. Now, Unrelenting Eye is cool.
I think Unrelenting Eye is very good this game.
For who?
For all the cores and Falcons.
Okay.
Because it lowers the status resistance part. If enemies are piling on top of you against this type of lineup, shorter coil, shorter blast, all the stuns, I think that one will be pretty solid. Nisha, I was looking at Magic Lamp, but it's obviously not as good for the Dire because of Ice Blast, but still it might still allow you to get your stuff off. I think Fallen Sky is a good item here just to, you know, it's a lot about, these fights are a lot about kiting and staying alive. So all of the items that allow you to do that should be pretty attractive here.
Yeah, Magic Lamp has been, I think, the most popular Tier 5 I've seen.
It's definitely very good.
Stygian for carries, obviously. Yep. Spider Legs have been picked a couple of times. Minotaur Horn maybe number 2 on the list, with Book of the Dead surprisingly number 3. That one has been very, very popular, much to my surprise.
All right, 4 lamps.
Yep.
Amar likes his Spider Legs. He also picked that in his last 60-minute game.
That's true.
So,
well, he doesn't have boots right now, so that makes a lot of sense. Has a lot of mobility with the Spider Legs, Hurricane Pike, and Wind Waker.
It lasts for 10 seconds, mind you. They're very long now, these Tier 5 Spider Legs.
Oh, would you look at that. More Magic Lamps. Yeah. So, I think that is 6 so far.
Oh, Snaking also went Spider Legs with the CDR.
My goodness.
Saberlight split pushing top.
Okay.
He took a tower.
And this is the interesting thing. Falcons maybe trying to wait until daytime to force out the ult from Nightstock. I mean, if you can make it a 4v5 at any point in this game, that's going to be a very big deal. Which begs the question, does Saberlight go for the Refresher at some point? Because we're talking about extreme late game scenario now.
Yeah.
You don't want it to be daytime ever again.
I guess you could also buy Octarine, right?
Yeah,
you have the level 25 talent, so the cooldown right now is 90 and the duration is 35. So if you have Octarine, I mean, there's still going to be some downtime, of course, but...
Oh, would you look at that? Another Magic Lamp. Goodness.
Delectable.
So that's 6 out of the 10. Expect that one to get nerfed.
All right, what if they all rub their lamp and summon 6 genies simultaneously? How many wishes do they get?
Oh, that's a good question.
Yeah.
that I will not answer.
I think the genies usually give 3, right?
Each one, yeah.
Yep.
That's right. Unless you wish for more wishes, of course, the loophole that everybody wants. Nisha level 30, by the way. That's another thing we can talk about, I guess, is the level 25s.
Yeah, Jakiro's close to his. That one's pretty big, right?
What is that one?
100% dual breath range and damage. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that's good.
Or you can take the max health damage on Liquid, Frost, and Fire, but I think the dual breath is just more reliable probably in a game like this.
Boxy gets the late game shard for himself. It will be the dual breath talent. For the other side, Boxy just hit 25 somewhat recently. So he takes the magic resist. Insania is level 23. I don't remember what AAs are.
It's such an underwhelming sounding 25 talent, isn't it? 25% magic resist on Muerta.
They just ran out of ideas.
Yeah, I
it's
guess.
a placeholder from when they initially added her. Iteration, Sinner, that's game design.
How about making a level 25 talent gains parting shot? And then they can use that to... And
Bring
nobody
that
will
skill
pick that because they don't know how it works.
I still don't remember how it works. It was so weird.
Well, Ice Blast almost got the last hit, actually.
Skeeter with the Aegis as Falcons will get Roche number X. X equals whatever number that is, because I don't remember anymore. 5, maybe? 4? 4 or 5?
5? 4 or 5.
Okay, thanks, Sinner.
You're welcome.
Thanks for joining us today.
I think it's number 4.
Saberlight still with that gem. Are there even any...
No, it's number 5, Shannon. I just did the math. It's 5 Roches. Would you believe it?
Wowzers.
Next one, Iron Cannon Beacon.
That's true.
Roche number 6.
Mickey is going for Moonshard before... I know that this isn't the same type of time. I mean, maybe it is. The Ags feels like...
I like that idea. I like the Ags idea.
Yeah, the Ags is just good.
Because it gives you counterplay against Viper. So I definitely wouldn't mind that. I believe Tree Volley is fully unchanged based on attack speed completely. It just uses a fixed interval. So if you're fighting in your base around the bottom lane, for example, with the trees, it just gives you guaranteed output. I would really like that way more than the Moonshard.
Oh, they're going to run into each other. Mickey.
Malrine.
Oh my God, they blow him up. 2 minutes on the deck, has buyback. Blast not going to clip anybody. Crit on the run. Amar, he's going to run into Nisha. Spider legs. Never seen such a slow spider in my life. Waning Rift back into the fray. And this is a full disengage from Falcons. Can they fully get away, though? The Abyssal Blade initiation on Anisha into the Meteor Hammer item that I can't remember. The Tier 5 Fallen Sky. Just remembered it. Thank you very much, Cinderin. Break onto the Night Stalker. I think his magic lamp went off at some point.
He magic lamped and then ate a creep and healed like 2,500.
Easy peasy. Daytime now, though.
Yep.
Yeah, this is a 10v10 with all buybacks intact. And Aegis for another 3 minutes. How does this game end? This is a stalemate.
I still think it's just a flat-out 50-50 game for me. Like
Time to turn Insania into a right clicker, ladies and gentlemen.
I guess if you do want to look at one, the primary edge, if you want to give a team the edge, I think is the Night Stalker ulti more so than anything else. Just the vision is, as always, extremely important in Pro Dota, and that is the one edge that Liquid will always have in this game, in the ultra late game.
Yeah.
But even if they get the jump, I wouldn't say the fights are just guaranteed a Liquid win because of the counterplay potential that Falcons have. They have 2 Wind Wakers. Soon to be 3, because I think Snaking will buy one as well before BKB. So they have the Viper Wind Waker, they have the Bounty Wind Waker, but now Nisha buys a Nullifier to try to counterplay that. So... not very often we see inventories like this.
Oh, they have the break onto the Abaddon. The AA Blast not going to be there. That's a big whip. As the Wind Waker from Amar onto the high ground. Nice dead shot. And look at this Abaddon. He's actually stuck in a horrible spot. That's the Aegis.
Oh, Yule.
They're going to get the Ice Path into the Macro Pyre, but Amar gets deleted. Buybacks will come surely. A Skeeter destroyed.
Oh!
Triple kill from Mickey.
He refreshed, but he was broken, so his ult didn't go off.
Oh.
Or he got overkilled by Tiny, one or the other. I think he got overkilled.
They have 2 buybacks for Falcons. They might have to use it.
He just got crit to death from like 1200 HP.
Especially once Mickey gets his slow ass up the stairs. Gets that stick, put it to good use. He gets it. He gets the melee barracks. There's the buyback, though. The Viper Strike applies to him now. Insania in a terrible spot. Gets off the AA blast, though. Not going to connect the dead shot. They're going to be able to take out Mickey. He has buyback here if he wants to expend it. Question is, do they stay? Malrine super low. Saberline not able to finish it. And Skeeter's going to jump in. Focus on the boxy. Attempted TP out under the cover of his ult, but he's going to get ice pad. Gets healed up a decent amount, and Saberlight is going to be defending his base. So this Marta is dead. Gets to the high ground.
Oh, they find the
no
puck.
avail. Do they actually find the puck, though? Nisha with the blink, with the orb. He's fine.
Jesus.
Can they force out these buybacks now? Because they are missing 3 on the side of Falcons.
There's so long until Roche, so they can't claim a big objective aside from trying to force the Megas out and then get the buybacks in that fashion, but... All right, Saberlight ulting to push waves. Damn, that was such a clutch fight from Skitter in the end, the way he saved Malrine in the middle of all that chaos.
Oh, the ice blast! Malrine with Nisha's help!
Oh my god, the AA plus Puck global kill squad. I was just praising how they saved Malrine, and then he immediately dies now.
Oh, but Saberlight, he has the puck BKB. He's going to get Abyssal Bladed. Insania is here for moral support and a Force Staff. That's enough. Now, Malrine still has the buyback from before. Didn't have to use it. But this game has turned crazy. 70 minutes now. You can start making new Tier 5 items. Who is not happy with what they have? Let's see. So let's go through each one, Cinderin. Mickey, as we're going to see the replay here of the kill that we, the AA blast.
I mean, this is just the tail end of it, but as soon as you catch the Pango in a coil, you can just send that Ice Blast in and Nisha can easily kill him.
Oh, yeah.
More or less any hero, really, as long as they're out of defensives. Begs the question, should Malrine maybe give up on that Diffusal Blade now and get something a little bit bigger? Maybe a defensive item?
Yeah.
I don't know. Or give up on the Ghost Sifter, like one or the other, right? He's missing some sort of reliable, okay, I get a second chance. But Aeon Disc isn't necessarily it because of the Nullifier. Oh, that's difficult.
Ice Blast was used. It actually does clip the bounty, who they're just going to destroy right off the bat. But now, Saberlight taking the brunt of the damage. He is dead.
Insta buyback from Crit, though. They forced that one out.
They did, and now I think Liquid just tries to wait this out because if they can just hold on to their buybacks.
It's a great trade for them, trading the Night Stalker life for the Bounty Hunter buyback. If Falcons don't force anything, it just gives you even more advantages going into the next fight.
Yeah, if you get this natural respawn, it's going to be a 10 versus 6, effectively.
Yeah. Step by step, Liquid are getting there. The gold bleed is, for all intents and purposes, pretty irrelevant because Nisha has over 50,000 net worth.
Refresher on Huerta. Okay. All right, then.
We're in super late game territory here. This is obscene.
And an actual refresher orb instead of just the shard for Mr. Nisha. And look at his backpack. His backpack is worth quite a bit. Has a Daedalus refresher orb down there.
Classic backpack. And a dust, lest we forget.
They're all equal value.
Dude, surely there's no situation that he gets to swap that in. He's carrying a gem as well. I don't know. Just to simplify things, maybe you should just drop that dust.
The courier is following him, so I assume he wants to get rid of the gem at some point.
59-41. I do favor Liquid quite a bit more than that right now, based on buyback status, though.
Oh, yeah.
That is the big game decider. All right, he will drop the gem and take in the Daedalus. Seems like a meaningful choice. I think Nisha really needs to be able to output his damage.
Oh, yeah. What do you think is Skeeter having the Meteor Hammer? Am I mistaken in the fact that it shares cooldown with Blink, or am I wrong? I forget how that works.
I actually don't know. I don't think it does.
I feel like it used to, but maybe with this new version it doesn't.
Maybe, I don't remember it ever sharing with Blink, but maybe it...
Really?
I think I genuinely...
You might be right. I'm not
with the old Tier 5 neutrals, I don't know how many games I even had go that long.
Thunder, Malrine, they find Nisha. Do they have the stun? Well, he gets off the phase shift. Can he blink away? He's fine. Rolling Thunder, Malrine, are they actually going to stick around here? Nisha, going to get help with Mickey. They delete the Bounty Hunter. That's a dieback for Crit. And now they're going to force out the borrowed time. as you can see how much work Saberlight is doing on the back line. Nisha staying from afar, gonna be able to heal up thanks to that shard. Skeeter in a lot of trouble here. The BKB running out, and he's gonna finally get off the second ult. They have waited out so many of these spells. Liquid in such a good position now.
Getting the Pango buyback.
And they're gonna get this range barracks. Not gonna matter too much, as the bottom lane is still there. Actually
Just
to
step
get it.
by step, burning more and more buybacks. Nisha will get the racks by blinking in and looking at it.
73-minute game. Falcons on the back foot now. And now the barracks under peril. Of course, Mickey can two-shot anything here. Are they just going to give up Megas without this bounty hunter for another minute? Looks like that's the case. And now Liquid will wait for the waves to push a bit more. They should have timed this, so we can see the timers on the buybacks.
Roche is up, and there is an amplified damage rune.
Oh, God.
The miracle, we call it.
Yeah.
The classic.
The Juggernaut. That's the last time we saw Juggernaut in the game. Oh, boy. That is a lot of damage, and the dead shot will delete Snaking. They
That's another
barely
buyback.
had to use anything, and now it's a 3 versus 5.
Just these constant low commitment plays that Nisha can make.
Yeah, maybe they just go here. They obviously don't see that the damage rune is there, but Saberlight gonna get some help from Tiny, and this is all about Puck, creating as much space as possible as these towers get completely destroyed. Look at them, they barely survive any time at all. Saberlight with the BKB will exit. As Falcons will have 4 now with the bounty hunter here. Nisha and company, they want to finish the job. Fortification is up for the side of Falcons. Mar inside of the Ancient, that's not really going to protect it too much. Viper Strike onto Mickey, they get the break onto the Abaddon. He does have one ult still. They get the bash onto Nisha, but he's going to survive, be able to get out as he always has, and the Ancient is getting super low, as well as the Viper is Saberlight able to delete him. Mickey just kiting a bit more as finally the Ancient falls. Liquid take the series 2-0. I did not think they had a chance early game, but they somehow found a way.
It's such a good look to be able to win a game like that. We talked about the potential pitfalls with the early game with if the lanes go well for Falcons, the game could get out of control. Things did not look good at all for Liquid, but they waited for their timing. They played a good macro game, split the map, and played to their strengths and found the opportunities. So, masterclass.
Dota buff level 5. That's not Dota. With Dota plus level 5, Nisha Puck does it again, Cinderin.
Interesting.
Why couldn't game 1 be like this? I enjoyed game 1, don't get me wrong. But I loved game 2, and I would have loved to see a game number 3, and I'm sure a lot of people with me. But Liquid take it, and they make it a 2-0. They secure themselves a spot in the grand finals, so congratulations to them. But it does leave us with a game to break down that was longer than 70 minutes, and it... Let's just start from...
Where do you want to start? Yeah,
go on. Really hard. I'm thinking really... Chico, why don't you decide where we start?
Let's start at the very end.
Yeah, I like
Liquid
that.
destroying the Ancient. That enabled them to win the series, to win the game. Boom.
Wow.
Now let's go to the important parts. Liquid, they started this game pretty atrocious, right? Falcons, they dominated the laning phase. They had this tri-lane to put... Sorry, they got tri-laned by Liquid. It didn't really work out. They were trying to shut down the Viper. Didn't happen. We are going to see some highlights of Liquid, having some good moments. But before this, the first 20 minutes, it was all Falcons, right? The Viper's doing well. Abaddon free farm, Pango free farm. They're making all the moves. So Liquid, under this threat, under this pressure, had to go for the map play, the split push, wait until they see good pickoffs to keep themselves in this game. And we're seeing it now time and time again at Wallachia. Teams are kind of making these games get drawn out. Like Tundra done it yesterday, Liquid's now doing it in this game. They're finding ways to not just lose in half an hour.
I think it's a Falcons factor. They are the ones who are making the games very entertaining and very long. Their average game time is by far the longest so far in the tournament. They just love to drag out the games when they're winning, when they're losing. I'm not going to say that they had this one in the bag, because there were a couple of fights where they completely broke, but Liquid did a very good job at finding the opportunities, getting some really good trades, whether that was like 2-for-1 trade, 3-for-2 trade, where in the end, they are getting some extra bit of XP, they are getting that extra bit of a gold advantage for themselves, but I also got to say that I've been very impressed by what Viper has been able to do in this game. He dealt 70,000 damage, and this has been used as a counter to Night Stalker back in Dota days, back in the old days. He runs in, he gets Viper struck, and he can't move.
Same thing for Tiny, right? These heroes, they need to stay stationary. But you got to also give a lot of praise to the AA. A lot of these clips, right? It's maybe not this ice blast, but maybe, okay, that's the worst time. Okay, this was the worst time for me to try and praise Insania. He did miss the blast, but all the other fights, right? Multiple vortexes going down. He's playing really good position on the side. When the Abaddon steps up, he gets Ice Blast. Then the Viper maybe steps up instead. He's going in for that killer blow. It's like the AA, as much as we talk about the Night Stalker Vision or the Puck or the Tiny, even the Muerta, it's all the small things that you see from the Ancient Apparition that amplifies everyone else.
This was such a long game, and this AA only died 4 times. My hero.
Yeah, exactly.
Pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Oh god,
even Boxy just dying 5 times. The one who was on who started this game with 0-6 and 0 was the Saberlight due to that tri lane they did. Sure, you got a couple of kills on Viper. That's how you play the game when you can't really play into the lane. But yeah, he's gonna be the standout player, mocking everybody. And Bone Chill facet, it feels really good. It feels really strong. One thing I was surprised about that. He did not want to pick up that shard. I think both of the casters did talk about it. It's a pretty good shard, but he opted to go for more scaling build. He's like, you know what? Screw that shard. I'm getting a Hex.
Yeah, I mean, he did not get the shard. Also means that they probably did not put any effort into any Tormentors. You know,
he got it in the end.
Yeah, okay. It took a little bit of a time, though. But the man of the match that was not Insania, that will be talked about a lot, is, of course, Saberlight, and he will also be talked to by Slacks.
Absolutely. What an incredible series. Saberlight, how did you turn that last game around? You were in such a bad spot leading into it, and then all of a sudden, you're MVP.
Thanks to my Alienware line keyboard and mouse. Thank you, Alienware, and shout out to Liquid.
Please don't do that. This is like an... Okay, no worries. Putting that aside. Anyway, jokes aside, fantastic series, man. That was so fun to watch. Game 1, the Darkseer, if you even remember it. That sick vacuum wall. Talk to me about it. What was that one like?
It was epic. So for everybody who watches Blue Lock, there's like chemistry and you need to join egos with another player. And so me and Mika, our egos conjoined and the chemistry was there. And then boom, vacuum, stun, bing bong, and they're done.
Absolutely. That's how I wrap that one up. All the analysts out there, just shut up and let this man cook, because that's exactly how I went down. But what was most interesting to me, of course, was game 2. That was looking so bad. And then all of a sudden, we're stealing Roche. We're going to their fountain, stealing Aegises. What is going on, man? You were feeling yourself.
Yeah, so for game 2, we see the draft. They give us Night Stalker, the most OP hero of the patch. My Night Stalker is goated. In Dream League, we lost every single game except when I got Night Stalker. So I was like, okay, guys, I just need a good lane. I will cook. Instead, they picked Viper, Boxy left me, and I was in the dumpster. But nothing can stop me. So, you know, you just fly around. It's like OP, you know. They can never kill you. You just kind of dilly-dally about. And yeah, I think it's just when you play Night Stalker, you need to play with cojones, you know? Yeah, so.
Absolutely. There's a lot of other people trying to spam that Night Stalker, mostly looking at your performance. They just ain't got the balls for it, dude. You're the one. You're the original.
That's right. I'm the Sigma dude.
Okay, fantastic. Well, coming up next in your remaining series here, who do you think you guys are going to be facing off against if you had to guess?
Probably Spirit. I mean, we already beat Tundra and we beat Falcons, so it would be boring to play them again. I feel like if Falcons cannot beat us this game too, they can never beat us. There's no way. How do you lose to me when I'm 2000 at every minute? So yeah, I hope we play Spirit. They're very good. I mean, Falcons obviously very good team as well. I think yeah, we're just in the zone right now, so it's hard.
Absolutely. All right. Well, any words out there to the Saberlight fans? Okay, this is a big one for them, the Liquid fam as well. But you gotta let it. I'm gonna let you hold the mic. There's a rare one for me. Take it away, buddy.
Let's freaking go! No. Okay, guys. Thank you for the support. It's been real. You know, I've been having some rough tournaments in the past month, but here we are. We're going to the top, and yeah, we're winning this one for sure. Thanks for your support. Keep it up. Shout out to Liquid once again, and yeah, see you on the flippity flop.
Fuck yeah, flippity flop, boys. Back to you.
That is some intense high adrenaline dopamine levels coming out from Saberlight right there. And, to be honest, is what you would expect after a game like that, I guess. We can showcase exactly what he's talking about, how bad it was for his Night Stalker during this game. We're going actually to not minute 10 that he mentioned, but we're going to minute 8, T-Gov, because it was looking really rough for him at that point.
The key thing
You want to bring him down,
Yeah,
huh?
no. He called himself the GOAT. You know, the GOAT Night Stalker, right? But also we have to learn one thing. You know, you never give up in a Dota game, right? That type of entry to a game, people would have given up. They don't want to play with this Night Stalker. He's got like 6 deaths to his name, but he persevered. He saw through that aggression. He kept on trying, even though he was barely higher net worth than Snake King. He was 0-6-1. He had a blink dagger to his name, but he won the game.
Yeah,
he did everything.
Minute 23, actually, it was.
It's 23. Yep, exactly. Look at this depressing scoreline.
I mean, this is as depressing as it gets.
Yeah, but if Saberlight can do it in a pro game, you should be able to do it in a ranked game. You should be able to do it in an unranked game. Just always persevere. And the damage as well.
Now,
no stat here looks good for him.
This is the real Sigma damage right here. 2.5k, and yeah, Saber's speed of light. Like, he has really good reflexes. This is the second time in a series where he stole the Aegis. Didn't really do much with it, but it was more about the story about the steal. Yeah, it is. It's like, I can't do it again, and he died immediately afterwards, died again, but doesn't really matter. I don't know, I have tears in my eyes just watching him talk about
flippity floppity, this and that.
What is he even talking about?
There were other fights. Obviously, we saw just now. You know, it was looking rough. He did steal the Aegis, but there was one fight.
Yeah, I'm good.
He's actually crying.
That made Team Liquid get the actual proper comeback online, Tigo.
Yeah, it's the fact that I think under all the pressure, right? Even we heard in the interview with Saberlight, like, how is Falcons losing it? It's because Liquid has shown us such delightful. It's
gonna be another Saberlight.
It's a Saberlight, but his death doesn't matter. He is the bait, you know. He keeps on dying for his team, you know. If he's tanking the damage, look at Mickey popping off, right? Yep, like, he needs to be there. Unironically, yep.
He did. And if they lost this fight, I think they would be in a pretty bad spot, and they might even call it, because they would definitely push. They would take the Roche, but again, a lot of the trades that they did get in the end were in favor of Team Liquid. And also to point out his itemization, he did go for Vlad's, which is something that you don't see, but he understood what he needs to do. He needs to enable his Tinies, because Tiny has quite a lot of base damage. That damage that he's getting from Vlad's is also going to be higher, and he's going to be buying AC as well on top of that, to just get that extra bit of a damage from his carry.
Yeah.
So Proof Night Stalker is just very good,
yeah,
right? If you can be that useless in laning phase, and then just buy 2 items and still enable all of your team to pop off, is testament to the hero being in a very, very good place right now.
Yeah, I will say Team Liquid on LAN does seem to level up quite hard as they continue to do so. And they have secured their spot in the grand finals, but there's only space for 2 teams, and we still have 3 other teams next to Liquid here playing, and that's not good. There should be 1 more removed for the day, and that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to have an elimination match between Tundra and Spirit coming your way after a break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
piei un picior di plai, più gore de rai, io te vine in cale, si cubo la pale, tridumbi de miei cu, trece bănie. Unui moldovan, unui ungurean și unui vrâncean. Iar cel ungurean și cu cel vrâncean, care se bărbire, ei se sfătuire pe la pozesoare ca să mi-l omoare pe cel moldovan. Că-i mai ortoman.
It's time for the final series of the day here for PGL Wallachia Season 3, and that means revisiting some teams that played in the first two series of the day, because Team Spirit, they were able to beat Xtreme and Tundra, also being victorious against Aurora. They're going to go head-to-head, and only one of them will survive by the end of the night. That's right, a best of three between these two teams. They have not met the entire Wallachia, but as many people would remember, they played 7 games in a best of 5 only just about 2.5 weeks ago. So there's definitely a little bit of history there, Lacoste, and a little bit of experience about what they're going to do to each other.
Yeah, there is, and also Team Spirit, whenever there is clutch factor involved, if it's a game that they need to win, this team always delivers. They have been the most clutch team, might even be in the history of Dota. When you look at their position 1 and position 3, even position 5, sure, they swapped some of the position 2 and 4 from the original roster, but they're fitting in real nicely. I gotta say that Rue, when he joined the team, got pretty much the same feeling when Larl did. It looked like they were doing really okay-ish, but then they really stepped it up.
Yeah, the cool thing with Rue is like he is a product of the DPC, right? Yeah. In 2022, 2020, he did play on some like not very notable stacks, but as soon as 2023 kicked in, he joined Ivy, didn't really do so well. They came second in EPL and online tournament. Again, the rest of his results not too important, but it's the fact that at the end of that kind of stint on Ivy, he joined Yellow Submarine, which is, you know, the academy team for Team Spirit very early on. But if there wasn't the DPC, if there wasn't this kind of way to pick up new players, we may have not even seen Rue be on Team Spirit, as Yellow Submarine wouldn't have found him from his time on Ivy. So I think it's just very cool that we are seeing the product of many years now.
My point is that it's not just like the team, it's also Team Spirit as an organization. They are really good at finding players and making these players very comfortable in the team. It's a very healthy environment. I would compare them to Team Liquid. I think these two organizations are definitely the best in Dota right now when it comes down to forging new players and feeling them comfortable to play. Rue, if we go back to Larl when he first joined the team, 2023, he was kind of the standout player of the year.
But not in a good. Well, at the start,
at the start he wasn't, but they definitely molded him to be a top-tier player, and I see the same thing happening with Rue.
No, we have had... It's been a long day for Team Spirit, guys.
He's already yawning. No.
I mean, we've had a lot of cool Rue moments, mostly on the Muerta, and I think he's definitely made a name for himself that he fits in. When it was just after TI, the first couple of weeks, I want to say, people were calling for him to be the one to be replaced. And I'm so happy that Team Spirit, in a history of time, they don't give a hoot what people think. They'll just draw their own plan, and it's been working out. And it's been working out for Laurel as well, as we say. And when talking about Laurel, we got to talk a little bit about his hero pool.
Yeah, he has some interesting heroes that he did play. So far in his professional career, he did not drop a single game on Rikimaru, who played it 9 times. This is some pretty impressive stats that we're talking about. He played it earlier today to counter the Dazzle. This is also the first pick of the tournament when it comes down to Ricky. Nobody wanted to touch the hero. We saw the ban in the previous series, but yeah, this guy, he can pretty much play anything. And speaking of playing anything, we do also have Tundra members who do have the highest hero pool so far in the tournament, so it makes it very difficult to draft against them.
Yeah, I will say, T-Gup, I want to focus a little bit on Tundra here because they've taken the long road, obviously, with all 5 days of play in the group stages, but also the long road in the bracket, because every series they've played, they go the distance, so which is not always a good thing, but...
Yeah, are you saying the series will be a 2-1, Shiva?
I'm saying that it is quite likely, also given the track record with these teams.
Yeah. Favorite word of yesterday's panel was fatigue. And that clearly is going to be the word we'll use today for Tundra, right? We had multiple interviews saying that, you know, coming into this tournament, they didn't have the best kind of form. And also, I think the way that they've played. Some games, it honestly feels like Tundra have been together for a week. And then other games, it's the team that has won multiple tournaments in 2025. I think that volatility is what's creating this very, you know, up and down run in the playoffs. And they're going to have to find some consistency, especially against Spirit. Because Spirit, they're utilizing that lower bracket and they're beating Gaming. They're breaking Xtreme in a game 1 Morphling comeback to then win some like epic 70-minute game. Like Spirit's trajectory is just like solidifying themselves as a strong team.
Do you think that Tundra is also the type of team that, knowing they go up against Spirit, they level up a bit? Just
100%.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, this is going to be a really, really good series. We saw some really long games. We also seen Tundra close out the games relatively early on, even though they lost that one game, the second game in the series, but managed to close out the games in less than 25 minutes. And also to point out, if we go back to that best of 5, best of 7, as you want to call it, when they were playing in the Dream League Season 25 Grand Finals, some of the heroes that they did bang out, some Clinks, some Slark actually Clinks 2 times. So in this type of games, you can definitely rely on Yatoro to be able to bring in some new heroes, some new tech that nobody else wants to touch.
But also that creativity hurts some of these teams, right? We've seen how Falcons tried to play a Tinker game, they lost. They played a Dazzle game, they lose. Spirit as well, they tried Tinker them. Miposhka, it was like his first ever Tinker game. They lose. Then they brought out a Slark last pick where in some games, Yatoro can pop off on Slark, and others, you wish he was playing a different hero because you know he could have won if he had access to like a Sven or a Terrorblade type carry. I think the creativity of these teams can make their playoff journeys a little bit, harder than it needs to be, but...
Well, their creativity might be reliant on what they can get in the opening stages of a game like this. We have already got a lot of bans on the board. The Magnus shouldn't be a surprise. We also got Dazzle, Abaddon, and Muerta as the opening bans coming up from Tundra. And Team Spirit, so far it's Darkseer, Nature's Prophet, and they do still respect the Lifestealer coming out. This is a hero that Falcons yesterday was able to beat, but they brought it out again today against Aurora, and they were able to win with it again. And they just open with the most safe pick you can possibly imagine in Jakiro.
Yeah, not really surprised here, considering how well Miposhka plays the hero. He might be the best in the business right now. Ooh. Every single time I watch him play, he's super active on the hero. In terms of damage, he is, a lot of the times when he plays Jakiro, dealing more damage than his offlaner, and sometimes even more damage than his mid laner.
Yeah, I like the fact as well that he's one of the Jakiro players. Because you farm so well with all your spells, he's not afraid to try and buy a big ticket item. Like in the game earlier, he had like Wind Waker, right? Other players, they'd have gone for like Forces and Glimmers and all the utility, buy lots of cheap items. But he saw a read, like, I need this item, I'm going to go for it. But Tundra, they do get their Tinker.
Yeah, we saw the 100% win rate Tinker for White One. And this is a crafted draft for Spirit. They knew that this Tinker would be left in the pool and would be picked up by Tundra if it was left in.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to try and think about Jakiro versus Tinker, Jakiro from the safe lane in the position 5 role, if you get a good lane, you can start progressing the map with the Liquid Fire, maybe even putting 2-3 points in it.
Yeah.
That can annoy Tinker quite a lot, especially if you lose an early tower or two. But a couple players now on Spirit, they are yawning. They did have to play the early time slot game. They did go back to the hotel though, so they had to.
Maybe they
here.
took a nap.
They took maybe a nap or something, but they are going to have to wake up. This is a very, very difficult series. And the lower bracket, there is no lifeline left.
It's probably better to go back to the hotel because you don't remain quote unquote on the whole time, because you do get a little bit of a break. You see some daylight, you know, it's probably good for a brain reset. Also, when we're talking about long days and fatigue, I do want to mention
Sir Action Slacks.
Yeah, he's doing a lot of interviews.
He is, but also the grand finals you mentioned, Lacoste, for Dream League 2 weeks ago. Team Spirit won that grand finals. Obviously, it was a postponed game 4 and 5, but for Team Spirit, it was the full day because they played in the lower bracket, they played in the grand finals, and then they were still quote-unquote on, as Mipashka said in an interview here, for 2 more days. So I think they're going to be okay.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of these players, as much as we talk about it, as soon as that game starts, when they're in the actual game, it doesn't matter how tired you are, you're focused, you're in the zone.
What do you think these guys do in between? Like maybe they, like we saw Saberlight, I guess these are some anime references, but other than that, they just play Dota.
Yeah, that seems to be the case. All right, we got some offlaners banned on the side of Spirit. Well, offlaners and Flex, I guess, with the Tidehunter and the Bristleback. And it will be up to Tundra to ban one more hero before they pick one. The bans on the Tide and the Bristle, are they revealing anything at all about where Spirit wants to go with this draft? Like, is it a certain archetype that they wouldn't be able to deal with?
It's some of the strongest, like, brick wall offlaners in the game, where if you have a Tinker defending the Tower of March, you throw a Bristle or Tide in front of that tower as well.
You're not killing that tower.
You are not killing that tower, yeah. And you could argue Sanking historically used to do it with Sandstorm. People got very good at pushing away the Sanking.
And also the Sanking pick doesn't say much here, but knowing which heroes Team Spirit loves to play, and they're also one of the few teams that do consider Sanking to be a counter to potential Terrorblade, because Team Spirit, they love to run it from the safe lane, they do love to run it from the off lane as well, so they kind of saying, you're not getting the Terrorblade here.
All right. We don't say this hero at all. I would never even utter the hero's name on any panel.
Whisper
it. Does it start with T?
No.
Okay.
Whisper it.
Anti-mage.
What? Sorry, that was really loud after a whisper.
No, that's okay. Everyone in Twitch chat turned up the volume today. You got them.
But
for Spirit,
Sanking, sure.
Closing out the phase, depending on what Tundra goes, Team Spirit's already got good early game skirmishing abilities. Weaver, Tiny, Jakira, that's a lot of fight. I'm not saying they're going to pick it, but we're seeing Sanking rise in value. You throw an anti-mage into the mix, early mana break into Tinker, you can find him on the back lane. If there ever was a team to pick it, it would be Spirit.
Okay.
Yeah, I think they're going to go with something spicy. This Tiny, still, of course, flexible pick for them, but once we see the 2 picks that are going to come out from Tundra, I feel like it might be getting spicier and spicier. We might be getting into troll-type Spectre territory.
Yeah, but that aside, fun little prediction. Spirit, their main foundation of their draft is going to be you see hero, you kill hero, right? They can take objectives with the Jakira, with for towers. Weaver enables Tormentors and Roshan, and then Tiny is kind of like the connecting glue for the pickoff. Tundra, at least, continuing down that tankiness of draft. Sanking itemizes to stand his ground with like Yules or Bloodstone and Shivas. DK naturally Mage Slayer or BKB buying hero, and then Tinker behind both of them. So one team is skirmish and one team is survivability.
Yeah, there's still Night Stalker in the pool if they feel like they need a little bit more control, especially against this Weaver, try to punish it. A lot of tanky boys in the front. You also have the status resistance. You have Tinker with the heal. You have Dragon Knight. I think it's going to be a very good Spirit Vessel as well that's going to come out from this position for Weaver.
The anti-mage stock has gone drastically down.
Yeah,
very
it's
down. Yeah, it's gone. Well.
We have most likely our safe lane and our off lane set for Tundra, depending on where the DK goes, of course, and to be honest, the other course as well. But that leaves us with most likely the hero for BZM to be picked up. And I do see some
Here we go again.
Potential kill potential.
Oh, it took so long. Oh, I didn't realize
there only was like there's stun setups on both sides. They could possibly go for, a BZM Invoker.
All right, just to be clear, Shiva, from here on out, you can just say BZM Invoker.
Yeah, but I want to give a. I don't.
You're
just
trying to
wanna
sell
s-
it to us. We're already sold.
I don't just want to say it for the sake of saying it. I want to say it because it makes sense.
That's true. But we've been
sold.
Yeah, we've, like again.
It
you
did
could-
make sense last 7 times when you said it. It did get picked a lot.
True. We saw Nisha pick it up a couple times, maybe also BZM inspired by that afterwards. We got a Beastmaster coming out for Collapse on the side of Spirit.
That's going to give them slightly more tempo, objective taking as well, where you can fight into Tormentor, you can fight into Roche. BKB piercing tool, something that they didn't have. I see a lot of teams not really caring too much about the BKB piercing disables in the last week or so.
Really?
Yeah. I have a question. Sorry, unrelated, Lacoste. I just remembered a game we saw with the Night Stalker Sand King lane. I believe it was also on the side of Tundra, and it got horribly demolished.
By an Ursa, yes. It was an Ursa Jakiro lane, and it destroyed them.
And the Ursa's still in the pool. I'm assuming I can only imagine it's gonna get banned.
Yeah, I think this is going to be mid-tiny. And
Yes,
they're
I
gonna be
agree.
looking for, even though it's a good game for some Silver Edge Tiny that comes online like 25 minutes into the game, I still feel that it's going to be Yatoro's pick that they're going to looking into the last one.
Yeah, so that's why the Ursa banned.
Exactly.
Makes sense.
Need to ensure the Sand King has a lane. For Spirit, they're looking at the scaling of Tundra, and the Beastmaster is kind of reminding Tundra you don't have early game damage. Like, we will be able to take over whatever we want. Like, if Beastmaster syncs up with any other, collection of heroes, towers will fall, Roshan will fall. And Tundra need to be mindful that if they do go a little bit greedy with their last pick, then it might be a difficult game to get into. Hence why I think PA is a very, very good ban from Spirit. It is a carry that can play into Beastmaster, really well. Can even kill him off, potentially. What's the next carry? I mean, traditionally, you'd put Gyrocopter to play into the Beastmaster. That's another classic.
I'm thinking what Yatoro is going to play, because I'm looking at his Dota Pro tracker, and there's some very interesting heroes that did come out in the last couple of days. The big one that stands out the most is Luna. I don't think anybody wanted to touch that hero. Could be some interesting things going on with the interaction, how Night Stalker works, because he wants to have that extra bit of a night vision. He turns it into night. Suddenly Luna also gets the night vision.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at the lane, Jakiro +1 against Sand King plus the Night Stalker. If he's going to go with the range hero, that also means that this Sand King is going to be struggling.
So because when we're talking about a ranged core, there's not that many in the pool that are even on the radar of people. But does that mean that you still have Troll like somewhere in the back of your mind for this one?
I'm down. Maybe at Night Stalker.
Wait, whoa, sorry. You
Listen,
sigh into I'm
listen,
down. That's like such a contradiction.
Listen, Night Stalker kind of ruins that hero, but I'm also looking at the spell mechanic. You want to be able to remove some of these things from Tinker.
What if Beastmaster is just the carry?
It could be.
And then there's a collapse hero that we haven't really spent any time thinking about. They do have 13 seconds total to pick the hero.
That's really not that much.
But Yatoro is currently talking, so maybe that does mean it is a carry pick.
Oh, I forgot about the ranged gyrocopter. That
But they
makes so
take
much
it,
sense.
right? They have Beastmaster themselves. They don't ban out the gyrocopter, so
Yeah.
they block pick it.
Strong lane. This is super strong lane. I think they're going to need to think of some new shenanigans, some new tech that's going to come out. Sure, Night Stalker, with his new innate ability, does give you that extra bit of oomph in the laning stage, but you're also going to be laning against Sand King. And Sand King, a lot of the times, when he's playing into difficult matchup, he's not able to achieve much. And looking at the flex potential, there really isn't that much flex, so definitely going to be the lane for them. And what is Doratio going to play?
I mean, trying to find the carry, like just to secure mid-late game, like a Medusa is good, but to say that for like Doratio, it doesn't feel like a hero that he's going to be wanting to play.
A hero that we've seen played by other people.
Is Alchemist available?
It is. The Terrorblade is also available.
Sure. I think out of the Doratio heroes we've seen him, Alchemist is the most comfortable one.
Okay.
For other teams, I'd be talking about Medusa and providing that eventual, I'm the high ground hero, you can never beat me. But yeah, just to lean on their tournament meta, more aggression from the carry.
And it will be that Alchemist indeed.
They want the speed. This team does love to play. Like, there is... I think you're going to be needing to get relatively early on Shiva's Guard on one of the heroes. Not rush it, but you need Spirit Vessel on this Weaver as soon as possible. You're playing into Dragon Knight, heals from Tinker, into Alchemist.
Orb of Corrosion, definitely an item that you need to pick up early on as well. So you need to be getting that healing reduction. And again, Tundra, they want to speed things up. If they are off to a great start, this is a very scary looking lineup.
And what do we think about their lanes? Because obviously Sand King, Night Stalker lane up against the 2 ranged. We already kind of wrote that lane off. How about the other 2?
Dyrachyo gonna be laning with Whitemon, so there's a lot of sustain in that lane. I think we've seen Dyrachyo many times just to get out of the laning stage freely, where he gets complete free farm. The mid one is gonna be Dragonite against Tiny on Larl, so we're gonna be seeing no kills in that lane. We might be seeing some support rotations, but both heroes are gonna be getting the farm.
Spirit just has incredible kill hungry lanes though, right? Like when you put Jakiro and Gyrocopter in the same lane, you can run down a Sand King. You put Weaver and Beastmaster, the Tinker steps up to put a laser on maybe, he can die. Even the Alchemist if you're too far up. I think just purely that alone, Spirit need to get kills in lane, need to create this momentum. As Collapse, he was changing his facet the entire time during the draft. He had Wild Hunt, now he's gone for Beast mode, so we'll have to pay attention to what he's got when he loads into the game, but at the moment, he just changed to Beast mode, so even the perception of how Spirit wants to play the game is getting talked through right now, as they don't really know what the Beastmaster was meant to be doing until just now.
Oh, they're sticking with Beast mode.
But now, hold.
No.
Hold. Imagine the last minute.
I mean,
I don't agree with you, but I'm playing Wild Hunt, bite, you know?
I'm sure we'll stick with Beast mode. Either way.
The key difference is just when he takes Beast mode, he's going for Aghanims, and the other one, he's going for Helm of Overlord. So he's looking for maybe a longer game because he's not trying to close out the map with the Overlord.
Okay, so do we feel this is going to be a long game? Because the meta has been that it's quite long.
I hope so. We had multiple 70-minute games today.
I know.
Like, they're so good. Analysis aside, I just want more of them.
I'm sure that Silent might think differently. He might want just a quick GG in his favor. Let's hear it from Slacks.
Thank you so much. Yes, here with Silent. Silent, very, very easy draft for you guys, seems like. All right, let's just talk now. All right, you ban Lifestealer. You ban PA. There's only one other hero that Dyrachyo plays. You must have known that Alchemist was coming.
We wasn't sure because we might pick also mid hero. He also played DK, so we banned, I guess, Storm and PA. It was 50-50. I think we also didn't know till the end what we're gonna pick. So it's...
Okay, well, that's a lot of focus, though, on one specific guy. You think Dyrachyo's the guy you have to take out on that team?
I'm not sure. We have really good 5 players. We are not focusing on one guy, which is just trying to do the best draft for us and some how to explain and not giving them their best heroes.
Absolutely. You say you're trying to do the best draft for you, but we see a hero like Beastmaster come out. This guy has a 23% win rate. I mean, not a lot of guys are doing well with him. How is that one good for you?
Because a lot of offlane heroes was banned and wasn't the dream pick, but he was thinking like it's one of the best pick we could do right now, so we decided to pick him.
Well, you guys have made it something different. So that 23%, that's going to be you, I'm sure of it. All right, well, best of luck in your series. We'll go ahead and go over to our casters.
First blood coming out from Spirit as Soxa does what Soxa does, only on Night Stalker though, which is die repeatedly and then somehow win his games anyway. Very impressive stuff. As welcome everybody to the lower bracket semis between Tundra and Team Spirit. Winner of this series will face off tomorrow against Falcons in the lower bracket finals. Cinderin?
Yes, that is correct.
What do you think of the lineups? We get an Alki game again.
Yeah, Tundra seemingly the only top team in this tournament that repeatedly wants to run this hero. I mean, they're winning with it, so can't blame them. But it is curious to see none of the other teams really drawing any inspiration from that, because there's plenty of players in these remaining lineups that play really good alchemists. It's not specifically a Dyrachyo only hero, but we'll see. Maybe other teams will get inspired a little bit toward the final day, but this time around it will be Radon playing as Gyro, and he's going to be very happy because he got first blood, which you saw in the tail end of the interview, onto Soxa. And I think it was this 2 days ago, Tundra played this exact lane, the Sand King Night Stalker. They played it against Jakiro, Ursa.
Yep.
And they got obliterated.
Yep.
Now they're playing against Jakiro Gyro.
I don't remember if they won or lost that game, though.
They got stomped.
Okay.
Completely run over by Gaimin Gladiators. Okay. they run it back here against, once again, the Jakiro and an open pick carry. I really wonder what it is Tundra see in this combination, considering just how much they got exploited the last time around. That makes them feel confident to do it again here. I mean, obviously Ursa is banned, so it wasn't going to be that exact hero, but there's other carries that are strong.
How often do pros kind of, I know how important the laning stage is, but how often is like, let's just get through the laning stage, and then after that, these heroes will be super valuable for us.
But that's the thing, though. Are they valuable?
So you're saying that even then, you don't see it?
It's because, specifically, if Sand King and Night Stalker lose their lane, I think both heroes have a really steep recovery curve. We saw in the last game that we just cast, Saberlight did end up winning on Night Stalker. He was obviously also a core, but when that hero had a bad lane, it took a very long time for him to actually truly come back in that game. By all means, the hero still offers interesting utility, especially as a support, but a Sand King with a tough laning stage, I have not been impressed by this hero at all. It's looked good in games where it gets to float the lane and do all right. You can already see here the makings of a potentially very one-sided affair up here. Gyro 12-3, soon to be 15-3, against, I suppose, a potential 10-0 Sand King isn't the worst. They got some good wave pull here with Soxa.
Yeah, Yotoro's not going to get that range creep. He's going to be very upset about that one, Cinderin.
Oh.
It's a 3 melee wave. He's like, what the fuck have you done to me? I need that range creep. Doesn't really sound like Yotoro at all. He seems pretty chill overall.
Yep.
Either way, yeah, we'll see how this works out for... I'm very interested in the Dyrachyo and how fast they're going to be playing, because they are against this Beastmaster on Collapse. Slack's, of course, talking about the win rate right now. I feel like the win rates to this point don't even matter when these players are playing these types of heroes that they're super comfortable with, and Collapse plays basically everything in the off lane.
The meta changes over time, right? If Beastmaster has a low win rate, but he was picked very early by weaker teams, you know, it's obviously gonna, the win rate is gonna tank really hard. That doesn't mean the hero is bad, it just means maybe he was overrated or picked in the wrong situations.
Yeah.
And you heard it in the Salon interview, right? He was like, yeah, we know Beastmaster isn't the top pick right now, but a lot of offlaners were banned. We thought it was the best option for this situation. And, you know, maybe that's where Beastmaster's at right now. He's like maybe the 4th or 5th best offlane hero. So...
We got TPs in here. Avalanche from Laurel. BZM. Okay, nice silence from Sox that can prevent any shenanigans, at least delay things. There's a water rune that BZM will be able to pick up.
Yep. And we talked about the Gyro against Sand King lane being good for the Gyro. Obviously, Alchemist against Beastmaster is also traditionally good for Alk, as long as he doesn't get run over in the first few waves by some really strong support. Oh, that's a good setup.
In a horrific spot.
He's just dead, right?
In all likelihood, used to get him here.
Blood grenade.
Blood grenade from Aposhka finishes the job. So 2-0 start for Spirit. Soxa can only watch on.
Seeing the swarm down bottom. This Weaver facet is just so weird. It's like he's throwing it out for harassment, but he just feels really good about himself because he's just getting levels.
Yeah, but Dyrachyo also gets more gold for killing them. So he's gonna be
there's a little bit of a counterbalance there, but so far, definitely so good bottom here for Spirit. Collapse is having a better time than the Sand King is on the other side of the coin. So I think overall they're pretty happy with the way this is starting out. Radon. That said, though, 33 has really good levels because Soxa has given a ton of solo to 33.
He's chasing him to the ends of the earth, forces out the Sandstorm, doesn't have vision here.
Poshka is coming, though.
We'll be happy with that.
Also without detection.
Yeah, that's right.
They can together walk away.
And the fact that he's a higher level than Yotoro, that is good news for Tundra, as Whitemon going to get hit by the axes. No follow-up, though. Get to see another Tinker Stinker game.
Interesting detail up top here, by the way. I find usually if you play Gyro plus a push-out support in lane that you don't want to block big. Almost every single safe lane duo in this patch blocks the big camp. You see the replay here as he was tossed into tower, but when the big camp is blocked by the safe lane team, it's usually because the off lane team can use it to leverage and stabilize the lane, or rather destabilize it almost. But when you're playing, we'll wait with that for a second. Let's see if they can run him down. Doesn't look particularly likely here that Laurel's in trouble.
Yep, Rue. He's going to get some nice levels from this swarm on Soxa.
Yeah, so silly. Yeah, maybe we can just finish the ward talk here, because it is really important for this type of lane. If you're playing gyro plus push-out support, usually you leave big camp open so that you can push out the wave and then pull both the big and the small camp. But against the Sand King, they actually opted to keep it blocked the entire duration of the laning stage. This big camp has been unavailable. And that obviously means in a situation like this, where Radahn is pushing it out, they can't use this to just pull and get extra golden experience for the gyro right now. So that to me is a little bit, surprising, but maybe the pros and cons here, maybe it's outweighing it when they pull waves.
They're posturing to try to take this Wisdom Shrine in 5 seconds.
33 is level 6 in the fog.
He is. Are they going to get more TPs in the way? 33 is going to show himself, going to prevent that from coming out. Gets off the epicenter, but he's just going to die.
He got the shrine, though.
Oh, he does. They actually went outside of it. Okay.
They did.
He's going to be able to get the trade onto the Weavers. Miposhka in the trees. BZM shows up with the Dragon Tail laser from Whitemon, finishes it. So 2 for 1.
That's a very big rotation from Tundra, though. They're bringing over all those heroes, but they did get the rune, or the shrine, rather. Of course, onto 33.
You know, it still might be considered a rune. You just can't pick it up anymore, man.
Yeah, I guess. That is kind of what runes are, though.
You pick it up automatically. Kind of like, well, I mean, if Arc Warden picks up automatically with his facet, what happens then?
It's a bit of a stretch, but you're doing it in my favor, so I'll allow it. 33.
He's at half health. They have the vision right now, and Rue on the outskirts. Gonna get the Burrow Strike off.
Get the dive
finally
bomb
gets
off.
the Swarm, but here comes Laurel with an Avalanche to get the kill.
They're really piling on heroes down here. All 4 of them down in the bot area. Just Miposhka sitting mid. Will find himself a nice little invis rune, so... Yep, this tower, probably not long for this world. I don't see Tundra interested in TPing down multiple heroes, with Sand King, the biggest defender of theirs, being dead. So this is a very successful move, considering this tower was full HP. They get to take down the entirety of it in one swoop. And now Radahn TPing mid. They're thinking about potentially doing something more than just farming this wave with the Invis on Miposhka, though. He's kind of lingering here, but killing Dragon Knight will be tough. Maybe with another hero rotating in soon. Could happen. But as it looks, maybe it's just going to be a little bit of chilling here. No, he's still sticking around on Miposhka. The Invis is about to run out, though.
I mean, even with that death, BZM with a 500 gold lead right now.
He got spotted by a ward in the ice path.
So he's been doing quite well in this lane, but you're right, Spirit are going to group up again to at least do some heavy damage to this tier 1. And Dyrachyo is going to be forced out of his jungle.
This feels like it's flat out a call by design of being against the Night Stalker support. That they feel like they can pressure that bit extra. Miposhka actually going to live here against the Dragon Tail chase down with Dragon Form as well. Now, maybe we go back the other way. Tundra, they might want to do this now because Sox is hitting 6, but he gets hit by the call down.
Uh-oh. Sox is going to drop. Yatoro with a solo kill.
He was 1 creep away from 6.
Tundra. They're still going to poke away at this with the Dragon Form. It is the Corrosive Dragon after all. Miposhka ready to defend, but Tundra will back away. So 33 will be going for a Blink Dagger first. Always interested to see what Sand Kings go for. I feel like it's one of these offlaners. There's so many different types of builds you can go for. And now that Bloodstone doesn't increase AoE, I mean, do you consider there to be any kind of standard build-up on this hero these days?
It's still going Bloodstone, right? It seems to be, at least we've seen that in a couple of games that we've cast. You can still do it. Oh, Night Stalker in there.
Prevent any stun action
Easy
from
kill.
coming out. Collapse will die. BZM. Kill goes his way.
33's rushing Blink. I don't know, I think theoretically there's a place for this hero also buying auras. There was a phase in Dota, if you remember, where Sand Kings were buying double Bracer into Pipe, and then they weren't buying Dagger at all. Yeah. They were kind of just tanking. I wonder if that playstyle is just dead, because we haven't really seen it much, but in theory, the hero can still do quite a bit of control in fights with just a 4-level stun, Burrow Sandstorm, and then tankiness.
Laurel wants this. He's got the haste rune activated now. Avalanche.
Not be able to
Gonna
toss.
prevent the toss from coming out.
For
Not
now.
gonna last that long,
And
though.
now he can toss.
Oh, the tree line gets off the toss, but BZM with the Dragon Tail. Is there any other follow-up?
Negative.
No.
Can see Miposhka's build here with Icebreaker. He's still going 2-1-2 on the Jakiro, so plenty of room to grow on the Ice Path impact. Wonder why he wanted the second point in Liquid Fire, if it was just flat out a laning consideration against the 2 melee heroes, or if it was for the push bot. But feel like maybe, has this been the standard build in your... We've cast this hero a decent amount. It just, for some reason, it stands out. I thought mostly they were going at least slightly different. But
for which one?
For Jakiro, being 2-1-2. I feel like we've seen more 3-1-1 or 1-3-1, but maybe I'm just making. I'm not sure. Okay.
We have seen a lot of Jakiro. That's true.
Yeah, so you would
the fact
think
that we don't know is pathetic, and we should quit our jobs.
Well, otherwise that does mean that there are different build paths, right? So there is no clear consensus.
Sure, we'll go with that.
Yep. We're very smart.
Definitely the case.
Yep. Some of us are very smart.
True. No, Yatoro's courier gets
Ooh,
killed.
Laurel with
Blade
the
of
amp
Alacrity.
damage rune. Might prompt a mid push potentially from Spirit. They'll be very strong in that fight.
Yeah, so this is, we talked about this, I think it was yesterday, where the mid Tiny, if they don't get off to a good start, or at least snowball a bit, they tend to fall off. Right now, the bottom of the cores is Laurel. When do you think is, obviously, he has Blink Dagger, and it's still 1,000 gold away, actually, so.
Yeah, it's going to take a while for him to recover. On the other side of the coin, Tundra, all cores are doing well. We were concerned for the Sand King. I think mission accomplished. He's level 11. BZM's level 9. So 33 finding ridiculous amounts of experience on his own up here, just farming waves and camps. He's gonna... Does he have an item coming? Does he have the dagger? I think the dagger's on its way. He's just hiding it in the trees, actually. He doesn't want to show it. So Tundra, plenty of tools. He's gonna TP in. Blink Dagger at the ready. Oh, Laurel's in trouble here. Oh, he's cooked.
At B, initiation, Burrow Strike. Laurel is the main recipient of that. Whitemon with no mana to speak of, though. There's the Ice Path Macropire defense mechanism from Spirit, but Laurel gonna get chased down eventually by Soxa.
Yeah.
And they get the kill they came for.
That's an excellent blink reveal from 33. Really, really good stuff.
That was close. Double stun.
Bonus kill and a D ward. They found everything they wanted there. And tower defense, 2 kills, D ward. All of it off a Sand King dagger reveal. And, like I was talking about, it was possible Spirit wanted to push there because of the amp damage rune on Tiny. They were just not aware that 33 was this farm. Of course, in the meantime, Alchemist will just keep ramping up the gold. So this is a 30-minute Radiance.
Oh, he gets off Chemical Rage.
Still,
is it enough? No.
Not even remotely close. They could have overkilled him by a full health bar, I think.
Jeez, that was really good reaction time, though. I'm impressed, Duraccio.
Yeah.
But you did die.
Maybe old Alchemist could have survived that by dodging the stun through the transformation immunity.
Yeah, that's I forgot about that.
For some reason, Huerta has that now. That's
Whoa! Barely getting it.
Nice steal.
And the TP out. Nicely done.
Clutch.
Whitemon will get the other.
Yep. Very high support levels now as a result on the Tundra side. Both almost level 9. Look at the other side. Mipushka 7.5 and Rue 7.75. So more than a level and a half average advantage here for Tundra's supports, courtesy of those shrines in particular. And we haven't really talked very much about Whitemon this game. He's just chilling. He's playing Tinker, and we've seen his Tinker take over a game and become a core. So if he gets to just have a good time, farm up, there's plenty of potential
Gonna be
here.
spotted. BZM from the high ground. They're going to see that Collapse has now taken the Aegis. Do they want to continue to fight this? Laurel, he is going to be okay. Nice Ice Path. Oh, I say that, 33. He's going to actually help secure the kill. So another death for Laurel. This Tiny is falling off pretty hard right now. And it's not like this is a right-click Tiny, at least not now. It's the magic damage initiation.
The good news for him is his other 2 cores are having really good games and they do a ton of damage. So as long as he can catch and set stuff up, and they have the Swarm as well to help with a little more amp, Duraccio will not get this kill. Rue can Shikuchi that off. That's the silver lining here, is it is not a game where Tiny needs to pop off. But he does need to also not completely stink, right? Oh god, I love that word fixation. I'm gonna use that way more.
Okay, good to know. It's a very high-class word.
Beastmaster with the Aegis.
Oh, nice Ice Path with the Macropire. They had the vision, but now Soxa with the ult comes in. Crippling Fear is doing a lot. 33 is going to be the trade from Mipushka. Definitely not what Tundra want to see. Soxa, homing missile, dinky, but Whitemon there with the shield. And Collapse, one more Axis should do the job. Call down, going to do some residual damage. Duraccio gets the stun onto Radon, but to be able to stay around much longer. Does not have his ult right now. Burrow Strike coming in for 33 into the Breathe Fire. Collapse, loses the Aegis.
Laurel's here.
Uses the blink. He doesn't have the blink with him at the moment, actually. Using the Avalanche to try to keep them at bay. But the Dragon Tail and the right clicks will suffice. As Radon attempting to go through the gates, he'll get out successfully as we have a double burrow strike into the epicenter from 33. He's one of the most farmed heroes on the map. The Avalanche, not quite enough. Another defense matrix onto 33. And now double stun again from BZN and company onto Laurel. Another death for the Tony, as Spirit will lose this fight.
That's a really nice result for Tundra. They had to buy back 33 on the Sand King, but that was the Aegis fight. Beastmaster is super scary at this point in time when he has Aegis because he gets so much value out of it in every fight. And if they would have been on the receiving end instead, they would have also lost the Tormentor, but now they get to claim it for the Tundra side, and that is a very welcome shard for Soxa. It feels so good to get this on support NS for free.
Yep.
Gonna ramp up his farm, gonna give him way more team fight impact because he can reset and rejoin fights. He's just gonna munch away at a neutral ever so often. It's like, if you think about how supports wish they could buy Midas, this is the closest you're gonna get.
Yeah, it's a mini Midas, for sure. He can eat the boars, of course.
Yep, that too.
If it was a Helm of the Overlord type of Beastmaster, he could eat the Ancients if it was nighttime.
I believe he cannot eat the Beastmaster ones anymore, or was that not changed?
What do you mean, the Overlords?
Yeah, I'm actually not sure.
Uh-oh. This is a big pick-off onto BZM. He's stuck in the Macropyre, dead.
Literally cooked to a crisp. He had a 4-kill streak, so a lot of gold for Laurel. Now he's actually ahead of Sand King because of the buyback and that kill streak.
That's true.
So Laurel is kind of recovered. And
yeah, but look at Soxa. He's not far behind.
It's fun to look at the net worth distribution, though, right? Because it's the carry versus carry, and then it's the mid versus offlaner for the next two positions. It kind of just swapped priority almost. Mid tower now going to Rue. But you're right, Night Stalker definitely pulling way ahead of the competition in terms of support gold and courtesy of the 1400 gold shard, of course.
It looks to be an Aura build for 33. He is going Crimson and then into the pipe that you talked about.
I like it. I don't know, man. I'm not sold on this Bloodstone anymore. So I think this is cool. It's also a really good Crimson game. You're against Flak Cannon, you're against Beastmaster,
so
even some Residual Weaver.
Is it just a casual Voodoo Mask then?
I think so.
Maybe Bloodstone later on if it gets to that point?
It could be. It could also be that he originally was planning Bloodstone, but then he had the buyback into, just the flat out the buyback set him back too much maybe, and he feels like the timing's going to be off. Voodoo Mask isn't bad on this hero as just a value item either. It's pretty decent. And it gains value the more EHP you have, because then it's more likely that you get to heal. So when you get the Crimson, the Voodoo Mask by extension is a much better item.
No. Well, Rue in the meantime has a Spirit Vessel.
On the hunt, we'll find Soxa here, Tiny on the way. Soxa's in big trouble. He has to live here.
He will do just that.
He's
Crippling
still in
Fear
trouble.
into the attempted TP, but Laurel there with the Avalanche. This is going to be enough. They take out Rue, actually. So Soxa turning that around, but bottom lane, this is a bigger kill. 33 is going to dodge the Macropyre. Looks like they don't have vision.
I'm surprised Laurel couldn't find a toss up there. Wasn't there a creep he could toss or something? That would have been a kill on NS with Crash.
33 getting in really deep. This is a 1 versus 3 now. Attempting to get out of dodge. Whitemon there to help out with the barrier. Soxa now.
Yeah, ult is ending, but it's natural night. Well, actually the nighttime is ending now, isn't it? So will be a weak spot now, or a weak timing for the NS. Or did we just cross on into night? Oh yeah,
This is regular night.
We just crossed into night.
Laurel, he's gonna find Soxa though, despite it being nighttime.
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether it's day or night. If you get jumped on the low ground, you have no idea it's coming. This area of the map, you see Soxa drawing the circle there. This is like, it's a really dangerous spot to be in general. When Beastmaster controls the bottom half, if you ever make your way in there.
Whoa.
Okay.
Whoa.
Midas on Laurel.
Wow.
Okay.
Interesting.
Not a common pickup against Alchemist. Or for mid-Tiny for that matter, but he feels like he needs it to get the
very interesting.
Get the catch up here. But yeah, once again, probably feeling confident that he can ride off of the other two cores having good games, and that this greed could pay off down the stretch.
Radiant are scanning.
I don't know. We've seen this bite people in the ass before.
We have. It doesn't feel like a game where Tundra just runs down and
Aurora
owns them
from
now.
Collapse with the drums of Slom. BZM. Is he actually just going to die solo here? Yes. Wrong place, wrong time for BZM.
Really nice way of utilizing the Glimmer. He keeps poking and prodding, but only for so long that the Dragon Tail doesn't go off. So he keeps fading in and out of invisibility by hitting Dragon Knight in the back. And now BZM has a
Maposhka
dust.
will run into the entirety of Tundra, so it'll be a trade, but still one that Spirit will take.
He's deceptively tanky, actually.
I feel like we always say that about Jakira.
Yeah. Well, Solar helps, obviously.
Radiant's middle tower.
Obviously.
Surprising. Indubitably. My good sir.
My good sir.
Dyrachyo, almost Sanj and Yasha completed. I haven't talked about him too much. He's kind of just been farming away, but not by an obscene amount. This 5k gold lead does not seem that big.
It feels quite even, I would say, right now. And Root, he's spotted. Oh, mass TP's actually 33.
Oh, nice
Lost vision,
juke.
but he gets the burrow successfully. I don't even know if they knew he hit him.
That is a godlike juke.
Wow.
That is flat out
He's
just
out.
perfect play. The thing, yeah, Burrow Strike doesn't have a visual indicator if you hit a hero in the fog. So you don't know where you connected it there or that whether you connected it at all. Found the perfect little corner there. That was beautiful. Excellent juke. Collapse. Oh, Dyrachyo in the middle of the map.
All down is coming for you. Well, we've talked about it before. How will Tundra take advantage of this death that Dyrachyo bestowed upon us all?
Us all. This is almost a max. Is almost max.
No, it's not even up.
Yeah, it's a maximum timer, more or less. It says 2:26 until guaranteed respawn, but you look at the clock and you see that it is a lot. Thank you, Valve, for the exact number for spectators. We love to wonder. It's about 2 minutes, right?
Sure.
Give or take. Do you know at all how to read it?
I mean, yeah, there's 3 minutes.
What do you mean?
There's 3 minutes there, Cinderella.
Between what and what?
There and there.
Okay.
I mean, I understand that the one that's in the middle is when it's actually going to spawn. The one on the top is the max timer. So yeah,
Dire's top tower
you can roughly read it like a caveman looking at sketches. Ancient language. Oh, BZM, too slow. What about BZM? It feels like his game has dropped off quite a bit.
Yeah, he's been quiet after a pretty good start.
He's got the BKB, and it times well with the Crimson, so...
In theory, they have a good timing, but they don't have Blink on Dyrachyo yet because he went SNY first, and it feels difficult for Alchemist to enter the fight on his terms if he doesn't have the dagger. So I think waiting for Dyrachyo to hit that timing is very valuable. They're checking the Roche, it's not up. If they could see the clock, I think they would still camp there and not understand how to read it.
Yep, of course.
They would wait.
Understandable. These are pro players we're talking about.
Okay, that's unnecessarily insulting.
We're all in the same boat here.
Revenant's Brooch
Smoke
for
from
Radon.
Spirit. Yeah, Yatoro very strong right now. 33, he's gonna get tossed into the call down. He's dead. And I think the fight just ends. Tundra needs to get the hell out of here.
Oh, BZM is
onto the high ground. BZM pops his BKB. Looks like they want to try to fight this. Has the defense matrix on him as well. If they do focus down Maposhka to start things out, Radon on the run. BKB's already run out. Dyrachyo slapping him with those sticks as Soxa gonna try to pursue Laurel, gets breathed fired, and somehow Tundra are actually doing this. They take out Radon as well, and they're gonna perhaps take Rue. They have the vision, they have the radiance, they have the kill. 4 for 2.
Damn.
They lost Sand King immediately and still won that fight. I have no idea how. Break it down, Cinderin.
It's difficult to fight in the marches, and Alchemist just had a totally free fight. Look at the damage numbers. So despite not having the blink on Dyrachyo, he was there more or less from the start and just got around and slapped people non-stop. The minus armor from him, the minus armor from Dragon Knight. It's a ton of damage, and you just keep trying to keep heroes alive as long as possible in Tinker, and that's the pesky thing about this hero is you burn a lot of stuff killing the Sand King, and now you start playing zone control against Tinker. A lot of the time he's going to beat you at that game. Even if you do kill him, it takes so many resources.
Oh my god, that roar is absurd! Basically Instagib Soxa. Roche is beating the shit out of BZM. Collapse will steal it from him as Dyrachyo does get 1 kill, but the Roche attempt has been thwarted, to say the least. At least you can see Whitemon and Dyrachyo still want to fight here.
Oh.
Or at least trying to make it difficult. 33, he'll find Collapse. Dyrachyo will get the stun off onto Larl, who jumps in with just the toss. And Collapse, he's going to go in deep. Has the drums of Slum, no Primal Roar. Crimson Guard to mitigate a decent amount of damage. He uses his Epicenter, but it's not going to do too much here as the homing missile's coming for you, and so is Yatoro himself.
Collapse is level 20.
Jesus.
On Beastmaster. He is having an insane game right now. For comparison, Dyrachyo on Alchemist is level 19, and that's after that previous teamfight win and the fact that he's the position 1 that's been more or less free farming. And this, as much as Tundra just won the previous fight, swung back the other way very quickly with that nice Macropyre Roar combo in the pit. And probably Tundra might have overestimated just how quickly they kill Roche. And don't really blame them for it. You've got Green Dragon, you've got Alk, but without something like a Bloodthorn, the Roche kill does take some time.
Yeah.
Not a big punish. Now Larl gonna find Saksa. Reserving the toss for the time being. He might just,
Yeah, force out his ult.
He doesn't have TP, so he's kind of stuck up here.
Spirit
He'll eat a creep.
4.5 minutes to...
He's giving really good intel right now if he were to stick around on the left. Well, he's flying off all the way on the right, as a matter of fact. Guess they just don't want to fight the Aegis. Tundra just want to chill, and that will cost them the Torment.
Radiant are scanning.
They are being scanned, but this is Team Spirits to take. They don't have to wait out an AA ult this time, as Rue will get the shard, so not the greatest on supports, but still better than nothing. Saksa will steal a shrine, as Collapse will take out many a tree just to get the vision that he needs. Roar onto Saksa.
Right? No, he can't TP out.
And he will eventually be run down.
Wow, this hero, Beastmaster, very bad. 23% win rate.
Yeah, it looks terrible.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Why are people picking this?
I mean, there's certain teams, there's certain players. It just literally doesn't matter what the percentage is. You're like, oh, yeah, even if the hero doesn't even make sense, like, yeah, he's just really good with the hero. Pick it. Why not?
But that's also the beauty of the game, right? Is that there might be like 3 or 4 heroes that are meta and are just quote unquote considered just better, but in the right circumstance with the right player, I'm talking about lists like Beastmaster, some out of meta pick, right? It really isn't. It's still a really good hero, but the win rate doesn't reflect it. But the deeper in the tournament you go, the more of these kind of heroes you see surfacing because the meta develops, other heroes start getting banned, you start targeting offlaners perhaps a little bit more in the draft to get an edge. And then you look for something like this.
Do you think he gets tired of the drum going off constantly?
No, I think people actually vibe with that.
It never changes pitch or anything.
It changes tempo, though.
It's like having tinnitus, in a way,
Bonk.
with a lot of bass. Just throwing it out there. Collapse will be finishing the Shivas once he has enough for the ridiculously expensive recipe. Is that the most expensive recipe in the game?
I think so, yeah.
Pretty crazy how far we've come.
Remember the patch before it got changed, just how broken Shivas was in that one?
It was very good, yes.
It was like 3 per team every game. Very interesting.
We have a smoke from Tundra. Need to get back into this game.
Still 2 minutes on Radon's Aegis. This is not an easy fight to access, but they're trying to get a flank around. Yep. Smoke breaking instantly.
Immediately breaks. Nice avalanche from Laurel to try to disengage, but a double burrow strike is there from 33. BKB now from Laurel. Call down comes out. They get the toss up. That's the death of the Sand King already. Dyrachyo still wants to fight. Laurel gonna brush it off with the BKB. Crippling Fear onto the Weaver. Can they get him before it goes up? Yes. He does die. 33 buys back into the game. Laurel wants to get the hell out of here. Will TP? No. Burrow Strike finds him by 33. Dyrachyo will slap him to death. The Poshka will be next as well. So 3 dead. Aegis still intact. Did cost a buyback again. So that's the second buyback from 33.
Yep. He's definitely sacrificing some of his game, but the good news is his hero doesn't need to get mega farmed because he has Tinker position 5 who will also get there. Whitemon with the Greaves, Solar, Locket, and now working on Lens, and you imagine the next item will be that Aghanim Scepter. So you're seeing this 2-man burrow. Nice Sandstorm placement. They're just going to pile on him and take him out, but it takes them a lot of resources. They use this tiny BKB. He then continues to be chased down. A really nice find from Saksa onto the Weaver. Trying his best to stay alive, but not going to happen. And as the fight develops and the spells all come off cooldown again, Tundra just stronger with the buyback.
Yeah, Rue really needs a Force Staff. Badly.
Yeah.
Whoever the Night
That's
Stalker
a fair
goes on,
point.
you Force Staff yourself or them.
Him opting for Lotus over that might turn out to be a mistake, because even if his mindset is, I'm going to buy this Lotus to protect my cores and make them stronger against Alk, you could also argue that Force Staff is also useful in the same type of situations, but then you also have the luxury of saving yourself. So, yeah, I kind of agree with that. I think he should have bought the items in opposite order, especially because now he's stuck with half a Lotus, which is even worse.
Yeah.
Now you just have a random leftover
8
box.
seconds on Aegis. They can try to work on him now. Depending on the time, they're going to get Dragon Tail. They're not really going to do too much. They're going to let it expire the old-fashioned way.
That's how everything, that's old-fashioned expiry is for things to expire.
The old-fashioned way, as they like to say in the old times.
What's modern expiry, Shannon, if it isn't running out of time?
Well, it's dying and coming back to life.
That's also a type of expiry.
Yeah, the old-fashioned way.
Yep, got it.
I mean, the old-fashioned way was having 3 charges of Aegis that you would purchase in the shop.
That's very old-fashioned, yeah.
Bro, he's gonna spot out too. Duracho fast BKB, but he gets the roar on top of him. Call down with the macro pyre, creating a lot of space. Duracho is actually going to be able to run out? Question mark. He's very low. He actually gets forced out to safety. Soxa is dead. Whitemon will sacrifice himself to try to save his position 1. He'll do so successfully. Duracho gets back to base. But Spirit's still going to be happy with this.
That almost seemed like a bait, but it's kind of hard to believe that it was based on the fact that Sand King didn't show up. So,
yeah,
I don't know.
And this is where the buildings will evaporate with
They push
Beastmaster,
stupid.
Tiny, and a really farmed Gyro.
They're going to try to press the issue a little bit here.
No Aegis.
There is a glyph.
And Dragon Form is ending soon from BZM. So this is going to be tough. This is going to be a tower. They fort.
There's still the banner, though. Are they just going to sell it? Yeah, they are. Okay. I'll go back. And if you thought it was a fake back, it will be shown now through Gyro bottom. And that's why Tundra are confident to just run straight forward with Radon showing bot. Take out the banner, but that's a base tower. It's step 1 for Spirit trying to finish off this game now. It's ironic to say that out loud as if they're close when they're 6k gold behind and the graph is like dead even. But
everything goes out the window in terms of these graphs when there's an alchemist in the game.
I thought you were going to say Duracho.
Well, okay, I can actually say it again with that and it would also make sense.
Yeah. He defies all graphs.
Yeah.
Good or bad.
This is true. This is probably why Dota Plus is broken. Because Duracho, it just can't fathom.
The algorithm has been trained on Duracho. We've thought for all this time that we tried to make sense of the graphs, but it was just the Duracho graphs.
It's too much to handle. I mean, when OpenAI came into the space, Cinderin, got all that data, that's when they quit, when Duracho started making a name for himself. It's just too much information.
Okay, Rue actually went back and finished the Lotus first. He couldn't decide.
Yeah.
But he'll get the Force as well. And thinking about a Nullifier next, which is just flat out stock standard against Tinker. You want to get that item. It's also nice against the Sand King with the Crimson Guard.
All right, smoke from 4. Collapse is going to show on wave. Is this a Tormy fight? Should be spawning soon. Oh, it's going to be big. 33 in the high ground. There is a scan, and they know. Spirit knows, or Tundra knows, I should say. Big avalanche onto 3, the BKB from Laurel. He's all alone, though, not doing too much damage. Radon with a flat cannon just ripping through, but that's 2 dead for Spirit. It's just Radon doing the damage, and now he tries to run. The Dragon Tail is there. Collapse gets off the roar. They want to try to contest with this, but But the BKB finally comes out from Verdun with the Satanic to follow, but he is just getting run down. Soxa, is he actually going to be the one to finish him off? It's going to be close, but Dyrachyo comes in. Whitemon with the laser. 3 dead for Spirit. Collapse is next. Not even a remotely close fight as Tundra take it easily.
Okay, I need to see a replay of that. I feel like Beastmaster showed up super late to that fight somehow. Did he get zoned off by anyone, or was he just not there as the initial part of the play? Either way, Tundra with an insanely good trap. Just reading that movement perfectly and setting up on the high ground, and what an initiation from BZM. Just instantly gets in there with the Night Stalker.
They have no buybacks.
And they have the perfect mindset too. They're just like, we're just gonna kill the supports first. They killed Jakiro. Miposhka didn't get to play the fight at all. The Weaver didn't get to play the fight either. And once those supports are down, it's super easy.
It could be 2 if they stay. If they fully commit. It's 40 seconds without Gyro and Beastmaster. Tier 2 still up in the mid lane though, so that's going to be a bit of an annoyance.
That's not up anymore.
Yeah, but that does buy them a little bit of extra time. It might be too close for comfort for Tundra. They'll at least poke here. 3rd Roche would be probably the play if they knew it was up.
They do. They have an illusion in there.
Yeah, but Spirit, they might have time to try to contest this.
20 seconds on Beast. I don't think they can get here in time.
If they sacrifice Jakiro, pop down that ult, you can see Soxa trying to zone it out for this to not be a possibility at all. They scan out, so they know for sure this is happening. And it looks to be a freebie for Tundra, which puts them in firm control of this game.
It's a lot of goodies on this.
And that's a lot of gold on the Swarm for Dyrachyo. Delicious. Delicious.
Just putting the refresher shard on DK.
Okay.
So BZM with 2 ults, 2 BKBs.
Oh, Miposhka trying to get some wards down. Soxa will run right into him. Is he actually just going to get this solo kill? Yes. Soxa is strong.
Sure is.
Not used to seeing that on his Night Stalker. Feels like he's a vision bot, a moving ward in a lot of these games. And Spirit, they don't want to bleed anymore, so they will go back to their base and get ready for a defense to come.
Now, Tundra have the luxury of choosing now whether they want to push or not. They have the Aegis for 5 minutes. Tinker is only 1,500 gold away from Ags, and that is a massive pickup for the type of fights we've seen so far. Whitemon has only died twice. It's not easy for Spirit to pile onto him and kill him off because of how tanky he is, but if you ignore him altogether, he's going to ruin the fight for you down the stretch. So, kind of a big part of why this reason is so... a big part of the reason why this hero is so strong as a 5 is it creates these damn it if you do, damn it if you don't moments where you kind of have to kill him, but it takes so long. So most 5s just, you know, get run down and then die, right? The Tinker can be stupid tanky with these items and also has some of the highest damage output out of any support. There's a reason this hero is banned a lot.
Yep, he's a filthy, filthy boy. As Axe comes out. Interesting. We were talking about this the other game. Tundra will get the Tormy. 33 will get a shard.
Wait, who got Axe?
Tiny. So
oh,
Laurel
yeah,
will have the tree volley. He doesn't have a ton of damage right now. The Echo Saber does proc on it. Obviously, we'll be going for the crit, which in this case has changed from a Daedalus to the Brooch.
This allows him to kill Roar targets a lot easier from a safer distance, but there's not very many trees in your base except on the side lanes, but the bottom rack's already being gone. If the fight happens around mid, this Axe is hard to use.
Yep.
It's a lot easier to use in the top lane.
Miposhka, get ready with the tangos, my friend.
Soxa gonna find Rue.
Crippling Fear, Concoction. Ooh, actually gets reflected. Silence is back on him. Rue able to get the time lapse off in time.
And then
to die now. 70 seconds, no Weaver, no buyback. This is definitely a bit of a window.
It's perfect go time. Tinker has the Aghanims upgrade. You just got the Tormentor. You have 2 minutes on Aegis. You killed a meaningful hero in the Weaver. Probably just running it straight down mid here. It's going to be tough to stop them. Duraccio level 25 on the Alk.
You can see Yatoro wants to buy several Divine Rapiers next.
That's a lot of them.
Will he have the time? Dragon Tail to start things out. They're going to go to the high ground. Macro Fire plays by Mapochka. Laura with the toss. Duracio's going to use the Ogre Steel Totem to get away. Radon. BKB is already expended along with BZM. Both teams will reset. Call down. Very annoying to deal with, but the March of the Machines must be nice to have a support that can just sit back there, put these goddamn machines on the map for you to heal. Concoction actually hits onto 2. BZM with a follow-up Dragon Tail. The Avalanche to try to dissuade them from going any further, but the Burrow Strike is there. Primal Beast, or Collapse gets off the ult. And is going to try to focus down 33. He's going to get shielded by the Tinker. Collapse getting chased down by Duraccio. He's going to have another Concoction to go. He's stuck in no man's land. He is dead along with the Gyro, and that just might be it, Cinderin. 2 cores dead for Spirit with no buyback to come. Tier 4's next on the list for Tundra. One more fortification for the road. And they're going to see very shortly that there's absolutely no buybacks for these cores.
Spirit tried to throw almost everything they had at the Alk Aegis in the first part of this push, and they didn't even get him down to less than 40%.
Laurel going to try for it because the Avatos is just not enough damage. And they get the Weaver. The Lotus not working out too well there. And there you see Laurel's Aghanim Scepter. Just not enough as GGs are called in this game number 1. Tundra looking quite good.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get Tinker again. I just think Tundra are on a different level with this hero. Not to diminish the impact of all the other players, of course. They just played a very great game overall. But it seems like Spirit in this game was struggling to figure out entirely how to fight into the Tinker. Remember the fight at the enemy triangle where they got the first kill immediately on Sand King and still lost?
Yeah.
This hero is just a thorn in their side, and they tried playing it themselves to not too much success, so maybe that's just a must ban for Spirit right now.
Tundra up 1-0, Shiva!
Thank you, Shannon. And indeed, I agree with Cinder, and that Tinker might just need to be hit with the banhammer a little bit for Team Spirit, because that was a tough one to fight into. We did have some great fights, though. I think everybody's going to be happy with this game, apart from if you're a really diehard Team Spirit fan. But I think at this rate, we might just have 3 games on our hand. Tundra take game number 1 of this elimination series, so it is a big game to take. And they do it with quite some force, Tigov. I felt like they knew exactly what they wanted this game, and they got it.
Yeah, Tundra was very disciplined in their approach, right? Like, they sacrificed a little bit of farm on 33 to ensure Whiteman can scale up. And I think if we start with Spirit just a little bit, it's they put themselves in this high-pressure situation. They have Beast, they have Gyrocopter. You want to take over the early game. You want to try and close out the map. Because Gyrocopter in the late game, this hero cannot eat through tanky heroes. But you're playing into a Tinker, a DK, then an Alchemist, and a Sand King. Like, there's such tanky cores, even the Night Stalker as well. Gyrocopter can maybe kill 1, maybe 2. But to expect Yatoro by himself with Flak to kill all these heroes, it's near impossible. And that's where, as the game progressed, you can see that Tundra felt like they were in such a commanding position. And also why Tundra, I don't think they forced their hand too much in this game, knowing that as long as they farm, they will be able to outscale Spirit.
They are stacking. Yeah, I am not talking about stacking the camps on side of Tundra. They are stacking status resistance with SNY, status resistance coming out from Tinker as well. And also, there's a lot of synergy between their heroes. Because if you look at the facets, the talents that they're going for, Dragonite, he is playing the Green Dragon, which means that he is reducing the armor on top of the acid spray. So that's quite a lot of minus armor, but you also have high armor heroes on your side, plus also on level 15. Talent on Alchemist that gives, when you're fighting inside of the acid spray, when you're fighting inside of the March, it does allow you to get the heal, get that extra bit of armor. And I gotta point out the itemization coming out from Sand King 33. He uses buyback in one of those fights after landing a really nice 2-man Burrow Strike, and then he opts to go for auras. He's like, yeah, this is still a viable build. I'm going for Crimson Guard. I'm going for Pipe. I want to be mitigating the damage coming up from this Gyrocopter.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those games where we would have been praising Lao if they were to win. Like, Lao on his Tiny, multiple times they put a high ground on the wall, a ward on the high ground. He instantly jumps, gets a hero to half HP, but again, they just didn't have that additional little damage to close out some of these bigger fights. And when you're playing against Tundra, giving them such specialty heroes, it is just going to be an uphill battle the entire time.
Potentially, that was just a game 1 shenanigan as well. Maybe, you want to try to see first if you can beat it before you really get a ban for it. I do think that, the DK is BZM that gets the MVP. It might not be the most flashy hero. But he did play a solid Dragon Knight because Dairatcho had some moments that were vintage Dairatcho moments, I believe. So he was farming very well, Dairatcho was. But the reason that the game went the way of Tundra.
Yeah, he also
MVP,
destroyed that mid matchup.
He
I
did.
was looking at the CS. 3 minutes into the game, he's sitting at 15 and 9, I believe, while Tiny was sitting at 5 CS only. So really having a great performance from the laning stage, turning into the great timing on his Blink Dagger, and also relatively early overwhelming Blink coming out from him, just to be able to get in, slow them down, and be that menace in the middle of a fight.
Yeah, let's take a look at something for Team Spirit. Collapse was playing his Beastmaster, and we're going to compare him to the Sand King. Stats-wise, T-Gov, doesn't look too bad.
It looks very good for Collapse, but it's also the fact that when you have a Tinker on your team, 33, he has to respect the fact he's going to have less farm. And I think the pressure on Collapse to find the perfect jump is always going to be difficult. When you roar a target, if you don't get onto the Tinker, there's a defense matrix, there's a Night Stalker jumping onto your backline. So even though Collapse is having a very good game, the support duo of Team Tundra was able to dismantle that advantage. And one thing I want to give praise to Spirit for, and the reason why they have been doing so well with Wallachia, is the fact that in any fight, even if they're losing key heroes, they always go, they assess the situation and go, can we take this fight? And here you have Miposhka hitting a 3-man Macropire, Ice Path, Collapse and takes the Aegis. Other teams with 3 dead would have backed out of that area. And it's often why we have such long games with Spirit, because they're always looking for that extra little play, whilst other teams will wait for, you know, obvious resources to utilize.
Yeah, and then we had another fight, and this one was almost a nail in the coffin. For a while, it looked like it was back and forth, but then there was this fight around the Torment, Radiant Torment pits, even though Torment's not there, Lacoste.
Yeah, there is a big fight that is going to happen where Night Stalker provides the whole vision for the team, and you can see the Crimson Guard, they're also fighting into Acid Spray, they're fighting into March of the Machines, and they're running out of steam. They immediately lose 2 heroes, which means that most of the damage needs to come out from the Gyrocopter, but they're way too tanky, they have way too high armor, and immediately after that first jump, the fight is pretty much over, and at this point of the game, if they somehow win the fight inside of Spirit, they would still be able to fight back, but this was the beginning of an end.
Yeah, they take the Roshan off the back of that. They do take the Dire Tormentor off the back of that at the end of that, and it was looking, I mean, if you look at that fight, T-Gov, you do see this fight taking place in overlapping March of the Machines.
Yeah, it's just so difficult for Spirit to, like, 30 minutes on, like, where is the damage? Maybe if Yutoro had like 3 rapiers at that point, then maybe he could do it.
I mean, he was going for it.
He was going for it. He had to complete the butterfly, but then after that, it's like, it's just unrealistic to expect a Gyrocopter against this draft to ever be the winning factor.
Yeah.
You need other things to line up, and there wasn't really damage being built elsewhere to capitalize on maybe some position of Tundra.
No, it was a strong game from Tundra. Let's see if they can get a 2-0 here, or if Spirit can strike back and force out a 3rd game. We'll be backing after a break. That was English.
Backing after the break. Yeah. Woo!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Eu m-am pornit după oi, duru-duru-duru-du. M-am întâlnit cu un iepuroi, duru-duru-duru-du. Bună cale iepuroi, Fi văzut, nu le-am văzut, Di păscuței le-am văzut, Prin părloage tot să roage la fântâna lui Iordan, numai ca pitică la fântâna lui Gheorghe, numai ca pitică prin rudu. Laoi, măi Ioane, nu la fete sub obloane. Ciobănaș foili, bată-mi de foili, că ai lăsat oili și-a plecat cu fetele. Și-a plecat cu fetele, și-a plecat cu fetele. Eu m-am pornit.
It is time for another game in this best of 3 series for elimination. It's Tundra that is one game up against Team Spirit, and only one of these two teams will make it to the final day here for Wallachia Season 3. We already know one of the grand finalists. We know the lower bracket finalists as well, and one team will join them. Who is it going to be? Tigov, after seeing both just now, I mean, it was a close game. You got to say that. How much of this was based on draft? How much of this was based on playstyle?
I would actually say this is quite heavily on draft. I think, especially with these teams, they're so good that if they get a slight edge in the draft, that often will translate to the game. And giving Tundra, Alchemist, Arachio, Whiteman, Tinker, BZM, Dragon Knight, the Saxon Night Stalker, like each hero at some point in this tournament so far, we put them as MVP for their performances on these heroes, and they got all of them. And Yotori played Gyrocopter, which is not his favorite hero.
We heard Saberlight at the end of the upper bracket finals, where he was asked, who do you think you're going to meet in the grand finals? And they just knocked down Falcons. Those will be the team in the lower bracket finals. And he said he had expected Team Spirit there. And
still a possibility.
Sure.
Team Spirit, I think they're on everyone's like strongest team list right now. They're in a bit of a pickle position right now, but definitely a team that can bounce back. I gotta agree that Alchemist needs to be addressed. It's giving them tempo. This is the second time that they banged out this hero. Last time they played it, it was overall 18th pick. This time around, it was 24. So feels like they really set him up for a good game. But if I'm looking at the heroes that Team Spirit did have, they have some of the stronger heroes overall in meta right now. We're talking about Jakiro, we're talking about the Tiny as well, Weaver from position 4. Beastmaster is kind of so-so. His win rate is not the greatest, but we've also seen Collapse pretty much staying on top of the network, having high impact in the game.
So what was the problem?
I think it honestly really boils down to the Gyrocopter. Even though you have a good
I
name,
thought you were going to say it boils down to Beastmaster.
Yeah, it also could have been that option too. But I don't know. I think Gyrocopter.
Because of the boar.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to run away.
Continue.
I was trying to dodge the joke. I've now lost my point.
Can't.
I can't. Okay.
You thought it was
bores down to
Gyrocopter.
Beastmaster. Okay, yeah. God.
Gyrocopter.
May I talk about Gyrocopter, Lacosta?
Sure, go ahead.
Thank you.
You forgot.
No, I got it. No, I was worried we were going to get a Reddit thread or something. So Gyrocopter, they picked it to protect their Beastmaster. They didn't ban it out themselves, and it puts themselves on this like really weird position. We've heard from multiple different patches, Yatoro always going, I don't really like Gyrocopter because of this like damage issue in the late game. The laning is good, and that is exactly what kind of transpired into this game. If he was playing any other carry that we see in meta, like the TB or the Sven, maybe even take the Alchemist themselves, I think this game would have been completely different. Utilizing collapses like level 20 and like the 30-minute mark, like he was destroying the game, but they just couldn't bring enough resources to get it over the line.
Well, there's already one upside for Team Spirit. They definitely have had a higher success rate on Radiant than they have on Dire. So they're back on Radiant. They also have first pick. We kind of know that they probably won't pick the Tinker themselves, so they'll probably have to ban it. But at least they have first pick, so they can still pick something else that's strong. But at this point, previous game, they banned out the Lifestealer. So do they really want to first pick Lifestealer? I don't think so.
I think for the sake of the fans, I think Spirit winning the series is good. Just to let Falcons versus Spirit in the next round, we just fully ignore Tinker, because neither team wants to play it.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, okay, so Jakiro has been high picked. He's been really strong, but he is not strong enough to be first banned material. We've not seen him first banned at all. And I just somehow feel that he's a bit of a waste of a first pick at this point.
Disagree.
I don't think so. I feel like this hero always has something to offer.
That's why you guys are...
Don't worry, it's just super strong in the lane. Like we've seen him rotate to the mid lane, getting the kill, getting multiple kills later as well when they were laning with Gyrocopter. But seems like Tundra, they are really valuing this sanking. We saw Team Spirit do the same thing when they were playing against Terrorblade 2 times in a row recently. But this sanking as a pick, I think a lot of people would just stay away from it. But Tundra has a lot of confidence in the hero, especially with the item build that 33 did show, that you can still play it differently. You can still rush a Blink Dagger if necessary, and then go for the Crimson Guard if it's a good game for it. Still go for the pipe, which a lot of people do consider to be a relatively dead item.
To go back to your question about the Jakiro first pick, I think the philosophy of first pick is you need it to be such a broken hero that no matter what, the second response doesn't matter, or it's strong enough that anything they pick is like, it doesn't really matter again. It's like, it's either broken or it gives no information. And Jakiro doesn't really give information. Like of course was mentioned, because of the laning, it's like a no information based pick that progresses the draft. And it's not broken enough that people ban it. So if it's in that kind of nice category of, okay, we're not going to get counter-picked, Tundra cannot utilize their response as a, you picked anti-mage, so we picked PA or Bloodseeker type thing, right? It's just, it's a Jakiro. You don't respond to it.
It makes sense.
This
but they couldn't have a Tinker player. But continue.
They could. Sure. There are a couple of teams that do like a Tinker player right now.
But this also leaves a lot of offlaners in the pool right now, especially for Team Spirit. If we're talking about some Tidehunters, Mars as well, something that can be easily played by Collapse. Even though he had a great game, I don't mind seeing the Beastmaster one more time if it's a good game for it. But yeah, this sanking, I think it also threw Team Spirit a little bit out of thinking zone in terms of like, oh, what do we need to do? Because it looks like they definitely didn't expect this to happen.
Yeah, and Spirit, of course, respecting Dratcher with the PA and the Lifestealer ban. When we think about his best hero so far, the Alchemist is available and the Ursa is available. I'd lean more towards Ursa being a hero that can be picked without knowing the enemy carry a little bit more. But
they could go for the Night Stalker again as well.
Yeah, no, I think that's a very kind of standard approach.
But the lane itself wasn't that good still, right?
No, they dragged the creep wave. They had 3 creep waves, pretty much something that Xtreme Gaming did when they were playing off-lane Tidehunter with the Boots of Speed. This time around, it was Night Stalker with that extra move speed that they drag the creep waves. So you can play the lane. It's just that you're not going to be battling it out, which kind of sucks a little bit for the Night Stalker, because he would definitely love to put some more pressure. And Tundra taking away Warlock. This hero, if I remember correctly, Shiver, correct me if I'm wrong, but during the Dream League Season 25, Miposhka was 9 out of 9 games on Warlock.
Yes, he was. Can confirm. He was, at least before going into the grand finals. That's for sure. What kind of carry would you like to see it paired up with? Obviously, we have 2 already banned out.
The thing with Warlock is it's the strongest position 5 right now to play nearly any lane, right? Pushing out the lane with Fatal Bonds, you have heal. You have multiple play styles. You use Bonds to push the wave to protect your carry, or you max the heal to ensure your carry can just CS comfortably on the tower. But picking Warlock like this is telling Spirit, hey, we might even want to open our carry pick, like for example, like the Ursa, as we need the Warlock to ensure we can get through the lane. And yeah, just very, very strong lane.
All right.
Carry can be literally anything.
Yep. We got a Bounty Hunter and a Dragon Knight. We were praising the Dragon Knight from the previous game. Obviously, it was played in the mid lane by BZM. Would we like to see this as a mid or as a safe lane? Because I know that both have played it.
I'd like it as a mid. Utilize the Mage Slayer build, and then against Warlock and Sanking has high value. Then you pair with the Bounty Hunter to track the Sanking, who will be invisible inside the Sandstorm. Just kind of like compounds to being quite a nice like grouping timing. Again, most mids do go for the green facet, the minus armor. There's always a world where going for the blue facet, the healing.
If it's a good game for it, sure.
So far, there are some options.
Oh, it wasn't even my time yet.
Yeah, quick, go Shiva.
This is probably one of the earliest Invoker picks we've seen in quite some time.
Has to be, because we've seen it mostly being utilized as like 23 or 24 so far in the tournament. But again, they will go with the Night Stalker, so they're going to be having vision, set up for Cataclysm as well. You have Sanking in the side lane, and I think this time around, they want to battle it out. They would definitely want to get that extra bit of a damage instead of just pulling the creep wave. They still don't know the exact matchup, but this is how I'm seeing it being played out.
And they protect themselves from some of the bigger Invoker counters. Puck, because you have the Night Stalker with the silence, can rotate in. Puck is the hardest matchup for Invoker to play into, especially with the Cataclysm. You never pressure him, you never lock him down. And then the Broodmother, the Sanking, kind of covers that. Even the Warlock as well, right? When you put the Spiderlings into Warlock spells, you create the little golems, they explode. So they've kind of covered themselves preemptively from 2 of the biggest heroes that can threaten an Invoker picked in this position.
With that in mind, how does the DK do in the mid lane, or would you now rotate it towards the safe lane and still pick a different mid anyway to go up against this Invoker?
The DK versus Invoker will just be a trade of farm. Normally against Invoker, you like to take his tower nicely, rotate supports in. So I think if Jakiro and Bounty can join the mid lane, then it's fine. But if the Bounty and Jakiro are stuck helping the side lane, Invoker will just automatically get to Midas and Atos and Aghanims. It's about the support.
This as a response, because you are going to be the save against when the rock drops, it's not that long of a stun, so you can still disengage a team fight, and also you can save your cores when Night Stalker initiates and sticks onto them. So you have, I'm not going to say short cooldown, but it's a good way of not allowing Night Stalker to get the kill because he's sticking onto the target.
Does it just set up for the Ursa ban and Alk ban then? Are they just like the 2 here? Maybe even like the Faces Void that we've seen Duracho play a couple of times. Lockdown is a problem.
Could be massive.
With the Invoker.
With the Cataclysm.
Yeah.
I wanted to see carry Faceless Void. We did see it a couple of times.
But we're talking Chronosphere now,
yes,
right?
Yeah, we're talking about Chrono.
Yeah.
No shenanigans, no Vanguard into like Helden's Halberd Radiance type of a build. Old school Faceless Void with Mask of Madness Mjolnir BKB.
If there was a game, it would be this game.
I mean, we're talking a lot about things that like the carry for the retro, for the retro. But based on what we're seeing right now, it seems like Team Spirit has the bigger puzzle to solve.
Their puzzle is to connect their carry into the aggression to fight into the timing, the big timings of Tundra, right? Like Invoker needs to farm the Aghanim, Sanking needs to farm the Vanguard and the Blink, right? Like if you're early game, you can break your opponent and then create 10, 15,000 gold advantage. That's what Spirit want to try and create. So tempo heroes are what Tundra are banning, kind of aligning with what I just said. Ember from the mid, Monkey from the mid or the carry. They are predicting DK will be going to the carry role.
They are. But there still would be something else going up against that Invoker. We'll see. We have one more ban. We'll see if that's the Alchemist or the Faceless Void. I don't think you can go wrong with either of them. It's both annoying to deal with.
Yeah, I'm looking at what Laurel could be playing from the mid lane if they decide to put this. Okay. Clinks. They played it 2 times in that best of 5.
Yeah.
They are really valuing the hero.
They won once.
Is he
They
doing?
lost one.
Is he doing Orchid or is he doing Deso? Do you know?
I forgot. Also, first clinks of the tournament. But is this good? I mean, he has to go Orchid because he was up against an Invoker, surely.
In his pub, he did go Maelstrom and Orchid.
Okay.
But then you have the Centaur cart to pick up the clinks.
Yeah.
I am still scared if Tundra get the Void and survive the early game, the scaling, the team fight, does Spirit really have enough to match what... Tundra just have to press ult on every hero and they probably win the fight, right? So the Clinks is about breaking that pacing. He needs to have a good lane. He has to, like, one wrong item and this game will feel awful.
And you still have the DK against Invoker, so you know Laurel is not going to have the greatest game. We have a Slark coming out for the Rancho.
This is what we expected. The game 2, things are gonna get much spicier. So we have overall last pick of the game to be Slark, and we also have 23 pick to be Clinks, which are both of them are kind of meme heroes, but I don't know how much trust I have in Slark as a hero. So many times I've seen him have a good lane. He's also gonna be laning with Warlock, have a little bit of global presence coming out from that Sunstrike.
But I think what both teams are saying is, like, the last pick wasn't the we have to win the game with this pick, right? You got a Clinks, but he's protected by the Centaur with a Stampede to reposition, to be safe with Ag's cut down the line. And then for Tundra, the Slark is the utility core. Invoker is the true carry when you get to his items with the Cataclysm, with the setup of a Sand King or a Golem, even the Pounce. If you can just break the vision of the game, Clinks is he has to have good wards, and he has to get you by surprise. You put a Slark into the game, you're dewarding every ward, you're protecting yourself from that early aggression if you can survive the jump from the Clinks and whoever. So I like the fact that both teams went a little bit creative with the last picks.
Okay.
It's BZM has to carry from his side, and then Spirit, tempo, tempo, tempo.
I might be just blinded by the BZM Invoker, but Lacoste, I feel like do you have a little bit of a Tundra favorite draft here, or would you completely disagree?
I do like Tundra slightly more. The big question mark for me is Slark. A lot of the times this hero feels like it's lacking damage, even though he has items. He's not a traditional carry by any means. This hero wants to reset multiple times, be very annoying, survive on a sliver of health, and then come back into the fight. So definitely needs to happen, but also Radon's Clinks, I've been very impressed the way he plays a hero.
He's going to have to play a flawless game, it feels like. The vision of Night Stalker, the damage they provide, it's... Yeah, if he can do it. If there ever was a player to make Clinks work in this game, it would be Yatoro.
I mean, he has done it in the past. In that grand finals that we spoke of, he did do it, but there has been a patch since. There's been more than 2 weeks since. So there's a question, actually it's a week and a half, I think, because that game was delayed. But it seems like a risky pick to have that as your overall last pick before going into this game. But we're going to find out if we're going to have a game 3 and if Team Spirit can do it with this Clinks. Before we see that game, though, let's hear some words from the coach.
Absolutely. We are here with Moon, and Moon, this is a gangsta draft, all right? We have got the drive-by machine of Centaur and Brooklyn Kurtz coming out for you here today. What are you going to do against that Clinks?
I feel like Clinks is kind of scary early mid-game. But at some point, I feel the BZM Invoker show will turn up. They only have one card, but that's like really late. I feel like just one Sand King stun into some Cataclysm is going to be absolute cinema.
Ah, there we go. Yes, we have seen the BZM Invoker go absolutely bonkers before, but it's been a while since we've seen that Slark go too crazy. And I believe that he's level 30, right, on Slark?
I don't know.
Okay, cool.
It's like Doracho's last tournament. You want to play whatever, just give it to him.
Okay, all right, fantastic. Do you think that will be a big part of him, or is this one mostly on BZM? Because it's been a lot of the Doraccio show so far.
I feel like BZM got it today. It's Saturday, which means it's solo leveling Saturdays. He got this.
Okay, all right, fantastic. Any words out there to the people watching, the Tundra fam, as we go into this one?
We've been 3-2-2ing a lot lately, so hopefully this game, no 3-2-2.
Okay, that is very exciting for your fans. They will love that you are not throwing anymore to the cast.
Thank you for the throw. Game number 2 between Team Spirit and Tundra. Tundra with a 1-game lead in this best of 3 of the lower bracket semifinals. Winner will face off against Falcons tomorrow in the lower bracket finals. And the winner of that will face off Cinderin against the ultimate boss in, believe it or not, Team Liquid. They've come full circle.
Yep. It feels like Dota goes through these waves among the top teams where it's just it's a matter of time before it's Liquid's turn again, you know, to be in a finals, and it's been long enough. They've got it figured out in this tournament.
Ooh,
oh,
nice
little
deny.
share there from Laurel. And yeah, Liquid, I mean, you look across the tournament and how they've played, I think it just makes complete sense that they're there. Like, I've been very impressed with them. And I think anybody going up against them, it's still one of those situations where no matter who Liquid face, I don't really know if I would consider them big favorites, you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. But definitely still, you know, when you're the team coming from the upper bracket finals, you're generally considered the favorite to win the whole thing. But the top is tight in Pro Dota. Anyone can beat anyone.
Yep, as we're going to see the Burrow Strike into a Sunstrike onto Yatoro. BZM with the first blood. It's the BZM show already, Cinderin.
Yeah, and if the Sand King plus Night Stalker worked out last game against Jakiro Gyro,
I forgot.
It will definitely work out better against Jakiro Clinks, because that is just flat out a worse lane against the type of lane that they're playing here.
Yeah.
There's less burst damage, there's more controlled pulling here for the Night Stalker and Sand King when they don't have to worry about a homing missile, they don't have to worry about flat cannon pushing. And Pushka will actually interfere with both range creeps, so nice side pull here from him. And that is, by the way, the big difference between last game and this one. He didn't block big here. But this time he's not with Gyro, so what gives? I wonder.
I wonder as well. You should go find out after this game.
Yeah.
So this is going to be the lane with the most action for sure. I mean, what do you think about Clinks in general right now as he's going to steal some farm here? I agree with the panel. It does feel a bit risky, but we've seen this at times take off, and it feels really strong. But other times, it feels like a hit or a miss, is what I'm trying to say.
I have a hard time placing this hero in terms of like overall strength, but what I will say with confidence is that Clinks is worst when played against good vision. That's my biggest concern here for Radon, is he's playing against Slark Night Stalker. I think a big benefit of Clinks is his ability to get a surprise jump on the back line and then snowball a fight from there. But if Tundra have sentries in the areas that they're controlling, they will have that night vision. And Clinks does not deal very well with getting jumped either.
Yeah.
So a couple of issues there with the inevitable Blink Burrow Strike Sunstrike combination with a Slark Pounce. Even Night Stalker getting on top of you with Crippling Fear. Despite not blinding anymore, it's still going to be annoying for a Dawn to deal with.
Yeah, and on the other side, Dyrachyo will be playing Slark, who loves to play against tanky heroes, and there's two of them in this game, in the Centaur and the Dragon Knight.
Yep.
We get those stacks of Essence Shift.
Oh, he's on to Rue.
Off to start. There's the Hoof Stomp to stop them in their tracks, and now the Fatal Bonds from Whitemon. Very, very annoying.
Yeah, big damage here. A lot of agi on the Slark right now. Free CSing. Now, in the mid lane, Laurel is having a much, much better game than game one.
Yeah, it's not the BZM show in specifically the mid lane, just the game in general.
It's good for him that he got the first blood with that Sunstrike, because he's actually getting bodied mid despite having first blood. 23 and 12 to the 10 and 4. We'll get some help, though, from Saksa, but Mikoshka here to turn it back around. And is this really helping? Probably not.
Well, he tanked a lot of spells, and mana was consumed, so maybe BZM will get some space as a result, Cinderin.
But if he hadn't gone here on Night Stalker, Jakiro wouldn't have either, so...
Yes, it's a chicken and the egg type of situation. Ooh, very close.
Is that going to be a kill?
200.
Actually would have. 250 pure.
Yep, there you go. Now, Collapse playing, of course, the best offlane in the business. Centaur has the double bracer.
Oh, big damage here.
Dyrachyo has to pounce away, but the tree line is not going to be his friend. Rue gets the last hit. Very good as the mid lane now. BZM getting drawn into a horrific fight. Maposhka is going to be traded by Sox, who eventually shows up. A very rare Day Stalker kill, if I do say so.
Well, he also wasn't the one getting the kill. It was the wave. But he did throw a blood grenade, which is kind of cool.
He assisted in a kill, which is rare in the day. Yeah, this mid lane is a pretty big disaster right now for the Tundra side. But it'll be the typical build for BZM in the Midas, so we'll see if that's going to be enough for him to catch up. I mean, the question is, does Spirit have the tools to pressure him in the earlier stages of the game, or will they give him space? So you do have the Centaur who's going to want to go blink at some point, the Dragon Knight as well, potentially. As Soxa, he's going to be food. Laurel showing off that dragon form, and the Breathe Fire will connect.
I think Spirit's lineup as a whole can be extremely oppressive if they get the ball rolling. As much as I talk about the vision from Tundra, if the heroes from the Radiant are playing from ahead, then all of a sudden you're the one who has Bounty Hunter finding kills, setting up tracks. You have tons of follow through with 2 blink stuns. You would imagine both Dragon Knight and Centaur will get that. A lot of follow up from the support position 5. This is one of the highest damage supports in Dota right now, the Jakiro. So yeah, if this trajectory overall continues, with in particular BZM being absolutely crushed in lane, could easily see Spirit just run from one objective to the next and try to play super fast. Interesting as well, Collapse in this game on the Centaur will be rushing the Blade Mail. This amplifies your farming speed because you're largely relying on enemies hitting you to farm the creeps faster, so Blade Mail just improves that for you. And on top of that, of course, it is one of the items against Invoker and Sand King, because they do so much uncontrollable damage. Yeah.
33.
Speaking of Sand King, he is trying to cut
very dead boy
his way back to his own base. Successfully.
Yep, he does that very well.
Groucho
gets the pounce off onto Collapse, but Collapse is going to be A-okay. Is this the pounce facet? Yes.
Yeah. I feel like Slark chooses that basically every
I actually don't even remember what the other one is. Do you remember?
I actually don't.
Yeah, go
either.
look it up.
I looked at it very recently though.
You can do it.
Oh yeah, it's the one where Barracuda lingers a little bit.
Oh yeah.
And then you give enemies minus armor under Barracuda.
Well, Laurel gonna try to finish off the tower. 33 trying to bait him in. Epicenter, Tornado's gonna set him up. A lot of the Epicenter's pulses do not hit as Whitemon comes to play as well. The Meteor is gonna be dodged, and now the Stampede to get away successfully. And guess who shows up? Yatoro with a damage rune. Down goes Whitemon. Tundra's early game, kind of a disaster right now.
Yeah, the mid tower's gonna fall as well. It needs 3 attacks from the Clinks. Might even just do it with tar bombs alone. Nope, he will walk in and shoot. Okay, do you want to finish it?
Open? Okay. Yeah, not so good for Tundra.
Cool to see a hero that buys Deso though, wouldn't you say?
True, it's been a while.
I haven't seen too many of them this tournament.
PAs will buy it right now. Soxa gonna get surrounded in the day, and you know what that means. He will not be assisting in a kill other than his own death. 33 gonna take out some stacks, barely stacks with the Sandstorm.
Rue's happy to leech here.
Yep, I don't think he gets 6 off of this, but
no,
getting very close.
Gives him about a third of a level from just being nearby. Learning a lot from this, of course. Experience comes in many forms. Watching other people do the work is also an experience.
Yeah, that's how I hang my hat every day.
Yep.
Thanks, Cinderant. So Blade Mail officially picked up by Collapse. Of course, this is the facet that everybody goes for. The Counter-Strike facet basically doesn't exist, unfortunately, even though the name is amazing. Maybe if they add a 2 at the end, it'll hype it up a bit more.
Yeah, but as we know, Valve doesn't work on Counter-Strike, so it'll be a long time until they change that one.
You get the Counter-Strike 2 facet, and you get Subtick just for you.
If they change, if they give Centaur a 3rd facet called Subtick. That'd be funny. Bottom tower.
Yes.
Well, they'll glyph it. Buying some time here, but in an uncharacteristic development, Whitemon having a tough game on Warlock. That's actually, we haven't really even got to talk about him much. Usually at this point, he's dropped the Golem, and he's won a team fight, and he's taken a tower.
That's a lot in 10 minutes.
He's level 5. Well, I feel like more often than not, Whitemon's level 8 here. Not even exaggerating. Like the Warlock games of Whitemon have been outstanding, but not this time.
Doesn't he have Grimoire?
He does. He has 1 charge on it.
That's not very much.
That's what I'm saying.
Soxa. Oh, they're going to get the Sunstrike opening. Oh. Yes. Yatoro is dead. Tundra desperately needed that.
That's a big kill.
And Spirit won't get away with everybody else. They still have the lead right now. I mean, the pacing feels very good for Spirit.
It's big for them to open up the towers because it allows the bounty hunter and the Clinks to start hunting way more around the map if you open those pathways without losing your own. And of course, both their bottom and their mid tower looks very, very healthy here. All 3 towers of Spirit are over 75%, even 80% health. So some work to be done there on Tundra's side. Their lineup also sucks at pushing, right?
Yeah, Rue's going to set this up. Laurel's going to Dragon Tail, 33 burns. And now level 6 online for Rue.
Time for tracks to start rolling out.
Oh, BZM. And Soxa show up.
They might go on Soxa? Question mark? He was starting to get mana on the Dragon Knight with the draft here, but...
The draft?
The draft. It's called the mana draft. We've had this conversation before. You called it the drought.
Yeah, it's NA education. We don't have a Department of Education anymore, so...
Oh.
It's retroactive, by the way. It makes everybody
Yeah,
stupid. Collapse in the triangle. Whitemon does have Chaotic Offering. Soxa to the south. And here comes 33 as well. They're going to get the silence to start things out. Whitemon trying to save that golem. He's going to use it. They need to get everything they can get.
They're killing mid, though.
Yeah, BZM is traded out. Not great for Tundra. Very good for Spirit.
It kind of sucks for Whitemon that he felt like he had to golem that, but I think he was right to do it. Otherwise, he's going to stick Stampede out on the Centaur.
Yeah.
So they had to use that, but they can't really push this mid tower. As a matter of fact, the golem might actually just get killed here if it tries to. If 3 heroes nearby for Spirit. He'll send it around, try to cut the next wave. Maybe they'll kill it on the way. Don't know. No. He's chilling. The bear golem. Cutting next wave.
Oh, is it the bear golem?
Yes.
That's a good one.
Oh, it will not be successful in cutting the next wave.
What's better, the bear golem or the gorilla? They're both S tier. The genie is also pretty damn good. I still have just a soft spot for the gorilla, personally.
Yep. You also have a cat called Monkey.
That's right. I love apes. 33. That's why I'm friends with you, Cinderin. Root and Collapse. On to 33. Stampede didn't feel necessary at all, but...
It sounds good, though.
It does. It's very satisfying to use.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the mindset was behind Stampeding there, actually. I don't think they needed the damage, and they definitely didn't need the movement. But bottom lane, Tundra trying to put some pressure on the other side.
Yeah,
but that's going to cost them.
Track kill, and Spirit with a 3K lead now. And they're setting up for Tormentor in the next minute 20. Still have the tier 1 very healthy, too. How important would you say... Wait, it's going to be on the opposite side, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. Take back everything I just said.
How important do I think what is? Being right when you make statements?
In a normal
it's pretty
scenario,
important.
in a normal scenario, when it's bottom.
Yeah, it is.
Tower being up. No, 33.
Nice.
Okay.
How important is it the tower's up?
Yeah. Like, how big of a difference does that make?
Depends if you're turning it into a team fight, then having buyback TPs can be big, right? If teams are already TPing there to fight it out, then I guess the tower has already been spent, right? I don't know. It's definitely something you pay attention to. It's a pattern in this tournament that teams are taking this tier 1 to get it, so obviously it does definitely matter. But I don't think it's like a must to take the tower first. If you have a good lineup for taking Tormentor and you have a read on the map and the enemy team isn't nearby, I think you can take it even with the bot tier 1 up. Soxa, he's in trouble. Radon hits stupid hard with this Deso.
Yep, that's gonna hurt. And another track kill onto Whitemon. 2 dead for Tundra already. 33 is gonna show up. And Rue gonna sidestep the tornado. It feels like Tundra can't get anything to work together right now. They're just waiting for that Cataclysm, Cinderin. That's all they need.
This is kind of what happens a lot of the time if you pick this greedy. We didn't talk about that too much, but Slark needs a lot of time. Invoker needs time. He can contribute a little bit with a Sunstrike here and there, but ultimately he's very much relying on his teammates to do the brunt of the work this early on. Slark went Midas. Like, he's in the jungle. Dyrachyo cannot make moves at all.
Yep,
right
he
now.
will be AFK for a little bit. Meanwhile, Yatoro, with that Deso, with that Shard, has the Burning Barrage, prioritizing that. He's going to be very strong. And now Team Spirit are going to group up for this eventual Tormentor, Dyrachyo. 33 is going to miss his Burrow Strike. He's going to get Dragon Tail. Soxa getting a nice silence. Is only on the one. Chaotic Offering comes out. 33 though. He ticks away already. Soxa is going to be next. Thought that Fatal Bonds might have been a turning point, but it's a little bit too far behind now. And Spirit will get a free Tormentor.
It really is fascinating how a lot of these games in the tournament are going. Like on a meta level, how we look at things and there's certain things we expect or certain things we predict to play a pretty big role, but honestly, a lot of the games are just kind of stompy by nature. Whether or not the ideas of the teams, I think that's one of the tricky things for the teams as well is...
Oh boy.
Oh, see you later, BZM.
And this is scary when you have a bounty hunter on the team.
Because I think if you ask Tundra before this game, I don't think they feel massively outpicked, you know?
Ooh, Dyrachyo does get off his ult.
He'll be okay.
And back to the jungle.
But there's just a lot of games where we either, you know, slightly like a draft or another, or even very much like a draft, and then certain aspects of the game just snowball out of control very, very quickly.
Yeah.
And I can't say for a fact whether this is a symptom of the patch itself or just the teams still being, you know, it's still new in the grand scheme of things. There's a lot of things being discovered and developed. But definitely, compared to the quality of the teams, like how strong they usually are relative to each other, a lot of the games of the tournament have been, I think it's fair to say, very one-sided.
Yeah.
These are not two teams that I would expect to deliver stomp into next team stomping, you know, back to back. But
yeah, Team Spirit with firm control of this game. They get the tier 2 mid. Not to question when is time for Roche. Got to get it before that Cataclysm Center. That's the turning point.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely do have good heroes to Roche with. When you have Clinks with Deso and a Green Dragon Knight, that damage, the physical, is overwhelming. What do you think is going to happen to Dragon Knight in the C patch? Do you think he's going to get nerfed on the Green Dragon?
I think the Red Dragon will... I mean, maybe slight nerf.
Do you think they're buffing the red one again?
Yeah, I think they buff the red one slightly.
Oh, man.
And then they'll nerf the green one slightly, just barely.
Okay, and the blue one stays as it is.
Blue one, I mean, they have been picking it, but maybe it gets slightly touched.
Okay, gets the Burrow. That is
Burrow into death, but the Chaotic Offering comes out from the other side. Stampede to disengage entirely. Breathe Fire consumes 33. And now the reset successful for Spirit.
And this is a lot of spells from Tundra already used.
Not going to hit. He was going on to Laurel, but the Force Staffs are there. Sunstrike, boom! But Laurel not going to die quite yet. Has to be careful with the Fatal Bonds. Will TP back to base. They find Sox on the sideline. And that'll be that.
There was some glimmers there of what Tundra's lineup is capable of doing. But unfortunately, Slark...
Did he not have Ags? I'm confused.
Slark hits like a wet noodle. So he does have Ags on Invoker. He just... There wasn't a good Cataclysm opportunity there.
But he Sunstruck.
Yeah, he went for a Sunstrike instead. Okay. If he Cataclysmed there, he doesn't kill anyone. They were all running.
Yeah.
Just going to miss.
Yeah.
But... yeah, Slark is a very risky pick at this level of Dota. Even if you do well in lane, you need to have a way of bridging the gap.
Oh my goodness. Oh my. Down goes Whitemon. There is the Cataclysm, but it's dodged by Radon because there's no stun setup. 33 though. Epicenter Burrow Strike. Up to 2. Do they have the damage? Collapse is going to go in casually with a hoof stomp. 33 in the cover of his Sandstorm. Will eventually Burrow and... surely he's dead here.
Yep.
Yes. This is a stomp.
It is. Centaur did indeed do that.
It's a stomp in more ways than one.
Meatball.
Collapse is going to eat up that meatball.
Slark has even bought Shard here, right? So he spent 1,400 of his gold on the Depth Shroud there. It did keep 33 alive for a long time, but it just means your hero, furthermore, doesn't... Like, he's just scaling so slowly.
Yeah. Lar, ooh.
Quick reaction. Gets out. And gets the friendly shadow from Rue. Really strong for DK.
Whoa, 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 whoa there, young man. Slow down.
Money.
16 charges on Deso already at 20 minutes. That's pretty... That is absurd.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
Oh, Whitemon.
He is dead again. Does he still have Grimoire? No,
he does not.
He consumed it already.
I think this is possibly Whitemon's worst game of the entire tournament. But I can't say in good faith that it's because he's playing worse than he usually does. It's just in playing Warlocks in games like this is just so miserable, man. Yeah. Like, if your team can't structure team fights because your carry can't do much and you're you've lost some lanes, you're effectively walking around hoping at some point you're just dreaming about the Fatal Bonds fight, and if you never get it, you're just there. So, 1-4-0 on him. He's had... Do you think it's unfair to say that he's maybe had the highest average performance out of any player in the entire tournament? I think he hasn't... He's just played almost stellar games.
Oh, that's hard. That's really hard.
I think he's played really, really well, at least. Every game I've watched, Whitemon has always been on the ball. Whether they win or lose the games, I've never been like, man, Whitemon just didn't do it for me this game.
Yeah, that's fair. He has been playing a lot of Tinker, but then again, he's been playing Ringmaster, which basically nobody else is touching.
His Ringmaster games, win or lose, he also played great. I don't know.
Especially
this
that cycle play was S tier.
Here goes Roche. And Shannon, I do believe we actually missed an important moment. Before Laurel killed Whitemon, the score was 20-4.
I'm so sorry.
And...
Yeah, that's our bad, guys.
Yep.
Our bad. If you could kindly create a hate thread on Reddit for us.
Yeah.
Just to show us how you really feel. That is actually unforgivable. The reverse 420 was lost in history here. That's pretty much the only thing we're looking forward to is Spirit.
Looking forward to more meme numbers.
As Spirit
Here comes Doraccio.
Just manhandling Tundra right now.
He did not connect the pounce. He is.
He's gonna get hoof stomp.
Gonna
There's
force
the
them, though.
initiation. Cataclysm gonna be completely avoided along with the chaotic offering. They are just disengaging left, right, and center. Soxa dead. Tundra just not looking together in this game number 2.
It's hard to hit Cataclysm if the heroes aren't stunned when you have Stampede. They just need to move for half a second and they're out of there.
Yeah.
I don't think the Cataclysm has hit a hero yet, actually.
That is possibly true.
So that's not great. 33.
Tower is under attack.
Will avoid certain death,
Dire's
but will the base tower do the same? Here comes Spirit.
On to the high ground. What can Tundra do? Epicenter is up. Tower's already gonna drop. This was quick. Got that Deso with 18 charges now, as there's a hoof stomp from Collapse. And that was a Sand King. No longer. Does have buyback on 33. Gonna get the range racks uncontested, and oh, that's a big Fatal Bonds. They do have to respect that. Of course, he doesn't have his ult, so, you know.
They can wait for it to fall off.
80 seconds.
Just outlast it.
And Doraccio has Ags now, so it's going to give him a lot more mobility. Second fortification used. Another big Fatal Bonds, but they will have to concede that. There's still tier 2s in both other lanes, so either way, Spirit have to reset completely. Oh, all right. There's pounce number 1, pounce number 2, but the Hurricane Pike and Collapse is gonna just stand by his carry. Make sure he's okay, little guy. Maybe at some point he'll get the Warhorse. Or
Radon doesn't even necessarily need the... He has very good mana regen with this build of his. So between the Falcon Blade and the Orchid, he doesn't even need the reset that he was TPing for. I think maybe he was just trying to maximize a little bit of farm or whatever, but stopping that TP is largely irrelevant because now Spirit are just going to make an aggressive move instead of sending him back.
Yep.
See you later, 33. You already blinked into the camp.
Hoof stomp, double edge, dragon tail. Dyrachyo is watching, learning, dark pacting, shadow dancing, surrounded, ice path missing, dual breath connecting, silence inside of him. He has perished.
And in classic Tundra fashion for this tournament in some of their games, oh, not going to connect that one, they will be playing the split push game. There's been a couple of Tundra games that went like this, the early laning stage failing, and then the early mid game as well, being almost impossible for them to get a grip on the game. They will resort to splitting off and dying.
Yatoro, another kill. 24 charges on Jedesaleta.
He's so rich.
Yeah, it's because he won 2 TIs.
Oh. Imagine if it was snowballing in Dota as well. The more you win, the stronger your heroes are. That would be very great.
Yep, you should be a game designer.
Yep.
Tormentor.
I believe that's called win to win.
Yeah.
Great system.
Oh, that's a nice shard to get for free. That's something you would certainly want to buy at some point.
Yep.
And look at that. Collapse. Going to be finishing off Shiva's, and then the workhorse will be with us, ladies and gentlemen. Don't think it's going to get to that point, though. Just throwing out a little prediction.
Yeah.
Game might be over before then. It actually is a really good game for it, though, onto the Clinks is 33. Oh, the Congregation of the Deep will be activated. And another death for 33.
Wait, did Tar Bomb just do damage through Ghost Scepter? Maybe it ran out at the exact same time. It looked like he killed him with Tar Bomb, but anyway.
Aegis no longer.
Oh wait, the impact damage is magical, or what?
Oh, is it mixed?
And the bonus damage is physical. That's what it is.
I only look at the top to say physical in red.
Yeah, but then the impact damage is in blue.
Wow.
And the bonus damage is in red.
Wow. And the Dragon Knight is green. It's RGB all over again. The rainbow.
So are Radahn's shots.
Roy G. Biv.
Every color in his attack projectiles, but, well...
All right, we have one issue in this game. You can see on the top left, there are 4 heroes with glowy coins coming out of them. That means they're on a killing streak. Collapse is not one of them.
That's right.
Get your shit together.
We have another issue in this game as well. Tundra have a hero without an assist.
And who would that be?
Who could it possibly... Give me your best prediction.
I would say Warlock.
No, he has 1 kill.
Damn it.
Well, he also has no assist, so you're technically right.
Thank God.
But we have a hero with
So,
0 KDA.
It would be Night Stalker.
That is indeed Slark.
Close. It was a nighttime
He has
hero.
yet to be involved in a kill in a 30-minute game.
That is... Yep. That makes sense.
Truly a phenomenal last pick coming out here. With all the info available to Tundra. This plan did just not
pounces.
work. Uh-oh.
He's got another one soon.
They're chasing.
Laurel Stampede. Dark Pact. Pounce. Whoa! He pops the ult. He runs away. Still no kills. Still no assists. Still nothing.
Clutch Midas,
from
though.
Dyrachyo.
Midas on the way out.
That's fucking hype, Cinderin.
Amazing maxing from the Slark here.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, baby.
27-4, Team Spirit. Want to take this to a game 3. But how fast do they want to do it, Cinder? How long do we have to cast this game before game 3 begins? Can Tundra do anything? Is there any hope? What is the percentage for Dota Plus? Is it 2%? Is it more?
It's 8.
8%? Bullshit! Who is coding this? This is definitely not correct.
Oh, you never know when you hit a fat Fatal Bonds Cataclysm combo and kill the entire enemy team.
All right.
And you never know when
their
Slark...
massive amount of stuns.
You never know when Slark attacks a hero. It could happen in the next 10 minutes. He might just attack someone.
Who has the lowest damage on Tundra this game?
If I had to guess, I would say Slark.
You think so?
Actually, maybe not. Maybe he has
it's going up in the ranks now. Hey, that's going to be a kill onto Maposhka. Dyrachyo on the board, ladies and gentlemen. Radahn is going to be spotted. Tornado going to clip 2. Actually, 3 if you count Rue. That rhymed for some reason. That's how English works, it seems. Rude's going to be able to force staff to the low ground. Soxa getting beat down by Laurel. Not able to finish the job, though.
It's got a lot of
take out
stacks.
33.
40 stacks.
40
40
dies
stacks. Hold your
again.
horses, Shannon. 40 stacks.
Duraccio
40.
has 40 stacks.
40. Please do not use them to go back to base.
And
You must force a fight now. This is your one chance to be useful as a hero. Do not waste it away.
He is using it to farm Ancients.
He's farming them faster than ever.
The enemy is smoked. They know that he is a greedy boy. Collapse. Gonna lead the way. There's the Dragon Tail. Into the hoof stop. Do they have the damage? Of course they do. Because they're up 24 fucking thousand gold. Get this shit over with. Get to game 3. It's 30-5 for God's sake. Jesus, Ace. End it. We all know what's gonna happen, Cinderin. Let's not pretend.
I don't know.
There's an ice wall. Can they overcome the ice wall? Will it ever happen? No. He just attacks from global range and takes out the tower. 33 with the epicenter, ready to go. Not ready to go because Slark is not up. Tornado, gonna clip one. There's the buyback, 33. Epicenter, still not gonna be activated. BKB run away. Tundra have defended by purchasing a buyback onto Slark.
Now, unfortunately, when you buy back Shannon, you lose all your stacks.
That's true. Collapse, not able to get the hoof stomp. Has the Shivas. As Duracio's gonna get some stacks off. Uses the shard to keep some cover, but they're gonna go on for 33. He's dead, has buyback. That was Duraccio, no longer. Soxa, you are dead. That's 2 down for Tundra. 5 versus 3. 31,000 net worth lead at 32 minutes with a 33-5 lead. And more buildings will be destroyed. 33 into the Cataclysm. Still nothing is hit.
Everything missed.
Absolutely nothing. And the GGs finally come out. 4,200 gold down the drain on the Invoker. Literally 0 heroes hit because they have no stuns on this team, it seems. And that's game number 2.
And they say good game, but did they mean it, Shannon? That is the big question.
That is a demoralizing defeat.
Did they really mean good game? They did not even hit their final initiation of spells.
That felt so bad to cast, and I can only imagine what it felt like to play.
Now,
Shiver,
to answer your question,
okay.
bottom damage of the game was Soxa on the Night Stalker.
Soxa,
he was
very
last.
disappointing, but I think they have more problems than that as we go to a game 3.
Wow, I think Shannon lost a little bit of sanity there in that game. Maybe Tundra did as well. That was very well executed from Spirit, though. We said they should play a near flawless game, and to be fair, it felt like they had a little bit of a bigger margin than error than we perhaps were expecting in this second game. But they made this look so smooth, Lacoste.
It was, but I also want to see maybe another game like this, just so that Shannon can lose his mind and keep yelling to end the freaking game, you know, because these are the most fun games to watch. Not when we're talking about the professional level of Dota, but when we're talking about the pure entertainment, what's going on. And ever since the start, it didn't look too good for them. Sure, you have this night vision, you have Slark with 1800 vision, you have Night Stalker with the same amount, but you should definitely see this coming, right? With all this vision.
I mean, on top of that, I feel like to Spirit, the fact that they brought the supports to mid, they took this mid tower, they broke the Invoker's game. On top of that, Warlock, again, you need to get early kills and assists. If you don't get that, you don't get to utilize Black Grimoire. You then don't throw Golem around in the early game. So Warlock had a quiet game, Invoker lost his tower, and then, you know, 33 died 12 times. It is the recipe of a stompy game. And if there ever was a hero to utilize winning 3 lanes, it's going to be a Clinkz, right? His itemization, the natural way that you play out a Clinkz, it's a snowbally hero. And they snowballed incredibly hard.
They did, and I really love this Dragonite pick overall. I mean, we had our question marks, we had our doubts about this Slark
I was
for a good reason.
doubter.
Every single time I watch this hero, the hero basically does absolute dog shit. Like, I don't even know. Like, there's something fundamentally wrong with the hero, considering how bad every...
Don't give any ideas to Valve, right? We hate playing against Slark.
Make his laning much stronger. Like, the whole idea of this hero is to get some stacks, but it never really happened. We're going to talk about this slightly later, but I also want to talk about the Dragon Knight's item build, the synergy between him and also the off lane, because he was the one going for the Mage Slayer. Most of your damage is going to be magical, coming out from that Invoker, coming out from Sand King, and then you also have Pipe on a Centaur, which makes the game pretty much unplayable, especially because they're staying ahead, getting that extra bit of a gold from the track, and those items are coming online.
Look at these score lines. I'm sorry,
Lucas. It's so sad.
Like, when was the last? Like, this is a multi-tournament winning team in 2025.
Yeah.
And it feels like I'm watching like a round one of an open qualifier, at least on the scoreboard.
That is one mistake. I'm fine with everything they have. There's just one mistake in the draft. Sometimes you should not ask your carry player what he wants to play.
It seemed to have been a special occasion, but potentially the Faceless Void that we mentioned during the draft might have been a better option, because
might have been
before this
anything,
game.
Shiver.
Before this game, BZM was 100% win rate.
Polywog. Polywog creep would be better.
Okay. We do have a standout player here in the case of Rue. I will say this man, I mean, to be fair, I think this must be one of the more fun games to play Bounty Hunter, because literally anything you track dies.
Yeah, I mean, I'd have nothing to add to that.
Yeah.
That is literally the definition of a perfect bounty game.
3-0 and 26. That's his end game score, which is pretty impressive. I mean, they were unable to kill the cores throughout this whole game. They were struggling. Cataclysm, first Cataclysm doesn't hit anything. Sure, they had a Sand King, but yeah, very difficult game for Tundra. They will definitely need to scratch this one. Try to forget it. Something like this happened in their series earlier when they were playing against Aurora. They were losing quite heavily, but they managed to bounce back.
They did.
Yeah, I'd like to talk about some of the carry-to-carry matchup in this one, because this one's pretty funny to watch. In terms of numbers and everything, you have one guy who loves to get the stacks. That's why you pick the hero, so you can battle it out early, get those Agi stacks. Ended up having one stack, and then you have another guy who is also building into item, so he ends up with 30 stacks on Desolator, which tells the story about the game. And also, he got his first stack at 30 minutes. He was sitting at 0 assists.
Look at the stats.
The stats.
25,000 hero damage.
0. Nada. Nothing.
GPM 550. He tried so hard, guys.
He tried. He definitely did.
I might have had one kill, but that's 20% kill participation right there.
Because his team was also not doing too hot. Also, like...
It was rough. It's a rough game, but this is what you mentioned already. Like, with the Slark pick, we've seen Spirit also have this scenario where they pick Slark themselves, and unless you win the lane, and like I guess it's the same line of thought for Clinks. You have to win your lane and create your own opportunities in the game. When you go awkward even farm by Midas and jungle, Yatoro done it before, now Duracho is doing it. That's not the way to break open the game. If you're picking Slark to buy Midas and jungle, that is already like the wrong reason to pick the Slark, right? And unfortunately, they had to learn it probably the hardest way possible.
Yeah, I think there was one more thing we'd like to highlight, and it might be mean to 33. But it was mostly not necessarily to 33, but we wanted to highlight Rue a little bit more, because we're comparing net worths at minute 20 between the offlaner of Tundra and the position 4 of Team Spirit. And Rue's Bounty Hunter was just on top of this chart. I
mean, you already summarized it quite nicely. The perfect Bounty Hunter game. Getting kills feels good. 3-0-13, of course. The trapped goal coming in, the aggression that you apply, Bounty versus Sand King. Tundra are one of the few teams to be first phasing or picking the Sand King very early, Bounty Hunter, you track him, he can never be like elusive. He's always going to be seen, especially if you have the damage. So yeah, this Team Spirit lineup, I feel like they lost the Sand King game 1, they identified some mistakes, and they crushed it game 2. So I'll be intrigued to know what happens game 3 in regards to that Sand King. Will Tundra still have high value?
I don't think so.
If you want to know the answer, stick around. We'll be back after a break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
It's time for the final game of the night. Game 3 of this best-of-3 elimination series between Spirit and Tundra. Only one of these teams will make it to the final day of PGL Wallachia Season 3. And we are in the absolute favorite position as viewers to not know what the heck is coming our way, T-Gov, because I feel like this could go anywhere.
It can only get better for Tundra, at least after that second game.
Sure.
That was the classic line we were using early on for teams like OG and Yellow Submarine and whatnot. But after that second game, I would argue that I hope for game 3's sake that Tundra is able to shake what just happened, because that is the type of game that normally breaks teams. But with
Not Tundra.
Yeah, you stole the butt. I was going to say but, and then, but okay, fine.
You
right.
waited too long.
It was like a millisecond. But not Tundra, guys.
No, it's like the previous game wasn't really close, but these teams are so close in skill that one minor mistake can make such a huge difference in terms of how the game is played out. That one minor mistake was definitely Slark in the previous game. I don't think we're going to be seeing this hero for the rest of the tournament, no matter what happens. Even if it's like god tier game for Slark.
Don't pick it.
Yeah, I feel like teams are just going to stay away from it. It feels way, way too difficult to make it work.
I will say, Moon in the interview, interview after, he said he let that Ratcho pick whatever he wants. He was feeling himself.
That is something.
Last tournament. That's what he said.
Yeah, I mean that is of course him confirming it, speculation confirmed and whatnot.
Wouldn't you let the player decide what he wants to play? One last ride.
Yeah, that is true. The issue with that is always going to be after the fact. You wish you could pick a different hero. But now in game 3, you need to rely that judgment maybe moves away from the vibes on wanting to play a hero to more the logic of winning the game. I think you allow that pass maybe once in a draft, but
okay.
You need to get serious now.
Yeah, because you do want to still...
You still want to be in the tournament. Exactly, yeah.
Yeah. I have some extra information regarding Game 3 because it seems that Team Spirit has priority and they chose Radiant. We know that Team Spirit has had a very high win rate on Radiant. And we also know that some teams actually have the opposite. For example, Falcons heavily prefers Dire. And, the jury's not out yet on what is objectively better. But for Team Spirit, this seems to fit better.
Yeah, it's working out well, but that's also because they're getting first pick every draft as well. So that when they have, at least in this series. So I feel like the value of first pick is better for them compared to the debate on side. Because if we were to sit here and debate both sides, it really would come down to the preference of people.
Yes.
And it's very emotional.
But they had the prio, so they didn't choose.
Yeah, because they're expecting Tundra to take second pick and they get first pick again, right?
Okay.
That's my assumption.
Yeah, we'll have to find out with that, or wait for that until we find out in the draft.
Because also sometimes when you win the coin toss, if you're in a good position, you just take the thing that you don't expect your enemy to have choice on, and now in the moment, they're like, oh, we expected to not be given pick priority because maybe that's the more favored thing to go for. And again, it really depends from team to team. But Team Spirit will be first pick, so they take Radiant. Tundra wants second pick, so we once again return to the comfort position of first pick and Radiant for Spirit.
I'd like to see some changes for Tundra. I think they also understand that maybe the Sanking is not working out. He lost the lane 2 times in a row. I think because usually when you think about 33 and Saksa, they are the lane dominators. They want to be putting that pressure, killing that tier 1 tower relatively early on, but didn't happen. So I want to see some changes regarding that. And also Night Stalker, even though he looked okay-ish game 1, second game, it is very difficult. You shut him down in the laning stage. He has no game whatsoever between 5 and 10 minute mark. So it makes it very, very difficult. And I think they're going to change the concept of the off lane. I don't think we're going to be seeing the repeating heroes.
Yeah, I was going to ask if maybe Tundra changed their bans with the Muerta to then throw in the Jakiro into the ban pool potentially. As you take away the position 5 Jakiro, it opens up for a stronger off lane. As you know, that one of the best 5s is now banned, but they already showed the Muerta was banned. So trying to jump on Lacoste point wasn't the best there.
Giving respect to Rue.
Yeah.
There's a lot of position 4 players that do look godly on the hero. He is definitely top 3 right now. Every single time we watch him play, he is delivering. Very difficult hero to actually make work for anybody who played it. If we're talking about the professional e-gamer athlete type of a level, it is very, very difficult to reach this.
Do you prefer e-gamers or e-athletes?
Sometimes it depends. Sometimes I mix it together, but mostly it's e-gamers.
We still
With
do
the minus in
have the Jakiro
the
banned
minus.
out.
Any
big E. Yeah, capital E.
Of course, thank you.
So the Jakiro has been banned out. That does mean that we have a hero making it through that we didn't before. It's either Abaddon or Dazzle. Those were the bans for Tundra that they didn't go for yet.
That is quite exciting. I thought they would replace the Mortar for the Jakiro to kind of continue the respect for the cause, but we only have one support ban available in the first four, but the double support ban to allow these cores to flood the opening phase.
Would you go for Abaddon or Dazzle or neither and get hopefully one of them?
The issue with Dazzle is I think we saw how Invoker was very strong in the Liquid series against it.
Yeah.
We saw AA being good, of course, against it.
Yeah. Continue because the DK is banned. I will say both games, Laurel and BZM were beasts on that DK.
But if all of this is flooding the pool, then I would prefer if Spirit was, again, they haven't played it, but if they were, to first pick the AA, knowing that Dazzle's available, Abaddon's available, all these HP reliant heroes.
Or they ban AA and pick one of the...
Also, Nate's Prophet is available, but they're going to ban it out.
That, yep.
Yeah, they did not want to give it to them, so we'll go with Abba.
Okay.
For Team Spirit, they don't play carry Abaddon. They want to use it mostly from the offlane, if I remember correctly, but let me just double check that real quick.
Yeah.
Okay, Radon doesn't play it. He wants to play more traditional carries.
No, he has played it once.
He's played it once?
Yeah.
Okay, so possibility that Radon is going to play it. And there's one hero that I also looked into yesterday or the day before. Collapse has been playing a lot of Axe.
Oh, yeah. We actually did see our first Axe, I believe, earlier today.
We did. XXS.
Against Spirit, yeah.
He did look really good on the hero. They did lose that game, unfortunately, but definitely a hero that Collapse can play, and this is his most played hero in the last week.
And good against Dazzle as well. So this Dazzle will most likely be in the hands of BZM, and he's been one-on-one. And I think even the game that he won on it, he suffered quite hard in the lane. So we'll see how this one will play out. Team Spirit earlier today they beaten the Dazzle with Xtreme, right? Xtreme had Dazzle one of the games, I believe, and Team Spirit did win that game, even though it went
that was the Ricky
game too. Yeah.
So let's see if they are going to address this potential Rikimaru coming out. From the mid lane, with the shard, he picked up relatively early shard, 16 minutes. He saved the gold and had enough just to buy it immediately. This way, it cripples the Dazzle with the silence, of course. And even though this shard has been nerfed, still you can't be targeting your allies inside of it.
We got the Doom and the PA band. We still have to mention Lifesteer is still in the pool. This is often a pick for Tundra that they really enjoy, even first phasing when Dazzle's not in the pool.
I think a little bit of Lifestealer stock went down, right? We saw Lifestealer get beaten.
Sure, but they also won a game with it earlier today.
Sure, but when you lose in such fashion, it does kind of knock your confidence just a little bit, and they do go for the AA.
After the Ricky ban, as mentioned.
Of course, in the first phase, we were talking about the importance of AA. And
if they want to, I have two suggestions. If they want to run the offlane Mars, carry Abba, that's fine. I want to see the jump. I also might want to see Spectre in this game. I feel like this game,
finally,
to find Dazzle, to
find
like
3 drafts in a row, but we're gonna get it.
We're getting there.
This is the game. Yeah.
You want to also throw an OD in the mix?
No, not for this.
Shiva, say Invoker real quick.
No. This is all good. I think it will be ZM playing that Dazzle. We just did see a 66% win rate on the Ancient Apparition. Very strong. And you seem happy with that Silencer, T.
I don't mind it, but I want it to be paired with a Tusk.
The good thing, the recent change makes it 10 times better when we're talking about the silence, because even if Ancient Apparition throws his ulti out, even if he gets silence, he can still use the Ice Blast. Before, you could cry and you're like, well, somebody stop it, because I can't.
You're very right with that. A little bit of a buff to AA against the Silencer.
Unfortunately, the Dota world is flat, which means it doesn't come back around. And it's really annoying.
That would be actually quite funny.
It just keeps going round and round and round now.
You do have the flyover effect, so it will be a little broken. All right, so let's see if they do pair it with a Tusk. If they do, would you want them to pick it here or pick it later?
I don't mind it being here. They can also go for... They can go for Bounty if they really wanted to, but I just want to have melee position 4 that creates opportunities, because Silencer loves to play a strong lane, and then when they see a fight, like you global that initiation, you TP in, you throw in last words and arcane curse, like you amplify the aggression.
But if you have a melee position 4, do you, because does that work with